In this instance, the illusion is very slight, and there is no reason to suppose that the diurnal revolution of the heavens was present to his mind. Hence we need not attribute to him the error from which we are defending Plato. After weighing one against the other all these complicated probabilities, the final conclusion at which we arrive is that there is nearly as much to be said on the one side of the question as on the other, and that we are not perfectly certain whether, as Burke and the majority of commentators, ancient as well as modern, are inclined to believe, Plato thought that the earth was at rest in the center of the universe, or, as Aristotle and Mr. Grote suppose, that it revolved on its axis. Whether we assume the earth to be stationary in the center of the universe, or to revolve with the heavens, no explanation is given of the variation in the length of days and nights at different times of the year. The relations of the earth and heavens are so indistinct in the Timaeus and so figurative in the Phaedo, Phaedrus, and Republic, that we must give up the hope of ascertaining how they were imagined by Plato, if he had any fixed or scientific conception of them at all. Section V. The soul of the world is framed on the analogy of the soul of man, and many traces of anthropomorphism blend with Plato's highest flights of idealism. The heavenly bodies are endowed with thought. The principles of the same and other exist in the universe as well as in the human mind. The soul of man is made out of the remains of the elements which had been used in creating the soul of the world. These remains, however, are diluted to the third degree. By this Plato expresses the measure of the difference between the soul human and divine. The human soul, like the cosmical, is framed before the body, as the mind is before the soul of either 30b. This is the order of the divine work, and the finer parts of the body, which are more akin to the soul, such as the spinal marrow, are prior to the bones and flesh. The brain, the containing vessel of the divine part of the soul, is nearly in the form of a globe, which is the image of the gods who are the stars and of the universe. There is, however, an inconsistency in Plato's manner of conceiving the soul of man. He cannot get rid of the element of necessity which is allowed to enter. He does not, like Kant, attempt to vindicate for men a freedom out of space and time, but he acknowledges him to be subject to the influence of external causes, and leaves hardly any place for freedom of the will. The lusts of men are caused by their bodily constitution, 86c, though they may be increased by bad education and bad laws, which implies that they may be decreased by good education and good laws. He appears to have an inkling of the truth that to the higher nature of man evil is involuntary. This is mixed up with the view which, while apparently agreeing with it, is in reality the opposite of it, that vice is due to physical causes, 86d. In the Timaeus, as well as in the laws, he also regards vices and crimes as simply involuntary. They are diseases analogous to the diseases of the body, and arising out of the same causes. If we draw together the opposite poles of Plato's system, we find that, like Spinoza, he combines idealism with fatalism, see infra. The soul of man is divided by him into three parts, answering roughly to the charioteer and steeds of the Phaedrus, and to the lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, theta upsilon mu omicron sigma, and leta 1 f10 pi iota theta upsilon mu iota alpha of the Republic and Nicomachean ethics. First, there is the immortal nature of which the brain is the seat, and which is akin to the soul of the universe. This alone thinks and knows, and is the ruler of the whole. Secondly, there is the high immortal soul, which, though liable to perturbations of her own, takes the side of reason against the lower appetites. The seat of this is the heart, in which courage, anger, and all the nobler affections are supposed to reside. There the veins all meet. It is their center or house of God, whence they carry the orders of the thinking being to the extremities of his kingdom. There is also a third or appetitive soul, which receives the commands of the immortal part, not immediately but mediately, through the liver, which reflects on its surface the admonitions and threats of the reason. The liver is imagined by Plato to be a smooth and bright substance, having a store of sweetness and also of bitterness, which reason freely uses in the execution of her mandates. In this region, as ancient superstition told, were to be found intimations of the future. But Plato is careful to observe that although such knowledge is given to the inferior parts of man, it requires to be interpreted by the superior. Reason, and not enthusiasm, is the true guide of man. He is only inspired when he is demented by some distemper or possession. The ancient saying that only a man in his senses can judge of his own actions is approved by modern philosophy too. The same irony which appears in Plato's remark that the men of old time must surely have known the gods who were their ancestors, and we should believe them as custom requires, is also manifest in his account of divination. The appetitive soul is seated in the belly, and they're imprisoned like a wild beast, far away from the council chamber, as Plato graphically calls the head, in order that the animal passions may not interfere with the deliberations of reason. Though the soul is said by him to be prior to the body, yet we cannot help seeing that it is constructed on the model of the body, the threefold division into the rational, passionate, and appetitive corresponding to the head, heart, and belly. The human soul differs from the soul of the world in this respect, that it is enveloped and finds its expression in matter, whereas the soul of the world is not only enveloped or diffused in matter, but is the element in which matter moves. The breath of man is within him, but the air or ether of heaven is the element which surrounds him and all things. Pleasure and pain are attributed in the Timaeus to the suddenness of our sensations, the first being a sudden restoration, the second a sudden violation of nature, Philebus 31d. The sensations become conscious to us when they are exceptional. Sight is not attended either by pleasure or pain, but hunger and the appeasing of hunger are pleasant and painful because they are extraordinary. Section VI. I shall not attempt to connect the physiological speculations of Plato either with ancient or modern medicine. What light I can throw upon them will be derived from the comparison of them with his general system. There is no principle so apparent in the physics of the Timaeus, or in ancient physics generally, as that of continuity. The world is conceived of as a whole, and the elements are formed into and out of one another. The varieties of substances and processes are hardly known or noticed. And in a similar manner the human body is conceived of as a whole, and the different substances of which, to a superficial observer, it appears to be composed, the blood, flesh. Sinews, like the elements out of which they are formed, are supposed to pass into one another in regular order, while the infinite complexity of the human frame remains unobserved. And diseases arise from the opposite process, when the natural proportions of the four elements are disturbed, and the secondary substances which are formed out of them, namely blood, flesh, sinews, are generated in an inverse order. Plato found heat and air within the human frame, and the blood circulating in every part. He assumes in language almost unintelligible to us that a network of fire and air envelopes the greater part of the body. This outer net contains two lesser nets, one corresponding to the stomach, the other to the lungs, and the entrance to the latter is forked or divided into two passages which lead to the nostrils and to the mouth. In the process of respiration, the external net is said to find a way in and out of the pores of the skin, while the interior of it and the lesser nets move alternately into each other. The whole description is figurative, as Plato himself implies, 79d, when he speaks of a fountain of fire which we compare to the network of a creel. He really means by this what we should describe as a state of heat or temperature in the interior of the body. The fountain of fire or heat is also in a figure the circulation of the blood. The passage is partly imagination, partly fact. He has a singular theory of respiration for which he accounts solely by the movement of the air in and out of the body. He does not attribute any part of the process to the action of the body itself. The air has a double ingress and a double exit, through the mouth or nostrils and through the skin. When exhaled through the mouth or nostrils, it leaves a vacuum which is filled up by other air finding a way in through the pores. This air being thrust out of its place by the exhalation from the mouth and nostrils. There is also a corresponding process of inhalation through the mouth or nostrils and of exhalation through the pores. The inhalation through the pores appears to take place nearly at the same time as the exhalation through the mouth, and conversely. The internal fire is in either case the propelling cause outwards, the inhaled air, when heated by it, having a natural tendency to move out of the body to the place of fire, while the impossibility of a vacuum is the propelling cause inwards. Thus we see that this singular theory is dependent on two principles largely employed by Plato in explaining the operations of nature: the impossibility of a vacuum and the attraction of like to like. To these there has to be added a third principle, which is the condition of the action of the other two, the interpenetration of particles in proportion to their density or rarity. It is this which enables fire and air to permeate the flesh. Plato's account of digestion and the circulation of the blood is closely connected with his theory of respiration. Digestion is supposed to be affected by the action of the internal fire, which in the process of respiration moves into the stomach and minces the food. As the fire returns to its place, it takes with it the minced food or blood, and in this way the veins are replenished. Plato does not inquire how the blood is separated from the feces. Of the anatomy and functions of the body he knew very little, e.g. of the uses of the nerves in conveying motion and sensation, which he supposed to be communicated by the bones and veins. He was also ignorant of the distinction between veins and arteries. The latter term he applies to the vessels which conduct air from the mouth to the lungs. He supposes the lung to be hollow and bloodless. The spinal marrow he conceives to be the seat of generation. He confuses the parts of the body with the states of the body. The network of fire and air is spoken of as a bodily organ. He has absolutely no idea of the phenomena of respiration, which he attributes to a law of equalization in nature, the air which is breathed out displacing other air which finds a way in. He is wholly unacquainted with the process of digestion, except the general divisions into the spleen, the liver, the belly, and the lungs, and the obvious distinctions of flesh, bones, and the limbs of the body. We find nothing that reminds us of anatomical facts, but we find much which is derived from his theory of the universe and transferred to man, as there is much also in his theory of the universe which is suggested by man. The microcosm of the human body is the lesser image of the macrocosm. The causes of the same and the other affect both. They are made of the same elements and therefore in the same proportions. Both are intelligent natures endued with the power of self-motion, and the same equipoise is maintained in both. The animal is a sort of world to the particles of the blood which circulate in it. All the four elements entered into the original composition of the human frame. The bone was formed out of smooth earth. Liquids of various kinds pass to and fro. The network of fire and air irrigates the veins. Infancy and childhood is the chaos or first turbid flux of sense prior to the establishment of order. The intervals of time, which may be observed in some intermittent fevers, correspond to the density of the elements. The spinal marrow, including the brain, is formed out of the finest sorts of triangles, and is the connecting link between body and mind. Health is only to be preserved by imitating the motions of the world in space, which is the mother and nurse of generation. The work of digestion is carried on by the superior sharpness of the triangles forming the substances of the human body to those which are introduced into it in the shape of food. The freshest and acutest forms of triangles are those that are found in children, but they become more obtuse with advancing years, and when they finally wear out and fall to pieces, old age and death supervene. As in the Republic, Plato is still the enemy of the purgative treatment of physicians, which, except in extreme cases, no man of sense will ever adopt. For as he adds, with an insight into the truth, every disease is akin to the nature of the living being and is only irritated by stimulants. He is of opinion that nature should be left to herself, and is inclined to think that physicians are in vain, Laws VI 761c, where he says that warm baths would be more beneficial to the limbs of the aged rustic than the prescriptions of a not overwise doctor. If he seems to be extreme in his condemnation of medicine and to rely too much on diet and exercise, he might appeal to nearly all the best physicians of our own age in support of his opinions, who often speak to their patients of the worthlessness of drugs, for we ourselves are skeptical about medicine and very unwilling to submit to the purgative treatment of physicians. May we not claim for Plato an anticipation of modern ideas as about some questions of astronomy and physics, so also about medicine. As in the Charmides 156:7, he tells us that the body cannot be cured without the soul, so in the Timaeus, he strongly asserts the sympathy of soul and body. Any defect of either is the occasion of the greatest discord and disproportion in the other. Here too may be a presentiment that in the medicine of the future, the interdependence of mind and body will be more fully recognized, and that the influence of the one over the other may be exerted in a manner which is not now thought possible. Section Roman 7 in Plato's explanation of sensation, we are struck by the fact that he has not the same distinct conception of organs of sense which is familiar to ourselves. The senses are not instruments, but rather passages, through which external objects strike upon the mind. The eye is the aperture through which the stream of vision passes. The ear is the aperture through which the vibrations of sound pass. But that the complex structure of the eye or the ear is in any sense the cause of sight and hearing, he seems hardly to be aware. The process of sight is the most complicated, Republic VI 507, 508, and consists of three elements: the light which is supposed to reside within the eye, the light of the sun, and the light emitted from external objects. When the light of the eye meets the light of the sun, and both together meet the light issuing from an external object, this is the simple act of sight. When the particles of light which proceed from the object are exactly equal to the particles of the visual ray which meet them from within, then the body is transparent. If they are larger and contract the visual ray, a black color is produced. If they are smaller and dilate it, a white. Other phenomena are produced by the variety and motion of light. A sudden flash of fire at once elicits light and moisture from the eye and causes a bright color. A more subdued light, on mingling with the moisture of the eye, produces a red color. Out of these elements, all other colors are derived. All of them are combinations of bright and red with white and black. Plato himself tells us that he does not know in what proportions they combine, and he is of opinion that such knowledge is granted to the gods only. To have seen the affinity of them to each other and their connection with light is not a bad basis for a theory of colors. We must remember that they were not distinctly defined to his as they are to our eyes. He saw them, not as they are divided in the prism, or artificially manufactured for the painter's use, but as they exist in nature, blended and confused with one another. We can hardly agree with him when he tells us that smells do not admit of kinds. He seems to think that no definite qualities can attach to bodies which are in a state of transition or evaporation. He also makes the subtle observation that smells must be denser than air, though thinner than water, because when there is an obstruction to the breathing, air can penetrate, but not smell. The affections peculiar to the tongue are of various kinds, and like many other affections, are caused by contraction and dilation. Some of them are produced by rough, others by abstergent, others by inflammatory substances. These act upon the testing instruments of the tongue and produce a more or less disagreeable sensation, while other particles congenial to the tongue soften and harmonize them. The instruments of taste reach from the tongue to the heart. Plato has a lively sense of the manner in which sensation and motion are communicated from one part of the body to the other, though he confuses the affections with the organs. Hearing is a blow which passes through the ear and ends in the region of the liver, being transmitted by means of the air, the brain, and the blood to the soul. The swifter sound is acute, the sound which moves slowly is grave. A great body of sound is loud, the opposite is low. Discord is produced by the swifter and slower motions of two sounds, and is converted into harmony when the swifter motions begin to pause and are overtaken by the slower. The general phenomena of sensation are partly internal, but the more violent are caused by conflict with external objects. Proceeding by a method of superficial observation, Plato remarks that the more sensitive parts of the human frame are those which are least covered by flesh, as is the case with the head and the elbows. Man, if his head had been covered with a thicker pulp of flesh, might have been a longer-lived animal than he is, but could not have had as quick perceptions. On the other hand, the tongue is one of the most sensitive of organs, but then this is made, not to be a covering to the bones which contain the marrow or sauce of life, but with an express purpose, and in a separate mass, 75a. Section Roman 8, we have now to consider how far in any of these speculations Plato approximated to the discoveries of modern science. The modern physical philosopher is apt to dwell exclusively on the absurdities of ancient ideas about science, on the haphazard fancies and a priori assumptions of ancient teachers, on their confusion of facts and ideas, on their inconsistency and blindness to the most obvious phenomena. He measures them not by what preceded them, but by what has followed them. He does not consider that ancient physical philosophy was not a free inquiry, but a growth, in which the mind was passive rather than active, and was incapable of resisting the impressions which flowed in upon it. He hardly allows to the notions of the ancients the merit of being the stepping stones by which he has himself risen to a higher knowledge. He never reflects how great a thing it was to have formed a conception, however imperfect, either of the human frame as a whole or of the world as a whole. According to the view taken in these volumes, the eras of ancient physicists were not separable from the intellectual conditions under which they lived. Their genius was their own, and they were not the rash and hasty generalizers which, since the days of Bacon, we have been apt to suppose them. The thoughts of men widen to receive experience. At first, they seem to know all things as in a dream. After a while, they look at them closely and hold them in their hands. They begin to arrange them in classes and to connect causes with effects. General notions are necessary to the apprehension of particular facts, the metaphysical to the physical. Before men can observe the world, they must be able to conceive it. To do justice to the subject, we should consider the physical philosophy of the ancients as a whole. We should remember, 1. That the nebula theory was the received belief of several of the early physicists. 2. That the development of animals out of fishes who came to land, and of man out of the animals, was held by Anaximander in the 6th century before Christ. Plutarch, Symptotic Questions, Roman 8:8-4. Placita Philosophorum v. 19:1. 3. That even by Philolaus and the early Pythagoreans, the earth was held to be a body like the other stars revolving in space around the sun or a central fire. 4. That the beginnings of chemistry are discernible in the similar particles of Anaxagoras. Also they knew or thought 5. That there was a sex in plants as well as in animals. 6. They were aware that musical notes depended on the relative length or tension of the strings from which they were emitted, and were measured by ratios of number. 7. That mathematical laws pervaded the world, and even qualitative differences were supposed to have their origin in number and figure. 8. The annihilation of matter was denied by several of them, and the seeming disappearance of it held to be a transformation only. For although one of these discoveries might have been supposed to be a happy guess, taken together, they seem to imply a great advance and almost maturity of natural knowledge. We should also remember, when we attribute to the ancients hasty generalizations and delusions of language, that physical philosophy and metaphysical, too, have been guilty of similar fallacies in quite recent times. We by no means distinguish clearly between mind and body, between ideas and facts. Have not many discussions arisen about the atomic theory, in which a point has been confused with a material atom? Have not the natures of things been explained by imaginary entities, such as life or phlogiston, which exist in the mind only? Has not disease been regarded like sin, sometimes as a negative and necessary, sometimes as a positive or malignant principle? The idols of Bacon are nearly as common now as ever. They are inherent in the human mind. And when they have the most complete dominion over us, we are least able to perceive them. We recognize them in the ancients, but we fail to see them in ourselves. Such reflections, although this is not the place in which to dwell upon them at length, lead us to take a favorable view of the speculations of the Timaeus. We should consider not how much Plato actually knew, but how far he has contributed to the general ideas of physics, or supplied the notions which, whether true or false, have stimulated the minds of later generations in the path of discovery. Some of them may seem old-fashioned, but may nevertheless have had a great influence in promoting system and assisting inquiry, while in others we hear the latest word of physical or metaphysical philosophy. There is also an intermediate class, in which Plato falls short of the truths of modern science, though he is not wholly unacquainted with them. 1. To the first class belongs the teleological theory of creation. Whether all things in the world can be explained as the result of natural laws, or whether we must not admit of tendencies and marks of design also, has been a question much disputed of late years. Even if all phenomena are the result of natural forces, we must admit that there are many things in heaven and earth which are as well expressed under the image of mind or design as under any other. At any rate, the language of Plato has been the language of natural theology down to our own time, nor can any description of the world wholly dispense with it. The notion of first and second, or cooperative causes, which originally appears in the Timaeus, has likewise survived to our own day, and has been a great peacemaker between theology and science. Plato also approaches very near to our doctrine of the primary and secondary qualities of matter. 2. Another popular notion which is found in the Timaeus is the feebleness of the human intellect. God knows the original qualities of things. Man can only hope to attain to probability. We speak in almost the same words of human intelligence, but not in the same manner of the uncertainty of our knowledge of nature. The reason is that the latter is assured to us by experiment, and is not contrasted with the certainty of ideal or mathematical knowledge. But the ancient philosopher never experimented. In the Timaeus, Plato seems to have thought that there would be impiety in making the attempt. He, for example, who tried experiments in colors would forget the difference of the human and divine natures. 68d. Their indefiniteness is probably the reason why he singles them out, as especially incapable of being tested by experiment. Compare the saying of Anaxagoras, Sextus Empiricus Outlines of Pyrrhonism, I 33, that since snow is made of water and water is black, snow ought to be black. The greatest divination of the ancients was the supremacy which they assigned to mathematics in all the realms of nature, for in all of them there is a foundation of mechanics. Even physiology partakes of figure and number, and Plato is not wrong in attributing them to the human frame, but in the omission to observe how little could be explained by them. Thus we may remark in passing that the most fanciful of ancient philosophies is also the most nearly verified in fact. The fortunate guess that the world is a sum of numbers and figures has been the most fruitful of anticipations. The diatonic scale of the Pythagoreans and Plato suggested to Kepler that the secret of the distances of the planets from one another was to be found in mathematical proportions. The doctrine that the heavenly bodies all move in a circle is known by us to be erroneous, but without such an error, how could the human mind have comprehended the heavens? Astronomy, even in modern times, has made far greater progress by the high a priori road than could have been attained by any other. Yet, strictly speaking, and the remark applies to ancient physics generally, this high a priori road was based upon a posteriori grounds. For there were no facts of which the ancients were so well assured by experience as facts of number. Having observed that they held good in a few instances, they applied them everywhere, and in the complexity of which they were capable, found the explanation of the equally complex phenomena of the universe. They seemed to see them in the least things as well as in the greatest, in atoms as well as in suns and stars, in the human body as well as in external nature. And now a favorite speculation of modern chemistry is the explanation of qualitative difference by quantitative, which is at present verified to a certain extent and may hereafter be of far more universal application. What is this but the atoms of Democritus and the triangles of Plato? The ancients should not be wholly deprived of the credit of their guesses because they were unable to prove them. May they not have had, like the animals, an instinct of something more than they knew? Besides general notions, we seem to find in the Timaeus some more precise approximations to the discoveries of modern physical science. First, the doctrine of equipoise. Plato affirms, almost in so many words, that nature abhors a vacuum. Whenever a particle is displaced, the rest push and thrust one another until equality is restored. We must remember that these ideas were not derived from any definite experiment, but were the original reflections of man, fresh from the first observation of nature. The latest word of modern philosophy is continuity and development, but to Plato this is the beginning and foundation of science. There is nothing that he is so strongly persuaded of as that the world is one, and that all the various existences which are contained in it are only the transformations of the same soul of the world acting on the same matter. He would have readily admitted that out of the protoplasm all things were formed by the gradual process of creation, but he would have insisted that mind and intelligence, not meaning by this, however, a conscious mind or person, were prior to them and could alone have created them. Into the workings of this eternal mind or intelligence he does not enter further, nor would there have been any use in attempting to investigate the things which no eye has seen nor any human language can express. Lastly, there remain 2 points in which he seems to touch great discoveries of modern times: the law of gravitation and the circulation of the blood. 1. The law of gravitation, according to Plato, is a law not only of the attraction of lesser bodies to larger ones, but of similar bodies to similar, having a magnetic power as well as a principle of gravitation. He observed that earth, water, and air had settled down to their places, and he imagined fire or the exterior ether to have a place beyond air. When air seemed to go upwards and fire to pierce through air, when water and earth fell downward, they were seeking their native elements. He did not remark that his own explanation did not suit all phenomena, and the simpler explanation, which assigns to bodies degrees of heaviness and lightness proportioned to the mass and distance of the bodies which attract them, never occurred to him. Yet the affinities of similar substances have some effect upon the composition of the world, and of this Plato may be thought to have had an anticipation. He may be described as confusing the attraction of gravitation with the attraction of cohesion. The influence of such affinities and the chemical action of one body upon another in long periods of time have become a recognized principle of geology. 2. Plato is perfectly aware, and he could hardly be ignorant, that blood is a fluid in constant motion. He also knew that blood is partly a solid substance consisting of several elements, which, as he might have observed in the use of cupping glasses, decompose and die when no longer in motion. But the specific discovery that the blood flows out on one side of the heart through the arteries and returns through the veins on the other, which is commonly called the circulation of the blood, was absolutely unknown to him. A further study of the Timaeus suggests some afterthoughts which may be conveniently brought together in this place. The topics which I propose briefly to reconsider are a. the relation of the Timaeus to the other dialogues of Plato and to the previous philosophy, b. the nature of God and of creation, c. the morality of the Timaeus. A. The Timaeus is more imaginative and less scientific than any other of the Platonic dialogues. It is conjectural astronomy, conjectural natural philosophy, conjectural medicine. The writer himself is constantly repeating that he is speaking what is probable only. The dialogue is put into the mouth of Timaeus, a Pythagorean philosopher, and therefore here, as in the Parmenides, we are in doubt how far Plato is expressing his own sentiments. Hence the connection with the other dialogues is comparatively slight. We may fill up the lacony of the Timaeus by the help of the Republic or Phaedrus. We may identify the same and other with the pi epsilon rho alpha sigma and letta 1 f0 phi pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu of the Philebus. We may find in the laws or in the statesman parallels with the account of creation and of the first origin of man. It would be possible to frame a scheme in which all these various elements might have a place. But such a mode of proceeding would be unsatisfactory, because we have no reason to suppose that Plato intended his scattered thoughts to be collected in a system. There is a common spirit in his writings, and there are certain general principles, such as the opposition of the sensible and intellectual, and the priority of mind, which run through all of them, but he has no definite forms of words in which he consistently expresses himself. While the determinations of human thought are in process of creation, he is necessarily tentative and uncertain, and there is least of definiteness whenever, either in describing the beginning or the end of the world, he has recourse to myths. These are not the fixed modes in which spiritual truths are revealed to him, but the efforts of imagination, by which at different times and in various manners he seeks to embody his conceptions. The clouds of mythology are still resting upon him, and he has not yet pierced to the heaven of the fixed stars which is beyond them. It is safer then to admit the inconsistencies of the Timaeus, or to endeavor to fill up what is wanting from our own imagination, inspired by a study of the dialogue, than to refer to other Platonic writings, and still less should we refer to the successors of Plato for the elucidation of it. More light is thrown upon the Timaeus by a comparison of the previous philosophies, for the physical science of the ancients was traditional, descending through many generations of Ionian and Pythagorean philosophers. Plato does not look out upon the heavens and describe what he sees in them, but he builds upon the foundations of others, adding something out of the depths of his own self-consciousness. Socrates had already spoken of God the Creator, who made all things for the best, while he ridiculed the superficial explanations of phenomena which were current in his age. he recognized the marks both of benevolence and of design in the frame of man and in the world. The apparatus of winds and waters is contemptuously rejected by him in the Phaedo, but he thinks that there is a power greater than that of any atlas in the best. Phaedo 97 and following. Compare Aristotle Metaphysics I4, 5. Plato, following his master, affirms this principle of the best, but he acknowledges that the best is limited by the conditions of matter. In the generation before Socrates, Anaxagoras had brought together chaos and mind, and these are connected by Plato in the Timaeus, but in accordance with his own mode of thinking, he has interposed between them the idea or pattern according to which mind worked. The circular impulse, pi epsilon rho iota omega sigma iota sigma, of the one philosopher answers to the circular movement, pi epsilon rho iota chi omega rho eta sigma iota sigma, of the other. But unlike Anaxagoras, Plato made the sun and stars living beings, and not masses of earth or metal. The Pythagoreans again had framed a world out of numbers, which they constructed into figures. Plato adopted their speculations and improved upon them by a more exact knowledge of geometry. The atomists too made the world, if not out of geometrical figures, at least out of different forms of atoms, and these atoms resembled the triangles of Plato in being too small to be visible. But though the physiology of the Timaeus is partly borrowed from them, they are either ignored by Plato or referred to with a secret contempt and dislike. He looks with more favor on the Pythagoreans, whose intervals of number applied to the distances of the planets reappear in the Timaeus. It is probable that among the Pythagoreans living in the 4th century BC, there were already some who, like Plato, made the earth their center. Whether he obtained his circles of the same and other from any previous thinker is uncertain. The 4 elements are taken from Empedocles. The interstices of the Timaeus may also be compared with his pi omicron rho omicron iota. The passage of one element into another is common to Heraclitus and several of the Ionian philosophers. So much of a syncretist is Plato, though not after the manner of the Neoplatonists. For the elements which he borrows from others are fused and transformed by his own genius. On the other hand, we find fewer traces in Plato of early Ionic or Eleatic speculation. He does not imagine the world of sense to be made up of opposites or to be in a perpetual flux, but to vary within certain limits which are controlled by what he calls the principle of the same. Unlike the Eleatics, who relegated the world to the sphere of not being, he admits creation to have an existence which is real and even eternal, although dependent on the will of the Creator, 41a-b. Instead of maintaining the doctrine that the void has a necessary place in the existence of the world, he rather affirms the modern thesis that nature abhors a vacuum. As in the Sophist, he also denies the reality of not being. Compare Aristotle Metaphysics I4, section 9. But though in these respects he differs from them, he is deeply penetrated by the spirit of their philosophy. He differs from them with reluctance, and gladly recognizes the generous depth of Parmenides, Theaetetus 183e. There is a similarity between the Timaeus and the fragments of Philolaus, which by some has been thought to be so great as to create a suspicion that they are derived from it. Philolaus is known to us from the Phaedo of Plato as a Pythagorean philosopher residing at Thebes in the latter half of the 5th century BC, after the dispersion of the original Pythagorean society. He was the teacher of Simmias and Cebes, who became disciples of Socrates. We have hardly any other information about him. The story that Plato had purchased 3 books of his writings from a relation is not worth repeating. It is only a fanciful way in which an ancient biographer dresses up the fact that there was supposed to be a resemblance between the 2 writers. Similar gossiping stories are told about the sources of the Republic and the Phaedo. that there really existed in antiquity a work passing under the name of Philolaus, there can be no doubt. Fragments of this work are preserved to us, chiefly in Stobaeus, a few in Boethius and other writers. They remind us of the Timaeus, as well as of the Phaedrus and Philebus. When the writer says Stobaeus eclogues I 22:7 that all things are either finite definite or infinite indefinite, or a union of the two, and that this antithesis and synthesis pervades all art and nature, we are reminded of the Philebus 23 and following. When he calls the center of the world Leta 1 F11 sigma tau iota alpha, we have a parallel to the Phaedrus 247a. His distinction between the world of order, to which the sun and moon and the stars belong, and the world of disorder, which lies in the region between the moon and the earth, approximates to Plato's sphere of the same and of the other. Like Plato, Timaeus 62c and following, he denied the above and below in space, and said that all things were the same in relation to a center. He speaks also of the world as one and indestructible, for neither from within nor from without does it admit of destruction. Compare Timaeus 33. He mentions 10 heavenly bodies, including the sun and moon, the earth and the counter-earth, Leta 1 F00 nu tau iota chi sit omega nu, and in the midst of them all he places the central fire, around which they are moving. This is hidden from the earth by the counter-earth. Of neither is there any trace in Plato, who makes the earth the center of his system. Philolaus magnifies the virtues of particular numbers, especially of the number 10, Stobaeus eclogues I 2-3, and descants upon odd and even numbers, after the manner of the later Pythagoreans. It is worthy of remark that these mystical fancies are nowhere to be found in the writings of Plato, although the importance of number as a form, and also an instrument of thought, is ever present to his mind. Both Philolaus and Plato agree in making the world move in certain numerical ratios according to a musical scale, though Burke is of opinion that the two scales, of Philolaus and of the Timaeus, do not correspond. We appear not to be sufficiently acquainted with the early Pythagoreans to know how far the statements contained in these fragments corresponded with their doctrines, and we therefore cannot pronounce, either in favor of the genuineness of the fragments, with Burke and Zella, or with Valentine, Rose, and Schachschmidt against them, but it is clear that they throw but little light upon the Timaeus, and that their resemblance to it has been exaggerated. That there is a degree of confusion and indistinctness in Plato's account both of man and of the universe has been already acknowledged. We cannot tell, nor could Plato himself have told, where the figure or myth ends and the philosophical truth begins. We cannot explain, nor could Plato himself have explained to us, the relation of the ideas to appearance, of which one is the copy of the other, and yet of all things in the world they are the most opposed and unlike. This opposition is presented to us in many forms, as the antithesis of the one and many, of the finite and infinite, of the intelligible and sensible, of the unchangeable and the changing, of the indivisible and the divisible, of the fixed stars and the planets, of the creative mind and the primeval chaos. These pairs of opposites are so many aspects of the great opposition between ideas and phenomena, they easily pass into one another, and sometimes the two members of the relation differ in kind, sometimes only in degree. As in Aristotle's matter and form, the connection between them is really inseparable, for if we attempt to separate them, they become devoid of content and therefore indistinguishable. There is no difference between the idea of which nothing can be predicated and the chaos or matter which has no perceptible qualities, between being in the abstract and nothing. Yet we are frequently told that the one class of them is the reality and the other appearance, and one is often spoken of as the double or reflection of the other. For Plato never clearly saw that both elements had an equal place in mind and in nature, and hence, especially when we argue from isolated passages in his writings, or attempt to draw what appear to us to be the natural inferences from them, we are full of perplexity. There is a similar confusion about necessity and free will, and about the state of the soul after death. Also, he sometimes supposes that God is immanent in the world, sometimes that he is transcendent. And having no distinction of objective and subjective, he passes imperceptibly from one to the other, from intelligence to soul, from eternity to time. These contradictions may be softened or concealed by a judicious use of language, but they cannot be wholly got rid of. That an age of intellectual transition must also be one of inconsistency, that the creative is opposed to the critical or defining habit of mind or time, has been often repeated by us. But, as Plato would say, there is no harm in repeating twice or thrice, Laws vi 754c, what is important for the understanding of a great author. It has not, however, been observed that the confusion partly arises out of the elements of opposing philosophies which are preserved in him. He holds these in solution, he brings them into relation with one another, but he does not perfectly harmonize them. They are part of his own mind, and he is incapable of placing himself outside of them and criticizing them. They grow as he grows. They are a kind of composition with which his own philosophy is overlaid. In early life he fancies that he has mastered them, but he is also mastered by them, and in language compare Sophist 243b, which may be compared with the hesitating tone of the Timaeus. He confesses in his later years that they are full of obscurity to him. He attributes new meanings to the words of Parmenides and Heraclitus, but at times the old elitic philosophy appears to go beyond him. Then the world of phenomena disappears. But the doctrine of ideas is also reduced to nothingness. All of them are nearer to one another than they themselves supposed, and nearer to him than he supposed. All of them are antagonistic to sense, and have an affinity to number and measure, and a presentiment of ideas. Even in Plato, they still retain their contentious or controversial character, which was developed by the growth of dialectic. He is never able to reconcile the first causes of the pre-Socratic philosophers with the final causes of Socrates himself. There is no intelligible account of the relation of numbers to the universal ideas, or of universals to the idea of good. He found them all three in the Pythagorean philosophy and in the teaching of Socrates and of the Megarians respectively, and because they all furnished modes of explaining and arranging phenomena, he is unwilling to give up any of them, though he is unable to unite them in a consistent whole. Lastly, Plato, though an idealist philosopher, is Greek and not Oriental in spirit and feeling. He is no mystic or ascetic. He is not seeking in vain to get rid of matter or to find absorption in the divine nature or in the soul of the universe. And therefore we are not surprised to find that his philosophy in the Timaeus returns at last to a worship of the heavens, and that to him, as to other Greeks, nature, though containing a remnant of evil, is still glorious and divine. He takes away or drops the veil of mythology, and presents her to us in what appears to him to be the form fairer and truer far of mathematical figures. It is this element in the Timaeus, no less than its affinity to certain Pythagorean speculations, which gives it a character not wholly in accordance with the other dialogues of Plato. The Timaeus contains an assertion perhaps more distinct than is found in any of the other dialogues. Republic Roman 2 379a, Laws X 901, 2 of the goodness of God. He was good himself, and he fashioned the good everywhere. He was not a jealous God, and therefore he desired that all other things should be equally good. He is the idea of good who has now become a person, and speaks and is spoken of as God. Yet his personality seems to appear only in the act of creation. In so far as he works with his eye fixed upon an eternal pattern, he is like the human artificer in the Republic, VI 501b, X 597. Here the theory of Platonic ideas intrudes upon us. God, like man, is supposed to have an ideal of which Plato is unable to tell us the origin. He may be said, in the language of modern philosophy, to resolve the divine mind into subject and object. The first work of creation is perfected, the second begins under the direction of inferior ministers. The supreme God is withdrawn from the world and returns to his own accustomed nature. Timaeus 42e. As in the Statesman 272e, he retires to his place of view. So early did the Epicurean doctrine take possession of the Greek mind, and so natural is it to the heart of man, when he has once passed out of the stage of mythology into that of rational religion. For he sees the marks of design in the world. But he no longer sees or fancies that he sees God walking in the garden or haunting stream or mountain. He feels also that he must put God as far as possible out of the way of evil, and therefore he banishes him from an evil world. Plato is sensible of the difficulty, and he often shows that he is desirous of justifying the ways of God to man. Yet on the other hand, in the 10th book of the Laws, 899, 900 and following, he passes a censure on those who say that the gods have no care of human things. The creation of the world is the impression of order on a previously existing chaos. The formula of Anaxagoras, all things were in chaos or confusion, and then mind came and disposed them, is a summary of the first part of the Timaeus. It is true that of a chaos without differences no idea could be formed. All was not mixed but one, and therefore it was not difficult for the later Platonists to draw inferences by which they were enabled to reconcile the narrative of the Timaeus with the Mosaic account of the creation. Neither when we speak of mind or intelligence do we seem to get much further in our conception than circular motion, which was deemed to be the most perfect. Plato, like Anaxagoras, while commencing his theory of the universe with ideas of mind and of the best, is compelled in the execution of his design to condescend to the crudest physics. See, the morality of the Timaeus is singular, and it is difficult to adjust the balance between the two elements of it. The difficulty which Plato feels is that which all of us feel, and which is increased in our own day by the progress of physical science, how the responsibility of man is to be reconciled with his dependence on natural causes. And sometimes, like other men, he is more impressed by one aspect of human life, sometimes by the other. In the Republic, he represents man as freely choosing his own lot in a state prior to birth, a conception which, if taken literally, would still leave him subject to the dominion of necessity in his afterlife. In the Statesman, he supposes the human race to be preserved in the world only by a divine interposition, while in the Timaeus, the supreme God commissions the inferior deities to avert from him all but self-inflicted evils, words which imply that all the evils of men are really self-inflicted. And here, like Plato 54b, the insertion of a note in the text of an ancient writer is a literary curiosity worthy of remark. We may take occasion to correct an error, for we too hastily said that Plato in the Timaeus regarded all vices and crimes as involuntary. But the fact is that he is inconsistent with himself. In one and the same passage, 86, vice is attributed to the relaxation of the bodily frame, and yet we are exhorted to avoid it and pursue virtue. It is also admitted that good and evil conduct are to be attributed respectively to good and evil laws and institutions. These cannot be given by individuals to themselves, and therefore human actions, in so far as they are dependent upon them, are regarded by Plato as involuntary rather than voluntary. Like other writers on this subject, he is unable to escape from some degree of self-contradiction. He had learned from Socrates that vice is ignorance, and suddenly the doctrine seems to him to be confirmed by observing how much of the good and bad in human character depends on the bodily constitution. So in modern times, the speculative doctrine of necessity has often been supported by physical facts. The Timaeus also contains an anticipation of the Stoical life according to nature. Man contemplating the heavens is to regulate his erring life according to them. He is to partake of the repose of nature and of the order of nature, to bring the variable principle in himself into harmony with the principle of the same. The ethics of the Timaeus may be summed up in the single idea of law. To feel habitually that he is part of the order of the universe is one of the highest ethical motives of which man is capable. Something like this is what Plato means when he speaks of the soul moving about the same in unchanging thought of the same. He does not explain how man is acted upon by the lesser influences of custom or of opinion, or how the commands of the soul watching in the citadel are conveyed to the bodily organs. But this, perhaps, to use once more expressions of his own, is part of another subject, 87b, or maybe more suitably discussed on some other occasion, 38b. There is no difficulty, by the help of Aristotle and later writers, in criticizing the Timaeus of Plato, in pointing out the inconsistencies of the work, in dwelling on the ignorance of anatomy displayed by the author, in showing the fancifulness or unmeaningness of some of his reasons. But the Timaeus still remains the greatest effort of the human mind to conceive the world as a whole, which the genius of antiquity has bequeathed to us. One more aspect of the Timaeus remains to be considered, the mythological or geographical. Is it not a wonderful thing that a few pages of one of Plato's dialogues have grown into a great legend, not confined to Greece only, but spreading far and wide over the nations of Europe and reaching even to Egypt and Asia? Like the tale of Troy or the legend of the 10 tribes, compare Ewald, History of Israel, Vol. V., which perhaps originated in a few verses of Roman 2 Esdras, c. Roman 13, it has become famous because it has coincided with a great historical fact. Like the romance of King Arthur, which has had so great a charm, it has found a way over the seas from one country and language to another. It inspired the navigators of the 15th and 16th centuries. It foreshadowed the discovery of America. It realized the fiction so natural to the human mind because it answered the inquiry about the origin of the arts, that there had somewhere existed an ancient primitive civilization. It might find a place wherever men chose to look for it, in north, south, east, or west, in the islands of the blessed, before the entrance of the Straits of Gibraltar, in Sweden or in Palestine. It mattered little whether the description in Plato agreed with the locality assigned to it or not. It was a legend so adapted to the human mind that it made a habitation for itself in any country. It was an island in the clouds, which might be seen anywhere by the eye of faith. It was a subject especially congenial to the ponderous industry of certain French and Swedish writers, who delighted in heaping up learning of all sorts, but were incapable of using it. M. Martin has written a valuable dissertation on the opinions entertained respecting the island of Atlantis in ancient and modern times. It is a curious chapter in the history of the human mind. The tale of Atlantis is the fabric of a vision, but it has never ceased to interest mankind. It was variously regarded by the ancients themselves. The stronger heads among them, like Strabo and Longinus, were as little disposed to believe in the truth of it as the modern reader in Gulliver or Robinson Crusoe. On the other hand, there is no kind or degree of absurdity or fancy in which the more foolish writers, both of antiquity and of modern times, have not indulged respecting it. The Neoplatonists, loyal to their master, like some commentators on the Christian scriptures, sought to give an allegorical meaning to what they also believed to be an historical fact. It was as if someone in our own day were to convert the poems of Homer into an allegory of the Christian religion, at the same time maintaining them to be an exact and veritable history. In the Middle Ages, the legend seems to have been half forgotten until revived by the discovery of America. It helped to form the utopia of Sir Thomas More and the New Atlantis of Bacon, although probably neither of those great men were at all imposed upon by the fiction. It was most prolific in the 17th or in the early part of the 18th century, when the human mind, seeking for utopias or inventing them, was glad to escape out of the dullness of the present into the romance of the past or some ideal of the future. The later forms of such narratives contained features taken from the Edda, as well as from the Old and New Testament, also from the tales of missionaries and the experiences of travelers and of colonists. The various opinions respecting the island of Atlantis have no interest for us except in so far as they illustrate the extravagances of which men are capable. But this is a real interest and a serious lesson, if we remember that now as formerly the human mind is liable to be imposed upon by the illusions of the past, which are ever assuming some new form. When we have shaken off the rubbish of ages, there remain one or two questions of which the investigation has a permanent value. 1. Did Plato derive the legend of Atlantis from an Egyptian source? It may be replied that there is no such legend in any writer previous to Plato. Neither in Homer, nor in Pindar, nor in Herodotus is there any mention of an island of Atlantis, nor any reference to it in Aristotle, nor any citation of an earlier writer by a later one in which it is to be found. Nor have any traces been discovered hitherto in Egyptian monuments of a connection between Greece and Egypt older than the 8th or 9th century BC. It is true that Proclus, writing in the 5th century after Christ, tells us of stones and columns in Egypt on which the history of the island of Atlantis was engraved. The statement may be false. There are similar tales about columns set up by the Canaanites whom Joshua drove out, Procopius. But even if true, it would only show that the legend, 800 years after the time of Plato, had been transferred to Egypt and inscribed not like other forgeries in books but on stone. Probably in the Alexandrian age, when Egypt had ceased to have a history and began to appropriate the legends of other nations, many such monuments were to be found of events which had become famous in that or other countries. The oldest witness to the story is said to be Crantor, a Stoic philosopher who lived a generation later than Plato, and therefore may have borrowed it from him. The statement is found in Proclus, but we require better assurance than Proclus can give us before we accept this or any other statement which he makes. Who would desire better evidence than that of Critias, who had heard the narrative in youth when the memory is strongest, 26b, at the age of 10 from his grandfather Critias, an old man of 90, who in turn had heard it from Solon himself? Is not the famous expression, "You Hellenes are ever children, and there is no knowledge among you hoary with age," really a compliment to the Athenians who are described in these words as ever young? And is the thought expressed in them to be attributed to the learning of the Egyptian priest, and not rather to the genius of Plato? Or when the Egyptian says, "Hereafter at our leisure, we will take up the written documents and examine in detail the exact truth about these things," what is this but a literary trick by which Plato sets off his narrative? Could any war between Athens and the island of Atlantis have really coincided with the struggle between the Greeks and Persians, as is sufficiently hinted, though not expressly stated, in the narrative of Plato? And whence came the tradition to Egypt, or in what does the story consist except in the war between the two rival powers and the submersion of both of them? And how was the tale transferred to the poem of Solon? It is not improbable, says Mr. Secondly, passing from the external to the internal evidence, we may remark that the story is far more likely to have been invented by Plato than to have been brought by Solon from Egypt. That is another part of his legend which Plato also seeks to impose upon us. The verisimilitude which he has given to the tale is a further reason for suspecting it, for he could easily invent Egyptian or any other tales. Phaedrus 275b are not the words. The truth of the story is a great advantage. If we read between the lines an indication of the fiction, it is only a legend that Solon went to Egypt, and if he did, he could not have conversed with Egyptian priests or have read records in their temples. The truth is that the introduction is a mosaic work of small touches which, partly by their minuteness, and also by their seeming probability, win the confidence of the reader. Grote. That Solon did leave an unfinished Egyptian poem, Plato, Vol. Roman 3p. 295, but are probabilities for which there is not a tittle of evidence, and which are without any parallel to be deemed worthy of attention by the critic. How came the poem of Solon to disappear in antiquity? Or why did Plato, if the whole narrative was known to him, break off almost at the beginning of it, while therefore admiring the diligence and erudition of M. Martin? We cannot for a moment suppose that the tale was told to Solon by an Egyptian priest. Nor can we believe that Solon wrote a poem upon the theme which was thus suggested to him, a poem which disappeared in antiquity, or that the island of Atlantis or the antediluvian Athens ever had any existence except in the imagination of Plato. Martin is of opinion that Plato would have been terrified if he could have foreseen the endless fancies to which his island of Atlantis has given occasion. Rather, he would have been infinitely amused if he could have known that his gift of invention would have deceived M. Martin himself into the belief that the tradition was brought from Egypt by Solon and made the subject of a poem by him, Tome IP 323. M. Martin may also be gently censured for citing, without sufficient discrimination, ancient authors having very different degrees of authority and value. 2. It is an interesting and not unimportant question which is touched upon by Martin, whether the Atlantis of Plato in any degree held out a guiding light to the early navigators. He is inclined to think that there is no real connection between them. But surely the discovery of the New World was preceded by a prophetic anticipation of it, which, like the hope of a Messiah, was entering into the hearts of men, and this hope was nursed by ancient tradition, which had found expression from time to time in the celebrated lines of Seneca and in many other places. This tradition was sustained by the great authority of Plato, and therefore the legend of the island of Atlantis, though not closely connected with the voyages of the early navigators, may be truly said to have contributed indirectly to the great discovery. The Timaeus of Plato, like the Protagoras and several portions of the Phaedrus and Republic, was translated by Cicero into Latin. About a fourth, comprehending with Lacony the first portion of the dialogue, is preserved in several MSS. These generally agree, and therefore may be supposed to be derived from a single original. The version is very faithful, and is a remarkable monument of Cicero's skill in managing the difficult and intractable Greek. In his treatise De Natura Deorum I 8:12, Roman 2:12, he also refers to the Timaeus, which, speaking in the person of Velleius the Epicurean, he severely criticizes. The commentary of Proclus F.L. c. 440 ad on the Timaeus is a wonderful monument of the silliness and prolixity of the Alexandrian age. It extends to about 30 pages of the book and is 30 times the length of the original. It is surprising that this voluminous work should have found a translator, Thomas Taylor, a kindred spirit, who was himself a Neoplatonist, after the fashion, not of the 5th or 16th, but of the 19th century AD. The commentary is of little or no value, either in a philosophical or philological point of view. The writer is unable to explain particular passages in any precise manner, and he is equally incapable of grasping the whole. He does not take words in their simple meaning or sentences in their natural connection. He is thinking, not of the context in Plato, but of the contemporary Pythagorean philosophers and their wordy strife. He finds nothing in the text which he does not bring to it. He is full of porphyry, iamblichus, and Plotinus, of misapplied logic, of misunderstood grammar, and of the Orphic theology. Although such a work can contribute little or nothing to the understanding of Plato, it throws an interesting light on the Alexandrian times. It realizes how a philosophy made up of words only may create a deep and widespread enthusiasm, how the forms of logic and rhetoric may usurp the place of reason and truth, how all philosophies grow faded and discolored, and are patched and made up again like worn-out garments, and retain only a second-hand existence. He who would study this degeneracy of philosophy and of the Greek mind in the original cannot do better than devote a few of his days and nights to the commentary of Proclus on the Timaeus. A very different account must be given of the short work entitled Timaeus Locrus, which is a brief but clear analysis of the Timaeus of Plato, omitting the introduction or dialogue and making a few small additions. It does not allude to the original from which it is taken. It is quite free from mysticism and Neoplatonism. In length, it does not exceed a fifth part of the Timaeus. It is written in the Doric dialect, and contains several words which do not occur in classical Greek. No other indication of its date, except this uncertain one of language, appears in it. In several places, the writer has simplified the language of Plato. In a few others, he has embellished and exaggerated it. He generally preserves the thought of the original, but does not copy the words. On the whole, this little tract faithfully reflects the meaning and spirit of the Timaeus. From the garden of the Timaeus, as from the other dialogues of Plato, we may still gather a few flowers and present them at parting to the reader. There is nothing in Plato grander and simpler than the conversation between Solon and the Egyptian priest, in which the youthfulness of Hellas is contrasted with the antiquity of Egypt. Here are to be found the famous words, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are ever young, and there is not an old man among you," which may be compared to the lively saying of Hegel, that Greek history began with the youth Achilles and left off with the youth Alexander. The numerous arts of verisimilitude by which Plato insinuates into the mind of the reader the truth of his narrative have been already referred to. Here occur a sentence or two not wanting in Platonic irony. Phi omega nu letter 1 f b6 nu tau alpha sigma upsilon nu epsilon tau omicron letter 1 f d6 sigma iota, a word to the wise. 40d and following. To know or tell the origin of the other divinities is beyond us, and we must accept the traditions of the men of old time who affirm themselves to be the offspring of the gods. That is what they say, and they must surely have known their own ancestors. How can we doubt the word of the children of the gods, although they give no probable or certain proofs still, as they declare that they are speaking of what took place in their own family? We must conform to custom and believe them. 76e. Our creators well knew that women and other animals would someday be framed out of men, and they further knew that many animals would require the use of nails for many purposes. Wherefore they fashioned in men at their first creation the rudiments of nails. Or once more, let us reflect on two serious passages in which the order of the world is supposed to find a place in the human soul and to infuse harmony into it. 37 and following. The soul, when touching anything that has essence, whether dispersed in parts or undivided, is stirred through all her powers to declare the sameness or difference of that thing and some other, and to what individuals are related, and by what affected, and in what way and how and when, both in the world of generation and in the world of immutable being, and when reason, which works with equal truth, whether she be in the circle of the diverse or of the same, in voiceless silence holding her onward course in the sphere of the self-moved, when reason, I say, is hovering around the sensible world, and when the circle of the diverse also moving truly imparts the intimations of sense to the whole soul, then arise opinions and beliefs sure and certain. But when reason is concerned with the rational, and the circle of the same moving smoothly declares it, then intelligence and knowledge are necessarily perfected, where, proceeding in a similar path of contemplation, he supposes the inward and the outer world mutually to imply each other. And 47b, God invented and gave us sight to the end that we might behold the causes of intelligence in the heaven, and apply them to the causes of our own intelligence which are akin to them, the unperturbed to the perturbed, and that we, learning them and partaking of the natural truth of reason, might imitate the absolutely unerring causes of God and regulate our own vagaries. Or let us weigh carefully some other profound thoughts, such as the following. 44c. He who neglects education walks lame to the end of his life, and returns imperfect and good for nothing to the world below. 28c. The Father and Maker of all this universe is past finding out, and even if we found him, to tell of him to all men would be impossible. Or lastly, 29d. Let me tell you then why the Creator made this world of generation. He was good, and the good can never have jealousy of anything, and being free from jealousy, he desired that all things should be as like himself as they could be. This is in the truest sense the origin of creation and of the world, as we shall do well in believing on the testimony of wise men. God desired that all things should be good and nothing bad, so far as this was attainable. This is the leading thought in the Timaeus, just as the idea of good is the leading thought of the Republic, the one expression describing the personal, the other the impersonal good or God, differing in form rather than in substance, and both equally implying to the mind of Plato a divine reality. The slight touch, perhaps ironical, contained in the words, as we shall do well in believing on the testimony of wise men, is very characteristic of Plato. Timaeus persons of the dialogue, Socrates Critias Timaeus Hermocrates Socrates, 1, 2, 3. But where, my dear Timaeus, is the fourth of those who were yesterday my guests and are to be my entertainers today? Timaeus, he has been taken ill, Socrates, for he would not willingly have been absent from this gathering. Socrates, then if he is not coming, you and the two others must supply his place. Timaeus, certainly, and we will do all that we can, having been handsomely entertained by you yesterday. Those of us who remain should be only too glad to return your hospitality. Socrates, do you remember what were the points of which I required you to speak? Timaeus, we remember some of them, and you will be here to remind us of anything which we have forgotten. Or rather, if we are not troubling you, will you briefly recapitulate the whole, and then the particulars will be more firmly fixed in our memories? Socrates, to be sure I will. The chief theme of my yesterday's discourse was the state, how constituted and of what citizens composed it would seem likely to be most perfect. Timaeus, yes, Socrates, and what you said of it was very much to our mind. Socrates, did we not begin by separating the husbandmen and the artisans from the class of defenders of the state? Timaeus, yes. Socrates, and when we had given to each one that single employment and particular art which was suited to his nature, we spoke of those who were intended to be our warriors, and said that they were to be guardians of the city against attacks from within as well as from without, and to have no other employment. They were to be merciful in judging their subjects, of whom they were by nature friends, but fierce to their enemies when they came across them in battle. Timaeus, Exactly. Socrates, we said, if I am not mistaken, that the guardians should be gifted with a temperament in a high degree both passionate and philosophical, and that then they would be as they ought to be, gentle to their friends and fierce with their enemies. Timaeus, certainly. Socrates, and what did we say of their education? Were they not to be trained in gymnastic and music, and all other sorts of knowledge which were proper for them? 269 Timaeus, very true. Socrates, and being thus trained, they were not to consider gold or silver or anything else to be their own private property. They were to be like hired troops, receiving pay for keeping guard from those who were protected by them. The pay was to be no more than would suffice for men of simple life, and they were to spend in common and to live together in the continual practice of virtue, which was to be their sole pursuit. Timaeus, that was also said. Socrates, neither did we forget the women, of whom we declared that their natures should be assimilated and brought into harmony with those of the men, and that common pursuits should be assigned to them both in time of war and in their ordinary life. Timaeus, that again was as you say. Socrates, and what about the procreation of children? Or rather, was not the proposal too singular to be forgotten? For all wives and children were to be in common, to the intent that no one should ever know his own child, but they were to imagine that they were all one family. Those who were within a suitable limit of age were to be brothers and sisters, those who were of an elder generation parents and grandparents, and those of a younger, children and grandchildren. Timaeus, yes. And the proposal is easy to remember, as you say. Socrates, and do you also remember how, with a view of securing as far as we could the best breed, we said that the chief magistrates, male and female, should contrive secretly, by the use of certain lots, so to arrange the nuptial meeting, that the bad of either sex and the good of either sex might pair with their like. And there was to be no quarreling on this account, for they would imagine that the union was a mere accident and was to be attributed to the lot. Timaeus, I remember. Socrates, and you remember how we said that the children of the good parents were to be educated, and the children of the bad secretly dispersed among the inferior citizens. And while they were all growing up, the rulers were to be on the lookout, and to bring up from below in their turn those who were worthy, and those among themselves who were unworthy were to take the places of those who came up. Timaeus, true. Socrates, then have I now given you all the heads of our yesterday's discussion, or is there anything more, my dear Timaeus, which has been omitted? Timaeus, nothing. Socrates, it was just as you have said. Socrates, I should like, before proceeding further, to tell you how I feel about the state which we have described. I might compare myself to a person who, on beholding beautiful animals either created by the painter's art, or better still, alive but at rest, is seized with a desire of seeing them in motion or engaged in some struggle or conflict to which their forms appear suited. This is my feeling about the state which we have been describing. There are conflicts which all cities undergo, and I should like to hear someone tell of our own city carrying on a struggle against her neighbors, and how she went out to war in a becoming manner, and when at war showed by the greatness of her actions and the magnanimity of her words in dealing with other cities, a result worthy of her training and education. Now I, Critias and Hermocrates, am conscious that I myself should never be able to celebrate the city and her citizens in a befitting manner, and I am not surprised at my own incapacity. To me the wonder is rather that the poets present as well as past are no better, not that I mean to depreciate them, but everyone can see that they are a tribe of imitators, and will imitate best and most easily the life in which they have been brought up. While that which is beyond the range of a man's education, he finds hard to carry out in action, and still harder adequately to represent in language. I am aware that the sophists have plenty of brave words and fair conceits, but I am afraid that being only wanderers from one city to another, and having never had habitations of their own, They may fail in their conception of philosophers and statesmen, and may not know what they do and say in time of war, when they are fighting or holding parley with their enemies. And thus people of your class are the only ones remaining who are fitted by nature and education to take part at once both in politics and philosophy. Here is Timaeus of Locris in Italy, a city which has admirable laws, and who is himself in wealth and rank the equal of any of his fellow citizens. He has held the most important and honorable offices in his own state, and as I believe, has scaled the heights of all philosophy. And here is Critias, whom every Athenian knows to be no novice in the matters of which we are speaking. And as to Hermocrates, I am assured by many witnesses that his genius and education qualify him to take part in any speculation of the kind. And therefore yesterday, when I saw that you wanted me to describe the formation of the state, I readily assented, being very well aware that if you only would, none were better qualified to carry the discussion further, and that when you had engaged our city in a suitable war, you of all men living could best exhibit her playing a fitting part. When I had completed my task, I in return imposed this other task upon you. You conferred together and agreed to entertain me today, as I had entertained you with a feast of discourse. Here am I in festive array, and no man can be more ready for the promised banquet. Hermocrates, and we too, Socrates, as Timaeus says, will not be wanting in enthusiasm, and there is no excuse for not complying with your request. As soon as we arrived yesterday at the guest chamber of Critias, with whom we are staying, or rather on our way thither, we talked the matter over, and he told us an ancient tradition which I wish, Critias, that you would repeat to Socrates, so that he may help us to judge whether it will satisfy his requirements or not. Critias, I will if Timaeus, who is our other partner, approves. Timaeus, I quite approve. Critias, then listen, Socrates, to a tale which, though strange, is certainly true, having been attested by Solon, who was the wisest of the 7 sages. He was a relative and a dear friend of my great-grandfather, Dropides, as he himself says in many passages of his poems, and he told the story to Critias, my grandfather, who remembered and repeated it to us. There were of old, he said, great and marvelous actions of the Athenian city, which have passed into oblivion through lapse of time and the destruction of mankind, and one in particular, greater than all the rest. This we will now rehearse. It will be a fitting monument of our gratitude to you, and a hymn of praise true and worthy of the goddess on this her day of festival. Socrates, very good. And what is this ancient famous action of the Athenians which Critias declared, on the authority of Solon, to be not a mere legend but an actual fact? 270 Critias. I will tell an old-world story which I heard from an aged man, for Critias, at the time of telling it, was, as he said, nearly 90 years of age, and I was about 10. Now the day was that day of the Apaturia, which is called the registration of youth, at which, according to custom, our parents gave prizes for recitations, and the poems of several poets were recited by us boys, and many of us sang the poems of Solon, which at that time had not gone out of fashion. One of our tribe, either because he thought so or to please Critias, said that in his judgment Solon was not only the wisest of men, but also the noblest of poets. The old man, as I very well remember, brightened up at hearing this and said, smiling, "Yes, Aminanda, if Solon had only, like other poets, made poetry the business of his life, and had completed the tale which he brought with him from Egypt, and had not been compelled, by reason of the factions and troubles which he found stirring in his own country when he came home, to attend to other matters, in my opinion he would have been as famous as Homer or Hesiod or any poet." "And what was the tale about, Critias?" said Aminanda. "About the greatest action which the Athenians ever did, and which ought to have been the most famous, but through the lapse of time and the destruction of the actors, it has not come down to us." "Tell us," said the other, "the whole story, and how and from whom Solon heard this veritable tradition." He replied, "In the Egyptian delta, at the head of which the river Nile divides, there is a certain district which is called the district of Sighs, and the great city of the district is also called Sighs, and is the city from which King Amasis came. The citizens have a deity for their foundress. She is called in the Egyptian tongue Neith, and is asserted by them to be the same whom the Hellenes call Athene. They are great lovers of the Athenians, and say that they are in some way related to them. To this city came Solon, and was received there with great honor. He asked the priests who were most skillful in such matters about antiquity, and made the discovery that neither he nor any other Hellene knew anything worth mentioning about the times of old. On one occasion, wishing to draw them on to speak of antiquity, he began to tell about the most ancient things in our part of the world, about Phoroneus, who is called the first man, and about Niobe, and after the deluge, of the survival of Deucalion and Pyrrha, and he traced the genealogy of their descendants, and reckoning up the dates, tried to compute how many years ago the events of which he was speaking happened. Thereupon one of the priests, who was of a very great age, said, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon in return asked him what he meant. "I mean to say," he replied, "that in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. And I will tell you why. There have been, and will be again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable other causes. There is a story, which even you have preserved, that once upon a time Python, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds in his father's chariot, because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now this has the form of a myth, but really signifies a declination of the bodies moving in the heavens around the earth, and a great conflagration of things upon the earth, which recurs after long intervals. At such times those who live upon the mountains and in dry and lofty places are more liable to destruction than those who dwell by rivers or on the seashore. And from this calamity the Nile, who is our never-failing Savior, delivers and preserves us. When, on the other hand, the gods purge the earth with a deluge of water, the survivors in your country are herdsmen and shepherds who dwell on the mountains, but those who, like you, live in cities are carried by the rivers into the sea. Whereas in this land, neither then nor at any other time, does the water come down from above on the fields, having always a tendency to come up from below, for which reason the traditions preserved here are the most ancient. The fact is that wherever the extremity of winter frost or of summer sun does not prevent, mankind exist, sometimes in greater, sometimes in lesser numbers. And whatever happened either in your country or in ours, or in any other region of which we are informed, if there were any actions noble or great, or in any other way remarkable, they have all been written down by us of old, and are preserved in our temples. Whereas just when you and other nations are beginning to be provided with letters and the other requisites of civilized life, after the usual interval, the stream from heaven, like a pestilence, comes pouring down, and leaves only those of you who are destitute of letters and education. And so you have to begin all over again like children, and know nothing of what happened in ancient times, either among us or among yourselves. As for those genealogies of yours which you just now recounted to us, Solon, they are no better than the tales of children. In the first place you remember a single deluge only, but there were many previous ones. In the next place, you do not know that there formerly dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, and that you and your whole city are descended from a small seed or remnant of them which survived. And this was unknown to you because, for many generations, the survivors of that destruction died, leaving no written word. For there was a time, Solon, before the great deluge of all, when the city which now is Athens was first in war and in every way the best governed of all cities, is said to have performed the noblest deeds and to have had the fairest constitution of any of which tradition tells, under the face of heaven. Solon marveled at his words, and earnestly requested the priests to inform him exactly and in order about these former citizens. "You are welcome to hear about them, Solon," said the priest, "both for your own sake and for that of your city, and above all, for the sake of the goddess who is the common patron and parent and educator of both our cities. She founded your city 1,000 years before ours, 271 receiving from the earth and Hephaestus the seed of your race, and afterwards she founded ours, of which the constitution is recorded in our sacred registers to be 8,000 years old. As touching your citizens of 9,000 years ago, I will briefly inform you of their laws and of their most famous action. The exact particulars of the whole we will hereafter go through at our leisure in the sacred registers themselves. If you compare these very laws with ours, you will find that many of ours are the counterpart of yours, as they were in the olden time. In the first place, there is the caste of priests, which is separated from all the others. Next, there are the artificers, who ply their several crafts by themselves and do not intermix. And also there is the class of shepherds and of hunters, 272, as well as that of husbandmen. And you will observe, too, that the warriors in Egypt are distinct from all the other classes, and are commanded by the law to devote themselves solely to military pursuits. Moreover, the weapons which they carry are shields and spears, a style of equipment which the goddess taught of Asiatics first to us, as in your part of the world first to you. Then as to wisdom, do you observe how our law from the very first made a study of the whole order of things, extending even to prophecy and medicine, which gives health, out of these divine elements deriving what was needful for human life, and adding every sort of knowledge which was akin to them. All this order and arrangement the goddess first imparted to you when establishing your city, and she chose the spot of earth in which you were born, because she saw that the happy temperament of the seasons in that land would produce the wisest of men. Wherefore the goddess, who was a lover both of war and of wisdom, selected and first of all settled that spot which was the most likely to produce men likest herself. And there you dwelt, having such laws as these and still better ones, and excelled all mankind in all virtue, as became the children and disciples of the gods. Many great and wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories, but one of them exceeds all the rest in greatness and valor. For these histories tell of a mighty power which unprovoked made an expedition against the whole of Europe and Asia, and to which your city put an end. This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island situated in front of the straits which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together, and was the way to other islands, and from these you might pass to the whole of the opposite continent which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea which is within the Straits of Heracles is only a harbor, having a narrow entrance, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land may be most truly called a boundless continent. Now in this island of Atlantis there was a great and wonderful empire which had rule over the whole island and several others, and over parts of the continent, and furthermore, the men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Heracles as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Tyrrhenia. This vast power, gathered into one, endeavored to subdue at a blow our country and yours and the whole of the region within the straits. And then Solon, your country, shone forth in the excellence of her virtue and strength among all mankind. She was preeminent in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone, after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders, and preserved from slavery those who were not yet subjugated, and generously liberated all the rest of us who dwell within the pillars. But afterwards there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune all your warlike men in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared in the depths of the sea. For which reason the sea in those parts is impassable and impenetrable, because there is a shoal of mud in the way, and this was caused by the subsidence of the island. I have told you briefly, Socrates, what the aged Critias heard from Solon and related to us. And when you were speaking yesterday about your city and citizens, the tale which I have just been repeating to you came into my mind, and I remarked with astonishment how, by some mysterious coincidence, you agreed in almost every particular with the narrative of Solon, but I did not like to speak at the moment. For a long time had elapsed, and I had forgotten too much. I thought that I must first of all run over the narrative in my own mind, and then I would speak. And so I readily assented to your request yesterday, considering that in all such cases the chief difficulty is to find a tale suitable to our purpose, and that with such a tale we should be fairly well provided. And therefore, as Hermocrates has told you, on my way home yesterday I at once communicated the tale to my companions as I remembered it, and after I left them, during the night by thinking I recovered nearly the whole of it. Truly, as is often said, the lessons of our childhood make a wonderful impression on our memories, for I am not sure that I could remember all the discourse of yesterday. But I should be much surprised if I forgot any of these things which I have heard very long ago. I listened at the time with childlike interest to the old man's narrative. He was very ready to teach me, and I asked him again and again to repeat his words, so that like an indelible picture they were branded into my mind. As soon as the day broke, I rehearsed them as he spoke them to my companions, that they, as well as myself, might have something to say. And now, Socrates, to make an end of my preface, I am ready to tell you the whole tale. I will give you not only the general heads, but the particulars as they were told to me. The city and citizens which you yesterday described to us in fiction, we will now transfer to the world of reality. It shall be the ancient city of Athens, and we will suppose that the citizens whom you imagined were our veritable ancestors of whom the priest spoke. They will perfectly harmonize, and there will be no inconsistency in saying that the citizens of your republic are these ancient Athenians. Let us divide the subject among us, and all endeavor according to our ability gracefully to execute the task which you have imposed upon us. Consider then, Socrates, if this narrative is suited to the purpose, or whether we should seek for some other instead. Socrates, and what other, Critias, can we find that will be better than this, which is natural and suitable to the festival of the goddess, and has the very great advantage of being a fact and not a fiction? How or where shall we find another if we abandon this? We cannot, and therefore you must tell the tale, and good luck to you. And I in return for my yesterday's discourse will now rest and be a listener. Critias, let me proceed to explain to you, Socrates, the order in which we have arranged our entertainment. Our intention is that Timaeus, who is the most of an astronomer amongst us, and has made the nature of the universe his special study, should speak first, beginning with the generation of the world and going down to the creation of man. Next, I am to receive the men whom he has created, and of whom some will have profited by the excellent education which you have given them. And then, in accordance with the tale of Solon, and equally with his law, we will bring them into court and make them citizens, as if they were those very Athenians whom the sacred Egyptian record has recovered from oblivion, and thenceforward we will speak of them as Athenians and fellow citizens. Socrates, I see that I shall receive in my turn a perfect and splendid feast of reason. And now, Timaeus, you, I suppose, should speak next, after duly calling upon the gods. Timaeus, all men, Socrates, who have any degree of right feeling at the beginning of every enterprise, whether small or great, always call upon God. And we, too, who are going to discourse of the nature of the universe, how created or how existing without creation, if we be not altogether out of our wits, must invoke the aid of gods and goddesses, and pray that our words may be acceptable to them and consistent with themselves. Let this, then, be our invocation of the gods, to which I add an exhortation of myself to speak in such manner as will be most intelligible to you, and will most accord with my own intent. First, then, in my judgment, we must make a distinction and ask, what is that which always is and has no becoming? And what is that which is always becoming and never is? That which is apprehended by intelligence and reason is always in the same state, but that which is conceived by opinion with the help of sensation and without reason is always in a process of becoming and perishing, and never really is. Now everything that becomes or is created must of necessity be created by some cause, for without a cause nothing can be created. The work of the Creator, whenever he looks to the unchangeable and fashions the form and nature of his work after an unchangeable pattern, must necessarily be made fair and perfect. But when he looks to the created only, and uses a created pattern, it is not fair or perfect. Was the heaven then or the world, whether called by this or by any other more appropriate name? Assuming the name, I am asking a question which has to be asked at the beginning of an inquiry about anything. Was the world, I say, always in existence and without beginning, or created and had it a beginning? Created, I reply, being visible and tangible and having a body and therefore sensible. And all sensible things are apprehended by opinion and sense, and are in a process of creation and created. Now that which is created must, as we affirm, of necessity be created by a cause. But the Father and Maker of all this universe is past finding out, and even if we found him, to tell of him to all men would be impossible. And there is still a question to be asked about him. Which of the patterns had the artificer in view when he made the world, the pattern of the unchangeable, or of that which is created? If the world be indeed fair and the artificer good, it is manifest that he must have looked to that which is eternal. But if what cannot be said without blasphemy is true, then to the created pattern. Everyone will see that he must have looked to the eternal. For the world is the fairest of creations, and he is the best of causes. And having been created in this way, the world has been framed in the likeness of that which is apprehended by reason and mind, and is unchangeable, and must therefore of necessity, if this is admitted, be a copy of something. Now it is all important that the beginning of everything should be according to nature. And in speaking of the copy and the original, we may assume that words are akin to the matter which they describe. When they relate to the lasting and permanent and intelligible, they ought to be lasting and unalterable, and as far as their nature allows, irrefutable and immovable, nothing less. But when they express only the copy or likeness and not the eternal things themselves, they need only be likely and analogous to the real words. As being is to becoming, so is truth to belief. If then, Socrates, amid the many opinions about the gods and the generation of the universe, we are not able to give notions which are altogether and in every respect exact and consistent with one another, do not be surprised. Enough if we adduce probabilities as likely as any others, for we must remember that I who am the speaker, and you who are the judges, are only mortal men, and we ought to accept the tale which is probable and inquire no further. Socrates, excellent Timaeus, and we will do precisely as you bid us. The prelude is charming and is already accepted by us. May we beg of you to proceed to the strain. Timaeus, let me tell you then why the Creator made this world of generation. He was good, and the good can never have any jealousy of anything. And being free from jealousy, he desired that all things should be as like himself as they could be. This is in the truest sense the origin of creation and of the world, as we shall do well in believing on the testimony of wise men. God desired that all things should be good and nothing bad, so far as this was attainable. Wherefore also finding the whole visible sphere not at rest, but moving in an irregular and disorderly fashion, out of disorder he brought order, considering that this was in every way better than the other. Now the deeds of the best could never be or have been other than the fairest, and the Creator, reflecting on the things which are by nature visible, found that no unintelligent creature taken as a whole was fairer than the intelligent taken as a whole, and that intelligence could not be present in anything which was devoid of soul. For which reason, when he was framing the universe, he put intelligence in soul, and soul in body, that he might be the creator of a work which was by nature fairest and best. Wherefore, using the language of probability, we may say that the world became a living creature, truly endowed with soul and intelligence by the providence of God. This being supposed, let us proceed to the next stage. In the likeness of what animal did the Creator make the world? It would be an unworthy thing to liken it to any nature which exists as a part only, for nothing can be beautiful which is like any imperfect thing. But let us suppose the world to be the very image of that whole, of which all other animals, both individually and in their tribes, are portions. For the original of the universe contains in itself all intelligible beings, just as this world comprehends us and all other visible creatures. For the Deity, intending to make this world like the fairest and most perfect of intelligible beings, framed one visible animal comprehending within itself all other animals of a kindred nature. Are we right in saying that there is one world, or that they are many and infinite? There must be one only. If the created copy is to accord with the original, for that which includes all other intelligible creatures cannot have a second or companion. In that case, there would be need of another living being which would include both, and of which they would be parts, and the likeness would be more truly said to resemble not them, but that other which included them. In order then that the world might be solitary, like the perfect animal, the Creator made not two worlds or an infinite number of them, but there is and ever will be one only begotten and created heaven. Now that which is created is of necessity corporeal, and also visible and tangible, and nothing is visible where there is no fire, or tangible which has no solidity, and nothing is solid without earth. Wherefore also God in the beginning of creation made the body of the universe to consist of fire and earth. But two things cannot be rightly put together without a third. There must be some bond of union between them. And the fairest bond is that which makes the most complete fusion of itself and the things which it combines, and proportion is best adapted to effect such a union. For whenever in any three numbers, whether cube or square, there is a mean, which is to the last term what the first term is to it, and again, when the mean is to the first term as the last term is to the mean, then the mean becoming first and last, and the first and last both becoming means, they will all of them of necessity come to be the same, and having become the same with one another, will be all one. If the universal frame had been created a surface only and having no depth, a single mean would have sufficed to bind together itself and the other terms. But now, as the world must be solid, and solid bodies are always compacted not by one mean but by two, God placed water and air in the mean between fire and earth, and made them to have the same proportion so far as was possible. As fire is to air, so is air to water, and as air is to water, so is water to earth. And thus he bound and put together a visible and tangible heaven. And for these reasons, and out of such elements which are in number 4, the body of the world was created, and it was harmonized by proportion, and therefore has the spirit of friendship. And having been reconciled to itself, it was indissoluble by the hand of any other than the framer. Now the creation took up the whole of each of the 4 elements, for the Creator compounded the world out of all the fire, and all the water, and all the air, and all the earth, leaving no part of any of them nor any power of them outside. His intention was, in the first place, that the animal should be as far as possible a perfect whole and of perfect parts. Secondly, that it should be one, leaving no remnants out of which another such world might be created, and also that it should be free from old age and unaffected by disease. Considering that if heat and cold and other powerful forces which unite bodies surround and attack them from without when they are unprepared, they decompose them, and by bringing diseases and old age upon them, make them waste away. For this cause, and on these grounds he made the world one whole, having every part entire, and being therefore perfect, and not liable to old age and disease. And he gave to the world the figure which was suitable and also natural. Now to the animal which was to comprehend all animals, that figure was suitable which comprehends within itself all other figures. Wherefore he made the world in the form of a globe, round as from a lathe, having its extremes in every direction equidistant from the center, the most perfect and the most like itself of all figures, for he considered that the like is infinitely fairer than the unlike. This he finished off, making the surface smooth all round for many reasons. In the first place, because the living being had no need of eyes when there was nothing remaining outside him to be seen, nor of ears when there was nothing to be heard, and there was no surrounding atmosphere to be breathed, nor would there have been any use of organs by the help of which he might receive his food or get rid of what he had already digested, since there was nothing which went from him or came into him, for there was nothing beside him. Of design he was created thus, his own waste providing his own food, and all that he did or suffered taking place in and by himself. For the Creator conceived that a being which was self-sufficient would be far more excellent than one which lacked anything, and as he had no need to take anything or defend himself against anyone, the Creator did not think it necessary to bestow upon him hands, nor had he any need of feet, nor of the whole apparatus of walking. But the movement suited to his spherical form was assigned to him, being of all the seven that which is most appropriate to mind and intelligence, and he was made to move in the same manner and on the same spot within his own limits, revolving in a circle. All the other 6 motions were taken away from him, and he was made not to partake of their deviations. And as this circular movement required no feet, the universe was created without legs and without feet. Such was the whole plan of the eternal God about the God that was to be, to whom for this reason he gave a body, smooth and even, having a surface in every direction equidistant from the center, a body entire and perfect, and formed out of perfect bodies. And in the center he put the soul, which he diffused throughout the body, making it also to be the exterior environment of it. And he made the universe a circle moving in a circle, one and solitary, yet by reason of its excellence able to converse with itself, and needing no other friendship or acquaintance. Having these purposes in view, he created the world a blessed God. Now God did not make the soul after the body, although we are speaking of them in this order, for having brought them together, he would never have allowed that the elder should be ruled by the younger. But this is a random manner of speaking which we have, because somehow we ourselves too are very much under the dominion of chance. Whereas he made the soul in origin and excellence prior to and older than the body, to be the ruler and mistress, of whom the body was to be the subject. And he made her out of the following elements, and on this wise, out of the indivisible and unchangeable, and also out of that which is divisible and has to do with material bodies, he compounded a third and intermediate kind of essence, partaking of the nature of the same 273 and of the other, and this compound he placed accordingly in a mean between the indivisible and the divisible and material. He took the 3 elements of the same, the other, and the essence, and mingled them into one form, compressing by force the reluctant and unsociable nature of the other into the same. When he had mingled them with the essence and out of 3 made one, he again divided this whole into as many portions as was fitting, each portion being a compound of the same, the other, and the essence. And he proceeded to divide after this manner. First of all, he took away one part of the whole, one, and then he separated a second part, which was double the first two, and then he took away a third part, which was half as much again as the second and 3 times as much as the first 3. And then he took a fourth part, which was twice as much as the second 4, and a fifth part, which was 3 times the third 9, and a sixth part, which was 8 times the first 8, and a seventh part, which was 27 times the first 27. After this he filled up the double intervals I, E, between 1, 2, 4, 8, and the triple I, E, between 1, 3, 9, 27, cutting off yet other portions from the mixture and placing them in the intervals, so that in each interval there were 2 kinds of means, the one exceeding and exceeded by equal parts of its extremes, as for example 1, 2, in which the mean is 1/3 of 1 more than 1, and 1/3 of 2 less than 2. The other being that kind of mean which exceeds and is exceeded by an equal number. 274, where there were intervals of 3 and of, made by the connecting terms in the former intervals. He filled up all the intervals of with the interval of, leaving a fraction over, and the interval which this fraction expressed was in the ratio of 256 to 243. 275. And thus the whole mixture out of which he cut these portions was all exhausted by him. This entire compound he divided lengthways into 2 parts, which he joined to one another at the center like the letter X, and bent them into a circular form, connecting them with themselves and each other at the point opposite to their original meeting point, and comprehending them in a uniform revolution upon the same axis. He made the one the outer, and the other the inner circle. Now the motion of the outer circle he called the motion of the same, and the motion of the inner circle the motion of the other, or diverse. The motion of the same he carried round by the side 276 to the right, and the motion of the diverse diagonally 277 to the left. And he gave dominion to the motion of the same and like, for that he left single and undivided. But the inner motion he divided in 6 places, and made 7 unequal circles, having their intervals in ratios of 2 and 3, 3 of each, and bade the orbits proceed in a direction opposite to one another. And 3 Sun, Mercury, Venus, he made to move with equal swiftness, and the remaining 4 Moon, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter to move with unequal swiftness to the 3 and to one another, but in due proportion. Now when the Creator had framed the soul according to his will, he formed within her the corporeal universe, and brought the 2 together, and united them center to center. The soul, interfused everywhere from the center to the circumference of heaven, of which also she is the external envelopment, herself turning in herself, began a divine beginning of never ceasing and rational life, enduring throughout all time. The body of heaven is visible, but the soul is invisible and partakes of reason and harmony, and being made by the best of intellectual and everlasting natures, is the best of things created. And because she is composed of the same and of the other and of the essence, these 3, and is divided and united in due proportion, and in her revolutions returns upon herself, the soul, when touching anything which has essence, whether dispersed in parts or undivided, is stirred through all her powers to declare the sameness or difference of that thing and some other, and to what individuals are related, and by what affected, and in what way and how and when, both in the world of generation and in the world of immutable being. And when reason, which works with equal truth, whether she be in the circle of the diverse or of the same, in voiceless silence holding her onward course in the sphere of the self-moved, when reason, I say, is hovering around the sensible world, and when the circle of the diverse also moving truly imparts the intimations of sense to the whole soul, then arise opinions and beliefs sure and certain. But when reason is concerned with the rational, and the circle of the same moving smoothly declares it, then intelligence and knowledge are necessarily perfected. And if anyone affirms that in which these two are found to be other than the soul, he will say the very opposite of the truth. When the Father and Creator saw the creature which he had made moving and living, the created image of the eternal gods, he rejoiced, and in his joy determined to make the copy still more like the original. And as this was eternal, he sought to make the universe eternal, so far as might be. Now the nature of the ideal being was everlasting, but to bestow this attribute in its fullness upon a creature was impossible. Wherefore he resolved to have a moving image of eternity. And when he set in order the heaven, he made this image eternal, but moving according to number, while eternity itself rests in unity, and this image we call time. For there were no days and nights and months and years before the heaven was created, but when he constructed the heaven, he created them also. They are all parts of time, and the past and future are created species of time, which we unconsciously but wrongly transfer to the eternal essence. For we say that he was, he is, he will be, but the truth is that is alone is properly attributed to him, and that was and will be are only to be spoken of becoming in time, for they are motions, but that which is immovably the same cannot become older or younger by time, nor ever did or has become, or hereafter will be older or younger, nor is subject at all to any of those states which affect moving and sensible things, and of which generation is the cause. These are the forms of time, which imitates eternity and revolves according to a law of number. Moreover, when we say that what has become is become and what becomes is becoming, and that what will become is about to become, and that the non-existent is non-existent, all these are inaccurate modes of expression. 278. But perhaps this whole subject will be more suitably discussed on some other occasion. Time, then, and the heaven came into being at the same instant in order that, having been created together, if ever there was to be a dissolution of them, they might be dissolved together. It was framed after the pattern of the eternal nature, that it might resemble this as far as was possible. For the pattern exists from eternity, and the created heaven has been, and is, and will be in all time. Such was the mind and thought of God in the creation of time. The sun and moon and 5 other stars, which are called the planets, were created by him in order to distinguish and preserve the numbers of time. And when he had made their several bodies, he placed them in the orbits in which the circle of the other was revolving, in 7 orbits 7 stars. First there was the moon in the orbit nearest the earth, and next the sun, in the second orbit above the earth. Then came the morning star and the star sacred to Hermes, moving in orbits which have an equal swiftness with the sun, but in an opposite direction. And this is the reason why the sun and Hermes and Lucifer overtake and are overtaken by each other, to enumerate the places which he assigned to the other stars, and to give all the reasons why he assigned them. Although a secondary matter would give more trouble than the primary, these things at some future time, when we are at leisure, may have the consideration which they deserve, but not at present. Now when all the stars which were necessary to the creation of time had attained a motion suitable to them, and had become living creatures having bodies fastened by vital chains, and learnt their appointed task, moving in the motion of the diverse, which is diagonal, and passes through and is governed by the motion of the same, they revolved, some in a larger and some in a lesser orbit, those which had the lesser orbit revolving faster, and those which had the larger more slowly. Now by reason of the motion of the same, those which revolved fastest appeared to be overtaken by those which moved slower, although they really overtook them. For the motion of the same made them all turn in a spiral, and because some went one way and some another, that which receded most slowly from the sphere of the same, which was the swiftest, appeared to follow it most nearly, that there might be some visible measure of their relative swiftness and slowness as they proceeded in their 8 courses. God lighted a fire, which we now call the sun, in the second from the earth of these orbits, that it might give light to the whole of heaven. and that the animals, as many as nature intended, might participate in number, learning arithmetic from the revolution of the same and the like. Thus then, and for this reason, the night and the day were created, being the period of the one most intelligent revolution. And the month is accomplished when the moon has completed her orbit and overtaken the sun, and the year when the sun has completed his own orbit. Mankind, with hardly an exception, have not remarked the periods of the other stars, and they have no name for them, and do not measure them against one another by the help of number, and hence they can scarcely be said to know that their wanderings, being infinite in number and admirable for their variety, make up time. And yet there is no difficulty in seeing that the perfect number of time fulfills the perfect year when all the 8 revolutions, having their relative degrees of swiftness, are accomplished together and attain their completion at the same time, measured by the rotation of the same and equally moving. After this manner, and for these reasons, came into being such of the stars as in their heavenly progress received reversals of motion, to the end that the created heaven might imitate the eternal nature, and be as like as possible to the perfect and intelligible animal. Thus far and until the birth of time, the created universe was made in the likeness of the original, but inasmuch as all animals were not yet comprehended therein, it was still unlike. What remained, the Creator then proceeded to fashion after the nature of the pattern. Now, as in the ideal animal the mind perceives ideas or species of a certain nature and number, he thought that this created animal ought to have species of a like nature and number. There are 4 such. One of them is the heavenly race of the gods, another, the race of birds whose way is in the air, the third, the watery species, and the fourth, the pedestrian and land creatures. Of the heavenly and divine, he created the greater part out of fire, that they might be the brightest of all things and fairest to behold. And he fashioned them after the likeness of the universe in the figure of a circle, and made them follow the intelligent motion of the Supreme, distributing them over the whole circumference of heaven, which was to be a true cosmos or glorious world spangled with them all over. And he gave to each of them 2 movements. The first, a movement on the same spot after the same manner, whereby they ever continue to think consistently the same thoughts about the same things. The second, a forward movement, in which they are controlled by the revolution of the same and the like. But by the other 5 motions they were unaffected, in order that each of them might attain the highest perfection. And for this reason the fixed stars were created, to be divine and eternal animals, ever abiding and revolving after the same manner and on the same spot. And the other stars which reverse their motion and are subject to deviations of this kind, were created in the manner already described. The earth, which is our nurse, clinging 279 around the pole which is extended through the universe, he framed to be the guardian and artificer of night and day, first and eldest of gods that are in the interior of heaven. Vain would be the attempt to tell all the figures of them circling as in dance, and their juxtapositions, and the return of them in their revolutions upon themselves, and their approximations, and to say which of these deities in their conjunctions meet, and which of them are in opposition, and in what order they get behind and before one another, and when they are severally eclipsed to our sight and again reappear, sending terrors and intimations of the future to those who cannot calculate their movements. To attempt to tell of all this without a visible representation of the heavenly system 280 would be labor in vain. Enough on this head, and now let what we have said about the nature of the created and visible gods have an end. To know or tell the origin of the other divinities is beyond us, and we must accept the traditions of the men of old time who affirm themselves to be the offspring of the gods. That is what they say, and they must surely have known their own ancestors. How can we doubt the word of the children of the gods, although they give no probable or certain proofs, still, as they declare that they are speaking of what took place in their own family, we must conform to custom and believe them. In this manner, then, according to them, the genealogy of these gods is to be received and set forth. Oceanus and Tethys were the children of earth and heaven, and from these sprang Phorcys and Cronos and Re, and all that generation. And from Cronos and Re sprang Zeus and Hea, and all those who are said to be their brethren, and others who were the children of these. Now, when all of them, both those who visibly appear in their revolutions as well as those other gods who are of a more retiring nature, had come into being, the Creator of the universe addressed them in these words: Gods, children of gods, who are my works, and of whom I am the artificer and father, my creations are indissoluble, if so I will. All that is bound may be undone, but only an evil being would wish to undo that which is harmonious and happy. Wherefore, since ye are but creatures, ye are not altogether immortal and indissoluble, but ye shall certainly not be dissolved, nor be liable to the fate of death, having in my will a greater and mightier bond than those with which ye were bound at the time of your birth. And now listen to my instructions. 3 tribes of mortal beings remain to be created. Without them the universe will be incomplete, for it will not contain every kind of animal which it ought to contain, if it is to be perfect. On the other hand, if they were created by me and received life at my hands, they would be on an equality with the gods. In order then that they may be mortal, and that this universe may be truly universal, do ye, according to your natures, betake yourselves to the formation of animals, imitating the power which was shown by me in creating you. The part of them worthy of the name immortal, which is called divine, and is the guiding principle of those who are willing to follow justice and you. Of that divine part I will myself sow the seed, and having made a beginning, I will hand the work over to you. And do ye then interweave the mortal with the immortal, and make and beget living creatures, and give them food, and make them to grow, and receive them again in death. Thus he spake, and once more into the cup in which he had previously mingled the soul of the universe, he poured the remains of the elements, and mingled them in much the same manner. They were not, however, pure as before, but diluted to the 2nd and 3rd degree. And having made it, he divided the whole mixture into souls equal in number to the stars, and assigned each soul to a star, and having there placed them as in a chariot, he showed them the nature of the universe, and declared to them the laws of destiny, according to which their first birth would be one and the same for all. No one should suffer a disadvantage at his hands. They were to be sown in the instruments of time severally adapted to them, and to come forth the most religious of animals. And as human nature was of 2 kinds, the superior race would hereafter be called man. Now, when they should be implanted in bodies by necessity, and be always gaining or losing some part of their bodily substance, then in the first place it would be necessary that they should all have in them one and the same faculty of sensation, arising out of irresistible impressions. In the second place they must have love, in which pleasure and pain mingle, also fear and anger, and the feelings which are akin or opposite to them. If they conquered these, they would live righteously, and if they were conquered by them, unrighteously. He who lived well during his appointed time was to return and dwell in his native star, and there he would have a blessed and congenial existence. But if he failed in attaining this, at the second birth he would pass into a woman, and if, when in that state of being, he did not desist from evil, he would continually be changed into some brute who resembled him in the evil nature which he had acquired, and would not cease from his toils and transformations until he followed the revolution of the same and the like within him, and overcame by the help of reason the turbulent and irrational mob of later accretions, made up of fire and air and water and earth, and returned to the form of his first and better state. Having given all these laws to his creatures, that he might be guiltless of future evil in any of them, the Creator sowed some of them in the earth, and some in the moon, and some in the other instruments of time. And when he had sown them, he committed to the younger gods the fashioning of their mortal bodies, and desired them to furnish what was still lacking to the human soul, and having made all the suitable additions, to rule over them, and to pilot the mortal animal in the best and wisest manner which they could, and avert from him all but self-inflicted evils. When the Creator had made all these ordinances, he remained in his own accustomed nature, and his children heard and were obedient to their father's word, and receiving from him the immortal principle of a mortal creature, in imitation of their own Creator, they borrowed portions of fire and earth and water and air from the world, which were hereafter to be restored. These they took and welded them together, not with the indissoluble chains by which they were themselves bound, but with little pegs too small to be visible, making up out of all the four elements each separate body, and fastening the causes of the immortal soul in a body which was in a state of perpetual influx and efflux. Now these causes, detained as in a vast river, neither overcame nor were overcome, but were hurrying and hurried to and fro, so that the whole animal was moved and progressed, irregularly however and irrationally and anyhow, in all the 6 directions of motion, wandering backwards and forwards, and right and left, and up and down, and in all the 6 directions. For great as was the advancing and retiring flood which provided nourishment, the affections produced by external contact caused still greater tumult. When the body of anyone met and came into collision with some external fire, or with the solid earth or the gliding waters, or was caught in the tempest borne on the air, and the motions produced by any of these impulses were carried through the body to the soul. All such motions have consequently received the general name of sensations, which they still retain. And they did in fact at that time create a very great and mighty movement, uniting with the ever-flowing stream in stirring up and violently shaking the causes of the soul. They completely stopped the revolution of the same by their opposing current, and hindered it from predominating and advancing. And they so disturbed the nature of the other or diverse, that the 3 double intervals i.e., between 1, 2, 4, 8, and the 3 triple intervals i.e., between 1, 3, 9, 27, together with the mean terms and connecting links which are expressed by the ratios of 3, 2, and 4, 3, and of 9, 8, these, although they cannot be wholly undone except by him who united them, were twisted by them in all sorts of ways, and the circles were broken and disordered in every possible manner, so that when they moved they were tumbling to pieces, and moved irrationally, at one time in a reverse direction, and then again obliquely, and then upside down, as you might imagine a person who is upside down and has his head leaning upon the ground and his feet up against something in the air. And when he is in such a position, both he and the spectator fancy that the right of either is his left, and the left right. If when powerfully experiencing these and similar effects, the revolutions of the soul come in contact with some external thing, either of the class of the same or of the other, they speak of the same or of the other in a manner the very opposite of the truth, and they become false and foolish, and there is no cause or revolution in them which has a guiding or directing power. And if again any sensations enter in violently from without and drag after them the whole vessel of the soul, then the causes of the soul, though they seem to conquer, are really conquered. And by reason of all these affections, the soul, when encased in a mortal body, now as in the beginning, is at first without intelligence. But when the flood of growth and nutriment abates, and the causes of the soul, calming down, go their own way and become steadier as time goes on, then the several circles return to their natural form, and their revolutions are corrected, and they call the same and the other by their right names, and make the possessor of them to become a rational being. And if these combine in him with any true nurture or education, he attains the fullness and health of the perfect man, and escapes the worst disease of all. But if he neglects education, he walks lame to the end of his life, and returns imperfect and good for nothing to the world below. This, however, is a later stage. At present, we must treat more exactly the subject before us, which involves a preliminary inquiry into the generation of the body and its members, and as to how the soul was created, for what reason and by what providence of the gods, and holding fast to probability, we must pursue our way. First, then, the gods, imitating the spherical shape of the universe, enclosed the two divine causes in a spherical body, that namely, which we now term the head, being the most divine part of us and the lord of all that is in us. To this the gods, when they put together the body, gave all the other members to be servants, considering that it partook of every sort of motion. In order then that it might not tumble about among the high and deep places of the earth, but might be able to get over the one and out of the other, they provided the body to be its vehicle and means of locomotion, which consequently had length, and was furnished with 4 limbs extended and flexible. These God contrived to be instruments of locomotion with which it might take hold and find support, and so be able to pass through all places, carrying on high the dwelling place of the most sacred and divine part of us. Such was the origin of legs and hands, which for this reason were attached to every man, and the gods, deeming the front part of man to be more honorable and more fit to command than the hinder part, made us to move mostly in a forward direction. Wherefore man must needs have his front part unlike and distinguished from the rest of his body. And so in the vessel of the head, they first of all put a face in which they inserted organs to minister in all things to the providence of the soul, and they appointed this part, which has authority, to be by nature the part which is in front. And of the organs they first contrived the eyes to give light, and the principle according to which they were inserted was as follows: so much of fire as would not burn, but gave a gentle light. They formed into a substance akin to the light of everyday life, and the pure fire which is within us and related thereto, they made to flow through the eyes in a stream smooth and dense, compressing the whole eye, and especially the center part, so that it kept out everything of a coarser nature, and allowed to pass only this pure element. When the light of day surrounds the stream of vision, then like falls upon like, and they coalesce, and one body is formed by natural affinity in the line of vision, wherever the light that falls from within meets with an external object. And the whole stream of vision, being similarly affected in virtue of similarity, diffuses the motions of what it touches or what touches it over the whole body, until they reach the soul, causing that perception which we call sight. But when night comes on and the external and kindred fire departs, then the stream of vision is cut off. For going forth to an unlike element, it is changed and extinguished, being no longer of one nature with the surrounding atmosphere which is now deprived of fire, and so the eye no longer sees, and we feel disposed to sleep. For when the eyelids, which the gods invented for the preservation of sight, are closed, they keep in the internal fire, and the power of the fire diffuses and equalizes the inward motions. When they are equalized, there is rest, and when the rest is profound, sleep comes over us scarce disturbed by dreams. But where the greater motions still remain, of whatever nature and in whatever locality, they engender corresponding visions in dreams, which are remembered by us when we are awake and in the external world. And now there is no longer any difficulty in understanding the creation of images in mirrors and all smooth and bright surfaces. For from the communion of the internal and external fires, and again from the union of them, and their numerous transformations when they meet in the mirror, all these appearances of necessity arise, when the fire from the face coalesces with the fire from the eye on the bright and smooth surface. And right appears left and left right, because the visual rays come into contact with the rays emitted by the object in a manner contrary to the usual mode of meeting. But the right appears right, and the left left, when the position of one of the two concurring lights is reversed, and this happens when the mirror is concave and its smooth surface repels the right stream of vision to the left side, and the left to the right. 281, or if the mirror be turned vertically. Then the concavity makes the countenance appear to be all upside down, and the lower rays are driven upwards and the upper downwards. All these are to be reckoned among the second and cooperative causes which God, carrying into execution the idea of the best as far as possible, uses as his ministers. They are thought by most men not to be the second, but the prime causes of all things, because they freeze and heat and contract and dilate and the like. But they are not so, for they are incapable of reason or intellect. The only being which can properly have mind is the invisible soul, whereas fire and water, and earth and air are all of them visible bodies. The lover of intellect and knowledge ought to explore causes of intelligent nature first of all, and secondly of those things which, being moved by others, are compelled to move others. And this is what we too must do. Both kinds of causes should be acknowledged by us, but a distinction should be made between those which are endowed with mind, and are the workers of things fair and good, and those which are deprived of intelligence, and always produce chance effects without order or design. Of the second or cooperative causes of sight, which help to give to the eyes the power which they now possess, enough has been said. I will therefore now proceed to speak of the higher use and purpose for which God has given them to us. The sight, in my opinion, is the source of the greatest benefit to us, for had we never seen the stars, and the sun, and the heaven, none of the words which we have spoken about the universe would ever have been uttered. But now the sight of day and night, and the months and the revolutions of the years, have created number, and have given us a conception of time, and the power of inquiring about the nature of the universe. And from this source we have derived philosophy, than which no greater good ever was or will be given by the gods to mortal man. This is the greatest boon of sight, and of the lesser benefits why should I speak? Even the ordinary man, if he were deprived of them, would bewail his loss. But in vain. Thus much let me say, however, God invented and gave us sight to the end that we might behold the causes of intelligence in the heaven, and apply them to the causes of our own intelligence which are akin to them, the unperturbed to the perturbed, and that we, learning them and partaking of the natural truth of reason, might imitate the absolutely unerring causes of God and regulate our own vagaries. The same may be affirmed of speech and hearing. They have been given by the gods to the same end and for like reason. For this is the principal end of speech, whereto it most contributes. Moreover, so much of music as is adapted to the sound of the voice 282 and to the sense of hearing is granted to us for the sake of harmony, and harmony, which has motions akin to the revolutions of our souls, is not regarded by the intelligent votary of the Muses as given by them with a view to irrational pleasure, which is deemed to be the purpose of it in our day, but is meant to correct any discord which may have arisen in the causes of the soul, and to be our ally in bringing her into harmony and agreement with herself. And rhythm too was given by them for the same reason, on account of the irregular and graceless ways which prevail among mankind generally, and to help us against them. Thus far in what we have been saying, with small exception, the works of intelligence have been set forth, and now we must place by the side of them in our discourse the things which come into being through necessity, for the creation is mixed, being made up of necessity and mind. Mind, the ruling power, persuaded necessity to bring the greater part of created things to perfection, and thus and after this manner in the beginning, when the influence of reason got the better of necessity, the universe was created. But if a person will truly tell of the way in which the work was accomplished, he must include the other influence of the variable cause as well. Wherefore, we must return again and find another suitable beginning, as about the former matters, so also about these. To which end we must consider the nature of fire, and water, and air and earth, such as they were prior to the creation of the heaven, and what was happening to them in this previous state. 283 For no one has as yet explained the manner of their generation, but we speak of fire and the rest of them, whatever they mean, as though men knew their natures, and we maintain them to be the first principles and letters or elements of the whole, when they cannot reasonably be compared by a man of any sense even to syllables or first compounds. And let me say thus much: I will not now speak of the first principle or principles of all things, or by whatever name they are to be called, for this reason, because it is difficult to set forth my opinion according to the method of discussion which we are at present employing. Do not imagine, any more than I can bring myself to imagine, that I should be right in undertaking so great and difficult a task. Remembering what I said at first about probability, I will do my best to give as probable an explanation as any other, or rather, more probable, and I will first go back to the beginning and try to speak of each thing and of all. 284 Once more, then, at the commencement of my discourse, I call upon God and beg him to be our Savior out of a strange and unwanted inquiry, and to bring us to the haven of probability. So now let us begin again. This new beginning of our discussion of the universe requires a fuller division than the former, for then we made two classes, now a third must be revealed. The two sufficed for the former discussion. One, which we assumed, was a pattern intelligible and always the same, and the second was only the imitation of the pattern, generated and visible. There is also a third kind which we did not distinguish at the time, conceiving that the two would be enough. But now the argument seems to require that we should set forth in words another kind, which is difficult of explanation and dimly seen. What nature are we to attribute to this new kind of being? We reply that it is the receptacle, and in a manner the nurse, of all generation. I have spoken the truth, but I must express myself in clearer language, and this will be an arduous task for many reasons, and in particular because I must first raise questions concerning fire and the other elements, and determine what each of them is. For to say, with any probability or certitude, which of them should be called water rather than fire, and which should be called any of them rather than all or some one of them, is a difficult matter. How, then, shall we settle this point, and what questions about the elements may be fairly raised? In the first place, we see that what we just now called water, by condensation, I suppose, becomes stone and earth, and this same element, when melted and dispersed, passes into vapor and air. Air, again, when inflamed, becomes fire, and again fire, when condensed and extinguished, passes once more into the form of air, and once more air, when collected and condensed, produces cloud and mist, and from these, when still more compressed, comes flowing water, and from water comes earth and stones once more, and thus generation appears to be transmitted from one to the other in a circle. Thus, then, as the several elements never present themselves in the same form, how can anyone have the assurance to assert positively that any of them, whatever it may be, is one thing rather than another? No one can. But much the safest plan is to speak of them as follows: anything which we see to be continually changing, as for example fire, we must not call this or that, but rather say that it is of such a nature. Nor let us speak of water as this, but always as such. Nor must we imply that there is any stability in any of those things which we indicate by the use of the words this and that, supposing ourselves to signify something thereby. For they are too volatile to be detained in any such expressions as this, or that, or relative to this, or any other mode of speaking which represents them as permanent. We ought not to apply this to any of them, but rather the word such, which expresses the similar principle circulating in each and all of them. For example, that should be called fire, which is of such a nature always, and so of everything that has generation. That in which the elements severally grow up, and appear and decay, is alone to be called by the name this or that, but that which is of a certain nature, hot or white, or anything which admits of opposite qualities, and all things that are compounded of them, ought not to be so denominated. Let me make another attempt to explain my meaning more clearly. Suppose a person to make all kinds of figures of gold, and to be always transmuting one form into all the rest. Somebody points to one of them and asks what it is. By far the safest and truest answer is that is gold, and not to call the triangle or any other figures which are formed in the gold these, as though they had existence, since they are in process of change while he is making the assertion. But if the questioner be willing to take the safe and indefinite expression, such, we should be satisfied. And the same argument applies to the universal nature which receives all bodies. That must be always called the same, for while receiving all things, she never departs at all from her own nature, and never in any way or at any time assumes a form like that of any of the things which enter into her. She is the natural recipient of all impressions, and is stirred and informed by them, and appears different from time to time by reason of them. But the forms which enter into and go out of her are the likenesses of real existences modeled after their patterns in a wonderful and inexplicable manner, which we will hereafter investigate. For the present we have only to conceive of three natures. First, that which is in process of generation. Secondly, that in which the generation takes place. And thirdly, that of which the thing generated is a resemblance. And we may liken the receiving principle to a mother, and the source or spring to a father, and the intermediate nature to a child, and may remark further, that if the model is to take every variety of form, then the matter in which the model is fashioned will not be duly prepared, unless it is formless, and free from the impress of any of those shapes which it is hereafter to receive from without. For if the matter were like any of the supervening forms, then whenever any opposite or entirely different nature was stamped upon its surface, it would take the impression badly, because it would intrude its own shape. Wherefore, that which is to receive all forms should have no form. As in making perfumes, they first contrive that the liquid substance which is to receive the scent shall be as inodorous as possible, or as those who wish to impress figures on soft substances do not allow any previous impression to remain, but begin by making the surface as even and smooth as possible. In the same way that which is to receive perpetually, and through its whole extent the resemblances of all eternal beings ought to be devoid of any particular form. Wherefore, the mother and receptacle of all created and visible and in any way sensible things is not to be termed earth, or air, or fire, or water, or any of their compounds, or any of the elements from which these are derived, but is an invisible and formless being which receives all things, and in some mysterious way partakes of the intelligible, and is most incomprehensible. In saying this we shall not be far wrong, as far, however, as we can attain to a knowledge of her from the previous considerations. We may truly say that fire is that part of her nature which from time to time is inflamed, and water that which is moistened, and that the mother substance becomes earth and air, in so far as she receives the impressions of them. Let us consider this question more precisely. Is there any self-existent fire? And do all those things which we call self-existent exist? Or are only those things which we see, or in some way perceive through the bodily organs, truly existent, and nothing whatever besides them? And is all that which we call an intelligible essence nothing at all, and only a name? Here is a question which we must not leave unexamined or undetermined, nor must we affirm too confidently that there can be no decision. Neither must we interpolate in our present long discourse a digression equally long, but if it is possible to set forth a great principle in a few words, that is just what we want. Thus I state my view. If mind and true opinion are two distinct classes, then I say that there certainly are these self-existent ideas unperceived by sense, and apprehended only by the mind. If, however, as some say, true opinion differs in no respect from mind, then everything that we perceive through the body is to be regarded as most real and certain. But we must affirm them to be distinct, for they have a distinct origin and are of a different nature. The one is implanted in us by instruction, the other by persuasion. The one is always accompanied by true reason, the other is without reason. The one cannot be overcome by persuasion, but the other can. And lastly, every man may be said to share in true opinion, but mind is the attribute of the gods and of very few men. Wherefore also we must acknowledge that there is one kind of being which is always the same, uncreated and indestructible, never receiving anything into itself from without, nor itself going out to any other, but invisible and imperceptible by any sense, and of which the contemplation is granted to intelligence only. And there is another nature of the same name with it, and like to it, perceived by sense, created, always in motion, becoming in place and again vanishing out of place, which is apprehended by opinion and sense. And there is a third nature, which is space and is eternal, and admits not of destruction and provides a home for all created things, and is apprehended without the help of sense by a kind of spurious reason, and is hardly real, which we beholding as in a dream, say of all existence that it must of necessity be in some place and occupy a space. But that what is neither in heaven nor in earth has no existence. Of these and other things of the same kind, relating to the true and waking reality of nature, we have only this dreamlike sense, and we are unable to cast off sleep and determine the truth about them. For an image, since the reality after which it is modeled does not belong to it, 285, and it exists ever as the fleeting shadow of some other, must be inferred to be in another i.e., in space, grasping existence in some way or other, or it could not be at all. But true and exact reason, vindicating the nature of true being, maintains that while two things i.e., the image and space, are different, they cannot exist one of them in the other, and so be one and also two at the same time. Thus have I concisely given the result of my thoughts, and my verdict is that being and space and generation, these three, existed in their three ways before the heaven, and that the nurse of generation, moistened by water and inflamed by fire, and receiving the forms of earth and air, and experiencing all the affections which accompany these, presented a strange variety of appearances, and being full of powers which were neither similar nor equally balanced, was never in any part in a state of equipoise, but swaying unevenly hither and thither, was shaken by them, and by its motion again shook them. And the elements when moved were separated and carried continually, some one way, some another, as when grain is shaken and winnowed by fans and other instruments used in the threshing of corn, the close and heavy particles are borne away and settle in one direction, and the loose and light particles in another. In this manner, the four kinds or elements were then shaken by the receiving vessel, which, moving like a winnowing machine, scattered far away from one another the elements most unlike, and forced the most similar elements into close contact. Wherefore also the various elements had different places before they were arranged so as to form the universe. At first, they were all without reason and measure, but when the world began to get into order, fire and water and earth and air had only certain faint traces of themselves, and were altogether such as everything might be expected to be in the absence of God. This, I say, was their nature at that time, and God fashioned them by form and number. Let it be consistently maintained by us in all that we say that God made them as far as possible the fairest and best, out of things which were not fair and good. And now I will endeavor to show you the disposition and generation of them by an unaccustomed argument, which I am compelled to use, but I believe that you will be able to follow me, for your education has made you familiar with the methods of science. In the first place, then, as is evident to all, fire and earth and water and air are bodies, and every sort of body possesses solidity, and every solid must necessarily be contained in planes, and every plane rectilinear figure is composed of triangles, and all triangles are originally of two kinds, both of which are made up of one right and two acute angles. One of them has at either end of the base the half of a divided right angle, having equal sides, while in the other the right angle is divided into unequal parts, having unequal sides. These, then, proceeding by a combination of probability with demonstration, we assume to be the original elements of fire and the other bodies. But the principles which are prior to these God only knows, and he of men who is the friend of God. And next we have to determine what are the four most beautiful bodies which are unlike one another, and of which some are capable of resolution into one another. For having discovered thus much, we shall know the true origin of earth and fire, and of the proportionate and intermediate elements. And then we shall not be willing to allow that there are any distinct kinds of visible bodies fairer than these. Wherefore we must endeavor to construct the four forms of bodies which excel in beauty. And then we shall be able to say that we have sufficiently apprehended their nature. Now of the two triangles, the isosceles has one form only. The scalene or unequal-sided has an infinite number. Of the infinite forms we must select the most beautiful if we are to proceed in due order, and anyone who can point out a more beautiful form than ours for the construction of these bodies shall carry off the palm, not as an enemy, but as a friend. Now the one which we maintain to be the most beautiful of all the many triangles, and we need not speak of the others, is that of which the double forms a third triangle which is equilateral. The reason of this would be long to tell. He who disproves what we are saying and shows that we are mistaken may claim a friendly victory. Then let us choose two triangles, out of which fire and the other elements have been constructed, one isosceles, the other having the square of the longer side, equal to 3 times the square of the lesser side. Now is the time to explain what was before obscurely said. There was an error in imagining that all the four elements might be generated by and into one another. This, I say, was an erroneous supposition, for there are generated from the triangles which we have selected 4 kinds, 3 from the one which has the sides unequal. The fourth alone is framed out of the isosceles triangle. Hence they cannot all be resolved into one another, a great number of small bodies being combined into a few large ones, or the converse. But 3 of them can be thus resolved and compounded, for they all spring from one, and when the greater bodies are broken up, many small bodies will spring up out of them and take their own proper figures. Or again, when many small bodies are dissolved into their triangles, if they become one, they will form one large mass of another kind. So much for their passage into one another. I have now to speak of their several kinds, and show out of what combinations of numbers each of them was formed. The first will be the simplest and smallest construction, and its element is that triangle which has its hypotenuse twice the lesser side. When 2 such triangles are joined at the diagonal, and this is repeated 3 times, and the triangles rest their diagonals and shorter sides on the same point as a center. A single equilateral triangle is formed out of 6 triangles, and 4 equilateral triangles, if put together, make out of every 3 plane angles one solid angle, being that which is nearest to the most obtuse of plane angles. And out of the combination of these 4 angles arises the first solid form, which distributes into equal and similar parts the whole circle in which it is inscribed. The second species of solid is formed out of the same triangles, which unite as 8 equilateral triangles and form one solid angle out of 4 plane angles, and out of 6 such angles the second body is completed. And the third body is made up of 120 triangular elements, forming 12 solid angles, each of them included in 5 plane equilateral triangles, having altogether 20 bases, each of which is an equilateral triangle. The one element, that is, the triangle which has its hypotenuse twice the lesser side, having generated these figures, generated no more. but the isosceles triangle produced the fourth elementary figure, which is compounded of four such triangles, joining their right angles in a center and forming one equilateral quadrangle. 6 of these united form 8 solid angles, each of which is made by the combination of 3 plane right angles. The figure of the body thus composed is a cube, having 6 plane quadrangular equilateral bases. There was yet a 5th combination which God used in the delineation of the universe. Now, he who, duly reflecting on all this, inquires whether the worlds are to be regarded as indefinite or definite in number, will be of opinion that the notion of their indefiniteness is characteristic of a sadly indefinite and ignorant mind. He, however, who raises the question whether they are to be truly regarded as 1 or 5, takes up a more reasonable position, arguing from probabilities. I am of opinion that they are 1. Another, regarding the question from another point of view, will be of another mind. But leaving this inquiry, let us proceed to distribute the elementary forms, which have now been created in idea among the 4 elements. To earth, then, let us assign the cubical form, for earth is the most immovable of the 4 and the most plastic of all bodies, and that which has the most stable bases must of necessity be of such a nature. Now, of the triangles which we assumed at first, that which has 2 equal sides is by nature more firmly based than that which has unequal sides, and of the compound figures which are formed out of either. The plane equilateral quadrangle has necessarily a more stable basis than the equilateral triangle, both in the whole and in the parts. Wherefore, in assigning this figure to earth, we adhere to probability, and to water we assign that one of the remaining forms which is the least movable, and the most movable of them to fire, and to air that which is intermediate. Also we assign the smallest body to fire, and the greatest to water, and the intermediate in size to air, and again, the acutest body to fire, and the next in acuteness to air, and the third to water. Of all these elements, that which has the fewest bases must necessarily be the most movable, for it must be the acutest and most penetrating in every way, and also the lightest, as being composed of the smallest number of similar particles. And the second body has similar properties in a second degree, and the third body in the third degree. Let it be agreed, then, both according to strict reason and according to probability, that the pyramid is the solid which is the original element and seed of fire, and let us assign the element which was next in the order of generation to air, and the third to water. We must imagine all these to be so small that no single particle of any of the 4 kinds is seen by us on account of their smallness, but when many of them are collected together their aggregates are seen, and the ratios of their numbers, motions, and other properties everywhere God, as far as necessity allowed or gave consent, has exactly perfected and harmonized in due proportion. From all that we have just been saying about the elements or kinds, the most probable conclusion is as follows. Earth, when meeting with fire and dissolved by its sharpness, whether the dissolution take place in the fire itself or perhaps in some mass of air or water, is borne hither and thither, until its parts, meeting together and mutually harmonizing, again become earth, for they can never take any other form. But water, when divided by fire or by air on reforming, may become 1 part fire and 2 parts air, and a single volume of air divided becomes 2 of fire. Again, when a small body of fire is contained in a larger body of air or water or earth, and both are moving, and the fire struggling is overcome and broken up, then 2 volumes of fire form 1 volume of air, and when air is overcome and cut up into small pieces, 2½ parts of air are condensed into 1 part of water. Let us consider the matter in another way. When one of the other elements is fastened upon by fire, and is cut by the sharpness of its angles and sides, it coalesces with the fire, and then ceases to be cut by them any longer. For no element which is one and the same with itself can be changed by or change another of the same kind and in the same state. But so long as in the process of transition the weaker is fighting against the stronger, the dissolution continues. Again, when a few small particles, enclosed in many larger ones, are in process of decomposition and extinction, they only cease from their tendency to extinction when they consent to pass into the conquering nature, and fire becomes air and air water. But if bodies of another kind go and attack them, i.e., the small particles, the latter continue to be dissolved until, being completely forced back and dispersed, they make their escape to their own kindred, or else, being overcome and assimilated to the conquering power, they remain where they are and dwell with their victors, and from being many become one. And owing to these affections, all things are changing their place, for by the motion of the receiving vessel, the bulk of each class is distributed into its proper place. But those things which become unlike themselves, and like other things, are hurried by the shaking into the place of the things to which they grow like. Now all unmixed and primary bodies are produced by such causes as these. As to the subordinate species which are included in the greater kinds, they are to be attributed to the varieties in the structure of the two original triangles. For either structure did not originally produce the triangle of one size only, but some larger and some smaller, and there are as many sizes as there are species of the four elements. Hence, when they are mingled with themselves, and with one another there is an endless variety of them, which those who would arrive at the probable truth of nature ought duly to consider. Unless a person comes to an understanding about the nature and conditions of rest and motion, he will meet with many difficulties in the discussion which follows. Something has been said of this matter already, and something more remains to be said, which is, that motion never exists in what is uniform. For to conceive that anything can be moved without a mover is hard or indeed impossible, and equally impossible to conceive that there can be a mover unless there be something which can be moved. Motion cannot exist where either of these are wanting, and for these to be uniform is impossible. Wherefore we must assign rest to uniformity and motion to the want of uniformity. Now inequality is the cause of the nature which is wanting in uniformity, and of this we have already described the origin. But there still remains the further point, why things when divided after their kinds do not cease to pass through one another and to change their place, which we will now proceed to explain. In the revolution of the universe are comprehended all the four elements, and this being circular and having a tendency to come together, compresses everything and will not allow any place to be left void. Wherefore, also, fire above all things penetrates everywhere, and air next, as being next in rarity of the elements, and the two other elements in like manner penetrate according to their degrees of rarity. For those things which are composed of the largest particles have the largest void left in their compositions, and those which are composed of the smallest particles have the least. And the contraction caused by the compression thrusts the smaller particles into the interstices of the larger. And thus, when the small parts are placed side by side with the larger, and the lesser divide the greater, and the greater unite the lesser, all the elements are borne up and down and hither, and thither towards their own places, for the change in the size of each changes its position in space. And these causes generate an inequality which is always maintained, and is continually creating a perpetual motion of the elements in all time. In the next place we have to consider that there are divers kinds of fire. There are, for example, first flame, and secondly, those emanations of flame which do not burn but only give light to the eyes. Thirdly, the remains of fire which are seen in red-hot embers after the flame has been extinguished. There are similar differences in the air, of which the brightest part is called the ether, and the most turbid sought mist and darkness. And there are various other nameless kinds which arise from the inequality of the triangles. Water, again, admits in the first place of a division into two kinds, the one liquid and the other fusile. The liquid kind is composed of the small and unequal particles of water, and moves itself, and is moved by other bodies owing to the want of uniformity and the shape of its particles, whereas the fusile kind, being formed of large and uniform particles, is more stable than the other, and is heavy and compact by reason of its uniformity. But when fire gets in and dissolves the particles and destroys the uniformity, it has greater mobility, and becoming fluid is thrust forth by the neighboring air and spreads upon the earth. And this dissolution of the solid masses is called melting, and their spreading out upon the earth flowing. Again, when the fire goes out of the fusile substance, it does not pass into a vacuum, but into the neighboring air. And the air which is displaced forces together the liquid and still movable mass into the place which was occupied by the fire, and unites it with itself. Thus compressed, the mass resumes its equability, and is again at unity with itself, because the fire which was the author of the inequality has retreated, and this departure of the fire is called cooling, and the coming together which follows upon it is termed congealment. Of all the kinds termed fusile, that which is the densest, and is formed out of the finest and most uniform parts, is that most precious possession called gold, which is hardened by filtration through rock. This is unique in kind, and has both a glittering and a yellow color. A shoot of gold, which is so dense as to be very hard, and takes a black color, is termed adamant. There is also another kind which has parts nearly like gold, and of which there are several species. It is denser than gold, and it contains a small and fine portion of earth, and is therefore harder, yet also lighter because of the great interstices which it has within itself. And this substance, which is one of the bright and denser kinds of water, when solidified is called copper. There is an alloy of earth mingled with it, which, when the two parts grow old and are disunited, shows itself separately and is called rust. The remaining phenomena of the same kind there will be no difficulty in reasoning out by the method of probabilities. A man may sometimes set aside meditations about eternal things, and for recreation turn to consider the truths of generation which are probable only. He will thus gain a pleasure not to be repented of, and secure for himself while he lives a wise and moderate pastime. Let us grant ourselves this indulgence, and go through the probabilities relating to the same subjects which follow next in order. Water which is mingled with fire, so much as is fine and liquid, being so called by reason of its motion and the way in which it rolls along the ground, and soft because its bases give way and are less stable than those of earth, when separated from fire and air and isolated, becomes more uniform, and by their retirement is compressed into itself. And if the condensation be very great, the water above the earth becomes hail, but on the earth ice. And that which is congealed in a less degree and is only half solid, when above the earth is called snow, and when upon the earth, and condensed from dew hoarfrost. Then again, there are the numerous kinds of water which have been mingled with one another, and are distilled through plants which grow in the earth, and this whole class is called by the name of juices or saps. The unequal admixture of these fluids creates a variety of species. Most of them are nameless, but four which are of a fiery nature are clearly distinguished and have names. First, there is wine, which warms the soul as well as the body. Secondly, there is the oily nature, which is smooth and divides the visual ray, and for this reason is bright and shining and of a glistening appearance, including pitch, the juice of the castor berry, oil itself, and other things of a like kind. Thirdly, there is the class of substances which expand the contracted parts 286 of the mouth, until they return to their natural state, and by reason of this property create sweetness. These are included under the general name of honey, And lastly, there is a frothy nature, which differs from all juices, having a burning quality which dissolves the flesh. It is called opos, a vegetable acid. As to the kinds of earth, that which is filtered through water passes into stone in the following manner. The water which mixes with the earth and is broken up in the process changes into air, and taking this form mounts into its own place. But as there is no surrounding vacuum, it thrusts away the neighboring air, and this being rendered heavy, and when it is displaced, having been pawed around the mass of earth, forcibly compresses it and drives it into the vacant space whence the new air had come up, and the earth, when compressed by the air into an indissoluble union with water, becomes rock. The fairer sort is that which is made up of equal and similar parts and is transparent. That which has the opposite qualities is inferior. But when all the watery part is suddenly drawn out by fire, a more brittle substance is formed, to which we give the name of pottery. Sometimes also moisture may remain, and the earth which has been fused by fire becomes, when cool, a certain stone of a black color. A like separation of the water which had been copiously mingled with them may occur in two substances composed of finer particles of earth and of a briny nature. Out of either of them a half-solid body is then formed, soluble in water, the one soda, which is used for purging away oil and earth, the other salt, which harmonizes so well in combinations pleasing to the palate, and is, as the law testifies, a substance dear to the gods. The compounds of earth and water are not soluble by water, but by fire only, and for this reason, neither fire nor air melt masses of earth, for their particles, being smaller than the interstices in its structure, have plenty of room to move without forcing their way, and so they leave the earth unmelted and undissolved. But particles of water, which are larger, force a passage, and dissolve and melt the earth. Wherefore earth, when not consolidated by force, is dissolved by water only, when consolidated by nothing but fire, for this is the only body which can find an entrance. The cohesion of water, again, when very strong, is dissolved by fire only, when weaker, then either by air or fire, the former entering the interstices and the latter penetrating even the triangles. But nothing can dissolve air when strongly condensed, which does not reach the elements or triangles. Or if not strongly condensed, then only fire can dissolve it. As to bodies composed of earth and water, while the water occupies the vacant interstices of the earth in them which are compressed by force, the particles of water which approach them from without, finding no entrance, flow around the entire mass and leave it undissolved. But the particles of fire, entering into the interstices of the water, do to the water what water does to earth and fire to air. 287, and are the sole causes of the compound body of earth and water liquefying and becoming fluid. Now these bodies are of two kinds. Some of them, such as glass and the fusible sort of stones, have less water than they have earth. On the other hand, substances of the nature of wax and incense have more of water entering into their composition. I have thus shown the various classes of bodies as they are diversified by their forms and combinations and changes into one another, and now I must endeavor to set forth their affections and the causes of them. In the first place, the bodies which I have been describing are necessarily objects of sense, but we have not yet considered the origin of flesh, or what belongs to flesh, or of that part of the soul which is mortal. And these things cannot be adequately explained without also explaining the affections which are concerned with sensation, nor the latter without the former, and yet to explain them together is hardly possible, for which reason we must assume first one or the other and afterwards examine the nature of our hypothesis. 288. In order, then, that the affections may follow regularly after the elements, let us presuppose the existence of body and soul. First, let us inquire what we mean by saying that fire is hot, and about this we may reason from the dividing or cutting power which it exercises on our bodies. We all of us feel that fire is sharp, and we may further consider the fineness of the sides, and the sharpness of the angles, and the smallness of the particles, and the swiftness of the motion. All this makes the action of fire violent and sharp, so that it cuts whatever it meets. And we must not forget that the original figure of fire, i.e., the pyramid, more than any other form, has a dividing power which cuts our bodies into small pieces, kappa epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota zeta epsilon iota, and thus naturally produces that affection which we call heat, and hence the origin of the name, theta epsilon rho mu leta 1 f78 sigma, kappa epsilon rho mu alpha. Now, the opposite of this is sufficiently manifest. Nevertheless, we will not fail to describe it. For the larger particles of moisture which surround the body, entering in and driving out the lesser, but not being able to take their places, compress the moist principle in us, and this from being unequal and disturbed is forced by them into a state of rest, which is due to equability and compression. But things which are contracted contrary to nature are by nature at war and force themselves apart. And to this war and convulsion the name of shivering and trembling is given. And the whole affection and the cause of the affection are both termed cold. That is called hard to which our flesh yields, and soft which yields to our flesh. And things are also termed hard and soft relatively to one another. That which yields has a small base, but that which rests on quadrangular bases is firmly posed, and belongs to the class which offers the greatest resistance. So too does that which is the most compact and therefore most repellent. The nature of the light and the heavy will be best understood when examined in connection with our notions of above and below, for it is quite a mistake to suppose that the universe is parted into two regions, separate from and opposite to each other, the one a lower to which all things tend which have any bulk, and an upper to which things only ascend against their will. For as the universe is in the form of a sphere, all the extremities, being equidistant from the center, are equally extremities, and the center, which is equidistant from them, is equally to be regarded as the opposite of them all. Such being the nature of the world, when a person says that any of these points is above or below, may he not be justly charged with using an improper expression. For the center of the world cannot be rightly called either above or below, but is the center and nothing else. And the circumference is not the center, and has in no one part of itself a different relation to the center from what it has in any of the opposite parts. Indeed, when it is in every direction similar, how can one rightly give to it names which imply opposition? For if there were any solid body in equipoise at the center of the universe, there would be nothing to draw it to this extreme rather than to that, for they are all perfectly similar. And if a person were to go round the world in a circle, he would often, when standing at the antipodes of his former position, speak of the same point as above and below. For as I was saying just now, to speak of the whole which is in the form of a globe as having one part above and another below is not like a sensible man. The reason why these names are used, and the circumstances under which they are ordinarily applied by us to the division of the heavens, may be elucidated by the following supposition. If a person were to stand in that part of the universe which is the appointed place of fire, and where there is the great mass of fire to which fiery bodies gather, if I say he were to ascend thither, and having the power to do this, were to abstract particles of fire and put them in scales and weigh them, and then raising the balance, were to draw the fire by force towards the uncongenial element of the air, it would be very evident that he could compel the smaller mass more readily than the larger. For when two things are simultaneously raised by one and the same power, the smaller body must necessarily yield to the superior power with less reluctance than the larger. And the larger body is called heavy and said to tend downwards, and the smaller body is called light and said to tend upwards. And we may detect ourselves who are upon the earth doing precisely the same thing. For we often separate earthy natures, and sometimes earth itself, and draw them into the uncongenial element of air by force and contrary to nature, both clinging to their kindred elements. But that which is smaller yields to the impulse given by us towards the dissimilar element more easily than the larger, and so we call the former light, and the place towards which it is impelled we call above, and the contrary state and place we call heavy and below respectively. Now the relations of these must necessarily vary, because the principal masses of the different elements hold opposite positions, for that which is light, heavy, below or above in one place, will be found to be and become contrary and transverse, and every way diverse in relation to that which is light, heavy, below or above in an opposite place. And about all of them this has to be considered, that the tendency of each towards its kindred element makes the body which is moved heavy, and the place towards which the motion tends below, but things which have an opposite tendency we call by an opposite name. Such are the causes which we assign to these phenomena. As to the smooth and the rough, anyone who sees them can explain the reason of them to another. For roughness is hardness mingled with irregularity, and smoothness is produced by the joint effect of uniformity and density. The most important of the affections which concern the whole body remains to be considered, that is, the cause of pleasure and pain in the perceptions of which I have been speaking, and in all other things which are perceived by sense through the parts of the body, and have both pains and pleasures attendant on them. Let us imagine the causes of every affection, whether of sense or not, to be of the following nature, remembering that we have already distinguished between the nature which is easy and which is hard to move. For this is the direction in which we must hunt the prey which we mean to take. A body which is of a nature to be easily moved, on receiving an impression however slight, spreads abroad the motion in a circle, the parts communicating with each other, until at last, reaching the principle of mind, they announce the quality of the agent. But a body of the opposite kind, being immobile, and not extending to the surrounding region, merely receives the impression, and does not stir any of the neighboring parts. And since the parts do not distribute the original impression to other parts, it has no effect of motion on the whole animal, and therefore produces no effect on the patient. This is true of the bones and hair and other more earthy parts of the human body, whereas what was said above relates mainly to sight and hearing. Because they have in them the greatest amount of fire and air, now we must conceive of pleasure and pain in this way. An impression produced in us contrary to nature and violent, if sudden, is painful, and again, the sudden return to nature is pleasant, but a gentle and gradual return is imperceptible, and vice versa. On the other hand, the impression of sense which is most easily produced is most readily felt, but is not accompanied by pleasure or pain. Such, for example, are the affections of the sight, which, as we said above, is a body naturally uniting with our body in the daytime. For cuttings and burnings and other affections which happen to the sight do not give pain, nor is there pleasure when the sight returns to its natural state. But the sensations are clearest and strongest according to the manner in which the eye is affected by the object, and itself strikes and touches it. There is no violence either in the contraction or dilation of the eye, but bodies formed of larger particles yield to the agent only with a struggle, and then they impart their motions to the whole and cause pleasure and pain when alienated from their natural conditions, and pleasure when restored to them. Things which experience gradual withdrawings and emptyings of their nature, and great and sudden replenishments, fail to perceive the emptying, but are sensible of the replenishment, and so they occasion no pain, but the greatest pleasure to the mortal part of the soul, as is manifest in the case of perfumes. But things which are changed all of a sudden, and only gradually and with difficulty return to their own nature, have effects in every way opposite to the former, as is evident in the case of burnings and cuttings of the body. Thus have we discussed the general affections of the whole body, and the names of the agents which produce them. And now I will endeavor to speak of the affections of particular parts, and the causes and agents of them, as far as I am able. In the first place, let us set forth what was omitted when we were speaking of juices, concerning the affections peculiar to the tongue. These too, like most of the other affections, appear to be caused by certain contractions and dilations. But they have besides more of roughness and smoothness than is found in other affections. For whenever earthy particles enter into the small veins which are the testing instruments of the tongue, reaching to the heart, and fall upon the moist, delicate portions of flesh, when, as they are dissolved, they contract and dry up the little veins, they are astringent if they are rougher, but if not so rough, then only harsh. Those of them which are of an abstergent nature, and purge the whole surface of the tongue, if they do it in excess, and so encroach as to consume some part of the flesh itself, like potash and soda, are all termed bitter. But the particles which are deficient in the alkaline quality, and which cleanse only moderately, are called salt, and having no bitterness or roughness, are regarded as rather agreeable than otherwise. Bodies which share in and are made smooth by the heat of the mouth, and which are inflamed, and again in turn inflame that which heats them, and which are so light that they are carried upwards to the sensations of the head, and cut all that comes in their way, by reason of these qualities in them, are all termed pungent. But when these same particles, refined by putrefaction, enter into the narrow veins, and are duly proportioned to the particles of earth and air which are there, they set them whirling about one another, and while they are in a whirl cause them to dash against and enter into one another, and so form hollows surrounding the particles that enter, which watery vessels of air, for a film of moisture, sometimes earthy, sometimes pure, is spread around the air, are hollow spheres of water. And those of them which are pure are transparent, and are called bubbles, while those composed of the earthy liquid, which is in a state of general agitation and effervescence, are said to boil or ferment. Of all these affections the cause is termed acid. And there is the opposite affection arising from an opposite cause, when the mass of entering particles, immersed in the moisture of the mouth, is congenial to the tongue and smooths and oils over the roughness, and relaxes the parts which are unnaturally contracted, and contracts the parts which are relaxed, and disposes them all according to their nature. That sort of remedy of violent affections is pleasant and agreeable to every man, and has the name sweet. But enough of this. The faculty of smell does not admit of differences of kind, for all smells are of a half-formed nature, and no element is so proportioned as to have any smell. The veins about the nose are too narrow to admit earth and water, and too wide to detain fire and air, and for this reason no one ever perceives the smell of any of them, but smells always proceed from bodies that are damp, or putrefying, or liquefying, or evaporating, and are perceptible only in the intermediate state. When water is changing into air and air into water, and all of them are either vapor or mist, that which is passing out of air into water is mist, and that which is passing from water into air is vapor, and hence all smells are thinner than water and thicker than air. The proof of this is that when there is any obstruction to the respiration, and a man draws in his breath by force, then no smell filters through, but the air without the smell alone penetrates. Wherefore the varieties of smell have no name, and they have not many or definite and simple kinds, but they are distinguished only as painful and pleasant, the one sort irritating and disturbing the whole cavity which is situated between the head and the navel, the other having a soothing influence, and restoring this same region to an agreeable and natural condition. In considering the third kind of sense, hearing, we must speak of the causes in which it originates. We may in general assume sound to be a blow which passes through the ears, and is transmitted by means of the air, the brain, and the blood to the soul, and that hearing is the vibration of this blow, which begins in the head and ends in the region of the liver. The sound which moves swiftly is acute, and the sound which moves slowly is grave, and that which is regular is equable and smooth, and the reverse is harsh. A great body of sound is loud, and a small body of sound the reverse. Respecting the harmonies of sound, I must hereafter speak. There is a fourth class of sensible things, having many intricate varieties, which must now be distinguished. They are called by the general name of colors, and are a flame which emanates from every sort of body and has particles corresponding to the sense of sight. I have spoken already, in what has preceded, of the causes which generate sight, and in this place it will be natural and suitable to give a rational theory of colors. Of the particles coming from other bodies which fall upon the sight, some are smaller and some are larger, and some are equal to the parts of the sight itself. Those which are equal are imperceptible, and we call them transparent. The larger produce contraction, the smaller dilation in the sight, exercising a power akin to that of hot and cold bodies on the flesh, or of astringent bodies on the tongue, or of those heating bodies which we termed pungent. White and black are similar effects of contraction and dilation in another sphere, and for this reason have a different appearance. Wherefore, we ought to term white that which dilates the visual ray, and the opposite of this is black. There is also a swifter motion of a different sort of fire which strikes and dilates the ray of sight until it reaches the eyes, forcing a way through their passages and melting them, and eliciting from them a union of fire and water which we call tears, being itself an opposite fire which comes to them from an opposite direction. The inner fire flashes forth like lightning, and the outer finds a way in and is extinguished in the moisture. And all sorts of colors are generated by the mixture. This affection is termed dazzling, and the object which produces it is called bright and flashing. There is another sort of fire which is intermediate, and which reaches and mingles with the moisture of the eye without flashing, and in this, the fire mingling with the ray of the moisture produces a color like blood, to which we give the name of red. A bright hue mingled with red and white gives the color called auburn, xi alpha nu theta omicron nu. The law of proportion, however, according to which the several colors are formed, even if a man knew he would be foolish in telling, for he could not give any necessary reason, nor indeed any tolerable or probable explanation of them. Again, red, when mingled with black and white, becomes purple, but it becomes umber, letter 1 f fa 40 phi nu iota nu omicron nu, when the colors are burnt as well as mingled, and the black is more thoroughly mixed with them. Flame color pi upsilon rho letter 1 f 78 nu is produced by a union of auburn and dun, phi alpha iota letter 1 f 78 nu, and done by an admixture of black and white, pale yellow letter 1 f 60 chi rho letter 1 f 78 nu, by an admixture of white and auburn. White and bright meeting and falling upon a full black become dark blue, kappa upsilon alpha nu omicron letter 1 fe6 nu. And when dark blue mingles with white, a light blue gamma lambda alpha upsilon kappa letter 1 f78 nu color is formed, as flame color with black makes leek green pi rho alpha sigma iota omicron nu. There will be no difficulty in seeing how and by what mixtures the colors derived from these are made according to the rules of probability. He, however, who should attempt to verify all this by experiment would forget the difference of the human and divine nature. For God only has the knowledge and also the power which are able to combine many things into one and again resolve the one into many. But no man either is or ever will be able to accomplish either the one or the other operation. These are the elements, thus of necessity then subsisting, which the Creator of the fairest and best of created things associated with himself, when he made the self-sufficing and most perfect God, using the necessary causes as his ministers in the accomplishment of his work, but himself contriving the good in all his creations. Wherefore we may distinguish two sorts of causes, the one divine and the other necessary, and may seek for the divine in all things. As far as our nature admits, with a view to the blessed life, but the necessary kind only for the sake of the divine, considering that without them, and when isolated from them, these higher things for which we look cannot be apprehended or received or in any way shared by us. Seeing then that we have now prepared for our use the various classes of causes, which are the material out of which the remainder of our discourse must be woven, just as wood is the material of the carpenter, let us revert in a few words to the point at which we began, and then endeavor to add on a suitable ending to the beginning of our tale. As I said at first, when all things were in disorder, God created in each thing in relation to itself, and in all things in relation to each other, all the measures and harmonies which they could possibly receive. For in those days nothing had any proportion except by accident, nor did any of the things which now have names deserve to be named at all, as, for example, fire, water, and the rest of the elements. All these the Creator first set in order, and out of them he constructed the universe, which was a single animal comprehending in itself all other animals, mortal and immortal. Now of the divine he himself was the Creator, but the creation of the mortal he committed to his offspring. And they, imitating him, received from him the immortal principle of the soul, and around this they proceeded to fashion a mortal body, and made it to be the vehicle of the soul, and constructed within the body a soul of another nature which was mortal, subject to terrible and irresistible affections. First of all, pleasure, the greatest incitement to evil, then pain, which deters from good, also rashness and fear, two foolish counselors, anger hard to be appeased, and hope easily led astray. These they mingled with irrational sense, and with all-daring love 289 according to necessary laws, and so framed man. Wherefore, fearing to pollute the divine any more than was absolutely unavoidable, they gave to the mortal nature a separate habitation in another part of the body, placing the neck between them to be the isthmus and boundary, which they constructed between the head and breast, to keep them apart. And in the breast, and in what is termed the thorax, they encased the mortal soul. And as the one part of this was superior, and the other inferior, they divided the cavity of the thorax into two parts, as the women's and men's apartments are divided in houses, and placed the midriff to be a wall of partition between them. That part of the inferior soul, which is endowed with courage and passion and loves contention, they settled nearer the head, midway between the midriff and the neck, in order that it might be under the rule of reason, and might join with it in controlling and restraining the desires, when they are no longer willing of their own accord to obey the word of command issuing from the citadel. The heart, the knot 290 of the veins, and the fountain of the blood which races through all the limbs, was set in the place of God, that when the might of passion was roused by reason making proclamation of any wrong assailing them from without or being perpetrated by the desires within, quickly the whole power of feeling in the body, perceiving these commands and threats, might obey and follow through every turn and alley, and thus allow the principle of the best to have the command in all of them. But the gods, foreknowing that the palpitation of the heart in the expectation of danger and the swelling and excitement of passion was caused by fire, formed and implanted as a supporter to the heart the lung, which was in the first place soft and bloodless, and also had within hollows like the pores of a sponge, in order that by receiving the breath and the drink, it might give coolness and the power of respiration, and alleviate the heat. And knowing that this lower principle in man would not comprehend reason, and even if attaining to some degree of perception would never naturally care for rational notions, but that it would be led away by phantoms and visions night and day, to be a remedy for this, God combined with it the liver, and placed it in the house of the lower nature, contriving that it should be solid and smooth and bright and sweet, and should also have a bitter quality, in order that the power of thought, which proceeds from the mind, might be reflected as in a mirror which receives likenesses of objects and gives back images of them to the sight, and so might strike terror into the desires. When making use of the bitter part of the liver to which it is akin, it comes threatening and invading, and diffusing this bitter element swiftly through the whole liver produces colors like bile, and contracting every part makes it wrinkled and rough, and twisting out of its right place, and contorting the lobe, and closing and shutting up the vessels and gates, causes pain and loathing. Wherefore they cut the air channels leading to the lung, and placed the lung about the heart as a soft spring, that when passion was rife within, the heart, beating against a yielding body, might be cooled and suffer less, and might thus become more ready to join with passion in the service of reason. The part of the soul which desires meats and drinks, and the other things of which it has need by reason of the bodily nature, they placed between the midriff and the boundary of the navel, contriving in all this region a sort of manger for the food of the body, and there they bound it down like a wild animal which was chained up with man, and must be nourished if man was to exist. They appointed this lower creation his place here, in order that he might be always feeding at the manger, and have his dwelling as far as might be from the council chamber, making as little noise and disturbance as possible, and permitting the best part to advise quietly for the good of the whole. And the converse happens when some gentle inspiration of the understanding pictures images of an opposite character, and allays the bile and bitterness by refusing to stir or touch the nature opposed to itself, but by making use of the natural sweetness of the liver, corrects all things and makes them to be right and smooth and free, and renders the portion of the soul which resides about the liver happy and joyful, enabling it to pass the night in peace, and to practice divination in sleep, inasmuch as it has no share in mind and reason. For the authors of our being, remembering the command of their Father when he bade them create the human race as good as they could, that they might correct our inferior parts and make them to attain a measure of truth, placed in the liver the seat of divination. And herein is a proof that God has given the art of divination not to the wisdom, but to the foolishness of man. No man, when in his wits, attains prophetic truth and inspiration, but when he receives the inspired word, either his intelligence is enthralled in sleep, or he is demented by some distemper or possession. And he who would understand what he remembers to have been said, whether in a dream or when he was awake, by the prophetic and inspired nature, or would determine by reason the meaning of the apparitions which he has seen, and what indications they afford to this man or that of past, present, or future good and evil, must first recover his wits, but while he continues demented, he cannot judge of the visions which he sees or the words which he utters. The ancient saying is very true, that only a man who has his wits can act or judge about himself and his own affairs. And for this reason it is customary to appoint interpreters to be judges of the true inspiration. Some persons call them prophets. They are quite unaware that they are only the expositors of dark sayings and visions, and are not to be called prophets at all, but only interpreters of prophecy. Such is the nature of the liver, which is placed as we have described in order that it may give prophetic intimations. During the life of each individual these intimations are plainer, but after his death the liver becomes blind and delivers oracles too obscure to be intelligible. The neighboring organ, the spleen, is situated on the left-hand side, and is constructed with a view of keeping the liver bright and pure, like a napkin, always ready prepared and at hand to clean the mirror. And hence when any impurities arise in the region of the liver by reason of disorders of the body, the loose nature of the spleen, which is composed of a hollow and bloodless tissue, receives them all and clears them away, and when filled with the unclean matter, swells and festers, but again when the body is purged, settles down into the same place as before, and is humbled. Concerning the soul, as to which part is mortal and which divine, and how and why they are separated, and where located, if God acknowledges that we have spoken the truth then, and then only, can we be confident, Still, we may venture to assert that what has been said by us is probable, and will be rendered more probable by investigation. Let us assume thus much. The creation of the rest of the body follows next in order, and this we may investigate in a similar manner. And it appears to be very meet that the body should be framed on the following principles. The authors of our race were aware that we should be intemperate in eating and drinking, and take a good deal more than was necessary or proper, by reason of gluttony. In order then that disease might not quickly destroy us, and lest our mortal race should perish without fulfilling its end, intending to provide against this, the gods made what is called the lower belly to be a receptacle for the superfluous meat and drink, and formed the convolution of the bowels, so that the food might be prevented from passing quickly through, and compelling the body to require more food, thus producing insatiable gluttony, and making the whole race an enemy to philosophy and music, and rebellious against the divinest element within us. The bones and flesh and other similar parts of us were made as follows. The first principle of all of them was the generation of the marrow. For the bonds of life which unite the soul with the body are made fast there, and they are the root and foundation of the human race. The marrow itself is created out of other materials. God took such of the primary triangles as were straight and smooth, and were adapted by their perfection to produce fire and water, and air and earth. These, I say, he separated from their kinds, and mingling them in due proportions with one another, made the marrow out of them to be a universal seed of the whole race of mankind. And in this seed he then planted and enclosed the souls, and in the original distribution gave to the marrow as many and various forms as the different kinds of souls were hereafter to receive. That which, like a field, was to receive the divine seed, he made round every way, and called that portion of the marrow brain, intending that, when an animal was perfected, the vessel containing this substance should be the head, but that which was intended to contain the remaining and mortal part of the soul he distributed into figures at once round and elongated, and he called them all by the name marrow, and to these, as to anchors, fastening the bonds of the whole soul, he proceeded to fashion around them the entire framework of our body, constructing for the marrow, first of all, a complete covering of bone. Bone was composed by him in the following manner. Having sifted pure and smooth earth, he kneaded it and wetted it with marrow, and after that he put it into fire and then into water, and once more into fire and again into water. In this way, by frequent transfers from one to the other, he made it insoluble by either. Out of this he fashioned, as in a lathe, a globe made of bone, which he placed around the brain, and in this he left a narrow opening. And around the marrow of the neck and back he formed vertebrae which he placed under one another like pivots, beginning at the head and extending through the whole of the trunk. Thus, wishing to preserve the entire seed, he enclosed it in a stone-like casing, inserting joints, and using in the formation of them the power of the other, or diverse as an intermediate nature, that they might have motion and flexua. Then again, considering that the bone would be too brittle and inflexible, and when heated and again cooled would soon mortify and destroy the seed within, having this in view, he contrived the sinews and the flesh, that so binding all the members together by the sinews, which admitted of being stretched and relaxed about the vertebrae, he might thus make the body capable of flexion and extension, while the flesh would serve as a protection against the summer heat and against the winter cold, and also against falls, softly and easily yielding to external bodies, like articles made of felt, and containing in itself a warm moisture which in summer exudes and makes the surface damp, would impart a natural coolness to the whole body, and again in winter, by the help of this internal warmth, would form a very tolerable defense against the frost which surrounds it and attacks it from without. He who modeled us, considering these things, mixed earth with fire and water and blended them, and making a ferment of acid and salt, he mingled it with them and formed soft and succulent flesh. As for the sinews, he made them of a mixture of bone and unfermented flesh, attempered so as to be in a mean, and gave them a yellow color. Wherefore the sinews have a firmer and more glutinous nature than flesh, but a softer and moister nature than the bones. With these God covered the bones and marrow, binding them together by sinews, and then enshrouded them all in an upper covering of flesh. The more living and sensitive of the bones he enclosed in the thinnest film of flesh, and those which had the least life within them in the thickest and most solid flesh. So again on the joints of the bones, where reason indicated that no more was required, he placed only a thin covering of flesh, that it might not interfere with the flexion of our bodies and make them unwieldy because difficult to move, and also that it might not, by being crowded and pressed and matted together, destroy sensation by reason of its hardness, and impair the memory and dull the edge of intelligence. Wherefore also the thighs and the shanks and the hips, and the bones of the arms and the forearms, and other parts which have no joints, and the inner bones, which on account of the rarity of the soul in the marrow are destitute of reason, all these are abundantly provided with flesh. But such as have mind in them are in general less fleshy, except where the Creator has made some part solely of flesh in order to give sensation, as for example the tongue. But commonly this is not the case. For the nature which comes into being and grows up in us by a law of necessity does not admit of the combination of solid bone and much flesh with acute perceptions. More than any other part, the framework of the head would have had them if they could have coexisted, and the human race, having a strong and fleshy and sinewy head, would have had a life twice or many times as long as it now has, and also more healthy and free from pain. But our creators, considering whether they should make a longer-lived race which was worse, or a short-lived race which was better, came to the conclusion that everyone ought to prefer a shorter span of life, which was better, to a longer one which was worse. And therefore they covered the head with thin bone, but not with flesh and sinews, since it had no joints, and thus the head was added, having more wisdom and sensation than the rest of the body, but also being in every man far weaker. For these reasons, and after this manner, God placed the sinews at the extremity of the head, in a circle round the neck, and glued them together by the principle of likeness, and fastened the extremities of the jawbones to them below the face, and the other sinews he dispersed throughout the body, fastening limb to limb. The framers of us framed the mouth as now arranged, having teeth and tongue and lips, with a view to the necessary and the good, contriving the way in for necessary purposes, the way out for the best purposes, for that is necessary which enters in and gives food to the body. But the river of speech, which flows out of a man and ministers to the intelligence, is the fairest and noblest of all streams. Still, the head could neither be left a bare frame of bones, on account of the extremes of heat and cold in the different seasons, nor yet be allowed to be wholly covered, and so become dull and senseless by reason of an overgrowth of flesh. The fleshy nature was not therefore wholly dried up, but a large sort of peel was parted off and remained over, which is now called the skin. This met and grew by the help of the cerebral moisture, and became the circular envelopment of the head. And the moisture, rising up under the sutures, watered and closed in the skin upon the crown, forming a sort of knot. The diversity of the sutures was caused by the power of the causes of the soul and of the food, and the more these struggled against one another, the more numerous they became, and fewer if the struggle were less violent. This skin the divine power pierced all round with fire, and out of the punctures which were thus made the moisture issued forth. And the liquid and heat which was pure came away, and a mixed part which was composed of the same material as the skin, and had a fineness equal to the punctures, was borne up by its own impulse and extended far outside the head, but being too slow to escape, was thrust back by the external air, and rolled up underneath the skin where it took root. Thus the hair sprang up in the skin, being akin to it because it is like threads of leather, but rendered harder and closer through the pressure of the cold. by which each hair, while in process of separation from the skin, is compressed and cooled. Wherefore the Creator formed the head hairy, making use of the causes which I have mentioned, and reflecting also that instead of flesh the brain needed the hair to be a light covering or guard, which would give shade in summer and shelter in winter, and at the same time would not impede our quickness of perception. From the combination of sinew, skin, and bone in the structure of the finger, there arises a triple compound, which, when dried up, takes the form of one hard skin partaking of all three natures, and was fabricated by these second causes, but designed by mind, which is the principal cause with an eye to the future. For our creators well knew that women and other animals would some day be framed out of men, and they further knew that many animals would require the use of nails for many purposes. Wherefore they fashioned in men at their first creation the rudiments of nails. For this purpose and for these reasons, they caused skin, hair, and nails to grow at the extremities of the limbs. And now that all the parts and members of the mortal animal had come together, since its life of necessity consisted of fire and breath, and it therefore wasted away by dissolution and depletion, the gods contrived the following remedy. They mingled a nature akin to that of man with other forms and perceptions, and thus created another kind of animal. These are the trees and plants and seeds which have been improved by cultivation and are now domesticated among us. Anciently there were only the wild kinds, which are older than the cultivated. For everything that partakes of life may be truly called a living being, and the animal of which we are now speaking partakes of the third kind of soul, which is said to be seated between the midriff and the navel, having no part in opinion or reason or mind, but only in feelings of pleasure and pain and the desires which accompany them. For this nature is always in a passive state, revolving in and about itself, repelling the motion from without and using its own, and accordingly is not endowed by nature with the power of observing or reflecting on its own concerns. Wherefore it lives and does not differ from a living being, but is fixed and rooted in the same spot, having no power of self-motion. Now after the superior powers had created all these natures to be food for us who are of the inferior nature, they cut various channels through the body as through a garden, that it might be watered as from a running stream. In the first place they cut two hidden channels or veins down the back where the skin and the flesh join, which answered severally to the right and left side of the body. These they let down along the backbone, so as to have the marrow of generation between them, where it was most likely to flourish, and in order that the stream coming down from above might flow freely to the other parts and equalize the irrigation. In the next place they divided the veins about the head, and interlacing them, they sent them in opposite directions. Those coming from the right side they sent to the left of the body, and those from the left they diverted towards the right, so that they and the skin might together form a bond which should fasten the head to the body, since the crown of the head was not encircled by sinews, and also in order that the sensations from both sides might be distributed over the whole body. And next they ordered the watercourses of the body in a manner which I will describe, and which will be more easily understood if we begin by admitting that all things which have lesser parts retain the greater, but the greater cannot retain the lesser. Now of all natures fire has the smallest parts, and therefore penetrates through earth and water and air and their compounds, nor can anything hold it. And a similar principle applies to the human belly, for when meats and drinks enter it, it holds them, but it cannot hold air and fire, because the particles of which they consist are smaller than its own structure. These elements, therefore, God employed for the sake of distributing moisture from the belly into the veins, weaving together a network of fire and air like a wheel, having at the entrance two lesser wheels. Further, he constructed one of these with two openings, and from the lesser wheels he extended cords reaching all round to the extremities of the network. All the interior of the net he made of fire, but the lesser wheels and their cavity of air. The network he took and spread over the newly formed animal in the following manner. He let the lesser wheels pass into the mouth. There were two of them, and one he let down by the air pipes into the lungs, the other by the side of the air pipes into the belly. The former he divided into two branches, both of which he made to meet at the channels of the nose, so that when the way through the mouth did not act, the streams of the mouth as well were replenished through the nose. With the other cavity, i.e., of the greater wheel, he enveloped the hollow parts of the body, and at one time he made all this to flow into the lesser wheels, quite gently, for they are composed of air, and at another time he caused the lesser wheels to flow back again. And the net he made to find a way in and out through the pores of the body, and the rays of fire which abound fast within followed the passage of the air either way, never at any time ceasing so long as the mortal being holds together. This process, as we affirm, the name-giver named inspiration and expiration. And all this movement, active as well as passive, takes place in order that the body, being watered and cooled, may receive nourishment and life. For when the respiration is going in and out, and the fire which is fast bound within follows it, and ever and anon moving to and fro, enters through the belly and reaches the meat and drink, it dissolves them, and dividing them into small portions, and guiding them through the passages where it goes, pumps them as from a fountain into the channels of the veins, and makes the stream of the veins flow through the body as through a conduit. Let us once more consider the phenomena of respiration, and inquire into the causes which have made it what it is. They are as follows. Seeing that there is no such thing as a vacuum into which any of those things which are moved can enter, and the breath is carried from us into the external air, the next point is, as will be clear to everyone, that it does not go into a vacant space, but pushes its neighbor out of its place, and that which is thrust out in turn drives out its neighbor. And in this way everything of necessity at last comes round to that place from whence the breath came forth, and enters in there, and following the breath fills up the vacant space. And this goes on like the rotation of a wheel, because there can be no such thing as a vacuum. Wherefore also the breast and the lungs, when they emit the breath, are replenished by the air which surrounds the body, and which enters in through the pores of the flesh, and is driven round in a circle. And again, the air which is sent away and passes out through the body forces the breath inwards through the passage of the mouth and the nostrils. Now the origin of this movement may be supposed to be as follows. In the interior of every animal the hottest part is that which is around the blood and veins. It is in a manner an internal fountain of fire, which we compare to the network of a creel, being woven all of fire and extended through the center of the body, while the outer parts are composed of air. Now we must admit that heat naturally proceeds outward to its own place and to its kindred element. And as there are two exits for the heat, the one out through the body, and the other through the mouth and nostrils, when it moves towards the one, it drives round the air at the other, and that which is driven round falls into the fire and becomes warm, and that which goes forth is cooled. But when the heat changes its place, and the particles at the other exit grow warmer, the hotter air inclining in that direction, and carried towards its native element, fire, pushes round the air at the other, and this being affected in the same way and communicating the same impulse, a circular motion swaying to and fro is produced by the double process, which we call inspiration and expiration. The phenomena of medical cupping glasses and of the swallowing of drink and of the projection of bodies, whether discharged in the air or bowled along the ground, are to be investigated on a similar principle, and swift and slow sounds, which appear to be high and low, and are sometimes discordant on account of their inequality, and then again harmonical on account of the equality of the motion which they excite in us. For when the motions of the antecedent swifter sounds begin to pause and the two are equalized, the slower sounds overtake the swifter and then propel them. When they overtake them, they do not intrude a new and discordant motion, but introduce the beginnings of a slower, which answers to the swifter as it dies away, thus producing a single mixed expression out of high and low, whence arises a pleasure which even the unwise feel, and which to the wise becomes a higher sort of delight, being an imitation of divine harmony in mortal motions. Moreover, as to the flowing of water, the fall of the thunderbolt, and the marvels that are observed about the attraction of amber and the Heraclean stones, in none of these cases is there any attraction, but he who investigates rightly will find that such wonderful phenomena are attributable to the combination of certain conditions, the non-existence of a vacuum, the fact that objects push one another round, and that they change places, passing severally into their proper positions as they are divided or combined. Such as we have seen is the nature, and such are the causes of respiration, the subject in which this discussion originated. For the fire cuts the food, and following the breath surges up within, fire and breath rising together, and filling the veins by drawing up out of the belly, and pouring into them the cut portions of the food. And so the streams of food are kept flowing through the whole body in all animals. And fresh cuttings from kindred substances, whether the fruits of the earth or herb of the field, which God planted to be our daily food, acquire all sorts of colors by their intermixture. But red is the most pervading of them, being created by the cutting action of fire, and by the impression which it makes on a moist substance. And hence the liquid which circulates in the body has a color such as we have described. The liquid itself we call blood, which nourishes the flesh and the whole body, whence all parts are watered and empty places filled. Now the process of repletion and evacuation is effected after the manner of the universal motion, by which all kindred substances are drawn towards one another. For the external elements which surround us are always causing us to consume away, and distributing and sending off like to like. The particles of blood, too, which are divided and contained within the frame of the animal as in a sort of heaven, are compelled to imitate the motion of the universe. Each, therefore, of the divided parts within us being carried to its kindred nature, replenishes the void. When more is taken away than flows in, then we decay, and when less, we grow and increase. The frame of the entire creature when young has the triangles of each kind new, and may be compared to the keel of a vessel which is just off the stocks. They are locked firmly together, and yet the whole mass is soft and delicate, being freshly formed of marrow and nurtured on milk. Now when the triangles out of which meats and drinks are composed come in from without, and are comprehended in the body, being older and weaker than the triangles already there, the frame of the body gets the better of them, and its newer triangles cut them up, and so the animal grows great, being nourished by a multitude of similar particles. But when the roots of the triangles are loosened by having undergone many conflicts with many things in the course of time, they are no longer able to cut or assimilate the food which enters, but are themselves easily divided by the bodies which come in from without. In this way every animal is overcome and decays, and this affection is called old age. And at last, when the bonds by which the triangles of the marrow are united no longer hold, and are parted by the strain of existence, they in turn loosen the bonds of the soul, and she, obtaining a natural release, flies away with joy. For that which takes place according to nature is pleasant, but that which is contrary to nature is painful. And thus death, if caused by disease or produced by wounds, is painful and violent. But that sort of death which comes with old age and fulfills the debt of nature is the easiest of deaths, and is accompanied with pleasure rather than with pain. Now everyone can see whence diseases arise. There are four natures out of which the body is compacted: earth and fire and water and air, and the unnatural excess or defect of these, or the change of any of them from its own natural place into another, or since there are more kinds than one of fire and of the other elements, the assumption by any of these of a wrong kind, or any similar irregularity, produces disorders and diseases. For when any of them is produced or changed in a manner contrary to nature, the parts which were previously cool grow warm, and those which were dry become moist, and the light become heavy, and the heavy light. All sorts of changes occur. For as we affirm, a thing can only remain the same with itself, whole and sound, when the same is added to it, or subtracted from it, in the same respect and in the same manner and in due proportion. And whatever comes or goes away in violation of these laws causes all manner of changes and infinite diseases and corruptions. Now there is a second class of structures which are also natural, and this affords a second opportunity of observing diseases to him who would understand them. For whereas marrow and bone and flesh and sinews are composed of the four elements, and the blood, though after another manner, is likewise formed out of them, most diseases originate in the way which I have described. But the worst of all owe their severity to the fact that the generation of these substances proceeds in a wrong order. They are then destroyed. For the natural order is that the flesh and sinews should be made of blood, the sinews out of the fibers to which they are akin, and the flesh out of the clots which are formed when the fibers are separated. And the glutinous and rich matter which comes away from the sinews and the flesh not only glues the flesh to the bones, but nourishes and imparts growth to the bone which surrounds the marrow. And by reason of the solidity of the bones, that which filters through consists of the purest and smoothest and oiliest sort of triangles, dropping like dew from the bones and watering the marrow. Now when each process takes place in this order, health commonly results, when in the opposite order, disease. For when the flesh becomes decomposed and sends back the wasting substance into the veins, then an oversupply of blood of diverse kinds, mingling with air in the veins, having variegated colors and bitter properties, as well as acid and saline qualities, contains all sorts of bile and serum and phlegm. For all things go the wrong way, and having become corrupted, first they taint the blood itself, and then ceasing to give nourishment to the body, they are carried along the veins in all directions, no longer preserving the order of their natural courses, but at war with themselves, because they receive no good from one another, and are hostile to the abiding constitution of the body, which they corrupt and dissolve. The oldest part of the flesh which is corrupted, being hard to decompose, from long burning grows black, and from being everywhere corroded becomes bitter, and is injurious to every part of the body which is still uncorrupted. Sometimes when the bitter element is refined away, the black part assumes an acidity which takes the place of the bitterness. At other times the bitterness being tinged with blood has a redder color, and this, when mixed with black, takes the hue of grass. 291. And again, an auburn color mingles with the bitter matter when new flesh is decomposed by the fire which surrounds the internal flame, to all which symptoms some physician perhaps, or rather some philosopher, who had the power of seeing in many dissimilar things one nature deserving of a name, has assigned the common name of bile. But the other kinds of bile are variously distinguished by their colors. As for serum, that sort which is the watery part of blood is innocent, but that which is a secretion of black and acid bile is malignant when mingled by the power of heat with any salt substance, and is then called acid phlegm. Again, the substance which is formed by the liquefaction of new and tender flesh when air is present, if inflated and encased in liquid so as to form bubbles, which separately are invisible owing to their small size, but when collected are of a bulk which is visible, and have a white color arising out of the generation of foam. All this decomposition of tender flesh when intermingled with air is termed by us white phlegm. And the way or sediment of newly formed phlegm is sweat and tears, and includes the various daily discharges by which the body is purified. Now all these become causes of disease when the blood is not replenished in a natural manner by food and drink, but gains bulk from opposite sources in violation of the laws of nature. When the several parts of the flesh are separated by disease, if the foundation remains, the power of the disorder is only half as great, and there is still a prospect of an easy recovery. But when that which binds the flesh to the bones is diseased, and no longer being separated from the muscles and sinews, 292 ceases to give nourishment to the bone and to unite flesh and bone, and from being oily and smooth and glutinous becomes rough and salt and dry. Owing to bad regimen, then all the substance thus corrupted crumbles away under the flesh and the sinews, and separates from the bone, and the fleshy parts fall away from their foundation, and leave the sinews bare and full of brine, and the flesh again gets into the circulation of the blood, and makes the previously mentioned disorders still greater. And if these bodily affections be severe, still worse are the prior disorders, as when the bone itself, by reason of the density of the flesh, does not obtain sufficient air, but becomes moldy and hot and gangrened, and receives no nutriment, and the natural process is inverted, and the bone crumbling passes into the food, and the food into the flesh, and the flesh again falling into the blood makes all maladies that may occur more virulent than those already mentioned. But the worst case of all is when the marrow is diseased, either from excess or defect. And this is the cause of the very greatest and most fatal disorders, in which the whole course of the body is reversed. There is a third class of diseases which may be conceived of as arising in three ways, for they are produced sometimes by wind, and sometimes by phlegm, and sometimes by bile. When the lung, which is the dispenser of the air to the body, is obstructed by rheums and its passages are not free, some of them not acting, while through others too much air enters, then the parts which are unrefreshed by air corrode, while in other parts the excess of air forcing its way through the veins distorts them, and decomposing the body is enclosed in the midst of it and occupies the midriff. Thus numberless painful diseases are produced, accompanied by copious sweats. And oftentimes when the flesh is dissolved in the body, wind, generated within and unable to escape, is the source of quite as much pain as the air coming in from without. But the greatest pain is felt when the wind gets about the sinews and the veins of the shoulders, and swells them up, and so twists back the great tendons and the sinews which are connected with them. These disorders are called tetanus and opisthotonus, by reason of the tension which accompanies them. The cure of them is difficult. Relief is in most cases given by fever supervening. The white phlegm, though dangerous when detained within by reason of the air bubbles, yet if it can communicate with the outside air, is less severe, and only discolors the body, generating leprous eruptions and similar diseases. When it is mingled with black bile and dispersed about the causes of the head, which are the divinest part of us, the attack, if coming on in sleep, is not so severe. But when assailing those who are awake, it is hard to be got rid of, and being an affection of a sacred part, is most justly called sacred. An acid and salt phlegm, again, is the source of all those diseases which take the form of catarrh, but they have many names because the places into which they flow are manifold. Inflammations of the body come from burnings and inflamings, and all of them originate in bile. When bile finds a means of discharge, it boils up and sends forth all sorts of tumors, but when imprisoned within, it generates many inflammatory diseases, above all when mingled with pure blood, since it then displaces the fibers which are scattered about in the blood and are designed to maintain the balance of rare and dense, in order that the blood may not be so liquefied by heat as to exude from the pores of the body, nor again become too dense and thus find a difficulty in circulating through the veins. The fibers are so constituted as to maintain this balance, and if anyone brings them all together when the blood is dead and in process of cooling, then the blood which remains becomes fluid, but if they are left alone, they soon congeal by reason of the surrounding cold. The fibers having this power over the blood, bile, which is only stale blood, and which from being flesh is dissolved again into blood, at the first influx coming in little by little, hot and liquid, is congealed by the power of the fibers, and so congealing and made to cool, it produces internal cold and shuddering. When it enters with more of a flood and overcomes the fibers by its heat, and boiling up throws them into disorder, if it have power enough to maintain its supremacy, it penetrates the marrow and burns up what may be termed the cables of the soul, and sets her free. But when there is not so much of it, and the body though wasted still holds out, the bile is itself mastered, and is either utterly banished, or is thrust through the veins into the lower or upper belly, and is driven out of the body like an exile from a state in which there has been civil war, whence arise diarrheas and dysenteries, and all such disorders. When the constitution is disordered by excess of fire, continuous heat and fever are the result. When excess of air is the cause, then the fever is quotidian. When of water, which is a more sluggish element than either fire or air, then the fever is a tertian. When of earth, which is the most sluggish of the four, and is only purged away in a fourfold period, the result is a quartan fever, which can with difficulty be shaken off. Such is the manner in which diseases of the body arise. The disorders of the soul, which depend upon the body, originate as follows. We must acknowledge disease of the mind to be a want of intelligence, and of this there are two kinds, to wit, madness and ignorance. In whatever state a man experiences either of them, that state may be called disease, and excessive pains and pleasures are justly to be regarded as the greatest diseases to which the soul is liable. For man who is in great joy or in great pain, in his unreasonable eagerness to attain the one and to avoid the other, is not able to see or to hear anything rightly, but he is mad, and is at the time utterly incapable of any participation in reason. He who has the seed about the spinal marrow too plentiful and overflowing, like a tree overladen with fruit, has many throes, and also obtains many pleasures in his desires and their offspring, and is for the most part of his life deranged, because his pleasures and pains are so very great. His soul is rendered foolish and disordered by his body, yet he is regarded not as one diseased, but as one who is voluntarily bad, which is a mistake. The truth is that the intemperance of love is a disease of the soul due chiefly to the moisture and fluidity, which is produced in one of the elements by the loose consistency of the bones. And in general, all that which is termed the incontinence of pleasure, and is deemed a reproach under the idea that the wicked voluntarily do wrong, is not justly a matter for reproach. For no man is voluntarily bad, but the bad become bad by reason of an ill disposition of the body and bad education, things which are hateful to every man and happen to him against his will. And in the case of pain too in like manner, the soul suffers much evil from the body. For where the acid and briny phlegm and other bitter and bilious humours wander about in the body, and find no exit or escape, but are pent up within and mingle their own vapours with the motions of the soul, and are blended with them, they produce all sorts of diseases, more or fewer, and in every degree of intensity, and being carried to the three places of the soul, whichever they may severally assail, they create infinite varieties of ill temper and melancholy, of rashness and cowardice, and also of forgetfulness and stupidity. Further, when to this evil constitution of body evil forms of government are added, and evil discourses are uttered in private as well as in public, and no sort of instruction is given in youth to cure these evils, then all of us who are bad become bad from two causes which are entirely beyond our control. In such cases, the planters are to blame rather than the plants, the educators rather than the educated. But however that may be, we should endeavor as far as we can by education, and studies and learning, to avoid vice and attain virtue. This, however, is part of another subject. There is a corresponding inquiry concerning the mode of treatment by which the mind and the body are to be preserved, about which it is meet and right that I should say a word in turn, for it is more our duty to speak of the good than of the evil. Everything that is good is fair, and the fair is not without proportion. And the animal which is to be fair must have due proportion. Now we perceive lesser symmetries or proportions and reason about them, but of the highest and greatest we take no heed, for there is no proportion or disproportion more productive of health and disease, and virtue and vice, than that between soul and body. This, however, we do not perceive, nor do we reflect that when a weak or small frame is the vehicle of a great and mighty soul, or conversely, when a little soul is encased in a large body, then the whole animal is not fair. For it lacks the most important of all symmetries, but the due proportion of mind and body is the fairest and loveliest of all sights to him who has the seeing eye. Just as a body which has a leg too long, or which is unsymmetrical in some other respect, is an unpleasant sight, and also, when doing its share of work, is much distressed and makes convulsive efforts, and often stumbles through awkwardness, and is the cause of infinite evil to its own self. In like manner we should conceive of the double nature which we call the living being, and when in this compound there is an impassioned soul more powerful than the body, that soul, I say, convulses and fills with disorders the whole inner nature of man, and when eager in the pursuit of some sort of learning or study, causes wasting, or again, when teaching or disputing in private or in public, and strifes and controversies arise, inflames and dissolves the composite frame of man and introduces rheums. And the nature of this phenomenon is not understood by most professors of medicine, who ascribe it to the opposite of the real cause. And once more, when a body large and too strong for the soul is united to a small and weak intelligence, then inasmuch as there are two desires natural to man, one of food for the sake of the body, and one of wisdom for the sake of the diviner part of us, then, I say, the motions of the stronger, getting the better and increasing their own power, but making the soul dull and stupid and forgetful, engender ignorance, which is the greatest of diseases. There is one protection against both kinds of disproportion, that we should not move the body without the soul or the soul without the body, and thus they will be on their guard against each other, and be healthy and well balanced. And therefore the mathematician or anyone else whose thoughts are much absorbed in some intellectual pursuit must allow his body also to have due exercise and practice gymnastic, and he who is careful to fashion the body should in turn impart to the soul its proper motions, and should cultivate music and all philosophy, if he would deserve to be called truly fair and truly good. And the separate parts should be treated in the same manner, in imitation of the pattern of the universe. For as the body is heated and also cooled within by the elements which enter into it, and is again dried up and moistened by external things, and experiences these and the like affections from both kinds of motions, the result is that the body, if given up to motion, when in a state of quiescence, is overmastered and perishes. But if anyone, in imitation of that which we call the foster mother and nurse of the universe, will not allow the body ever to be inactive, but is always producing motions and agitations through its whole extent, which form the natural defense against other motions both internal and external, and by moderate exercise reduces to order according to their affinities the particles and affections which are wandering about the body, as we have already said when speaking of the universe. 293. He will not allow enemy placed by the side of enemy to stir up wars and disorders in the body, but he will place friend by the side of friend, so as to create health. Now of all motions that is the best which is produced in a thing by itself, for it is most akin to the motion of thought and of the universe. But that motion which is caused by others is not so good, and worst of all is that which moves the body, when at rest, in parts only and by some external agency. Wherefore of all modes of purifying and reuniting the body, the best is gymnastic, the next best is a surging motion. As in sailing or any other mode of conveyance which is not fatiguing, the third sort of motion may be of use in a case of extreme necessity, but in any other will be adopted by no man of sense. I mean the purgative treatment of physicians, for diseases, unless they are very dangerous, should not be irritated by medicines, since every form of disease is in a manner akin to the living being, whose complex frame has an appointed term of life. For not the whole race only, but each individual, barring inevitable accidents, comes into the world having a fixed span, and the triangles in us are originally framed with power to last for a certain time, beyond which no man can prolong his life. And this holds also of the constitution of diseases. If anyone, regardless of the appointed time, tries to subdue them by medicine, he only aggravates and multiplies them. Wherefore we ought always to manage them by regimen, as far as a man can spare the time, and not provoke a disagreeable enemy by medicines. Enough of the composite animal, and of the body which is a part of him, and of the manner in which a man may train and be trained by himself, so as to live most according to reason. And we must above and before all provide that the element which is to train him shall be the fairest and best adapted to that purpose. A minute discussion of this subject would be a serious task, but if, as before, I am to give only an outline, the subject may not unfitly be summed up as follows. I have often remarked that there are three kinds of soul located within us, having each of them motions, and I must now repeat in the fewest words possible that one part, if remaining inactive and ceasing from its natural motion, must necessarily become very weak, but that which is trained and exercised, very strong. Wherefore we should take care that the movements of the different parts of the soul should be in due proportion. And we should consider that God gave the sovereign part of the human soul to be the divinity of each one, being that part which, as we say, dwells at the top of the body, and inasmuch as we are a plant not of an earthly but of a heavenly growth, raises us from earth to our kindred who are in heaven. And in this we say truly, for the divine power suspended the head and root of us from that place where the generation of the soul first began, and thus made the whole body upright. When a man is always occupied with the cravings of desire and ambition, and is eagerly striving to satisfy them, all his thoughts must be mortal, and as far as it is possible altogether to become such, he must be mortal every whit, because he has cherished his mortal part. But he who has been earnest in the love of knowledge and of true wisdom, and has exercised his intellect more than any other part of him, must have thoughts immortal and divine if he attain truth, and in so far as human nature is capable of sharing in immortality, he must altogether be immortal, and since he is ever cherishing the divine power and has the divinity within him in perfect order, he will be perfectly happy. Now there is only one way of taking care of things, and this is to give to each the food and motion which are natural to it, and the motions which are naturally akin to the divine principle within us are the thoughts and revolutions of the universe. These each man should follow, and correct the causes of the head which were corrupted at our birth, and by learning the harmonies and revolutions of the universe, should assimilate the thinking being to the thought, renewing his original nature, and having assimilated them, should attain to that perfect life which the gods have set before mankind, both for the present and the future. Thus our original design of discoursing about the universe down to the creation of man is nearly completed. A brief mention may be made of the generation of other animals, so far as the subject admits of brevity. In this manner our argument will best attain a due proportion. On the subject of animals, then, the following remarks may be offered. Of the men who came into the world, those who were cowards or led unrighteous lives may with reason be supposed to have changed into the nature of women in the second generation. And this was the reason why at that time the gods created in us the desire of sexual intercourse, contriving in man one animated substance, and in woman another, which they formed respectively in the following manner. The outlet for drink by which liquids pass through the lung under the kidneys and into the bladder, which receives and then by the pressure of the air emits them, was so fashioned by them as to penetrate also into the body of the marrow, which passes from the head along the neck and through the back, and which in the preceding discourse we have named the seed. And the seed having life, and becoming endowed with respiration, produces in that part in which it respires a lively desire of emission, and thus creates in us the love of procreation. Wherefore also in men the organ of generation becoming rebellious and masterful, like an animal disobedient to reason, and maddened with the sting of lust, seeks to gain absolute sway. And the same is the case with the so-called womb or matrix of women. The animal within them is desirous of procreating children, and when remaining unfruitful long beyond its proper time, gets discontented and angry, and wandering in every direction through the body, closes up the passages of the breath, and by obstructing respiration drives them to extremity, causing all varieties of disease, until at length the desire and love of the man and the woman, bringing them together 294, and as it were plucking the fruit from the tree, so in the womb as in a field, animals unseen by reason of their smallness and without form, these again are separated and matured within. They are then finally brought out into the light, and thus the generation of animals is completed. Thus were created women and the female sex in general. But the race of birds was created out of innocent, light-minded men, who, although their minds were directed toward heaven, imagined in their simplicity that the clearest demonstration of the things above was to be obtained by sight. These were remodeled and transformed into birds, and they grew feathers instead of hair. The race of wild pedestrian animals, again, came from those who had no philosophy in any of their thoughts, and never considered at all about the nature of the heavens, because they had ceased to use the causes of the head, but followed the guidance of those parts of the soul which are in the breast. In consequence of these habits of theirs, they had their front legs and their heads resting upon the earth to which they were drawn by natural affinity, and the crowns of their heads were elongated and of all sorts of shapes, into which the causes of the soul were crushed by reason of disuse. And this was the reason why they were created quadrupeds and polypods. God gave the more senseless of them the more support that they might be more attracted to the earth, and the most foolish of them, who trail their bodies entirely upon the ground and have no longer any need of feet, he made without feet to crawl upon the earth. The fourth class were the inhabitants of the water. These were made out of the most entirely senseless and ignorant of all, whom the transformers did not think any longer worthy of pure respiration, because they possessed a soul which was made impure by all sorts of transgression, and instead of the subtle and pure medium of air, they gave them the deep and muddy sea to be their element of respiration, and hence arose the race of fishes and oysters, and other aquatic animals, which have received the most remote habitations as a punishment of their outlandish ignorance. These are the laws by which animals pass into one another, now as ever, changing as they lose or gain wisdom and folly. We may now say that our discourse about the nature of the universe has an end. The world has received animals, mortal and immortal, and is fulfilled with them, and has become a visible animal containing the visible, the sensible God who is the image of the intellectual, 295 the greatest, best, fairest, most perfect, the one only begotten in heaven. Krish's introduction and analysis. The Krishas is a fragment which breaks off in the middle of a sentence. It was designed to be the second part of a trilogy, which, like the other great Platonic trilogy of the sophist, statesman, philosopher, was never completed. Timaeus had brought down the origin of the world to the creation of man, and the dawn of history was now to succeed the philosophy of nature. The Krishas is also connected with the Republic. Plato, as he has already told us, Timaeus 19:20, intended to represent the ideal state engaged in a patriotic conflict. This mythical conflict is prophetic or symbolical of the struggle of Athens and Persia, perhaps in some degree also of the wars of the Greeks and Carthaginians, in the same way that the Persian is prefigured by the Trojan War to the mind of Herodotus, or as the narrative of the first part of the Aeneid is intended by Virgil to foreshadow the wars of Carthage and Rome. The small number of the primitive Athenian citizens, 20,000, which is about their present number, Critias 112d, is evidently designed to contrast with the myriads and barbaric array of the Atlantic hosts. The passing remark in the Timaeus 25c that Athens was left alone in the struggle, in which she conquered and became the liberator of Greece, is also an allusion to the later history. Hence, we may safely conclude that the entire narrative is due to the imagination of Plato, who has used the name of Solon and introduced the Egyptian priests to give verisimilitude to his story. To the Greeks, such a tale, like that of the earth-born men, would have seemed perfectly accordant with the character of his mythology, and not more marvelous than the wonders of the East narrated by Herodotus and others. He might have been deceived into believing it. But it appears strange that later ages should have been imposed upon by the fiction, as many attempts have been made to find the great island of Atlantis as to discover the country of the lost tribes. Without regard to the description of Plato, and without a suspicion that the whole narrative is a fabrication, interpreters have looked for the spot in every part of the globe: America, Arabia Felix, Ceylon, Palestine, Sardinia, Sweden. Timaeus concludes with a prayer that his words may be acceptable to the God whom he has revealed, and Critias, whose turn follows, begs that a larger measure of indulgence may be conceded to him, because he has to speak of men whom we know and not of gods whom we do not know. Socrates readily grants his request, and anticipating that Hermocrates will make a similar petition, extends by anticipation a like indulgence to him. Critias returns to his story, professing only to repeat what Solon was told by the priests. The war of which he was about to speak had occurred 9,000 years ago. 296. One of the combatants was the city of Athens, the other was the great island of Atlantis. Critias proposes to speak of these rival powers first of all, giving to Athens the precedence. The various tribes of Greeks and barbarians who took part in the war will be dealt with as they successively appear on the scene. In the beginning, the gods agreed to divide the earth by lot in a friendly manner, and when they had made the allotment, they settled their several countries, and were the shepherds, or rather the pilots of mankind, whom they guided by persuasion and not by force. Hephaestus and Athena, brother and sister deities, in mind and art united, obtained as their lot the land of Attica, a land suited to the growth of virtue and wisdom, and there they settled a brave race of children of the soil, and taught them how to order the state. Some of their names, such as Cecrops, Erechtheus, Erichthonius, and Erysichthon, were preserved and adopted in later times, but the memory of their deeds has passed away, for there have since been many deluges, and the remnant who survived in the mountains were ignorant of the art of writing, and during many generations were wholly devoted to acquiring the means of life, and the armed image of the goddess, which was dedicated by the ancient Athenians, is an evidence to other ages that men and women had in those days, as they ought always to have, common virtues and pursuits. There were various classes of citizens, including handicraftsmen and husbandmen, and a superior class of warriors who dwelt apart, and were educated, and had all things in common. Like our guardians, Attica in those days extended southwards to the isthmus, and inland to the heights of Pons and Cithaeron, and between them and the sea included the district of Oropus. The country was then, as what remains of it still is, the most fertile in the world, and abounded in rich plains and pastures. But in the course of ages, much of the soil was washed away and disappeared in the deep sea, and the inhabitants of this fair land were endowed with intelligence and the love of beauty. The Acropolis of the ancient Athens extended to the Ilissus and Eridanus, and included the Pnyx and the Lycabettus on the opposite side to the Pnyx. Having a level surface and deep soil, the side of the hill was inhabited by craftsmen and husbandmen, and the warriors dwelt by themselves on the summit, around the temples of Hephaestus and Athene, in an enclosure which was like the garden of a single house. In winter they retired into houses on the north of the hill, in which they held their syssosha. These were modest dwellings, which they bequeathed unaltered to their children's children. In summer time the south side was inhabited by them, and then they left their gardens and dining halls. In the midst of the Acropolis was a fountain, which gave an abundant supply of cool water in summer and warm in winter. Of this there are still some traces. They were careful to preserve the number of fighting men and women at 20,000, which is equal to that of the present military force, and so they passed their lives as guardians of the citizens and leaders of the Hellenes. They were a just and famous race, celebrated for their beauty and virtue all over Europe and Asia. And now I will speak to you of their adversaries, but first I ought to explain that the Greek names were given to Solon in an Egyptian form, and he inquired their meaning and translated them. His manuscript was left with my grandfather Dropides, and is now in my possession, in the division of the earth Poseidon, obtained as his portion the island of Atlantis, and there he begat children whose mother was a mortal. Towards the sea and in the center of the island there was a very fair and fertile plain, and near the center, about 50 stadia from the plain, there was a low mountain in which dwelt a man named Evena and his wife Leucippe, and their daughter Plato, of whom Poseidon became enamored. He, to secure his love, enclosed the mountain with rings or zones varying in size, 2 of land and 3 of sea, which his divine power readily enabled him to excavate and fashion. And as there was no shipping in those days, no man could get into the place. To the interior island he conveyed under the earth springs of water hot and cold, and supplied the land with all things needed for the life of man. Here he begat a family consisting of 5 pairs of twin male children. The eldest was Atlas, and him he made king of the center island, while to his twin brother, Eumelus or Gadarus, he assigned that part of the country which was nearest the straits. The other brothers he made chiefs over the rest of the island, and their kingdom extended as far as Egypt and Tyrrhenia. Now Atlas had a fair posterity, and great treasures derived from mines, among them that precious metal orichalcum, and there was abundance of wood and herds of elephants, and pastures for animals of all kinds, and fragrant herbs and grasses, and trees bearing fruit. These they used and employed themselves in constructing their temples, and palaces, and harbors, and docks in the following manner. First, they bridged over the zones of sea, and made a way to and from the royal palace which they built in the center island. This ancient palace was ornamented by successive generations, and they dug a canal which passed through the zones of land from the island to the sea. The zones of earth were surrounded by walls made of stone of divers colors, black and white and red, which they sometimes intermingled for the sake of ornament, and as they quarried they hollowed out beneath the edges of the zones double docks having roofs of rock. The outermost of the walls was coated with brass, the second with tin, and the third, which was the wall of the citadel, flashed with the red light of orichalcum. In the interior of the citadel was a holy temple, dedicated to Plato and Poseidon, and surrounded by an enclosure of gold, and there was Poseidon's own temple, which was covered with silver, and the pinnacles with gold. The roof was of ivory, adorned with gold and silver and orichalcum, and the rest of the interior was lined with orichalcum. Within was an image of the god standing in a chariot drawn by 6 winged horses, and touching the roof with his head. Around him were 100 Nereids, riding on dolphins. Outside the temple were placed golden statues of all the descendants of the 10 kings and of their wives. There was an altar too, and there were palaces, corresponding to the greatness and glory both of the kingdom and of the temple. Also there were fountains of hot and cold water, and suitable buildings surrounding them and trees, and there were baths both of the kings and of private individuals, and separate baths for women and also for cattle. The water from the baths was carried to the grove of Poseidon, and by aqueducts over the bridges to the outer circles. And there were temples in the zones, and in the larger of the two there was a racecourse for horses, which ran all round the island. The gods were distributed in the zones according to the trust reposed in them. The most trusted of them were stationed in the citadel. The docks were full of triremes and stars. The land between the harbor and the sea was surrounded by a wall and was crowded with dwellings, and the harbor and canal resounded with the din of human voices. The plain around the city was highly cultivated and sheltered from the north by mountains. It was oblong, and where falling out of the straight line followed the circular ditch, which was of an incredible depth. This depth received the streams which came down from the mountains, as well as the canals of the interior, and found a way to the sea. The entire country was divided into 60,000 lots, each of which was a square of 10 stadia, and the owner of a lot was bound to furnish the 6th part of a watt chariot, so as to make up 10,000 chariots, 2 horses and riders upon them, a pair of chariot horses without a seat, and an attendant and charioteer, 2 hoplites, 2 archers, 2 slingers, 3 stone shooters, 3 javelin men, and 4 sailors to make up the complement of 1,200 ships. Each of the 10 kings was absolute in his own city and kingdom. The relations of the different governments to one another were determined by the injunctions of Poseidon, which had been inscribed by the first kings on a column of orichalcum in the temple of Poseidon, at which the kings and princes gathered together and held a festival every 5th and every 6th year alternately. Around the temple ranged the bulls of Poseidon, one of which the 10 kings caught and sacrificed, shedding the blood of the victim over the inscription, and vowing not to transgress the laws of their father Poseidon. When night came, they put on azure robes and gave judgment against offenders. The most important of their laws related to their dealings with one another. They were not to take up arms against one another, and were to come to the rescue if any of their brethren were attacked. They were to deliberate in common about war, and the king was not to have the power of life and death over his kinsmen, unless he had the assent of the majority. For many generations, as tradition tells, the people of Atlantis were obedient to the laws and to the gods, and practiced gentleness and wisdom in their intercourse with one another. They knew that they could only have the true use of riches by not caring about them. But gradually the divine portion of their souls became diluted with too much of the mortal admixture, and they began to degenerate. Though to the outward eye they appeared glorious as ever at the very time when they were filled with all iniquity, the all-seeing Zeus, wanting to punish them, held a council of the gods, and when he had called them together, he spoke as follows. Observe 1. The innocent declaration of Socrates, that the truth of the story is a great advantage. 2. The manner in which traditional names and indications of geography are intermingled. Why, here be truths. 3. The extreme minuteness with which the numbers are given, as in the old epic poetry. 4. The ingenious reason assigned for the Greek names occurring in the Egyptian tale, 113a. 5. The remark that the armed statue of Athena indicated the common warrior life of men and women, 110b. 6. The particularity with which the third deluge before that of Deucalion is affirmed to have been the great destruction, 112a. 7. The happy guess that great geological changes have been effected by water. 8. the indulgence of the prejudice against sailing beyond the columns, and the popular belief of the shallowness of the ocean in that part. 9. The confession that the depth of the ditch in the island of Atlantis was not to be believed, and yet he could only repeat what he had heard. 118c, compared with the statement made in an earlier passage that Poseidon, being a god, found no difficulty in contriving the water supply of the center island. 113e. 10. The mention of the old rivalry of Poseidon and Athene, and the creation of the first inhabitants out of the soil. No one knew better than Plato how to invent a noble lie. Plato here, as elsewhere, ingeniously gives the impression that he is telling the truth which mythology had corrupted. The world, like a child, has readily, and for the most part unhesitatingly, accepted the tale of the island of Atlantis. In modern times, we hardly seek for traces of the submerged continent. But even Mr. Grote is inclined to believe in the Egyptian poem of Solon, of which there is no evidence in antiquity, while others, like Martin, discuss the Egyptian origin of the legend, or like M. de Humboldt, whom he quotes, are disposed to find in it a vestige of a widely spread tradition. Others, adopting a different vein of reflection, regard the island of Atlantis as the anticipation of a still greater island, the continent of America. The tale, says M. Martin, rests upon the authority of the Egyptian priests, and the Egyptian priests took a pleasure in deceiving the Greeks. He never appears to suspect that there is a greater deceiver or magician than the Egyptian priests, that is to say, Plato himself, from the dominion of whose genius the critic and natural philosopher of modern times are not wholly emancipated. Although worthless in respect of any result which can be attained by them, discussions like those of M. Martin Tomei, Tome IPP, 257-332, have an interest of their own, and may be compared to the similar discussions regarding the lost tribes, 2 Esdras 13:40, as showing how the chance word of some poet or philosopher has given birth to endless religious or historical inquiries. See Introduction to the Timaeus. In contrasting the small Greek city numbering about 20,000 inhabitants with the barbaric greatness of the island of Atlantis, Plato probably intended to show that a state, such as the ideal Athens, was invincible, though matched against any number of opponents. Compare Republic Roman 423b. Even in a great empire there might be a degree of virtue and justice, such as the Greeks believed to have existed under the sway of the first Persian kings. But all such empires were liable to degenerate, and soon incurred the anger of the gods. Their oriental wealth, and splendor of gold and silver, and variety of colors, seemed also to be at variance with the simplicity of Greek notions. In the island of Atlantis, Plato is describing a sort of Babylonian or Egyptian city, to which he opposes the frugal life of the true Hellenic citizen. It is remarkable that in his brief sketch of them, he idealizes the husbandmen, who are lovers of honor and true husbandmen, 111e, as well as the warriors who are his sole concern in the Republic, and that though he speaks of the common pursuits of men and women, he says nothing of the community of wives and children. It is singular that Plato should have prefixed the most detested of Athenian names to this dialogue, and even more singular that he should have put into the mouth of Socrates a panegyric on him, Timaeus 20a. Yet we know that his character was accounted infamous by Xenophon, and that the mere acquaintance with him was made a subject of accusation against Socrates. We can only infer that in this, and perhaps in some other cases, Plato's characters have no reference to the actual facts. The desire to do honor to his own family and the connection with Solon may have suggested the introduction of his name. Why the Critias was never completed, whether from accident or from advancing age or from a sense of the artistic difficulty of the design, cannot be determined. Critias persons of the dialogue, Critias Hermocrates Timaeus Socrates Timaeus. How thankful I am, Socrates, that I have arrived at last, and like a weary traveler after a long journey may be at rest. And I pray the being who always was of old, and has now been by me revealed, to grant that my words may endure in so far as they have been spoken truly and acceptably to him. But if unintentionally I have said anything wrong, I pray that he will impose upon me a just retribution, and the just retribution of him who errs is that he should be set right. Wishing, then, to speak truly in future concerning the generation of the gods, I pray him to give me knowledge, which of all medicines is the most perfect and best. And now, having offered my prayer, I deliver up the argument to Critias, who is to speak next according to our agreement. 297. Critias and I, Timaeus, accept the trust, and as you at first said that you were going to speak of high matters, and begged that some forbearance might be shown to you, I too ask the same or greater forbearance for what I am about to say. And although I very well know that my request may appear to be somewhat ambitious and discourteous, I must make it nevertheless. For will any man of sense deny that you have spoken well? I can only attempt to show that I ought to have more indulgence than you, because my theme is more difficult. And I shall argue that to seem to speak well of the gods to men is far easier than to speak well of men to men, for the inexperience and utter ignorance of his hearers about any subject is a great assistance to him who has to speak of it, and we know how ignorant we are concerning the gods. But I should like to make my meaning clearer, if you will follow me. All that is said by any of us can only be imitation and representation. For if we consider the likenesses which painters make of bodies divine and heavenly, and the different degrees of gratification with which the eye of the spectator receives them, we shall see that we are satisfied with the artist who is able in any degree to imitate the earth and its mountains, and the rivers, and the woods, and the universe, and the things that are and move therein, and further, that knowing nothing precise about such matters, we do not examine or analyze the painting. All that is required is a sort of indistinct and deceptive mode of shadowing them forth. But when a person endeavors to paint the human form, we are quick at finding out defects, and our familiar knowledge makes us severe judges of anyone who does not render every point of similarity. And we may observe the same thing to happen in discourse. We are satisfied with a picture of divine and heavenly things which has very little likeness to them, but we are more precise in our criticism of mortal and human things. Wherefore, if at the moment of speaking I cannot suitably express my meaning, you must excuse me, considering that to form approved likenesses of human things is the reverse of easy. This is what I want to suggest to you, and at the same time to beg. Socrates, that I may have not less, but more indulgence conceded to me in what I am about to say, which favor, if I am right in asking, I hope that you will be ready to grant. Socrates, certainly, Critias, we will grant your request, and we will grant the same by anticipation to Hermocrates, as well as to you and Timaeus, for I have no doubt that when his turn comes a little while hence, he will make the same request which you have made. In order, then, that he may provide himself with a fresh beginning, and not be compelled to say the same things over again, let him understand that the indulgence is already extended by anticipation to him. And now, friend Critias, I will announce to you the judgment of the theatre. They are of opinion that the last performer was wonderfully successful, and that you will need a great deal of indulgence before you will be able to take his place. Hermocrates, the warning, Socrates, which you have addressed to him, I must also take to myself. But remember, Critias, that faint heart never yet raised a trophy, and therefore you must go and attack the argument like a man. First invoke Apollo and the Muses, and then let us hear you sound the praises and show forth the virtues of your ancient citizens. Critias, friend Hermocrates, you who are stationed last and have another in front of you, have not lost heart as yet. The gravity of the situation will soon be revealed to you, Meanwhile, I accept your exhortations and encouragements. But besides the gods and goddesses whom you have mentioned, I would specially invoke Mnemosyne, for all the important part of my discourse is dependent on her favor. And if I can recollect and recite enough of what was said by the priests and brought hither by Solon, I doubt not that I shall satisfy the requirements of this theatre. And now, making no more excuses, I will proceed. Let me begin by observing first of all that 9,000 was the sum of years which had elapsed since the war which was said to have taken place between those who dwelt outside the pillars of Heracles and all who dwelt within them. This war I am going to describe. Of the combatants on the one side, the city of Athens was reported to have been the leader and to have fought out the war. The combatants on the other side were commanded by the kings of Atlantis, which, as I was saying, was an island greater in extent than Libya and Asia, and when afterwards sunk by an earthquake, became an impassable barrier of mud to voyagers sailing from hence to any part of the ocean. The progress of the history will unfold the various nations of barbarians and families of Hellenes which then existed, as they successively appear on the scene. But I must describe first of all the Athenians of that day, and their enemies who fought with them, and then the respective powers and governments of the two kingdoms. Let us give the precedence to Athens. In the days of old, the gods had the whole earth distributed among them by allotment. 298 There was no quarreling, for you cannot rightly suppose that the gods did not know what was proper for each of them to have, or knowing this, that they would seek to procure for themselves by contention that which more properly belonged to others. They all of them by just apportionment obtained what they wanted, and peopled their own districts, and when they had peopled them they tended us, their nurslings and possessions, as shepherds tend their flocks, excepting only that they did not use blows or bodily force as shepherds do, but governed us like pilots from the stern of the vessel, which is an easy way of guiding animals, holding our souls by the rudder of persuasion according to their own pleasure. Thus did they guide all mortal creatures. Now different gods had their allotments in different places which they set in order. Hephaestus and Athene, who were brother and sister, and sprang from the same father, having a common nature, and being united also in the love of philosophy and art, both obtained as their common portion this land, which was naturally adapted for wisdom and virtue. And there they implanted brave children of the soil, and put into their minds the order of government. Their names are preserved, but their actions have disappeared by reason of the destruction of those who received the tradition, and the lapse of ages. For when there were any survivors, as I have already said, they were men who dwelt in the mountains, and they were ignorant of the art of writing, and had heard only the names of the chiefs of the land, but very little about their actions. The names they were willing enough to give to their children, but the virtues and the laws of their predecessors they knew only by obscure traditions, and as they themselves and their children lacked for many generations the necessaries of life, they directed their attention to the supply of their wants, and of them they conversed, to the neglect of events that had happened in times long past. For mythology and the inquiry into antiquity are first introduced into cities when they begin to have leisure. 299 And when they see that the necessaries of life have already been provided, but not before. And this is the reason why the names of the ancients have been preserved to us and not their actions. This I infer because Solon said that the priests in their narrative of that war mentioned most of the names which are recorded prior to the time of Theseus, such as Cecrops and Erechtheus and Erichthonius and Erysichthon, and the names of the women in like manner. Moreover, since military pursuits were then common to men and women, the men of those days, in accordance with the custom of the time, set up a figure and image of the goddess in full armor, to be a testimony that all animals which associate together, male as well as female, may, if they please, practice in common the virtue which belongs to them without distinction of sex. Now the country was inhabited in those days by various classes of citizens. There were artisans, and there were husbandmen, and there was also a warrior class, originally set apart by divine men. The latter dwelt by themselves, and had all things suitable for nurture and education. Neither had any of them anything of their own, but they regarded all that they had as common property, nor did they claim to receive of the other citizens anything more than their necessary food, and they practiced all the pursuits which we yesterday described as those of our imaginary guardians. Concerning the country, the Egyptian priests said what is not only probable but manifestly true, that the boundaries were in those days fixed by the isthmus, and that in the direction of the continent they extended as far as the heights of Cithaeron and Pons. The boundary line came down in the direction of the sea, having the district of Oropus on the right, and with the river Asopus as the limit on the left. The land was the best in the world, and was therefore able in those days to support a vast army raised from the surrounding people. Even the remnant of Attica, which now exists, may compare with any region in the world for the variety and excellence of its fruits, and the suitableness of its pastures to every sort of animal, which proves what I am saying. But in those days the country was fair as now, and yielded far more abundant produce. How shall I establish my words, and what part of it can be truly called a remnant of the land that then was? The whole country is only a long promontory extending far into the sea away from the rest of the continent, while the surrounding basin of the sea is everywhere deep in the neighborhood of the shore. Many great deluges have taken place during the 9,000 years, for that is the number of years which have elapsed since the time of which I am speaking. And during all this time, and through so many changes, there has never been any considerable accumulation of the soil coming down from the mountains, as in other places, but the earth has fallen away all round and sunk out of sight. The consequence is that in comparison of what then was, there are remaining only the bones of the wasted body, as they may be called, as in the case of small islands, all the richer and softer parts of the soil having fallen away, and the mere skeleton of the land being left. But in the primitive state of the country, its mountains were high hills covered with soil, and the plains, as they are termed by us, of Phelleus were full of rich earth, and there was abundance of wood in the mountains. Of this last the traces still remain, for although some of the mountains now only afford sustenance to bees, not so very long ago there were still to be seen roofs of timber cut from trees growing there, which were of a size sufficient to cover the largest houses, and there were many other high trees, cultivated by man and bearing abundance of food for cattle. Moreover, the land reaped the benefit of the annual rainfall, not as now losing the water which flows off the bare earth into the sea, but having an abundant supply in all places, and receiving it into herself and treasuring it up in the close clay soil, it led off into the hollows the streams which it absorbed from the heights, providing everywhere abundant fountains and rivers, of which there may still be observed sacred memorials in places where fountains once existed, and this proves the truth of what I am saying. Such was the natural state of the country, which was cultivated, as we may well believe, by true husbandmen, who made husbandry their business, and were lovers of honor and of a noble nature, and had a soil the best in the world, and abundance of water, and in the heaven above an excellently attempered climate. Now the city in those days was arranged on this wise. In the first place, the Acropolis was not as now. For the fact is that a single night of excessive rain washed away the earth and laid bare the rock. At the same time there were earthquakes, and then occurred the extraordinary inundation, which was the third before the great destruction of Deucalion. But in primitive times the hill of the Acropolis extended to the Eridanus and Ilissus, and included the Pnyx on one side and the Lycabettus as a boundary on the opposite side to the Pnyx, and was all well covered with soil and level at the top, except in one or two places. Outside the Acropolis, and under the sides of the hill there dwelt artisans, and such of the husbandmen as were tilling the ground near. The warrior class dwelt by themselves around the temples of Athene and Hephaestus at the summit, which moreover they had enclosed with a single fence like the garden of a single house. On the north side they had dwellings in common, and had erected halls for dining in winter, and had all the buildings which they needed for their common life, besides temples. But there was no adorning of them with gold and silver, for they made no use of these for any purpose. They took a middle course between meanness and ostentation, and built modest houses in which they and their children's children grew old, and they handed them down to others who were like themselves, always the same. But in summertime they left their gardens and gymnasia and dining halls, and then the southern side of the hill was made use of by them for the same purpose. Where the Acropolis now is there was a fountain, which was choked by the earthquake, and has left only the few small streams which still exist in the vicinity. But in those days the fountain gave an abundant supply of water for all and of suitable temperature in summer and in winter. This is how they dwelt, being the guardians of their own citizens and the leaders of the Hellenes, who were their willing followers. And they took care to preserve the same number of men and women through all time, being so many as were required for warlike purposes, then as now, that is to say, about 20,000. Such were the ancient Athenians, and after this manner they righteously administered their own land and the rest of Hellas. They were renowned all over Europe and Asia for the beauty of their persons, and for the many virtues of their souls, and of all men who lived in those days they were the most illustrious. And next, if I have not forgotten what I heard when I was a child, I will impart to you the character and origin of their adversaries. For friends should not keep their stories to themselves, but have them in common. Yet before proceeding further in the narrative, I ought to warn you that you must not be surprised if you should perhaps hear Hellenic names given to foreigners. I will tell you the reason of this. Solon, who was intending to use the tale for his poem, inquired into the meaning of the names, and found that the early Egyptians in writing them down had translated them into their own language. And he recovered the meaning of the several names, and when copying them out again, translated them into our language. My great-grandfather, Dropides, had the original writing, which is still in my possession, and was carefully studied by me when I was a child. Therefore, if you hear names such as are used in this country, you must not be surprised, for I have told how they came to be introduced. The tale, which was of great length, began as follows. I have before remarked in speaking of the allotments of the gods that they distributed the whole earth into portions differing in extent, and made for themselves temples and instituted sacrifices. And Poseidon, receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, begat children by a mortal woman, and settled them in a part of the island, which I will describe, looking towards the sea, but in the center of the whole island. There was a plain which is said to have been the fairest of all plains and very fertile. Near the plain again, and also in the center of the island at a distance of about 50 stadia, there was a mountain not very high on any side. In this mountain there dwelt one of the earth-born primeval men of that country, whose name was Evina, and he had a wife named Leucippe, and they had an only daughter who was called Plato. The maiden had already reached womanhood when her father and mother died. Poseidon fell in love with her and had intercourse with her, and breaking the ground, enclosed the hill in which she dwelt all round, making alternate zones of sea and land larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which he turned as with a lathe, each having its circumference equidistant every way from the center, so that no man could get to the island. For ships and voyages were not as yet. He himself, being a god, found no difficulty in making special arrangements for the center island, bringing up 2 springs of water from beneath the earth, one of warm water and the other of cold, and making every variety of food to spring up abundantly from the soil. He also begat and brought up 5 pairs of twin male children, and dividing the island of Atlantis into 10 portions, he gave to the firstborn of the eldest pair his mother's dwelling and the surrounding allotment, which was the largest and best, and made him king over the rest. The others he made princes, and gave them rule over many men and a large territory. And he named them all. The eldest, who was the first king, he named Atlas. And after him the whole island and the ocean were called Atlantic. To his twin brother, who was born after him, and obtained as his lot the extremity of the island towards the pillars of Heracles, facing the country which is now called the region of Gades in that part of the world, he gave the name which in the Hellenic language is Eumelus, in the language of the country which is named after him, Gadarus. Of the second pair of twins he called one Amphas, and the other Evemen. To the elder of the third pair of twins he gave the name Nesius, and Autochthon to the one who followed him. Of the fourth pair of twins he called the elder Elasippus, and the younger Mesta. And of the fifth pair he gave to the elder the name of Aziz, and to the younger that of Diapreps. All these and their descendants for many generations were the inhabitants and rulers of divers islands in the open sea, and also, as has been already said, they held sway in our direction over the country within the pillars as far as Egypt and Tyrrhenia. Now Atlas had a numerous and honorable family, and they retained the kingdom, the eldest son handing it on to his eldest for many generations. And they had such an amount of wealth as was never before possessed by kings and potentates, and is not likely ever to be again, and they were furnished with everything which they needed, both in the city and country. For because of the greatness of their empire, many things were brought to them from foreign countries, and the island itself provided most of what was required by them for the uses of life. In the first place, they dug out of the earth whatever was to be found there, solid as well as fusile, and that which is now only a name and was then something more than a name, Orichalcum, was dug out of the earth in many parts of the island, being more precious in those days than anything except gold. There was an abundance of wood for carpenters' work, and sufficient maintenance for tame and wild animals. Moreover, there were a great number of elephants in the island, for as there was provision for all other sorts of animals, both for those which live in lakes and marshes and rivers, and also for those which live in mountains and on plains, so there was for the animal which is the largest and most voracious of all. Also whatever fragrant things there now are in the earth, whether roots or herbage or woods or essences which distill from fruit and flower, grew and thrived in that land. Also the fruit which admits of cultivation, both the dry sort which is given us for nourishment and any other which we use for food. We call them all by the common name of pulse, and the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks and meats and ointments, and good store of chestnuts and the like, which furnish pleasure and amusement, and are fruits which spoil with keeping, and the pleasant kinds of dessert with which we console ourselves after dinner, when we are tired of eating. All these that sacred island which then beheld the light of the sun, brought forth fair and wondrous and in infinite abundance. With such blessings the earth freely furnished them. Meanwhile they went on constructing their temples and palaces and harbors and docks. And they arranged the whole country in the following manner. First of all they bridged over the zones of sea which surrounded the ancient metropolis, making a road to and from the royal palace. And at the very beginning they built the palace in the habitation of the god and of their ancestors, which they continued to ornament in successive generations, every king surpassing the one who went before him to the utmost of his power, until they made the building a marvel to behold for size and for beauty. And beginning from the sea they bored a canal of 300 feet in width and 100 feet in depth and 50 stadia in length, which they carried through to the outermost zone, making a passage from the sea up to this, which became a harbor, and leaving an opening sufficient to enable the largest vessels to find ingress. Moreover, they divided at the bridges the zones of land which parted the zones of sea, leaving room for a single trireme to pass out of one zone into another. And they covered over the channels so as to leave a way underneath for the ships, for the banks were raised considerably above the water. Now the largest of the zones into which a passage was cut from the sea was 3 stadia in breadth, and the zone of land which came next of equal breadth. But the next 2 zones, the one of water, the other of land, were 2 stadia, and the one which surrounded the central island was a stadium only in width. The island in which the palace was situated had a diameter of 5 stadia. All this including the zones and the bridge, which was the 6th part of a stadium in width, they surrounded by a stone wall on every side, placing towers and gates on the bridges where the sea passed in. The stone which was used in the work they quarried from underneath the center island, and from underneath the zones, on the outer as well as the inner side. One kind was white, another black, and a third red. And as they quarried, they at the same time hollowed out double docks, having roofs formed out of the native rock. Some of their buildings were simple, but in others they put together different stones, varying the color to please the eye and to be a natural source of delight. The entire circuit of the wall, which went round the outermost zone, they covered with a coating of brass, and the circuit of the next wall they coated with tin, and the third, which encompassed the citadel, flashed with the red light of orichalcum. The palaces in the interior of the citadel were constructed on this wise. In the center was a holy temple dedicated to Plato and Poseidon, which remained inaccessible, and was surrounded by an enclosure of gold. This was the spot where the family of the 10 princes first saw the light, and thither the people annually brought the fruits of the earth in their season from all the 10 portions, to be an offering to each of the 10. Here was Poseidon's own temple, which was a stadium in length and half a stadium in width, and of a proportionate height, having a strange barbaric appearance. All the outside of the temple, with the exception of the pinnacles, they covered with silver, and the pinnacles with gold. In the interior of the temple, the roof was of ivory, curiously wrought everywhere with gold and silver and orichalcum, and all the other parts, the walls and pillars and floor, they coated with orichalcum. In the temple they placed statues of gold. There was the god himself standing in a chariot, the charioteer of 6 winged horses, and of such a size that he touched the roof of the building with his head. Around him there were 100 Nereids riding on dolphins, for such was thought to be the number of them by the men of those days. There were also in the interior of the temple other images which had been dedicated by private persons. And around the temple on the outside were placed statues of gold of all the descendants of the 10 kings and of their wives, and there were many other great offerings of kings and of private persons, coming both from the city itself and from the foreign cities over which they held sway. There was an altar too, which in size and workmanship corresponded to this magnificence, and the palaces, in like manner, answered to the greatness of the kingdom and the glory of the temple. In the next place, they had fountains, one of cold and another of hot water, in gracious plenty flowing, and they were wonderfully adapted for use by reason of the pleasantness and excellence of their waters. 300 they constructed buildings about them and planted suitable trees. Also they made cisterns, some open to the heaven, others roofed over, to be used in winter as warm baths. There were the king's baths and the baths of private persons, which were kept apart, and there were separate baths for women and for horses and cattle, and to each of them they gave as much adornment as was suitable. Of the water which ran off they carried some to the grove of Poseidon, where were growing all manner of trees of wonderful height and beauty, owing to the excellence of the soil, while the remainder was conveyed by aqueducts along the bridges to the outer circles. And there were many temples built and dedicated to many gods, also gardens and places of exercise, some for men, and others for horses in both of the two islands formed by the zones. And in the center of the larger of the two, there was set apart a racecourse of a stadium in width and in length allowed to extend all round the island for horses to race in. Also there were guardhouses at intervals for the guards, the more trusted of whom were appointed to keep watch in the lesser zone, which was nearer the Acropolis, while the most trusted of all had houses given them within the citadel, near the persons of the kings. The docks were full of triremes and naval stores, and all things were quite ready for use. Enough of the plan of the royal palace. Leaving the palace and passing out across the three harbors, you came to a wall which began at the sea and went all round. This was everywhere distant 50 stadia from the largest zone or harbor, and enclosed the whole, the ends meeting at the mouth of the channel which led to the sea. The entire area was densely crowded with habitations, and the canal and the largest of the harbors were full of vessels and merchants coming from all parts, who, from their numbers, kept up a multitudinous sound of human voices, and din and clatter of all sorts night and day. I have described the city and the environs of the ancient palace nearly in the words of Solon, and now I must endeavor to represent to you the nature and arrangement of the rest of the land. The whole country was said by him to be very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea, but the country immediately about and surrounding the city was a level plain, itself surrounded by mountains which descended towards the sea. It was smooth and even, and of an oblong shape, extending in one direction 3,000 stadia, but across the center inland it was 2,000 stadia. This part of the island looked towards the south and was sheltered from the north. The surrounding mountains were celebrated for their number and size and beauty, far beyond any which still exist, having in them also many wealthy villages of country folk, and rivers and lakes, and meadows supplying food enough for every animal, wild or tame, and much wood of various sorts, abundant for each and every kind of work. I will now describe the plain, as it was fashioned by nature and by the labors of many generations of kings through long ages. It was for the most part rectangular and oblong, and where falling out of the straight line followed the circular ditch. The depth and width and length of this ditch were incredible, and gave the impression that a work of such extent, in addition to so many others, could never have been artificial. Nevertheless, I must say what I was told. It was excavated to the depth of 100 feet, and its breadth was a stadium everywhere. It was carried round the whole of the plain, and was 10,000 stadia in length. It received the streams which came down from the mountains, and winding round the plain and meeting at the city, was there let off into the sea. Further inland likewise, straight canals of 100 feet in width were cut from it through the plain, and again let off into the ditch leading to the sea. These canals were at intervals of 100 stadia, and by them they brought down the wood from the mountains to the city, and conveyed the fruits of the earth in ships, cutting transverse passages from one canal into another, and to the city. Twice in the year they gathered the fruits of the earth, in winter having the benefit of the rains of heaven, and in summer the water which the land supplied by introducing streams from the canals. As to the population, each of the lots in the plain had to find a leader for the men who were fit for military service, and the size of a lot was a square of 10 stadia each way, and the total number of all the lots was 60,000. And of the inhabitants of the mountains and of the rest of the country there was also a vast multitude, which was distributed among the lots, and had leaders assigned to them according to their districts and villages. The leader was required to furnish for the war the 6th portion of a watt chariot, so as to make up a total of 10,000 chariots, also 2 horses and riders for them, and a pair of chariot horses without a seat, accompanied by a horseman who could fight on foot carrying a small shield, and having a charioteer who stood behind the man-at-arms to guide the 2 horses. Also, he was bound to furnish 2 heavy-armed soldiers, 2 archers, 2 slingers, 3 stone shooters, and 3 javelin men, who were light armed, and 4 sailors to make up the complement of 1,200 ships. Such was the military order of the royal city. The order of the other 9 governments varied, and it would be wearisome to recount their several differences. As to offices and honors, the following was the arrangement from the first. Each of the 10 kings in his own division and in his own city had the absolute control of the citizens, and in most cases of the laws, punishing and slaying whomsoever he would. Now the order of precedence among them and their mutual relations were regulated by the commands of Poseidon which the law had handed down. These were inscribed by the first kings on a pillar of orichalcum, which was situated in the middle of the island, at the temple of Poseidon, whither the kings were gathered together every 5th and every 6th year alternately, thus giving equal honor to the odd and to the even number. And when they were gathered together, they consulted about their common interests, and inquired if anyone had transgressed in anything, and passed judgment. And before they passed judgment, they gave their pledges to one another on this wise. There were bulls who had the range of the temple of Poseidon, and the 10 kings, being left alone in the temple, after they had offered prayers to the god that they might capture the victim which was acceptable to him, hunted the bulls without weapons, but with staves and nooses, and the bull which they caught they led up to the pillar, and cut its throat over the top of it, so that the blood fell upon the sacred inscription. Now on the pillar, besides the laws, there was inscribed an oath invoking mighty curses on the disobedient. When therefore, after slaying the bull in the accustomed manner, they had burnt its limbs, they filled a bowl of wine and cast in a clot of blood for each of them. The rest of the victim they put in the fire, after having purified the column all round. Then they drew from the bowl in golden cups, and pouring a libation on the fire, they swore that they would judge according to the laws on the pillar, and would punish him who in any point had already transgressed them, and that for the future they would not, if they could help, offend against the writing on the pillar, and would neither command others, nor obey any ruler who commanded them, to act otherwise than according to the laws of their father Poseidon. This was the prayer which each of them offered up for himself and for his descendants, at the same time drinking and dedicating the cup out of which he drank in the temple of the god. And after they had supped and satisfied their needs, when darkness came on, and the fire about the sacrifice was cool, all of them put on most beautiful azure robes, and sitting on the ground at night, over the embers of the sacrifices by which they had sworn, and extinguishing all the fire about the temple, they received and gave judgment, if any of them had an accusation to bring against anyone. And when they had given judgment, at daybreak, they wrote down their sentences on a golden tablet, and dedicated it together with their robes to be a memorial. There were many special laws affecting the several kings inscribed about the temples, but the most important was the following. They were not to take up arms against one another, and they were all to come to the rescue if anyone in any of their cities attempted to overthrow the royal house. Like their ancestors, they were to deliberate in common about war and other matters, giving the supremacy to the descendants of Atlas. And the king was not to have the power of life and death over any of his kinsmen, unless he had the assent of the majority of the 10. Such was the vast power which the god settled in the lost island of Atlantis, and this he afterwards directed against our land for the following reasons, as tradition tells. For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws and well affectioned towards the god whose seed they were, for they possessed true and in every way great spirits, uniting gentleness with wisdom in the various chances of life, and in their intercourse with one another. They despised everything but virtue, caring little for their present state of life, and thinking lightly of the possession of gold and other property, which seemed only a burden to them. Neither were they intoxicated by luxury, nor did wealth deprive them of their self-control, but they were sober and saw clearly that all these goods are increased by virtue and friendship with one another, whereas by too great regard and respect for them, they are lost and friendship with them. By such reflections and by the continuance in them of a divine nature, the qualities which we have described grew and increased among them. But when the divine portion began to fade away, and became diluted too often and too much with the mortal admixture, and the human nature got the upper hand, they then, being unable to bear their fortune, behaved unseemly, and to him who had an eye to see grew visibly debased, for they were losing the fairest of their precious gifts. But to those who had no eye to see the true happiness, they appeared glorious and blessed at the very time when they were full of avarice and unrighteous power. Zeus, the god of gods, who rules according to law and is able to see into such things, perceiving that an honorable race was in a woeful plight, and wanting to inflict punishment on them, that they might be chastened and improve, collected all the gods into their 301 most holy habitation, which, being placed in the center of the world, beholds all created things. And when he had called them together, he spake as follows: Parmenides, Introduction and Analysis. The awe with which Plato regarded the character of the great Parmenides has extended to the dialogue which he calls by his name. None of the writings of Plato have been more copiously illustrated, both in ancient and modern times, and in none of them have the interpreters been more at variance with one another. Nor is this surprising, for the Parmenides is more fragmentary and isolated than any other dialogue, and the design of the writer is not expressly stated. The date is uncertain. The relation to the other writings of Plato is also uncertain. The connection between the two parts is at first sight extremely obscure, and in the latter of the two we are left in doubt as to whether Plato is speaking his own sentiments by the lips of Parmenides, and overthrowing him out of his own mouth, or whether he is propounding consequences which would have been admitted by Zeno and Parmenides themselves. The contradictions which follow from the hypotheses of the one and many have been regarded by some as transcendental mysteries, by others as a mere illustration, taken at random, of a new method. They seem to have been inspired by a sort of dialectical frenzy, such as may be supposed to have prevailed in the Megarian school. Compare Cratylus 386, 407e, etc. The criticism on his own doctrine of ideas has also been considered, not as a real criticism, but as an exuberance of the metaphysical imagination which enabled Plato to go beyond himself. To the latter part of the dialogue, we may certainly apply the words in which he himself describes the earlier philosophers in the Sophist, 243a. They went on their way rather regardless of whether we understood them or not. The Parmenides in point of style is one of the best of the Platonic writings. The first portion of the dialogue is in no way defective in ease and grace and dramatic interest, nor in the second part, where there was no room for such qualities, is there any want of clearness or precision. The latter half is an exquisite mosaic, of which the small pieces are with the utmost fineness and regularity adapted to one another, like the Protagoras, Phaedo, and others. The whole is a narrated dialogue, combining with the mere recital of the words spoken, the observations of the reciter on the effect produced by them. Thus we are informed by him that Zeno and Parmenides were not altogether pleased at the request of Socrates, that they would examine into the nature of the one and many in the sphere of ideas, although they received his suggestion with approving smiles. We are glad to be told that Parmenides was aged but well-favored, and that Zeno was very good-looking. Also that Parmenides affected to decline the great argument, on which, as Zeno knew from experience, he was not unwilling to enter. The character of Antiphon, the half-brother of Plato, who had once been inclined to philosophy, but has now shown the hereditary disposition for horses, is very naturally described. He is the sole depositary of the famous dialogue. But although he receives the strangers like a courteous gentleman, he is impatient of the trouble of reciting it. As they enter, he has been giving orders to a bridle maker. By this slight touch, Plato verifies the previous description of him. After a little persuasion, he is induced to favor the Clazomenians, who come from a distance, with a rehearsal. Respecting the visit of Zeno and Parmenides to Athens, we may observe, first, that such a visit is consistent with dates and may possibly have occurred. Secondly, that Plato is very likely to have invented the meeting. You, Socrates, can easily invent Egyptian tales or anything else. Phaedrus 275b. Thirdly, that no reliance can be placed on the circumstance as determining the date of Parmenides and Zeno. Fourthly, that the same occasion appears to be referred to by Plato in two other places. Theaetetus 183e, Sophist 217c. Many interpreters have regarded the Parmenides as a reductio ad absurdum of the Eleatic philosophy. But would Plato have been likely to place this in the mouth of the great Parmenides himself, who appeared to him, in Homeric language, to be venerable and awful, and to have a glorious depth of mind? Theaetetus 183e. It may be admitted that he has ascribed to an Eleatic stranger in the sophist opinions which went beyond the doctrines of the Eleatics. But the Eleatic stranger expressly criticizes the doctrines in which he had been brought up. He admits that he is going to lay hands on his father Parmenides. Nothing of this kind is said of Zeno and Parmenides. How then, without a word of explanation, could Plato assign to them the refutation of their own tenets? The conclusion at which we must arrive is that the Parmenides is not a refutation of the Eleatic philosophy, nor would such an explanation afford any satisfactory connection of the first and second parts of the dialogue, and it is quite inconsistent with Plato's own relation to the Eleatics. For of all the pre-Socratic philosophers, he speaks of them with the greatest respect, but he could hardly have passed upon them a more unmeaning slight than to ascribe to their great master tenets the reverse of those which he actually held. Two preliminary remarks may be made. First, that whatever latitude we may allow to Plato in bringing together by a tour de force, as in the Phaedrus, dissimilar themes, yet he always in some way seeks to find a connection for them. Many threads join together in one the love and dialectic of the Phaedrus. We cannot conceive that the great artist would place in juxtaposition two absolutely divided and incoherent subjects. And hence we are led to make a second remark, viz., that no explanation of the Parmenides can be satisfactory which does not indicate the connection of the first and second parts. To suppose that Plato would first go out of his way to make Parmenides attack the Platonic ideas, and then proceed to a similar but more fatal assault on his own doctrine of being, appears to be the height of absurdity. Perhaps there is no passage in Plato showing greater metaphysical power than that in which he assails his own theory of ideas. The arguments are nearly, if not quite, those of Aristotle. They are the objections which naturally occur to a modern student of philosophy. Many persons will be surprised to find Plato criticizing the very conceptions which have been supposed in after ages to be peculiarly characteristic of him. How can he have placed himself so completely without them? How can he have ever persisted in them after seeing the fatal objections which might be urged against them? The consideration of this difficulty has led a recent critic, Ubueg, who in general accepts the authorized canon of the Platonic writings, to condemn the Parmenides as spurious. The accidental want of external evidence at first sight seems to favor this opinion. In answer, it might be sufficient to say that no ancient writing of equal length and excellence is known to be spurious. Nor is the silence of Aristotle to be hastily assumed. there is at least a doubt whether his use of the same arguments does not involve the inference that he knew the work. And if the Parmenides is spurious like Ubuweg, we are led on further than we originally intended to pass a similar condemnation on the Theaetetus and Sophist, and therefore on the Politicus, compare Theaetetus 183e, Sophist 217. But the objection is in reality fanciful, and rests on the assumption that the doctrine of the ideas was held by Plato throughout his life in the same form. For the truth is that the Platonic ideas were in constant process of growth and transmutation, sometimes veiled in poetry and mythology, then again emerging as fixed ideas, in some passages regarded as absolute and eternal, and in others as relative to the human mind, existing in and derived from external objects as well as transcending them. The anamnesis of the ideas is chiefly insisted upon in the mythical portions of the dialogues, and really occupies a very small space in the entire works of Plato. Their transcendental existence is not asserted, and is therefore implicitly denied in the Philebus. Different forms are ascribed to them in the Republic, and they are mentioned in the Theaetetus, the Sophist, the Politicus, and the Laws, much as universals would be spoken of in modern books. Indeed, there are very faint traces of the transcendental doctrine of ideas, that is, of their existence apart from the mind, in any of Plato's writings, with the exception of the Meno, the Phaedrus, the Phaedo, and in portions of the Republic. The stereotyped form which Aristotle has given to them is not found in Plato. Compare Essay on the Platonic Ideas in the introduction to the Meno. The full discussion of this subject involves a comprehensive survey of the philosophy of Plato, which would be out of place here. But without digressing further from the immediate subject of the Parmenides, we may remark that Plato is quite serious in his objections to his own doctrines, nor does Socrates attempt to offer any answer to them. The perplexities which surround the one and many in the sphere of the ideas are also alluded to in the Philebus, and no answer is given to them. Nor have they ever been answered, nor can they be answered by anyone else who separates the phenomenal from the real. To suppose that Plato, at a later period of his life, reached a point of view from which he was able to answer them, is a groundless assumption. The real progress of Plato's own mind has been partly concealed from us by the dogmatic statements of Aristotle, and also by the degeneracy of his own followers, with whom a doctrine of numbers quickly superseded ideas. As a preparation for answering some of the difficulties which have been suggested, we may begin by sketching the first portion of the dialogue. Cephalus of Clazomne in Ionia, the birthplace of Anaxagoras, a citizen of no mean city in the history of philosophy, who is the narrator of the dialogue, describes himself as meeting Adeimantus and Glaucon in the Agora at Athens. "Welcome, Cephalus. Can we do anything for you in Athens?" "Why, yes, I came to ask a favor of you. First, tell me your half-brother's name, which I have forgotten. He was a mere child when I was last here. I know his father's, which is Pyrilamp's." "Yes, and the name of our brother is Antiphon. But why do you ask? Let me introduce to you some countrymen of mine who are lovers of philosophy. They have heard that Antiphon remembers a conversation of Socrates with Parmenides and Zeno, of which the report came to him from Pythagoras, Zeno's friend. That is quite true. And can they hear the dialogue? Nothing easier. In the days of his youth he made a careful study of the piece. At present his thoughts have another direction. He takes after his grandfather and has given up philosophy for horses. We went to look for him and found him giving instructions to a worker in brass about a bridle. When he had done with him, and had learned from his brothers the purpose of our visit, he saluted me as an old acquaintance, and we asked him to repeat the dialogue. At first, he complained of the trouble, but he soon consented. He told us that Pythagoras had described to him the appearance of Parmenides and Zeno. They had come to Athens at the great Panathenea, the former being at the time about 65 years old, aged but well-favored, Zeno, who was said to have been beloved of Parmenides in the days of his youth, about 40 and very good-looking, that they lodged with Pythodorus at the Ceramicus outside the wall, whither Socrates, then a very young man, came to see them. Zeno was reading one of his theses, which he had nearly finished, when Pythodorus entered with Parmenides and Aristotle's, who was afterwards one of the 30. When the recitation was completed, Socrates requested that the first thesis of the treatise might be read again. "You mean, Zeno," said Socrates, "to argue that being, if it is many, must be both like and unlike, which is a contradiction, and each division of your argument is intended to elicit a similar absurdity, which may be supposed to follow from the assumption that being is many. Such is my meaning." "I see," said Socrates, turning to Parmenides, "that Zeno is your second self in his writings too. You prove admirably that the all is one. He gives proofs no less convincing that the many are not. To deceive the world by saying the same thing in entirely different forms is a strain of art beyond most of us." "Yes, Socrates," said Zeno, "but though you are as keen as a Spartan hound, you do not quite catch the motive of the piece, which was only intended to protect Parmenides against ridicule, by showing that the hypothesis of the existence of the many involved greater absurdities than the hypothesis of the one. The book was a youthful composition of mine, which was stolen from me, and therefore I had no choice about the publication." "I quite believe you," said Socrates, "but will you answer me a question? I should like to know whether you would assume an idea of likeness in the abstract, which is the contradictory of unlikeness in the abstract, by participation in either or both of which things are like or unlike, or partly both. For the same things may very well partake of like and unlike in the concrete, though like and unlike in the abstract are irreconcilable. Nor does there appear to me to be any absurdity in maintaining that the same things may partake of the one and many, though I should be indeed surprised to hear that the absolute one is also many. For example, I being many, that is to say, having many parts or members, am yet also one, and partake of the one. Being one of 7 who are here present, compare Philebus 14:15. This is not an absurdity, but a truism. But I should be amazed if there were a similar entanglement in the nature of the ideas themselves, nor can I believe that one and many, like and unlike, rest and motion, in the abstract, are capable either of admixture or of separation. Pythodorus said that in his opinion Parmenides and Zeno were not very well pleased at the questions which were raised. Nevertheless, they looked at one another and smiled in seeming delight and admiration of Socrates. "Tell me," said Parmenides, "do you think that the abstract ideas of likeness, unity, and the rest exist apart from individuals which partake of them, and is this your own distinction? I think that there are such ideas. And would you make abstract ideas of the just, the beautiful, the good?" "Yes," he said, "and of human beings like ourselves, of water, fire, and the like, I am not certain." "And would you be undecided also about ideas of which the mention will, perhaps, appear laughable, of hair, mud, filth, and other things which are base and vile?" "No, Parmenides, visible things like these are, as I believe, only what they appear to be, though I am sometimes disposed to imagine that there is nothing without an idea, but I repress any such notion from a fear of falling into an abyss of nonsense. You are young, Socrates, and therefore naturally regard the opinions of men. The time will come when philosophy will have a firmer hold of you, and you will not despise even the meanest things. But tell me, is your meaning that things become like by partaking of likeness, great by partaking of greatness, just and beautiful by partaking of justice and beauty, and so of other ideas?" "Yes, that is my meaning. And do you suppose the individual to partake of the whole or of the part, Why not of the whole? Said Socrates. Because, said Parmenides, in that case the whole which is one will become many. Nay, said Socrates, the whole may be like the day, which is one and in many places. In this way the ideas may be one and also many. In the same sort of way, said Parmenides, as a sail which is one may be a cover to many, that is your meaning. Yes, and would you say that each man is covered by the whole sail or by a part only? By a part. Then the ideas have parts and the objects partake of a part of them only. That seems to follow. And would you like to say that the ideas are really divisible and yet remain one? Certainly not. Would you venture to affirm that great objects have a portion only of greatness transferred to them, or that small or equal objects are small or equal because they are only portions of smallness or equality? Impossible. But how can individuals participate in ideas except in the ways which I have mentioned? That is not an easy question to answer. I should imagine the conception of ideas to arise as follows. You see great objects pervaded by a common form or idea of greatness which you abstract. That is quite true. And supposing you embrace in one view the idea of greatness thus gained and the individuals which it comprises, a further idea of greatness arises, which makes both great, and this may go on to infinity. Socrates replies that the ideas may be thoughts in the mind only. In this case, the consequence would no longer follow. But must not the thought be of something which is the same in all and is the idea? And if the world partakes in the ideas, and the ideas are thoughts, must not all things think? Or can thought be without thought? I acknowledge the unmeaningness of this, says Socrates, and would rather have recourse to the explanation that the ideas are types in nature, and that other things partake of them by becoming like them. But to become like them is to be comprehended in the same idea. And the likeness of the idea and the individuals implies another idea of likeness, and another without end. Quite true. The theory, then, of participation by likeness has to be given up. You have hardly yet, Socrates, found out the real difficulty of maintaining abstract ideas. What difficulty? The greatest of all perhaps is this. An opponent will argue that the ideas are not within the range of human knowledge, and you cannot disprove the assertion without a long and laborious demonstration, which he may be unable or unwilling to follow. In the first place, neither you nor anyone who maintains the existence of absolute ideas will affirm that they are subjective. That would be a contradiction. True. And therefore any relation in these ideas is a relation which concerns themselves only, and the objects which are named after them are relative to one another only, and have nothing to do with the ideas themselves. How do you mean? Said Socrates. I may illustrate my meaning in this way. One of us has a slave, and the idea of a slave in the abstract is relative to the idea of a master in the abstract. This correspondence of ideas, however, has nothing to do with the particular relation of our slave to us. Do you see my meaning? Perfectly. And absolute knowledge in the same way corresponds to absolute truth and being, and particular knowledge to particular truth and being. Clearly. And there is a subjective knowledge which is of subjective truth, having many kinds, general and particular, but the ideas themselves are not subjective, and therefore are not within our ken. They are not. Then the beautiful and the good in their own nature are unknown to us. It would seem so. There is a worse consequence yet. What is that? I think we must admit that absolute knowledge is the most exact knowledge, which we must therefore attribute to God. But then see what follows. God, having this exact knowledge, can have no knowledge of human things, as we have divided the two spheres, and forbidden any passing from one to the other. The gods have knowledge and authority in their world only, as we have in ours. Yet surely to deprive God of knowledge is monstrous. These are some of the difficulties which are involved in the assumption of absolute ideas, the learner will find them nearly impossible to understand. And the teacher who has to impart them will require superhuman ability. There will always be a suspicion, either that they have no existence or are beyond human knowledge. There I agree with you, said Socrates. Yet if these difficulties induce you to give up universal ideas, what becomes of the mind? And where are the reasoning and reflecting powers? Philosophy is at an end. I certainly do not see my way. I think, said Parmenides, that this arises out of your attempting to define abstractions, such as the good and the beautiful and the just, before you have had sufficient previous training. I noticed your deficiency when you were talking with Aristotle the day before yesterday. Your enthusiasm is a wonderful gift, but I fear that unless you discipline yourself by dialectic while you are young, truth will elude your grasp. And what kind of discipline would you recommend? The training which you heard Zeno practicing. At the same time, I admire your saying to him that you did not care to consider the difficulty in reference to visible objects, but only in relation to ideas. Yes, because I think that in visible objects you may easily show any number of inconsistent consequences. Yes, and you should consider not only the consequences which follow from a given hypothesis, but the consequences also which follow from the denial of the hypothesis. For example, what follows from the assumption of the existence of the many, and the counterargument of what follows from the denial of the existence of the many, and similarly of likeness and unlikeness, motion, rest, generation, corruption, being and not being. And the consequences must include consequences to the things supposed and to other things, in themselves and in relation to one another, to individuals whom you select, to the many and to the all. These must be drawn out both on the affirmative and on the negative hypothesis. That is, if you are to train yourself perfectly to the intelligence of the truth. What you are suggesting seems to be a tremendous process, and one of which I do not quite understand the nature, said Socrates. Will you give me an example? You must not impose such a task on a man of my years, said Parmenides. Then will you, Zeno? Let us rather, said Zeno, with a smile, ask Parmenides, for the undertaking is a serious one, as he truly says, nor could I urge him to make the attempt, except in a select audience of persons who will understand him. The whole party joined in the request. Here we have, first of all, an unmistakable attack made by the youthful Socrates on the paradoxes of Zeno. He perfectly understands their drift, and Zeno himself is supposed to admit this. But they appear to him, as he says in the Philebus also, to be rather truisms than paradoxes. For everyone must acknowledge the obvious fact that the body being one has many members, and that in 1,000 ways the like partakes of the unlike, the many of the one. The real difficulty begins with the relations of ideas in themselves, whether of the one and many, or of any other ideas, to one another and to the mind. But this was a problem which the elitic philosophers had never considered. Their thoughts had not gone beyond the contradictions of matter, motion, space, and the like. It was no wonder that Parmenides and Zeno should hear the novel speculations of Socrates with mixed feelings of admiration and displeasure. He was going out of the received circle of disputation into a region in which they could hardly follow him. From the crude idea of being in the abstract, he was about to proceed to universals or general notions. There is no contradiction in material things partaking of the ideas of one and many. Neither is there any contradiction in the ideas of one and many, like and unlike, in themselves. But the contradiction arises when we attempt to conceive ideas in their connection, or to ascertain their relation to phenomena. Still, he affirms the existence of such ideas. And this is the position which is now in turn submitted to the criticisms of Parmenides. To appreciate truly the character of these criticisms, we must remember the place held by Parmenides in the history of Greek philosophy. He is the founder of idealism, and also of dialectic, or in modern phraseology, of metaphysics and logic, Theaetetus 183e, Sophist 217c, 241d. Like Plato, he is struggling after something wider and deeper than satisfied the contemporary Pythagoreans. And Plato, with a true instinct, recognizes him as his spiritual father, whom he revered and honored more than all other philosophers together. He may be supposed to have thought more than he said, or was able to express. And although he could not, as a matter of fact, have criticized the ideas of Plato without an anachronism, the criticism is appropriately placed in the mouth of the founder of the ideal philosophy. There was probably a time in the life of Plato when the ethical teaching of Socrates came into conflict with the metaphysical theories of the earlier philosophers, and he sought to supplement the one by the other. The older philosophers were great and awful, and they had the charm of antiquity. Something which found a response in his own mind seemed to have been lost as well as gained in the Socratic dialectic. He felt no incongruity in the veteran Parmenides correcting the youthful Socrates. 2 points in his criticism are especially deserving of notice. First of all, Parmenides tries him by the test of consistency. Socrates is willing to assume ideas or principles of the just, the beautiful, the good, and to extend them to man, compare Phaedo 98, but he is reluctant to admit that there are general ideas of hair, mud, filth, etc. There is an ethical universal or idea, but is there also a universal of physics, of the meanest things in the world as well as of the greatest? Parmenides rebukes this one of consistency in Socrates, which he attributes to his youth. As he grows older, philosophy will take a firmer hold of him, and then he will despise neither great things nor small, and he will think less of the opinions of mankind. Compare Sophist 227a. Here is lightly touched one of the most familiar principles of modern philosophy, that in the meanest operations of nature, as well as in the noblest, in mud and filth, as well as in the sun and stars, great truths are contained. At the same time, we may note also the transition in the mind of Plato, to which Aristotle alludes, Metaphysics I6:2, when, as he says, he transferred the Socratic universal of ethics to the whole of nature. The other criticism of Parmenides on Socrates attributes to him a want of practice in dialectic. He has observed this deficiency in him when talking to Aristotle on a previous occasion. Plato seems to imply that there was something more in the dialectic of Zeno than in the mere interrogation of Socrates. Here again, he may perhaps be describing the process which his own mind went through when he first became more intimately acquainted, whether at Megara or elsewhere, with the Eleatic and Megarian philosophers. Still, Parmenides does not deny to Socrates the credit of having gone beyond them in seeking to apply the paradoxes of Zeno to ideas, and this is the application which he himself makes of them in the latter part of the dialogue. He then proceeds to explain to him the sort of mental gymnastic which he should practice. He should consider not only what would follow from a given hypothesis, but what would follow from the denial of it, to that which is the subject of the hypothesis, and to all other things. There is no trace in the memorabilia of Xenophon of any such method being attributed to Socrates, nor is the dialectic here spoken of that favorite method of proceeding by regular divisions, which is described in the Phaedrus and Philebus, and of which examples are given in the Politicus and in the Sophist. It is expressly spoken of 135e as the method which Socrates had heard Zeno practice in the days of his youth. Compare Sophist 217c. The discussion of Socrates with Parmenides is one of the most remarkable passages in Plato. Few writers have ever been able to anticipate the criticism of the morrow on their favorite notions. But Plato may here be said to anticipate the judgment not only of the morrow, but of all after rages on the Platonic ideas. for in some points he touches questions which have not yet received their solution in modern philosophy. The first difficulty which Parmenides raises respecting the Platonic ideas relates to the manner in which individuals are connected with them. Do they participate in the ideas, or do they merely resemble them? Parmenides shows that objections may be urged against either of these modes of conceiving the connection. Things are little by partaking of littleness, great by partaking of greatness, and the like, but they cannot partake of a part of greatness, for that will not make them great, etc., nor can each object monopolize the whole. The only answer to this is that partaking is a figure of speech, really corresponding to the processes which a later logic designates by the terms abstraction and generalization. When we have described accurately the methods or forms which the mind employs, we cannot further criticize them. At least we can only criticize them with reference to their fitness as instruments of thought to express facts. Socrates attempts to support his view of the ideas by the parallel of the day, which is one and in many places, but he is easily driven from his position by a counter-illustration of Parmenides, who compares the idea of greatness to a sail. He truly explains to Socrates that he has attained the conception of ideas by a process of generalization. At the same time, he points out a difficulty which appears to be involved, viz., that the process of generalization will go on to infinity. Socrates meets the supposed difficulty by a flash of light, which is indeed the true answer, that the ideas are in our minds only. Neither realism is the truth, nor nominalism is the truth, but conceptualism, and conceptualism, or any other psychological theory, falls very far short of the infinite subtlety of language and thought. But the realism of ancient philosophy will not admit of this answer, which is repelled by Parmenides with another truth or half-truth of later philosophy. Every subject or subjective must have an object. Here is the great though unconscious truth, shall we say, or error, which underlay the early Greek philosophy. Ideas must have a real existence. They are not mere forms or opinions, which may be changed arbitrarily by individuals. But the early Greek philosopher never clearly saw that true ideas were only universal facts, and that there might be error in universals as well as in particulars. Socrates makes one more attempt to defend the Platonic ideas by representing them as paradigms. This is again answered by the argumentum ad infinitum. We may remark in passing that the process which is thus described has no real existence. The mind, after having obtained a general idea, does not really go on to form another which includes that, and all the individuals contained under it, and another without end. The difficulty belongs in fact to the Megarian age of philosophy, and is due to their illogical logic, and to the general ignorance of the ancients respecting the part played by language in the process of thought. No such perplexity could ever trouble a modern metaphysician, any more than the fallacy of Calvus or Acervus, or of Achilles and the tortoise. These surds of metaphysics ought to occasion no more difficulty in speculation than a perpetually recurring fraction in arithmetic. It is otherwise with the objection which follows. How are we to bridge the chasm between human truth and absolute truth, between gods and men? This is the difficulty of philosophy in all ages. How can we get beyond the circle of our own ideas, or how, remaining within them, can we have any criterion of a truth beyond and independent of them? Parmenides draws out this difficulty with great clearness. According to him, there are not only one but two chasms. The first, between individuals and the ideas which have a common name. The second, between the ideas in us and the ideas absolute. The first of these two difficulties mankind, as we may say, a little parodying the language of the Philebus, have long agreed to treat as obsolete. The second remains a difficulty for us as well as for the Greeks of the 4th century before Christ, and is the stumbling block of Kant's critic and of the Hamiltonian adaptation of Kant, as well as of the Platonic ideas. It has been said that you cannot criticize revelation. Then how do you know what is revelation, or that there is one at all, is the immediate rejoinder. You know nothing of things in themselves. Then how do you know that there are things in themselves? In some respects, the difficulty pressed harder upon the Greek than upon ourselves. For conceiving of God more under the attribute of knowledge than we do, he was more under the necessity of separating the divine from the human, as two spheres which had no communication with one another. It is remarkable that Plato, speaking by the mouth of Parmenides, does not treat even this second class of difficulties as hopeless or insoluble. He says only that they cannot be explained without a long and laborious demonstration. The teacher will require superhuman ability, and the learner will be hard of understanding. But an attempt must be made to find an answer to them, for, as Socrates and Parmenides both admit, the denial of abstract ideas is the destruction of the mind. We can easily imagine that among the Greek schools of philosophy in the 4th century before Christ a panic might arise from the denial of universals, similar to that which arose in the last century from Hume's denial of our ideas of cause and effect. Men do not at first recognize that thought, like digestion, will go on much the same, notwithstanding any theories which may be entertained respecting the nature of the process. Parmenides attributes the difficulties in which Socrates is involved to a want of comprehensiveness in his mode of reasoning. He should consider every question on the negative as well as the positive hypothesis, with reference to the consequences which flow from the denial as well as from the assertion of a given statement. The argument which follows is the most singular in Plato. It appears to be an imitation, or parody, of the Zenonian dialectic, just as the speeches in the Phaedrus are an imitation of the style of Lysias, or as the derivations in the Cratylus or the fallacies of the Euthydemus are a parody of some contemporary sophist. The interlocutor is not supposed, as in most of the other Platonic dialogues, to take a living part in the argument. He is only required to say yes and no in the right places. A hint has been already given that the paradoxes of Zeno admitted of a higher application, 129, 135e. This hint is the thread by which Plato connects the two parts of the dialogue. The paradoxes of Parmenides seem trivial to us, because the words to which they relate have become trivial. Their true nature as abstract terms is perfectly understood by us, and we are inclined to regard the treatment of them in Plato as a mere straw-splitting or legerdemain of words. Yet there was a power in them which fascinated the Neoplatonists for centuries afterwards, something that they found in them or brought to them, some echo or anticipation of a great truth or error, exercised a wonderful influence over their minds. To do the Parmenides justice, we should imagine similar aporii raised on themes as sacred to us, as the notions of one or being were to an ancient eletic. If God is, what follows? If God is not, what follows? Or again, if God is or is not the world, or if God is or is not many, or has not parts, or is not in the world, or in time, or is not finite or infinite, or if the world is not, or has not a beginning or end, or is not infinite or infinitely divisible, or again, if God is or is not identical with his laws, or if man is or is not identical with the laws of nature. We can easily see that here are many subjects for thought, and that from these and similar hypotheses questions of great interest might arise. And we also remark that the conclusions derived from either of the two alternative propositions might be equally impossible and contradictory. When we ask what is the object of these paradoxes, some have answered that they are a mere logical puzzle, while others have seen in them an Hegelian propedeutic of the doctrine of ideas. The first of these views derives support from the manner in which Parmenides speaks of a similar method being applied to all ideas. Yet it is hard to suppose that Plato would have furnished so elaborate an example, not of his own, but of the Eleatic dialectic, had he intended only to give an illustration of method. The second view has been often overstated by those who, like Hegel himself, have tended to confuse ancient with modern philosophy. We need not deny that Plato, trained in the school of Cratylus and Heraclitus, may have seen that a contradiction in terms is sometimes the best expression of a truth higher than either. Compare Sophist 255 and following. But his ideal theory is not based on antinomies. The correlation of ideas was the metaphysical difficulty of the age in which he lived, and the Megarian and Cynic philosophy was a reductio ad absurdum of their isolation. To restore them to their natural connection and to detect the negative element in them is the aim of Plato in the Sophist. But his view of their connection falls very far short of the Hegelian identity of being and not being. The being and not being of Plato never merge in each other, though he is aware that determination is only negation. After criticizing the hypotheses of others, it may appear presumptuous to add another guess to the many which have been already offered. May we say, in Platonic language, that we still seem to see vestiges of a track which has not yet been taken. It is quite possible that the obscurity of the Parmenides would not have existed to a contemporary student of philosophy, and like the similar difficulty in the Philebus, is really due to our ignorance of the mind of the age. There is an obscure Megarian influence on Plato which cannot wholly be cleared up, and is not much illustrated by the doubtful tradition of his retirement to Megara after the death of Socrates. For Megara was within a walk of Athens, Phaedrus 227e, and Plato might have learned the Megarian doctrines without settling there. We may begin by remarking that the theses of Parmenides are expressly said to follow the method of Zeno, and that the complex dilemma, though declared to be capable of universal application, is applied in this instance to Zeno's familiar question of the one and many. Here, then, is a double indication of the connection of the Parmenides with the eristic school. The old Eletics had asserted the existence of being, which they at first regarded as finite, then as infinite, then as neither finite nor infinite, to which some of them had given what Aristotle calls a form. Others had ascribed a material nature only. The tendency of their philosophy was to deny to being all predicates. The Megarians, who succeeded them, like the Cynics, affirmed that no predicate could be asserted of any subject. They also converted the idea of being into an abstraction of good, perhaps with the view of preserving a sort of neutrality or indifference between the mind and things. As if they had said, in the language of modern philosophy, being is not only neither finite nor infinite, neither at rest nor in motion, but neither subjective nor objective. This is the track along which Plato is leading us. Zeno had attempted to prove the existence of the one by disproving the existence of the many, and Parmenides seems to aim at proving the existence of the subject by showing the contradictions which follow from the assertion of any predicates. Take the simplest of all notions, unity. You cannot even assert being or time of this without involving a contradiction. But is the contradiction also the final conclusion? Probably no more than of Zeno's denial of the many, or of Parmenides' assault upon the ideas, no more than of the earlier dialogues of search. To us there seems to be no residuum of this long piece of dialectics, but to the mind of Parmenides and Plato, Gott betrunken mention, there still remained the idea of being or good, which could not be conceived, defined, uttered, but could not be got rid of. Neither of them would have imagined that their disputation ever touched the divine being. Compare Philebus 22c. The same difficulties about unity and being are raised in the Sophist, 250 and following, but they're only as preliminary to their final solution. If this view is correct, the real aim of the hypotheses of Parmenides is to criticize the earlier elitic philosophy from the point of view of Zeno or the Megarians. It is the same kind of criticism which Plato has extended to his own doctrine of ideas. Nor is there any want of poetical consistency in attributing to the father Parmenides the last review of the elitic doctrines. The latest phases of all philosophies were fathered upon the founder of the school. Other critics have regarded the final conclusion of the Parmenides either as skeptical or as Heraclitean. In the first case, they assume that Plato means to show the impossibility of any truth. But this is not the spirit of Plato, and could not with propriety be put into the mouth of Parmenides, who, in this very dialogue, is urging Socrates not to doubt everything, but to discipline his mind with a view to the more precise attainment of truth. The same remark applies to the second of the two theories. Plato everywhere ridicules, perhaps unfairly, his Heraclitean contemporaries, and if he had intended to support an Heraclitean thesis, would hardly have chosen Parmenides, the condemner of the undiscerning tribe who say that things both are and are not, to be the speaker. Nor, thirdly, can we easily persuade ourselves with Zella that by the one he means the idea, and that he is seeking to prove indirectly the unity of the idea in the multiplicity of phenomena. We may now endeavor to thread the mazes of the labyrinth which Parmenides knew so well and trembled at the thought of them. The argument has two divisions. There is the hypothesis that one is, Roman 2, one is not. If one is, it is nothing. If one is not, it is everything. But is and is not may be taken in two senses. Either one is one, or one has being from which opposite consequences are deduced. If one is one, it is nothing. 137 c. 142 b. B. If one has being, it is all things. 142 b. 157 b. To which are appended two subordinate consequences. If one has being, all other things are. 157 b. 159 b. B. If one is one, all other things are not. 159 b. 160 b. The same distinction is then applied to the negative hypothesis, Roman 2. If one is not one, it is all things. 160 b. 163 b. Roman 2. b. If one has not being, it is nothing. 163 b. 164 b. Involving two parallel consequences respecting the other or remainder. Roman 2. If one is not one, other things are all. 164 b. 165 e. Roman 2. b. If one has not being, other things are not. 165 e to the end. I cannot refuse, said Parmenides, since, as Zeno remarks, we are alone, though I may say with Ibycus, who in his old age fell in love, I, like the old racehorse, tremble at the prospect of the course which I am to run, and which I know so well. But as I must attempt this laborious game, what shall be the subject? Suppose I take my own hypothesis of the one. By all means, said Zeno. And who will answer me? Shall I propose the youngest? He will be the most likely to say what he thinks, and his answers will give me time to breathe. I am the youngest, said Aristotle, and at your service. Proceed with your questions. The result may be summed up as follows. One is not many, and therefore has no parts, and therefore is not a whole, which is a sum of parts, and therefore has neither beginning, middle, nor end, and is therefore unlimited, and therefore formless, being neither round nor straight, for neither round nor straight can be defined without assuming that they have parts, and therefore is not in place, whether in another which would encircle and touch the one at many points, or in itself, because that which is self-containing is also contained, and therefore not one but two. This being premised, let us consider whether one is capable either of motion or rest. for motion is either change of substance or motion on an axis or from one place to another. But the one is incapable of change of substance, which implies that it ceases to be itself, or of motion on an axis, because there would be parts around the axis, and any other motion involves change of place. But existence in place has been already shown to be impossible, and yet more impossible is coming into being in place, which implies partial existence in two places at once, or entire existence neither within nor without the same. And how can this be? And more impossible still is the coming into being either as a whole or parts of that which is neither a whole nor parts. The one, then, is incapable of motion, but neither can the one be in anything, and therefore not in the same, whether itself or some other, and is therefore incapable of rest. Neither is one the same with itself or any other, or other than itself or any other. For if other than itself, then other than one, and therefore not one, and if the same with other, it would be other, and other than one. Neither can one while remaining one be other than other, for other, and not one, is the other than other. But if not other by virtue of being one, not by virtue of itself, and if not by virtue of itself, not itself other, and if not itself other, not other than anything, neither will one be the same with itself. For the nature of the same is not that of the one, but a thing which becomes the same with anything does not become one. For example, that which becomes the same with the many becomes many and not one. And therefore, if the one is the same with itself, the one is not one with itself. And therefore one and not one. And therefore one is neither other than other, nor the same with itself. Neither will the one be like or unlike itself or other. For likeness is sameness of affections, and the one and the same are different. And one having any affection which is other than being one would be more than one. The one then cannot have the same affection with, and therefore cannot be like itself or other. Nor can the one have any other affection than its own, that is, be unlike itself or any other, for this would imply that it was more than one. The one then is neither like nor unlike itself or other. This being the case, neither can the one be equal or unequal to itself or other. For equality implies sameness of measure, as inequality implies a greater or less number of measures. But the one not having sameness cannot have sameness of measure, nor a greater or less number of measures, for that would imply parts and multitude. Once more, can one be older or younger than itself or other, or of the same age with itself or other? That would imply likeness and unlikeness, equality and inequality. Therefore one cannot be in time, because that which is in time is ever becoming older and younger than itself. For older and younger are relative terms, and he who becomes older becomes younger, and is also of the same age with itself. None of which, or any other expressions of time, whether past, future, or present, can be affirmed of one. One neither is, has been, nor will be, nor becomes, nor has, nor will become. And as these are the only modes of being, one is not, and is not one. But to that which is not, there is no attribute or relative, neither name nor word nor idea nor science nor perception nor opinion appertaining. One then is neither named, nor uttered, nor known, nor perceived, nor imagined. But can all this be true? I think not. I.B. Let us, however, commence the inquiry again. We have to work out all the consequences which follow on the assumption that the one is. If one is, one partakes of being, which is not the same with one. The words being and one have different meanings. Observe the consequence. In the one of being or the being of one are two parts, being and one, which form one whole, and each of the two parts is also a whole and involves the other and may be further subdivided into one and being, and is therefore not one but two, and thus one is never one, and in this way the one, if it is, becomes many and infinite. Again, let us conceive of a one which by an effort of abstraction we separate from being. Will this abstract one be one or many? You say one only, let us see. In the first place, the being of one is other than one, and one and being, if different, are so because they both partake of the nature of other, which is therefore neither one nor being. And whether we take being and other, or being and one and other, In any case, we have two things which separately are called either, and together both. And both are two, and either of two is severally one. And if one be added to any of the pairs, the sum is 3, and 2 is an even number, 3 and odd, and 2 units exist twice, and therefore there are twice 2, and 3 units exist thrice, and therefore there are thrice 3, and taken together they give twice 3 and thrice 2. We have even numbers multiplied into even, and odd into even, and even into odd numbers. But if one is, and both odd and even numbers are implied in one, must not every number exist? And number is infinite, and therefore existence must be infinite, for all and every number partakes of being. Therefore being has the greatest number of parts, and every part, however great or however small, is equally one. But can one be in many places and yet be a whole? If not a whole, it must be divided into parts and represented by a number corresponding to the number of the parts. And if so, we were wrong in saying that being has the greatest number of parts. For being is co-equal and co-extensive with one, and has no more parts than one. And so the abstract one broken up into parts by being is many and infinite. But the parts are parts of a whole, and the whole is their containing limit, and the one is therefore limited as well as infinite in number. And that which is a whole has beginning, middle, and end, and a middle is equidistant from the extremes. And one is therefore of a certain figure, round or straight, or a combination of the two, and being a whole includes all the parts which are the whole, and is therefore self-contained. But then, again, the whole is not in the parts, whether all or some. Not in all, because, if in all, also in one, for if wanting in any one, how in all? Not in some, because the greater would then be contained in the less. But if not in all, nor in any, nor in some, either nowhere or in other. And if nowhere, nothing, therefore in other. The one as a whole, then, is in another, but regarded as a sum of parts is in itself, and is therefore both in itself and in another. This being the case, the one is at once both at rest and in motion. At rest, because resting in itself. In motion, because it is ever in other. And if there is truth in what has preceded, one is the same and not the same with itself and other. For everything in relation to every other thing is either the same with it or other, or if neither the same nor other, then in the relation of part to a whole or whole to a part. But one cannot be a part or whole in relation to one, nor other than one, and is therefore the same with one. Yet this sameness is again contradicted by one being in another place from itself, which is in the same place. This follows from one being in itself and in another. One, therefore, is other than itself. But if anything is other than anything, will it not be other than other? And the not one is other than the one, and the one than the not one. Therefore one is other than all others. But the same and the other exclude one another, and therefore the other can never be in the same. Nor can the other be in anything for ever so short a time, as for that time the other will be in the same. And the other, if never in the same, cannot be either in the one or in the not one, and one is not other than not one. It's either by reason of other or of itself, and therefore they are not other than one another at all. Neither can the not one partake or be part of one, for in that case it would be one. Nor can the not one be number, for that also involves one, and therefore, not being other than the one or related to the one as a whole to parts or parts to a whole, not one is the same as one. Wherefore the one is the same and also not the same with the others and also with itself, and is therefore like and unlike itself and the others, and just as different from the others as they are from the one, neither more nor less. But if neither more nor less, equally different, and therefore the one and the others have the same relations. This may be illustrated by the case of names. When you repeat the same name twice over, you mean the same thing, and when you say that the other is other than the one, or the one other than the other, this very word other, letter 1 F15 tau epsilon rho omicron u, which is attributed to both, implies sameness. One then as being other than others, and other as being other than one, are alike in that they have the relation of otherness, and likeness is similarity of relations. And everything as being other of everything is also like everything. Again, same and other, like and unlike, are opposites, and since in virtue of being other than the others the one is like them, in virtue of being the same it must be unlike. Again, one as having the same relations has no difference of relation, and is therefore not unlike and therefore like, or as having different relations is different and unlike. Thus one as being the same and not the same with itself and others, for both these reasons and for either of them, is also like and unlike itself and the others. Again, how far can one touch itself and the others? As existing in others, it touches the others, and as existing in itself, touches only itself. But from another point of view, that which touches another must be next in order of place. One, therefore, must be next in order of place to itself, and would therefore be two. And in two places, but one cannot be two, and therefore cannot be in contact with itself. Nor again can one touch the other. Two objects are required to make one contact. Three objects make two contacts, and all the objects in the world, if placed in a series, would have as many contacts as there are objects less one. But if one only exists and not two, there is no contact. And the others, being other than one, have no part in one, and therefore none in number, and therefore two has no existence, and therefore there is no contact. For all which reasons, one has and has not contact with itself and the others. Once more is one equal and unequal to itself and the others. Suppose one and the others to be greater or less than each other or equal to one another, they will be greater or less or equal by reason of equality or greatness or smallness inhering in them in addition to their own proper nature. Let us begin by assuming smallness to be inherent in one. In this case, the inherence is either in the whole or in a part. If the first, smallness is either coextensive with the whole one, or contains the whole, and if coextensive with the one is equal to the one, or if containing the one will be greater than the one. But smallness thus performs the function of equality or of greatness, which is impossible. Again, if the inherence be in a part, the same contradiction follows. Smallness will be equal to the part or greater than the part. Therefore smallness will not inhere in anything, and except the idea of smallness there will be nothing small. Neither will greatness, for greatness will have a greater, and there will be no small in relation to which it is great. And there will be no great or small in objects, but greatness and smallness will be relative only to each other. Therefore the others cannot be greater or less than the one. Also the one can neither exceed nor be exceeded by the others, and they are therefore equal to one another. And this will be true also of the one in relation to itself. One will be equal to itself as well as to the others, tau leta 1 f06 lambda lambda alpha. Yet one, being in itself, must also be about itself, containing and contained, and is therefore greater and less than itself. Further, there is nothing beside the one and the others, and as these must be in something, they must therefore be in one another, and as that in which a thing is greater than the thing. The inference is that they are both greater and less than one another, because containing and contained in one another. Therefore the one is equal to and greater and less than itself or other, having also measures or parts or numbers equal to or greater or less than itself or other. But does one partake of time? This must be acknowledged if the one partakes of being. For to be is the participation of being in present time, to have been in past, to be about to be in future time. And as time is ever moving forward, the one becomes older than itself, and therefore younger than itself, and is older and also younger when in the process of becoming it arrives at the present. And it is always older and younger, for at any moment the one is, and therefore it becomes and is not older and younger than itself, but during an equal time with itself, and is therefore contemporary with itself. And what are the relations of the one to the others? Is it or does it become older or younger than they? At any rate, the others are more than one, and one, being the least of all numbers, must be prior in time to greater numbers. but on the other hand, one must come into being in a manner accordant with its own nature. Now one has parts or others, and has therefore a beginning, middle, and end, of which the beginning is first and the end last, and the parts come into existence first. Last of all the whole, contemporaneously with the end, being therefore younger, while the parts or others are older than the one. But again, the one comes into being in each of the parts as much as in the whole, and must be of the same age with them. Therefore one is at once older and younger than the parts or others, and also contemporaneous with them, for no part can be a part which is not one. Is this true of becoming as well as being? Thus much may be affirmed, that the same things which are older or younger cannot become older or younger in a greater degree than they were at first by the addition of equal times. But on the other hand, the one, if older than others, has come into being a longer time than they have, and when equal time is added to a longer and shorter, the relative difference between them is diminished. In this way that which was older becomes younger, and that which was younger becomes older, that is to say, younger and older than at first, and they ever become and never have become, for then they would be. Thus the one and others always are and are becoming and not becoming younger and also older than one another, and one partaking of time and also partaking of becoming older and younger, admits of all time, present, past, and future, was, is, shall be, was becoming, is becoming, will become. And there is science of the one, and opinion and name and expression, as is already implied in the fact of our inquiry. Yet once more, if one be one and many, and neither one nor many, and also participant of time, must there not be a time at which one as being one partakes of being, and a time when one as not being one is deprived of being? But these two contradictory states cannot be experienced by the one both together. There must be a time of transition. And the transition is a process of generation and destruction, into and from being and not being, the one and the others. For the generation of the one is the destruction of the others, and the generation of the others is the destruction of the one. There is also separation and aggregation, assimilation and dissimilation, increase, diminution, equalization, a passage from motion to rest, and from rest to motion in the one and many. But when do all these changes take place? When does motion become rest or rest motion? The answer to this question will throw a light upon all the others. Nothing can be in motion and at rest at the same time, and therefore the change takes place in a moment, which is a strange expression and seems to mean change in no time, which is true also of all the other changes, which likewise take place in no time. But if one is, what happens to the others, which in the first place are not one, yet may partake of one in a certain way? The others are other than the one because they have parts, for if they had no parts they would be simply one, and parts imply a whole to which they belong. Otherwise each part would be a part of many, and being itself one of them of itself, and if a part of all, of each one of the other parts, which is absurd. For part, if not a part of one, must be a part of all but this one, and if so not a part of each one, and if not a part of each one, not a part of any one of many, and so not of one, and if of none, how of all? Therefore a part is neither a part of many nor of all, but of an absolute and perfect whole or one. And if the others have parts, they must partake of the whole, and must be the whole of which they are the parts. And each part, as the word each implies, is also an absolute one. And both the whole and the parts partake of one, for the whole of which the parts are parts is one, and each part is one part of the whole, and whole and parts as participating in one are other than one, and as being other than one are many and infinite, and however small a fraction you separate from them is many and not one. Yet the fact of their being parts furnishes the others with a limit towards other parts and towards the whole. They are finite and also infinite, finite through participation in the one, infinite in their own nature. And as being finite they are alike, and as being infinite they are alike, but as being both finite and also infinite they are in the highest degree unlike, and all other opposites might without difficulty be shown to unite in them. Once more, leaving all this, Is there not also an opposite series of consequences which is equally true of the others, and may be deduced from the existence of one? There is. One is distinct from the others, and the others from one, for one and the others are all things, and there is no third existence besides them. And the whole of one cannot be in others nor parts of it, for it is separated from others and has no parts, and therefore the others have no unity, nor plurality, nor duality, nor any other number, nor any opposition or distinction, such as likeness and unlikeness, some and other, generation and corruption, odd and even. For if they had these, they would partake either of one opposite, and this would be a participation in one, or of two opposites, and this would be a participation in two. Thus, if one exists, one is all things, and likewise nothing, in relation to one and to the others. Roman 2a. But again, assume the opposite hypothesis that the one is not, and what is the consequence? In the first place, the proposition that one is not is clearly opposed to the proposition that not one is not. The subject of any negative proposition implies at once knowledge and difference. Thus one in the proposition, the one is not, must be something known, or the words would be unintelligible, and again this one which is not is something different from other things. Moreover, this and that, some and other, may be all attributed or related to the one which is not, and which though non-existent may and must have plurality, if the one only is non-existent and nothing else. But if all is not being, there is nothing which can be spoken of. Also the one which is not differs, and is different in kind from the others, and therefore unlike them, and they being other than the one, are unlike the one, which is therefore unlike them. But one being unlike other must be like itself, for the unlikeness of one to itself is the destruction of the hypothesis, and one cannot be equal to the others, for that would suppose being in the one, and the others would be equal to one and like one, both which are impossible if one does not exist. The one which is not, then, if not equal, is unequal to the others, and inequality implies great and small, and equality lies between great and small. And therefore the one which is not partakes of equality. Further, the one which is not has being, for that which is true is, and it is true that the one is not. And so the one which is not, if remitting aught of the being of non-existence, would become existent. For not being implies the being of not being, and being the not being of not being, or more truly being partakes of the being of being, and not of the being of not being, and not being of the being of not being, and not of the not being of not being. And therefore the one which is not has being and also not being, and the union of being and not being involves change or motion. But how can not being, which is nowhere, move or change, either from one place to another or in the same place? And whether it is or is not, it would cease to be one if experiencing a change of substance. The one which is not, then, is both in motion and at rest, is altered and unaltered, and becomes and is destroyed, and does not become and is not destroyed. Roman 2b. Once more, let us ask the question, if one is not, what happens in regard to one? The expression is not implies negation of being. Do we mean by this to say that a thing which is not, in a certain sense, is, or do we mean absolutely to deny being of it, the latter? Then the one which is not can neither be nor become nor perish nor experience change of substance or place. Neither can rest or motion or greatness or smallness or equality or unlikeness or likeness either to itself or other, or attribute or relation, or now or hereafter or formerly, or knowledge or opinion or perception or name, or anything else be asserted of that which is not. Roman 2. Once more, if one is not, what becomes of the others? If we speak of them, they must be, and their very name implies difference, and difference implies relation, not to the one which is not, but to one another. And they are others of each other not as units, but as infinities, the least of which is also infinity, and capable of infinitesimal division. And they will have no unity or number, but only a semblance of unity and number. And the least of them will appear large and manifold, in comparison with the infinitesimal fractions into which it may be divided. Further, each particle will have the appearance of being equal with the fractions, for in passing from the greater to the less it must reach an intermediate point, which is equality. Moreover, each particle, although having a limit in relation to itself and to other particles, yet it has neither beginning, middle, nor end, for there is always a beginning before the beginning, and a middle within the middle, and an end beyond the end, because the infinitesimal division is never arrested by the one. Thus all being is one at a distance, and broken up when near, and like at a distance, and unlike when near. And also the particles which compose being seem to be like and unlike, in rest and motion, in generation and corruption, in contact and separation, if one is not. Roman 2, bb. Once more, let us inquire if the one is not, and the others of the one are, what follows. In the first place, the others will not be the one, nor the many, for in that case the one would be contained in them. Neither will they appear to be one or many, because they have no communion or participation in that which is not, nor semblance of that which is not. If one is not, the others neither are, nor appear to be one or many, like or unlike, in contact or separation. In short, if one is not, nothing is. The result of all which is that whether one is or is not, one and the others, in relation to themselves and to one another, are and are not, and appear to be and appear not to be in all manner of ways. On the first hypothesis we may remark, first, that one is an identical proposition, from which we might expect that no further consequences could be deduced. The train of consequences which follows is inferred by altering the predicate into not many. Yet, perhaps, if a strict heuristic had been present, omicron letter 1 F36, omicron sigma letter 1 F00, nu letter 1 F74 rho epsilon letter 1 F30, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 Fe6, nu pi alpha rho letter 1 Fc6 nu. He might have affirmed that the not many presented a different aspect of the conception from the one, and was therefore not identical with it. Such a subtlety would be very much in character with the Zenonian dialectic. Secondly, we may note that the conclusion is really involved in the premises. For one is conceived as one, in a sense which excludes all predicates. When the meaning of one has been reduced to a point, there is no use in saying that it has neither parts nor magnitude. Thirdly, the conception of the same is, first of all, identified with the one, and then by a further analysis distinguished from and even opposed to it. Fourthly, we may detect notions, which have reappeared in modern philosophy, e.g., the bare abstraction of undefined unity, answering to the Hegelian saying, or the identity of contradictions, that which is older is also younger, etc., or the Kantian conception of an a priori synthetical proposition, one is. Roman 2. In the first series of propositions, the word is really the copula, in the second, the verb of existence. As in the first series, the negative consequence followed from one being affirmed to be equivalent to the not many, so here the affirmative consequence is deduced from one being equivalent to the many. In the former case, nothing could be predicated of the one, but now everything, multitude, relation, place, time, transition. One is regarded in all the aspects of one, and with a reference to all the consequences which flow, either from the combination or the separation of them. The notion of transition involves the singular extratemporal conception of suddenness. This idea of suddenness is based upon the contradiction which is involved in supposing that anything can be in two places at once. It is a mere fiction, and we may observe that similar antinomies have led modern philosophers to deny the reality of time and space. It is not the infinitesimal of time, but the negative of time. By the help of this invention, the conception of change, which solely exercised the minds of early thinkers, seems to be, but is not really at all explained. The difficulty arises out of the imperfection of language, and should therefore be no longer regarded as a difficulty at all. The only way of meeting it, if it exists, is to acknowledge that this rather puzzling double conception is necessary to the expression of the phenomena of motion or change, and that this and similar double notions, instead of being anomalies, are among the higher and more potent instruments of human thought. The processes by which Parmenides obtains his remarkable results may be summed up as follows. 1. Compound or correlative ideas which involve each other, such as being and not being, one and many, are conceived sometimes in a state of composition, and sometimes of division. 2. The division or distinction is sometimes heightened into total opposition, e.g., between one and same, one and other. Or 3. The idea which has been already divided is regarded like a number, as capable of further infinite subdivision. 4. The argument often proceeds a dicto secundum quid ad dictum simpliciter, and conversely. 5. The analogy of opposites is misused by him. He argues indiscriminately sometimes from what is like, sometimes from what is unlike in them. 6. The idea of being or not being is identified with existence or non-existence in place or time. 7. The same ideas are regarded sometimes as in process of transition, sometimes as alternatives or opposites. 8. There are no degrees or kinds of sameness, likeness, difference, nor any adequate conception of motion or change. 9. One being, time, like space in Zeno's Puzzle of Achilles and the tortoise, are regarded sometimes as continuous and sometimes as discrete. 10. In some parts of the argument the abstraction is so rarefied as to become not only fallacious, but almost unintelligible, e.g., in the contradiction which is elicited out of the relative terms older and younger at 152. 11. The relation between two terms is regarded under contradictory aspects, as for example when the existence of the one and the non-existence of the one are equally assumed to involve the existence of the many. 12. Words are used through long chains of argument, sometimes loosely, sometimes with the precision of numbers or of geometrical figures. The argument is a very curious piece of work, unique in literature. It seems to be an exposition, or rather a reductio ad absurdum of the Megarian philosophy, but we are too imperfectly acquainted with this last to speak with confidence about it. It would be safer to say that it is an indication of the skeptical, hypological fancies which prevailed among the contemporaries of Socrates. It throws an indistinct light upon Aristotle, and makes us aware of the debt which the world owes to him or his school. It also bears a resemblance to some modern speculations, in which an attempt is made to narrow language in such a manner that number and figure may be made a calculus of thought. It exaggerates one side of logic and forgets the rest. It has the appearance of a mathematical process. The inventor of it delights, as mathematicians do, in eliciting or discovering an unexpected result. It also helps to guard us against some fallacies by showing the consequences which flow from them. In the Parmenides, we seem to breathe the spirit of the Megarian philosophy, though we cannot compare the two in detail. But Plato also goes beyond his Megarian contemporaries. He has split their straws over again and admitted more than they would have desired. He is indulging the analytical tendencies of his age, which can divide but not combine, and he does not stop to inquire whether the distinctions which he makes are shadowy and fallacious. But whither the argument blows he follows. Roman 3. The negative series of propositions contains the first conception of the negation of a negation. Two minus signs in arithmetic or algebra make a plus. Two negatives destroy each other. This abstruse notion is the foundation of the Hegelian logic. The mind must not only admit that determination is negation, but must get through negation into affirmation. Whether this process is real, or in any way an assistance to thought, are, like some other logical forms, a mere figure of speech transferred from the sphere of mathematics, may be doubted. That Plato and the most subtle philosopher of the 19th century should have lighted upon the same notion is a singular coincidence of ancient and modern thought. Roman fa. The one and the many or others are reduced to their strictest arithmetical meaning. That one is 3 or 3 1, is a proposition which has, perhaps, given rise to more controversy in the world than any other. But no one has ever meant to say that 3 and 1 are to be taken in the same sense, whereas the one and many of the Parmenides have precisely the same meaning. There is no notion of one personality or substance having many attributes or qualities. The truth seems to be rather the opposite of that which Socrates implies at 129. There is no contradiction in the concrete, but in the abstract, and the more abstract the idea, the more palpable will be the contradiction. For just as nothing can persuade us that the number 1 is the number 3, so neither can we be persuaded that any abstract idea is identical with its opposite, although they may both inhere together in some external object, or some more comprehensive conception. Ideas, persons, things may be one in one sense and many in another, and may have various degrees of unity and plurality. But in whatever sense and in whatever degree they are one, they cease to be many, and in whatever degree or sense they are many, they cease to be one. 2 points remain to be considered. First, the connection between the first and second parts of the dialogue. 2 ndly, the relation of the Parmenides to the other dialogues. In both divisions of the dialogue, the principal speaker is the same, and the method pursued by him is also the same, being a criticism on received opinions. First, on the doctrine of ideas, secondly, of being. From the Platonic ideas, we naturally proceed to the Eleatic one, or being, which is the foundation of them. They are the same philosophy in 2 forms, and the simpler form is the truer and deeper. For the Platonic ideas are mere numerical differences, and the moment we attempt to distinguish between them, their transcendental character is lost. Ideas of justice, temperance, and good are really distinguishable only with reference to their application in the world. If we once ask how they are related to individuals or to the ideas of the divine mind, they are again merged in the aboriginal notion of being. No one can answer the questions which Parmenides asks of Socrates, and yet these questions are asked with the express acknowledgement that the denial of ideas will be the destruction of the human mind. The true answer to the difficulty here thrown out is the establishment of a rational psychology, and this is a work which is commenced in the Sophist. Plato, in urging the difficulty of his own doctrine of ideas, is far from denying that some doctrine of ideas is necessary, and for this he is paving the way. In a similar spirit, he criticizes the Eleatic doctrine of being, not intending to deny ontology, but showing that the old Eleatic notion and the very name being is unable to maintain itself against the subtleties of the Megarians. He did not mean to say that being or substance had no existence, but he is preparing for the development of his later view that ideas were capable of relation. The fact that contradictory consequences follow from the existence or non-existence of one or many does not prove that they have or have not existence, but rather that some different mode of conceiving them is required. Parmenides may still have thought that being was, just as Kant would have asserted the existence of things in themselves, while denying the transcendental use of the categories. Several lesser links also connect the first and second parts of the dialogue. 1. The thesis is the same as that which Zeno has been already discussing. 2. Parmenides has intimated in the first part that the method of Zeno should, as Socrates desired, be extended to ideas. 3. The difficulty of participating in greatness, smallness, equality is urged against the ideas as well as against the one. Roman 2. The Parmenides is not only a criticism of the elitic notion of being, but also of the methods of reasoning then in existence, and in this point of view, as well as in the other, may be regarded as an introduction to the sophist. Long ago, in the Euthydemus, the vulgar application of the both and neither eristic had been subjected to a similar criticism, which there takes the form of banter and irony, here of illustration. The attack upon the ideas is resumed in the Philebus, and is followed by a return to a more rational philosophy. The perplexity of the one and many is there confined to the region of ideas, and replaced by a theory of classification. The good arranged in classes is also contrasted with the barren abstraction of the Megarians. The war is carried on against the eristics in all the later dialogues, sometimes with a playful irony, at other times with a sort of contempt. But there is no lengthened refutation of them. The Parmenides belongs to that stage of the dialogues of Plato in which he is partially under their influence, using them as a sort of critics or diviners of the truth of his own and of the elitic theories. In the Theaetetus, a similar negative dialectic is employed in the attempt to define science, which after every effort remains undefined still. The same question is revived from the objective side in the Sophist. Being and not being are no longer exhibited in opposition, but are now reconciled, and the true nature of not being is discovered and made the basis of the correlation of ideas. Some links are probably missing which might have been supplied if we had trustworthy accounts of Plato's oral teaching. To sum up, the Parmenides of Plato is a critique, first, of the Platonic ideas, and secondly, of the elitic doctrine of being. Neither are absolutely denied, but certain difficulties and consequences are shown in the assumption of either, which prove that the Platonic as well as the elitic doctrine must be remodeled. The negation and contradiction which are involved in the conception of the one and many are preliminary to their final adjustment. The Platonic ideas are tested by the interrogative method of Socrates. The elitic one or being is tried by the severe and perhaps impossible method of hypothetical consequences, negative and affirmative. In the latter, we have an example of the Zenonian or Megarian dialectic, which proceeded not by assailing premises but conclusions. This is worked out and improved by Plato, when primary abstractions are used in every conceivable sense. Any or every conclusion may be deduced from them. The words one, other, being, like, same, whole, and their opposites have slightly different meanings as they are applied to objects of thought or objects of sense, to number, time, place, and to the higher ideas of the reason. And out of their different meanings, this feast of contradictions has been provided. The Parmenides of Plato belongs to a stage of philosophy which has passed away. At first, we read it with a purely antiquarian or historical interest, and with difficulty throw ourselves back into a state of the human mind in which unity and being occupied the attention of philosophers. We admire the precision of the language, in which, as in some curious puzzle, each word is exactly fitted into every other, and long trains of argument are carried out with a sort of geometrical accuracy. We doubt whether any abstract notion could stand the searching cross-examination of Parmenides, and may at last perhaps arrive at the conclusion that Plato has been using an imaginary method to work out an unmeaning conclusion. But the truth is that he is carrying on a process which is not either useless or unnecessary in any age of philosophy. We fail to understand him, because we do not realize that the questions which he is discussing could have had any value or importance. We suppose them to be like the speculations of some of the schoolmen, which end in nothing. But in truth, he is trying to get rid of the stumbling blocks of thought which beset his contemporaries. Seeing that the Megarians and Cynics were making knowledge impossible, he takes their catchwords and analyzes them from every conceivable point of view. he is criticizing the simplest and most general of our ideas, in which, as they are the most comprehensive. The danger of error is the most serious, for if they remain unexamined, as in a mathematical demonstration, all that flows from them is affected, and the error pervades knowledge far and wide. In the beginning of philosophy, this correction of human ideas was even more necessary than in our own times, because they were more bound up with words, and words, when once presented to the mind, exercised a greater power over thought. There is a natural realism which says, can there be a word devoid of meaning, or an idea which is an idea of nothing? In modern times, mankind have often given too great importance to a word or idea. The philosophy of the ancients was still more in slavery to them, because they had not the experience of error, which would have placed them above the illusion. The method of the Parmenides may be compared with the process of purgation, which Bacon sought to introduce into philosophy. Plato is warning us against two sorts of idols of the den. First, his own ideas, which he himself, having created, is unable to connect in any way with the external world. Secondly, against two idols in particular, unity and being, which had grown up in the pre-Socratic philosophy, and were still standing in the way of all progress and development of thought. He does not say with Bacon, let us make truth by experiment, or, from these vague and inexact notions, let us turn to facts. The time has not yet arrived for a purely inductive philosophy. The instruments of thought must first be forged, that they may be used hereafter by modern inquirers. How, while mankind were disputing about universals, could they classify phenomena? How could they investigate causes, when they had not as yet learned to distinguish between a cause and an end? How could they make any progress in the sciences without first arranging them? These are the deficiencies which Plato is seeking to supply in an age when knowledge was a shadow of a name only. In the earlier dialogues, the Socratic conception of universals is illustrated by his genius. In the Phaedrus, the nature of division is explained. In the Republic, the law of contradiction and the unity of knowledge are asserted. In the later dialogues, he is constantly engaged both with the theory and practice of classification. These were the new weapons, as he terms them in the Philebus, which he was preparing for the use of some who, in after ages, would be found ready enough to disown their obligations to the great master, or rather, perhaps, would be incapable of understanding them. Numberless fallacies, as we are often truly told, have originated in a confusion of the copula and the verb of existence. Would not the distinction which Plato by the mouth of Parmenides makes between one is one and one has being have saved us from this and many similar confusions? We see again that a long period in the history of philosophy was a barren tract, not uncultivated, but unfruitful, because there was no inquiry into the relation of language and thought, and the metaphysical imagination was incapable of supplying the missing link between words and things. The famous dispute between nominalists and realists would never have been heard of if, instead of transferring the Platonic ideas into a crude Latin phraseology, the spirit of Plato had been truly understood and appreciated. Upon the term substance, at least two celebrated theological controversies appear to hinge, which would not have existed, or at least not in their present form, if we had interrogated the word substance, as Plato has the notions of unity and being. These weeds of philosophy have struck their roots deep into the soil, and are always tending to reappear, sometimes in newfangled forms, while similar words such as development, evolution, law, and the like, are constantly put in the place of facts, even by writers who profess to base truth entirely upon fact. In an unmetaphysical age, there is probably more metaphysics in the common sense, i.e., more a priori assumption than in any other, because there is more complete unconsciousness that we are resting on our own ideas, while we please ourselves with the conviction that we are resting on facts. We do not consider how much metaphysics are required to place us above metaphysics, or how difficult it is to prevent the forms of expression which are ready-made for our use from outrunning actual observation and experiment. In the last century, the educated world were astonished to find that the whole fabric of their ideas was falling to pieces, because Hume amused himself by analyzing the word cause into uniform sequence. Then arose a philosophy which, equally regardless of the history of the mind, sought to save mankind from skepticism by assigning to our notions of cause and effect, substance and accident, whole and part, a necessary place in human thought. Without them we could have no experience, and therefore they were supposed to be prior to experience, to be incrusted on the eye, although in the phraseology of Kant there could be no transcendental use of them, or, in other words, they were only applicable within the range of our knowledge. But into the origin of these ideas, which he obtains partly by an analysis of the proposition, partly by development of the ego, he never inquires. They seem to him to have a necessary existence, nor does he attempt to analyze the various senses in which the word cause or substance may be employed. The philosophy of Berkeley could never have had any meaning, even to himself, if he had first analyzed from every point of view the conception of matter. This poor forgotten word, which was a very good word to describe the simplest generalization of external objects, is now superseded in the vocabulary of physical philosophers by force, which seems to be accepted without any rigid examination of its meaning, as if the general idea of force in our minds furnished an explanation of the infinite variety of forces which exist in the universe. A similar ambiguity occurs in the use of the favorite word law, which is sometimes regarded as a mere abstraction, and then elevated into a real power or entity, almost taking the place of God. Theology, again, is full of undefined terms which have distracted the human mind for ages. Mankind have reasoned from them, but not to them. They have drawn out the conclusions without proving the premises. They have asserted the premises without examining the terms. The passions of religious parties have been roused to the utmost about words of which they could have given no explanation, and which had really no distinct meaning. One sort of them, faith, grace, justification, have been the symbols of one class of disputes, as the words substance, nature, person of another, revelation, inspiration, and the like, of a third. All of them have been the subject of endless reasonings and inferences, but a spell has hung over the minds of theologians or philosophers which has prevented them from examining the words themselves. Either the effort to rise above and beyond their own first ideas was too great for them, or there might, perhaps, have seemed to be an irreverence in doing so. About the divine being himself, in whom all true theological ideas live and move, men have spoken and reasoned much, and have fancied that they instinctively know him. But they hardly suspect that under the name of God, even Christians have included two characters or natures, as much opposed as the good and evil principle of the Persians. To have the true use of words, we must compare them with things. In using them, we acknowledge that they seldom give a perfect representation of our meaning. In like manner, when we interrogate our ideas, we find that we are not using them always in the sense which we supposed. And Plato, while he criticizes the inconsistency of his own doctrine of universals, and draws out the endless consequences which flow from the assertion either that being is or that being is not, by no means intends to deny the existence of universals or the unity under which they are comprehended. There is nothing further from his thoughts than skepticism. Compare 135 B.C. But before proceeding, he must examine the foundations which he and others have been laying. There is nothing true which is not from some point of view untrue, nothing absolute which is not also relative. Compare Republic VI 507. And so, in modern times, because we are called upon to analyze our ideas and to come to a distinct understanding about the meaning of words. Because we know that the powers of language are very unequal to the subtlety of nature or of mind, we do not therefore renounce the use of them, but we replace them in their old connection, having first tested their meaning and quality, and having corrected the error which is involved in them, or rather always remembering to make allowance for the adulteration or alloy which they contain. We cannot call a new metaphysical world into existence any more than we can frame a new universal language. In thought as in speech, we are dependent on the past. We know that the words cause and effect are very far from representing to us the continuity or the complexity of nature, or the different modes or degrees in which phenomena are connected. Yet we accept them as the best expression which we have of the correlation of forces or objects. We see that the term law is a mere abstraction, under which laws of matter and of mind, the law of nature and the law of the land are included, and some of these uses of the word are confusing, because they introduce into one sphere of thought associations which belong to another. For example, order or sequence is apt to be confounded with external compulsion and the internal workings of the mind with their material antecedents. Yet none of them can be dispensed with. We can only be on our guard against the error or confusion which arises out of them. Thus, in the use of the word substance, we are far from supposing that there is any mysterious substratum apart from the objects which we see, and we acknowledge that the negative notion is very likely to become a positive one. Still, we retain the word as a convenient generalization, though not without a double sense, substance and essence, derived from the twofold translation of the Greek omicron leta 1F50 sigma leta 1F30 alpha. So the human mind makes the reflection that God is not a person like ourselves, is not a cause like the material causes in nature, nor even an intelligent cause like a human agent, nor an individual, for he is universal, and that every possible conception which we can form of him is limited by the human faculties. We cannot by any effort of thought or exertion of faith be in and out of our own minds at the same instant. How can we conceive him under the forms of time and space, who is out of time and space? How get rid of such forms and see him as he is? How can we imagine his relation to the world or to ourselves? Innumerable contradictions follow from either of the two alternatives, that God is or that he is not. Yet we are far from saying that we know nothing of him, because all that we know is subject to the conditions of human thought. To the old belief in him we return, but with corrections. He is a person, but not like ourselves, a mind, but not a human mind, a cause, but not a material cause, nor yet a maker or artificer. The words which we use are imperfect expressions of his true nature, but we do not therefore lose faith in what is best and highest in ourselves and in the world. A little philosophy takes us away from God, a great deal brings us back to him. When we begin to reflect, our first thoughts respecting him and ourselves are apt to be skeptical, for we can analyze our religious as well as our other ideas, we can trace their history, we can criticize their perversion, we see that they are relative to the human mind and to one another. But when we have carried our criticism to the furthest point, they still remain. A necessity of our moral nature, better known and understood by us, and less liable to be shaken, because we are more aware of their necessary imperfection. They come to us with better opinion, better confirmation, not merely as the inspirations either of ourselves or of another, but deeply rooted in history and in the human mind. Parmenides' persons of the dialogue, Cephalus Adeimantus Glaucon Antiphon Pythagoras Socrates Zeno Parmenides Aristotle's Cephalus rehearses a dialogue which is supposed to have been narrated in his presence by Antiphon, the half-brother of Adeimantus and Glaucon, to certain Clazomenians. We had come from our home at Clazomene to Athens, and met Adeimantus and Glaucon in the Agora. Welcome, Cephalus, said Adeimantus, taking me by the hand. Is there anything which we can do for you in Athens? Yes, that is why I am here. I wish to ask a favor of you. What may that be? He said. I want you to tell me the name of your half-brother, which I have forgotten. He was a mere child when I last came hither from Clazomenae, but that was a long time ago. His father's name, if I remember rightly, was Pyrilamps. Yes, he said, and the name of our brother Antiphon. But why do you ask? Let me introduce some countrymen of mine, I said. They are lovers of philosophy, and have heard that Antiphon was intimate with a certain Pythagoras, a friend of Zeno, and remembers a conversation which took place between Socrates, Zeno, and Parmenides many years ago, Pythagoras having often recited it to him. Quite true, and could we hear it? I asked. Nothing easier, he replied. When he was a youth, he made a careful study of the piece. At present, his thoughts run in another direction. Like his grandfather Antiphon, he is devoted to horses. But if that is what you want, let us go and look for him. He dwells at Melita, which is quite near, and he has only just left us to go home. Accordingly, we went to look for him. He was at home, and in the act of giving a bridle to a smith to be fitted. When he had done with the smith, his brothers told him the purpose of our visit, and he saluted me as an acquaintance whom he remembered from my former visit, and we asked him to repeat the dialogue. At first he was not very willing, and complained of the trouble, but at length he consented. He told us that Pythagoras had described to him the appearance of Parmenides and Zeno. They came to Athens, as he said, at the great Panathenea. The former was, at the time of his visit, about 65 years old, very white with age, but well-favored. Zeno was nearly 40 years of age, tall and fair to look upon. In the days of his youth, he was reported to have been beloved by Parmenides. He said that they lodged with Pythagoras in the Ceramicus, outside the wall, with a Socrates. Then a very young man came to see them, and many others with him. They wanted to hear the writings of Zeno, which had been brought to Athens for the first time on the occasion of their visit. These Zeno himself read to them in the absence of Parmenides, and had very nearly finished when Pythagoras entered, and with him Parmenides and Aristotle, who was afterwards one of the 30, and heard the little that remained of the dialogue. Pythagoras had heard Zeno repeat them before. When the recitation was completed, Socrates requested that the first thesis of the first argument might be read over again, and this having been done, he said, "What is your meaning, Zeno? Do you maintain that if being is many, it must be both like and unlike, and that this is impossible, for neither can the like be unlike, nor the unlike like? Is that your position?" "Just so," said Zeno. "And if the unlike cannot be like, or the like unlike, then according to you, being could not be many, for this would involve an impossibility. In all that you say, have you any other purpose except to disprove the being of the many, and is not each division of your treatise intended to furnish a separate proof of this, there being in all as many proofs of the not being of the many as you have composed arguments? Is that your meaning, or have I misunderstood you?" "No," said Zeno. "You have correctly understood my general purpose." "I see, Parmenides," said Socrates, "that Zeno would like to be not only one with you in friendship, but your second self in his writings too. He puts what you say in another way, and would fain make believe that he is telling us something which is new. For you, in your poems, say the all is one, and of this you adduce excellent proofs, and he on the other hand says there is no many, and on behalf of this he offers overwhelming evidence. You affirm unity, he denies plurality, and so you deceive the world into believing that you are saying different things when really you are saying much the same. This is a strain of art beyond the reach of most of us." "Yes, Socrates," said Zeno, "but although you are as keen as a spot and hound in pursuing the track, you do not fully apprehend the true motive of the composition, which is not really such an artificial work as you imagine, for what you speak of was an accident. There was no pretense of a great purpose, nor any serious intention of deceiving the world. The truth is that these writings of mine were meant to protect the arguments of Parmenides against those who make fun of him and seek to show the many ridiculous and contradictory results which they suppose to follow from the affirmation of the one. My answer is addressed to the partisans of the many, whose attack I return with interest by retorting upon them that their hypothesis of the being of many, if carried out, appears to be still more ridiculous than the hypothesis of the being of one. Zeal for my master led me to write the book in the days of my youth, but someone stole the copy, and therefore I had no choice whether it should be published or not. The motive, however, of writing was not the ambition of an elder man, but the pugnacity of a young one. This you do not seem to see, Socrates, though in other respects, as I was saying, your notion is a very just one. I understand, said Socrates, and quite accept your account. But tell me, Zeno, do you not further think that there is an idea of likeness in itself, and another idea of unlikeness, which is the opposite of likeness, and that in these two you and I and all other things to which we apply the term many participate? Things which participate in likeness become in that degree and manner like, and so far as they participate in unlikeness become in that degree unlike, or both like and unlike in the degree in which they participate in both. And may not all things partake of both opposites and be both like and unlike by reason of this participation? Where is the wonder? Now, if a person could prove the absolute like to become unlike, or the absolute unlike to become like, that, in my opinion, would indeed be a wonder. But there is nothing extraordinary, Zeno, in showing that the things which only partake of likeness and unlikeness experience both. Nor again, if a person were to show that all is one by partaking of one, and at the same time many by partaking of many, would that be very astonishing. But if he were to show me that the absolute one was many, or the absolute many one, I should be truly amazed. And so of all the rest, I should be surprised to hear that the natures or ideas themselves had these opposite qualities, but not if a person wanted to prove of me that I was many and also one. When he wanted to show that I was many, he would say that I have a right and a left side, and a front and a back, and an upper and a lower half, for I cannot deny that I partake of multitude. When, on the other hand, he wants to prove that I am one, he will say that we who are here assembled are seven, and that I am one and partake of the one. In both instances he proves his case. So again, if a person shows that such things as wood, stones, and the like, being many, are also one, we admit that he shows the coexistence of the one and many, but he does not show that the many are one or the one many. He is uttering not a paradox, but a truism. If, however, as I just now suggested, someone were to abstract simple notions of like, unlike, one, many, rest, motion, and similar ideas, and then to show that these admit of admixture and separation in themselves, I should be very much astonished. This part of the argument appears to be treated by you, Zeno, in a very spirited manner. But as I was saying, I should be far more amazed if anyone found in the ideas themselves, which are apprehended by reason, the same puzzle and entanglement which you have shown to exist in visible objects. While Socrates was speaking, Pythagoras thought that Parmenides and Zeno were not altogether pleased at the successive steps of the argument, but still they gave the closest attention, and often looked at one another and smiled as if in admiration of him. When he had finished, Parmenides expressed their feelings in the following words. Socrates, he said, I admire the bent of your mind towards philosophy. Tell me now, was this your own distinction between ideas in themselves and the things which partake of them? And do you think that there is an idea of likeness apart from the likeness which we possess, and of the one and many, and of the other things which Zeno mentioned? I think that there are such ideas, said Socrates. Parmenides proceeded, and would you also make absolute ideas of the just and the beautiful and the good, and of all that class? Yes, he said, I should. And would you make an idea of man apart from us and from all other human creatures, or of fire and water? I am often undecided, Parmenides, as to whether I ought to include them or not. And would you feel equally undecided, Socrates, about things of which the mention may provoke a smile? I mean such things as hair, mud, dirt, or anything else which is vile and paltry. Would you suppose that each of these has an idea distinct from the actual objects with which we come into contact, or not? Certainly not, said Socrates. Visible things like these are such as they appear to us, and I am afraid that there would be an absurdity in assuming any idea of them, although I sometimes get disturbed and begin to think that there is nothing without an idea. But then again, when I have taken up this position, I run away, because I am afraid that I may fall into a bottomless pit of nonsense and perish. And so I return to the ideas of which I was just now speaking, and occupy myself with them. Yes, Socrates, said Parmenides, that is because you are still young. The time will come, if I am not mistaken, when philosophy will have a firmer grasp of you, and then you will not despise even the meanest things. At your age, you are too much disposed to regard the opinions of men. But I should like to know whether you mean that there are certain ideas of which all other things partake, and from which they derive their names, that similars, for example, become similar, because they partake of similarity, and great things become great because they partake of greatness, and that just and beautiful things become just and beautiful because they partake of justice and beauty. Yes, certainly, said Socrates, that is my meaning. Then each individual partakes either of the whole of the idea or else of a part of the idea. Can there be any other mode of participation? There cannot be, he said. Then do you think that the whole idea is one, and yet being one is in each one of the many? Why not, Parmenides, said Socrates, because one and the same thing will exist as a whole at the same time in many separate individuals, and will therefore be in a state of separation from itself. Nay, but the idea may be like the day, which is one and the same in many places at once, and yet continuous with itself. In this way, each idea may be one and the same in all at the same time. I like your way, Socrates, of making one in many places at once. You mean to say that if I were to spread out a sail and cover a number of men, there would be one whole including many. Is not that your meaning? I think so. And would you say that the whole sail includes each man, or a part of it only, and different parts different men? The latter. Then, Socrates, the ideas themselves will be divisible, and things which participate in them will have a part of them only and not the whole idea existing in each of them. That seems to follow. Then would you like to say, Socrates, that the one idea is really divisible and yet remains one? Certainly not, he said. Suppose that you divide absolute greatness and that of the many great things. Each one is great in virtue of a portion of greatness less than absolute greatness. Is that conceivable? No. Or will each equal thing, if possessing some small portion of equality less than absolute equality, be equal to some other thing by virtue of that portion only? Impossible. Or suppose one of us to have a portion of smallness. This is but a part of the small, and therefore the absolutely small is greater. If the absolutely small be greater, that to which the part of the small is added will be smaller and not greater than before. How absurd! Then in what way, Socrates, will all things participate in the ideas if they are unable to participate in them either as parts or wholes? Indeed, he said, you have asked a question which is not easily answered. Well, said Parmenides, and what do you say of another question? What question? I imagine that the way in which you are led to assume one idea of each kind is as follows. You see a number of great objects, and when you look at them, there seems to you to be one and the same idea, or nature, in them all. Hence you conceive of greatness as one. Very true, said Socrates. And if you go on and allow your mind in like manner to embrace in one view the idea of greatness and of great things which are not the idea, and to compare them, will not another greatness arise, which will appear to be the source of all these? It would seem so. Then another idea of greatness now comes into view over and above absolute greatness, and the individuals which partake of it. and then another, over and above all these, by virtue of which they will all be great. And so each idea, instead of being one, will be infinitely multiplied. But may not the ideas, asked Socrates, be thoughts only, and have no proper existence except in our minds, Parmenides? For in that case each idea may still be one, and not experience this infinite multiplication. And can there be individual thoughts which are thoughts of nothing? Impossible, he said. The thought must be of something, yes, of something which is or which is not, of something which is. Must it not be of a single something, which the thought recognizes as attaching to all, being a single form or nature? Yes, and will not the something which is apprehended as one and the same in all be an idea? From that again there is no escape. Then, said Parmenides, if you say that everything else participates in the ideas, must you not say either that everything is made up of thoughts and that all things think, or that they are thoughts but have no thought? The latter view, Parmenides, is no more rational than the previous one. In my opinion, the ideas are, as it were, patterns fixed in nature, and other things are like them, and resemblances of them. What is meant by the participation of other things in the ideas is really assimilation to them. But if, said he, the individual is like the idea, must not the idea also be like the individual, in so far as the individual is a resemblance of the idea? That which is like cannot be conceived of as other than the like of like. Impossible, and when two things are alike, must they not partake of the same idea? They must. And will not that of which the two partake and which makes them alike be the idea itself? Certainly. Then the idea cannot be like the individual, or the individual like the idea, for if they are alike, some further idea of likeness will always be coming to light, and if that be like anything else, another, and new ideas will be always arising. If the idea resembles that which partakes of it, quite true. The theory, then, that other things participate in the ideas by resemblance has to be given up, and some other mode of participation devised. It would seem so. Do you see, then, Socrates, how great is the difficulty of affirming the ideas to be absolute? Yes, indeed. And further, let me say that as yet you only understand a small part of the difficulty which is involved if you make of each thing a single idea, parting it off from other things. What difficulty? He said. There are many, but the greatest of all is this. If an opponent argues that these ideas, being such as we say they ought to be, must remain unknown, no one can prove to him that he is wrong, unless he who denies their existence be a man of great ability and knowledge, and is willing to follow a long and laborious demonstration. He will remain unconvinced, and still insist that they cannot be known. What do you mean, Parmenides? Said Socrates. In the first place, I think, Socrates, that you, or anyone who maintains the existence of absolute essences, will admit that they cannot exist in us. No, said Socrates, for then they would be no longer absolute. True, he said, and therefore when ideas are what they are in relation to one another, their essence is determined by a relation among themselves, and has nothing to do with the resemblances, or whatever they are to be termed, which are in our sphere, and from which we receive this or that name when we partake of them. And the things which are within our sphere and have the same names with them are likewise only relative to one another, and not to the ideas which have the same names with them, but belong to themselves and not to them. What do you mean? Said Socrates. I may illustrate my meaning in this way, said Parmenides. A master has a slave. Now there is nothing absolute in the relation between them, which is simply a relation of one man to another. But there is also an idea of mastership in the abstract, which is relative to the idea of slavery in the abstract. These natures have nothing to do with us, nor we with them. They are concerned with themselves only, and we with ourselves. Do you see my meaning? Yes, said Socrates, I quite see your meaning. And will not knowledge, I mean absolute knowledge, answer to absolute truth? Certainly. And each kind of absolute knowledge will answer to each kind of absolute being? Yes, but the knowledge which we have will answer to the truth which we have, and again, each kind of knowledge which we have will be a knowledge of each kind of being which we have, certainly. But the ideas themselves, as you admit, we have not, and cannot have, no, we cannot. And the absolute natures or kinds are known severally by the absolute idea of knowledge. Yes, and we have not got the idea of knowledge. No, then none of the ideas are known to us because we have no share in absolute knowledge. I suppose not. Then the nature of the beautiful in itself and of the good in itself and all other ideas which we suppose to exist absolutely are unknown to us. It would seem so. I think that there is a stranger consequence still. What is it, would you or would you not say, that absolute knowledge, if there is such a thing, must be a far more exact knowledge than our knowledge, and the same of beauty and of the rest? Yes, and if there be such a thing as participation in absolute knowledge, no one is more likely than God to have this most exact knowledge, certainly. But then, will God, having absolute knowledge, have a knowledge of human things? Why not? Because Socrates, said Parmenides, we have admitted that the ideas are not valid in relation to human things, nor human things in relation to them. The relations of either are limited to their respective spheres. Yes, that has been admitted. And if God has this perfect authority and perfect knowledge, his authority cannot rule us, nor his knowledge know us or any human thing, just as our authority does not extend to the gods, nor our knowledge know anything which is divine. So by parity of reason they, being gods, are not our masters, neither do they know the things of men. Yet surely, said Socrates, to deprive God of knowledge is monstrous. These, Socrates, said Parmenides, are a few, and only a few of the difficulties in which we are involved if ideas really are, and we determine each one of them to be an absolute unity. He who hears what may be said against them will deny the very existence of them. And even if they do exist, he will say that they must of necessity be unknown to man, and he will seem to have reason on his side, and as we were remarking just now, will be very difficult to convince. A man must be gifted with very considerable ability before he can learn that everything has a class and an absolute essence. And still more remarkable will he be who discovers all these things for himself, and having thoroughly investigated them, is able to teach them to others. I agree with you, Parmenides, said Socrates, and what you say is very much to my mind. And yet, Socrates, said Parmenides, if a man, fixing his attention on these and the like difficulties, does away with ideas of things and will not admit that every individual thing has its own determinate idea which is always one and the same, he will have nothing on which his mind can rest, and so he will utterly destroy the power of reasoning, as you seem to me to have particularly noted. Very true, he said, but then what is to become of philosophy? Whither shall we turn? If the ideas are unknown, I certainly do not see my way at present. Yes, said Parmenides, and I think that this arises, Socrates, out of your attempting to define the beautiful, the just, the good, and the ideas generally, without sufficient previous training. I noticed your deficiency when I heard you talking here with your friend Aristotle the day before yesterday. The impulse that carries you towards philosophy is assuredly noble and divine, but there is an art which is called by the vulgar idle talking, and which is often imagined to be useless, in that you must train and exercise yourself, now that you are young, or truth will elude your grasp. And what is the nature of this exercise, Parmenides, which you would recommend, that which you heard Zeno practicing at the same time? I give you credit for saying to him that you did not care to examine the perplexity in reference to visible things, or to consider the question that way, but only in reference to objects of thought and to what may be called ideas. Why, yes, he said, there appears to me to be no difficulty in showing by this method that visible things are like and unlike and may experience anything. Quite true, said Parmenides, but I think that you should go a step further and consider not only the consequences which flow from a given hypothesis, but also the consequences which flow from denying the hypothesis, and that will be still better training for you. What do you mean? He said. I mean, for example, that in the case of this very hypothesis of Zeno's about the many, you should inquire not only what will be the consequences to the many in relation to themselves and to the one in relation to itself and the many, on the hypothesis of the being of the many, but also what will be the consequences to the one and the many in their relation to themselves and to each other, on the opposite hypothesis. Or again, if likeness is or is not, what will be the consequences in either of these cases to the subjects of the hypothesis and to other things in relation both to themselves and to one another, and so of unlikeness. And the same holds good of motion and rest, of generation and destruction, and even of being and not being. In a word, when you suppose anything to be or not to be, or to be in any way affected, you must look at the consequences in relation to the thing itself, and to any other things which you choose, to each of them singly, to more than one, and to all. And so of other things you must look at them in relation to themselves, and to anything else which you suppose either to be or not to be, if you would train yourself perfectly and see the real truth. That, Parmenides, is a tremendous business of which you speak, and I do not quite understand you. Will you take some hypothesis and go through the steps? Then I shall apprehend you better. That, Socrates, is a serious task to impose on a man of my years. Then will you, Zeno? Said Socrates. Zeno answered with a smile. Let us make our petition to Parmenides himself, who is quite right in saying that you are hardly aware of the extent of the task which you are imposing on him. And if there were more of us, I should not ask him, for these are not subjects which anyone, especially at his age, can well speak of before a large audience. Most people are not aware that this roundabout progress through all things is the only way in which the mind can attain truth and wisdom. And therefore, Parmenides, I join in the request of Socrates, that I may hear the process again which I have not heard for a long time. When Zeno had thus spoken, Pythagoras, according to Antiphon's report of him, said that he himself and Aristotle and the whole company entreated Parmenides to give an example of the process. I cannot refuse, said Parmenides, and yet I feel rather like Ibycus, who, when in his old age, against his will, he fell in love, compared himself to an old racehorse who was about to run in a chariot race, shaking with fear at the course he knew so well. This was his simile of himself. And I also experience a trembling when I remember through what an ocean of words I have to wade at my time of life. But I must indulge you, as Zeno says that I ought. And we are alone. Where shall I begin? And what shall be our first hypothesis if I am to attempt this laborious pastime? Shall I begin with myself and take my own hypothesis, the one, and consider the consequences which follow on the supposition either of the being or of the not being of one? By all means, said Zeno. And who will answer me? He said. Shall I propose the youngest? He will not make difficulties and will be the most likely to say what he thinks. And his answers will give me time to breathe. As I am the one whom you mean, Parmenides, said Aristotle, for I am the youngest and at your service. Ask and I will answer. Parmenides proceeded. If one is, he said, the one cannot be many. Impossible, then the one cannot have parts and cannot be a whole. Why not? Because every part is part of a whole, is it not? Yes. And what is a whole? Would not that of which no part is wanting be a whole? Certainly. Then in either case the one would be made up of parts, both as being a whole and also as having parts, to be sure. And in either case the one would be many and not one. True. But surely it ought to be one and not many. It ought. Then if the one is to remain one, it will not be a whole and will not have parts. No, but if it has no parts it will have neither beginning, middle, nor end, for these would of course be parts of it. Right, but then again a beginning and an end are the limits of everything, certainly. Then the one having neither beginning nor end is unlimited. Yes, unlimited. and therefore formless, for it cannot partake either of round or straight. But why? Why? Because the round is that of which all the extreme points are equidistant from the center. Yes, and the straight is that of which the center intercepts the view of the extremes. True. Then the one would have parts and would be many if it partook either of a straight or of a circular form, assuredly. But having no parts, it will be neither straight nor round. Right. And being of such a nature, it cannot be in any place, for it cannot be either in another or in itself. How so? Because if it were in another, it would be encircled by that in which it was, and would touch it at many places and with many parts. But that which is one and indivisible, and does not partake of a circular nature, cannot be touched all round in many places. Certainly not. But if on the other hand one were in itself, it would also be contained by nothing else but itself. 302, that is to say, if it were really in itself. For nothing can be in anything which does not contain it. Impossible. But then that which contains must be other than that which is contained. For the same whole cannot do and suffer both at once, and if so, one will be no longer one but two. True. Then one cannot be anywhere, either in itself or in another. No. Further consider whether that which is of such a nature can have either rest or motion. Why not? Why? Because the one, if it were moved, would be either moved in place or changed in nature, for these are the only kinds of motion. Yes. And the one, when it changes and ceases to be itself, cannot be any longer one. It cannot. It cannot therefore experience the sort of motion which is change of nature. Clearly not. Then can the motion of the one be in place? Perhaps. But if the one moved in place, must it not either move round and round in the same place, or from one place to another? It must. And that which moves in a circle must rest upon a center, and that which goes round upon a center must have parts which are different from the center. But that which has no center and no parts cannot possibly be carried round upon a center. Impossible. But perhaps the motion of the one consists in change of place. Perhaps so, if it moves at all. And have we not already shown that it cannot be in anything? Yes, then its coming into being in anything is still more impossible. Is it not? I do not see why. Why? Because anything which comes into being in anything can neither as yet be in that other thing while still coming into being, nor be altogether out of it, if already coming into being in it. Certainly not, and therefore whatever comes into being in another must have parts, and then one part may be in, and another part out of that other. But that which has no parts can never be at one and the same time neither wholly within nor wholly without anything. True. And is there not a still greater impossibility in that which has no parts, and is not a whole, coming into being anywhere, since it cannot come into being either as a part or as a whole? Clearly. Then it does not change place by revolving in the same spot, nor by going somewhere and coming into being in something, nor again by change in itself. Very true. Then in respect of any kind of motion the one is immovable. But neither can the one be in anything, as we affirm. Yes, we said so. Then it is never in the same. Why not? Because if it were in the same, it would be in something. Certainly. And we said that it could not be in itself, and could not be in other. True. Then one is never in the same place. It would seem not. But that which is never in the same place is never quiet or at rest. Never. One then, as would seem, is neither at rest nor in motion. It certainly appears so. Neither will it be the same with itself or other, nor again other than itself or other. How is that? If other than itself, it would be other than one and would not be one. True. And if the same with other, it would be that other and not itself. So that upon this supposition too, it would not have the nature of one, but would be other than one. It would. Then it will not be the same with other or other than itself. It will not. Neither will it be other than other, while it remains one, for not one but only other can be other than other, and nothing else. True. Then not by virtue of being one will it be other. Certainly not. But if not by virtue of being one, not by virtue of itself, and if not by virtue of itself, not itself, and itself not being other at all, will not be other than anything. Right. Neither will one be the same with itself. How not? Surely the nature of the one is not the nature of the same. Why not? It is not when anything becomes the same with anything that it becomes one. What of that? Anything which becomes the same with the many necessarily becomes many and not one. True. But if there were no difference between the one and the same, when a thing became the same, it would always become one, and when it became one the same, certainly. And therefore, if one be the same with itself, it is not one with itself, and will therefore be one and also not one. Surely that is impossible, and therefore the one can neither be other than other, nor the same with itself. Impossible. And thus the one can neither be the same nor other, either in relation to itself or other. No. Neither will the one be like anything or unlike itself or other. Why not? Because likeness is sameness of affections. Yes, and sameness has been shown to be of a nature distinct from oneness. That has been shown. But if the one had any other affection than that of being one, it would be affected in such a way as to be more than one, which is impossible. True. Then the one can never be so affected as to be the same either with another or with itself. Clearly not. Then it cannot be like another, or like itself. No, nor can it be affected so as to be other, for then it would be affected in such a way as to be more than one. It would. That which is affected otherwise than itself or another will be unlike itself or another, for sameness of affections is likeness. True. But the one as appears, never being affected otherwise, is never unlike itself or other. Never. Then the one will never be either like or unlike itself or other. Plainly not. Again, being of this nature, it can neither be equal nor unequal either to itself or to other. How is that? Why? Because the one, if equal, must be of the same measures as that to which it is equal. True. And if greater or less than things which are commensurable with it, the one will have more measures than that which is less, and fewer than that which is greater. Yes, and so of things which are not commensurate with it, the one will have greater measures than that which is less and smaller than that which is greater. Certainly, but how can that which does not partake of sameness have either the same measures or have anything else the same? Impossible. And not having the same measures, the one cannot be equal either with itself or with another. It appears so. But again, whether it have fewer or more measures, it will have as many parts as it has measures, and thus again the one will be no longer one, but will have as many parts as measures. Right, and if it were of one measure, it would be equal to that measure, yet it has been shown to be incapable of equality. It has. Then it will neither partake of one measure, nor of many, nor of few, nor of the same at all, nor be equal to itself or another, nor be greater or less than itself or other. Certainly. Well, and do we suppose that one can be older or younger than anything, or of the same age with it? Why not? Why, because that which is of the same age with itself or other must partake of equality or likeness of time, and we said that the one did not partake either of equality or of likeness. We did say so, and we also said that it did not partake of inequality or unlikeness. Very true. How then can one, being of this nature, be either older or younger than anything, or have the same age with it? In no way. Then one cannot be older or younger, or of the same age, either with itself or with another. Clearly not. Then the one, being of this nature, cannot be in time at all, for must not that which is in time be always growing older than itself? Certainly. And that which is older must always be older than something which is younger. True. Then, that which becomes older than itself also becomes at the same time younger than itself, if it is to have something to become older than. What do you mean? I mean this. A thing does not need to become different from another thing which is already different. It is different, and if its different has become, it has become different. If its different will be, it will be different. But of that which is becoming different, there cannot have been or be about to be or yet be a different. The only different possible is one which is becoming. That is inevitable. But surely the elder is a difference relative to the younger, and to nothing else. True. Then that which becomes older than itself must also, at the same time, become younger than itself. Yes. But again, it is true that it cannot become for a longer or for a shorter time than itself, but it must become and be and have become and be about to be for the same time with itself. That again is inevitable. Then things which are in time and partake of time must in every case, I suppose, be of the same age with themselves, and must also become at once older and younger than themselves. Yes, but the one did not partake of those affections, not at all. Then it does not partake of time and is not in any time, so the argument shows. Well, but do not the expressions was and has become and was becoming signify a participation of past time? Certainly. And do not will be, will become, will have become, signify a participation of future time? Yes. And is or becomes signifies a participation of present time? Certainly. And if the one is absolutely without participation in time, it never had become, or was becoming, or was at any time, or is now become, or is becoming, or is or will have become, or will be hereafter. Most true. But are there any modes of partaking of being other than these? There are none. Then the one cannot possibly partake of being. That is the inference. Then the one is not at all, clearly not. Then the one does not exist in such way as to be one, for if it were and partook of being it would already be, but if the argument is to be trusted, the one neither is nor is one. True, but that which is not admits of no attribute or relation, of course not. Then there is no name, nor expression, nor perception, nor opinion, nor knowledge of it. Clearly not. Then it is neither named, nor expressed, nor opined, nor known, nor does anything that is perceive it. So we must infer. But can all this be true about the one? I think not. I.B. Suppose now that we return once more to the original hypothesis. Let us see whether, on a further review, any new aspect of the question appears. I shall be very happy to do so. We say that we have to work out together all the consequences, whatever they may be, which follow. If the one is, yes, then we will begin at the beginning. If one is, can one be and not partake of being? Impossible. Then the one will have being, but its being will not be the same with the one, for if the same, it would not be the being of the one, nor would the one have participated in being, for the proposition that one is would have been identical with the proposition that one is one. But our hypothesis is not if one is one what will follow, but if one is. Am I not right? Quite right. We mean to say that being has not the same significance as one, of course. And when we put them together shortly and say, one is, that is equivalent to saying, partakes of being, quite true. Once more then let us ask, if one is what will follow. Does not this hypothesis necessarily imply that one is of such a nature as to have parts? How so? In this way, if being is predicated of the one if the one is, and one of being if being is one, and if being and one are not the same, and since the one which we have assumed is must not the whole if it is one itself be and have for its parts one and being? Certainly. And is each of these parts, one and being, to be simply called a part? So must the word part be relative to the word whole, the latter? Then that which is one is both a whole and has a part? Certainly. Again, of the parts of the one if it is, I mean being and one, does either fail to imply the other? Is the one wanting to being or being to the one? Impossible. Thus each of the parts also has in turn both one and being, and is at the least made up of two parts. And the same principle goes on forever, and every part whatever has always these two parts, for being always involves one and one being, so that one is always disappearing and becoming two. Certainly. And so the one if it is must be infinite in multiplicity. Clearly. Let us take another direction. What direction? We say that the one partakes of being and therefore it is. Yes. And in this way the one if it is being has turned out to be many. True. But now let us abstract the one which, as we say, partakes of being and try to imagine it apart from that of which, as we say, it partakes. Will this abstract one be one only or many? One, I think. Let us see. Must not the being of one be other than one? For the one is not being, but considered as one, only partook of being. Certainly. If being and the one be two different things, it is not because the one is one that it is other than being, nor because being is being that it is other than the one, but they differ from one another in virtue of otherness and difference. Certainly. So that the other is not the same. either with the one or with being, certainly not. And therefore whether we take being and the other, or being and the one, or the one and the other, in every such case we take two things which may be rightly called both. How so? In this way you may speak of being, yes, and also of one, yes. Then now we have spoken of either of them, yes. Well, and when I speak of being and one, I speak of them both, certainly. And if I speak of being and the other, or of the one and the other, in any such case do I not speak of both, yes, and must not that which is correctly called both be also two, undoubtedly? And of two things how can either by any possibility not be one? It cannot. Then if the individuals of the pair are together two, they must be severally one, clearly. And if each of them is one, then by the addition of any one to any pair the whole becomes three. Yes, and three are odd and two are even, of course. And if there are two there must also be twice, and if there are three there must be thrice, that is, if twice one makes two and thrice one three, certainly. There are two and twice, and therefore there must be twice two, and there are three. And there is thrice, and therefore there must be thrice three, of course. If there are three and twice, there is twice three, and if there are two and thrice, there is thrice two, undoubtedly. Here then we have even taken even times, and odd taken odd times, and even taken odd times, and odd taken even times. True, and if this is so, does any number remain which has no necessity to be? None whatever. Then if one is, number must also be. It must. But if there is number, there must also be many, and infinite multiplicity of being. For number is infinite in multiplicity, and partakes also of being. Am I not right? Certainly. And if all number participates in being, every part of number will also participate. Yes, then being is distributed over the whole multitude of things, and nothing that is, however small or however great, is devoid of it. And indeed, the very supposition of this is absurd. For how can that which is be devoid of being? In no way. And it is divided into the greatest and into the smallest, and into being of all sizes, and is broken up more than all things. The divisions of it have no limit. True, then it has the greatest number of parts. Yes, the greatest number. Is there any of these which is a part of being, and yet no part? Impossible. But if it is at all, and so long as it is, it must be one, and cannot be none, certainly. Then the one attaches to every single part of being, and does not fail in any part, whether great or small, or whatever may be the size of it. True, but reflect, can one in its entirety be in many places at the same time? No, I see the impossibility of that. And if not in its entirety, then it is divided, for it cannot be present with all the parts of being unless divided. True, and that which has parts will be as many as the parts are, certainly. Then we were wrong in saying just now that being was distributed into the greatest number of parts. For it is not distributed into parts more than the one, into parts equal to the one. The one is never wanting to being, or being to the one, but being two they are co-equal and co-extensive. Certainly that is true. The one itself, then, having been broken up into parts by being, is many and infinite. True. Then not only the one which has being is many, but the one itself distributed by being must also be many, certainly. Further, inasmuch as the parts are parts of a whole, the one as a whole will be limited, for are not the parts contained by the whole, certainly, and that which contains is a limit, of course. Then the one if it has being is one and many, whole and parts, having limits and yet unlimited in number, clearly. And because having limits also having extremes, certainly, and if a whole having beginning and middle and end, for can anything be a whole without these three? And if any one of them is wanting to anything, will that any longer be a whole? No. Then the one as appears will have beginning, middle, and end. It will, but again the middle will be equidistant from the extremes, or it would not be in the middle, yes. Then the one will partake of figure, either rectilinear or round, or a union of the two, true, and if this is the case it will be both in itself and in another too. How? Every part is in the whole and none is outside the whole. True, and all the parts are contained by the whole, yes, and the one is all its parts, and neither more nor less than all. No, and the one is the whole, of course, But if all the parts are in the whole, and the one is all of them in the whole, and they are all contained by the whole, the one will be contained by the one, and thus the one will be in itself. That is true. But then, again, the whole is not in the parts, neither in all the parts, nor in some one of them. For if it is in all, it must be in one. For if there were any one in which it was not, it could not be in all the parts. For the part in which it is wanting is one of all, and if the whole is not in this, how can it be in them all? It cannot. Nor can the whole be in some of the parts, for if the whole were in some of the parts, the greater would be in the less, which is impossible. Yes, impossible. But if the whole is neither in one, nor in more than one, nor in all of the parts, it must be in something else, or cease to be anywhere at all, certainly. If it were nowhere, it would be nothing, but being a whole and not being in itself, it must be in another. Very true. The one then regarded as a whole is in another, but regarded as being all its parts is in itself, and therefore the one must be itself in itself and also in another. Certainly. The one then being of this nature is of necessity both at rest and in motion. How? The one is at rest since it is in itself, for being in one and not passing out of this. It is in the same which is itself, true, and that which is ever in the same must be ever at rest, certainly. Well, and must not that, on the contrary, which is ever in other, never be in the same, and if never in the same, never at rest, and if not at rest, in motion, true. Then the one being always itself in itself and other, must always be both at rest and in motion, clearly, and must be the same with itself, and other than itself, and also the same with the others and other than the others. This follows from its previous affections. How so? Everything in relation to every other thing is either the same or other, or if neither the same nor other, then in the relation of a part to a whole or of a whole to a part, clearly. And is the one a part of itself? Certainly not. Since it is not a part in relation to itself, it cannot be related to itself as whole to part. It cannot, but is the one other than one? No, and therefore not other than itself. Certainly not. If then it be neither other, nor a whole, nor a part in relation to itself, must it not be the same with itself? Certainly. But then again, a thing which is in another place from itself, if this itself remains in the same place with itself, must be other than itself, for it will be in another place, true. Then the one has been shown to be at once in itself and in another. Yes. Thus then, as appears, the one will be other than itself, true. Well then, if anything be other than anything, will it not be other than that which is other? Certainly. And will not all things that are not one be other than the one, and the one other than the not one? Of course. Then the one will be other than the others, true. But consider, are not the absolute same and the absolute other opposites to one another? Of course. Then will the same ever be in the other, or the other in the same? They will not. If then the other is never in the same, there is nothing in which the other is during any space of time. For during that space of time, however small, the other would be in the same. Is not that true? Yes, and since the other is never in the same, it can never be in anything that is true. Then the other will never be either in the not one or in the one, certainly not. Then not by reason of otherness is the one other than the not one, or the not one other than the one. No, nor by reason of themselves will they be other than one another, if not partaking of the other. How can they be? But if they are not other, either by reason of themselves or of the other, will they not altogether escape being other than one another? They will. Again, the not one cannot partake of the one, otherwise it would not have been not one, but would have been in some way one. True, nor can the not one be number, for having number it would not have been not one at all. It would not. Again, is the not one part of the one, or rather, would it not in that case partake of the one? It would. If then in every point of view the one and the not one are distinct, then neither is the one part or whole of the not one, nor is the not one part or whole of the one. No, but we said that things which are neither parts nor wholes of one another, nor other than one another, will be the same with one another. So we said, yes. Then shall we say that the one being in this relation to the not one is the same with it? Let us say so. Then it is the same with itself and the others, and also other than itself and the others. That appears to be the inference, and it will also be like and unlike itself and the others, perhaps. Since the one was shown to be other than the others will also be other than the one. Yes, and the one is other than the others in the same degree that the others are other than it, and neither more nor less. True, and if neither more nor less, then in a like degree. Yes, in virtue of the affection by which the one is other than others and others in like manner other than it, the one will be affected like the others and the others like the one. How do you mean? I may take as an illustration the case of names. You give a name to a thing, yes, and you may say the name once or oftener, yes, and when you say it once, you mention that of which it is the name, and when more than once, is it something else which you mention? Or must it always be the same thing of which you speak, whether you utter the name once or more than once? Of course it is the same, and is not other a name given to a thing? Certainly. Whenever, then, you use the word other, whether once or oftener, you name that of which it is the name, and to no other do you give the name. True. Then when we say that the others are other than the one, and the one other than the others, in repeating the word other, we speak of that nature to which the name is applied, and of no other. Quite true. Then the one which is other than others, and the other which is other than the one, in that the word other is applied to both, will be in the same condition, and that which is in the same condition is like. Yes, then in virtue of the affection by which the one is other than the others, everything will be like everything, for everything is other than everything. True. Again, the like is opposed to the unlike. Yes, and the other to the same. True again. And the one was also shown to be the same with the others. Yes. And to be the same with the others is the opposite of being other than the others. Certainly. And in that it was other it was shown to be like. Yes, but in that it was the same it will be unlike by virtue of the opposite affection to that which made it like, and this was the affection of otherness. Yes, the same then will make it unlike, otherwise it will not be the opposite of the other. True. Then the one will be both like and unlike the others, like in so far as it is other, and unlike in so far as it is the same. Yes, that argument may be used, and there is another argument. What? In so far as it is affected in the same way it is not affected otherwise, and not being affected otherwise is not unlike, and not being unlike is like, but in so far as it is affected by other it is otherwise, and being otherwise affected is unlike. True. Then because the one is the same with the others and other than the others, on either of these two grounds, or on both of them, it will be both like and unlike the others. Certainly. And in the same way as being other than itself and the same with itself, on either of these two grounds and on both of them, it will be like and unlike itself. Of course. Again, how far can the one touch or not touch itself and others? Consider. I am considering. The one was shown to be in itself, which was a whole. True, and also in other things. Yes. In so far as it is in other things, it would touch other things, but in so far as it is in itself, it would be debarred from touching them and would touch itself only. Clearly. Then the inference is that it would touch both. It would. But what do you say to a new point of view? Must not that which is to touch another be next to that which it is to touch, and occupy the place nearest to that in which what it touches is situated? True. Then the one, if it is to touch itself, ought to be situated next to itself, and occupy the place next to that in which itself is. It ought, and that would require that the one should be two and be in two places at once, and this, while it is one, will never happen. No, then the one cannot touch itself any more than it can be two. It cannot. Neither can it touch others. Why not? The reason is that whatever is to touch another must be in separation from and next to that which it is to touch, and no third thing can be between them. True. Two things then at the least are necessary to make contact possible. They are, and if to the two a third be added in due order, the number of terms will be 3 and the contacts 2. Yes. And every additional term makes one additional contact, whence it follows that the contacts are one less in number than the terms. The first 2 terms exceeded the number of contacts by 1, and the whole number of terms exceeds the whole number of contacts by 1 in like manner, and for every one which is afterwards added to the number of terms, 1 contact is added to the contacts. True, whatever is the whole number of things, the contacts will be always 1 less. True. But if there be only one and not two, there will be no contact. How can there be? And do we not say that the others being other than the one are not one and have no part in the one? True. Then they have no number if they have no one in them. Of course not. Then the others are neither one nor two, nor are they called by the name of any number. No. One then alone is one and two do not exist. Clearly not. And if there are not two, there is no contact. There is not. Then neither does the one touch the others, nor the others the one if there is no contact. Certainly not. For all which reasons the one touches and does not touch itself and the others. True. Further, is the one equal and unequal to itself and others? How do you mean? If the one were greater or less than the others, or the others greater or less than the one, they would not be greater or less than each other in virtue of their being the one and the others. But if in addition to their being what they are they had equality, they would be equal to one another, or if the one had smallness and the others greatness, or the one had greatness and the others smallness, whichever kind had greatness would be greater, and whichever had smallness would be smaller. Certainly. Then there are two such ideas as greatness and smallness, for if they were not, they could not be opposed to each other and be present in that which is. How could they? If then smallness is present in the one, it will be present either in the whole or in a part of the whole. Certainly. Suppose the first, it will be either co-equal and co-extensive with the whole one, or will contain the one. Clearly. If it be co-extensive with the one, it will be co-equal with the one. Or if containing the one, it will be greater than the one. Of course. But can smallness be equal to anything or greater than anything, and have the functions of greatness and equality and not its own functions? Impossible. Then smallness cannot be in the whole of one, but if at all in a part only. Yes, and surely not in all of a part, for then the difficulty of the whole will recur. It will be equal to or greater than any part in which it is. Certainly. Then smallness will not be in anything, whether in a whole or in a part, nor will there be anything small but actual smallness. True. Neither will greatness be in the one, for if greatness be in anything, there will be something greater other and besides greatness itself, namely that in which greatness is, and this too when the small itself is not there, which the one, if it is great, must exceed. This, however, is impossible, seeing that smallness is wholly absent. True. But absolute greatness is only greater than absolute smallness, and smallness is only smaller than absolute greatness. Very true. Then other things not greater or less than the one, if they have neither greatness nor smallness, nor have greatness or smallness any power of exceeding or being exceeded in relation to the one, but only in relation to one another, nor will the one be greater or less than them or others, if it has neither greatness nor smallness. Clearly not. Then if the one is neither greater nor less than the others, it cannot either exceed or be exceeded by them. Certainly not. And that which neither exceeds nor is exceeded must be on an equality, and being on an equality must be equal, of course. And this will be true also of the relation of the one to itself. Having neither greatness nor smallness in itself, it will neither exceed nor be exceeded by itself, but will be on an equality with and equal to itself. Certainly. Then the one will be equal both to itself and the others. Clearly so. And yet the one, being itself in itself, will also surround and be without itself, and as containing itself will be greater than itself, and as contained in itself will be less, and will thus be greater and less than itself. It will. Now there cannot possibly be anything which is not included in the one and the others. Of course not. But surely that which is must always be somewhere. Yes. But that which is in anything will be less, and that in which it is will be greater. In no other way can one thing be in another. True. And since there is nothing other or besides the one and the others, and they must be in something, must they not be in one another, the one in the others and the others in the one, if they are to be anywhere? That is clear. But inasmuch as the one is in the others will be greater than the one, because they contain the one, which will be less than the others, because it is contained in them. And inasmuch as the others are in the one on the same principle will be greater than the others, and the others less than the one. True. The one then will be equal to and greater and less than itself and the others, clearly. And if it be greater and less and equal, it will be of equal and more and less measures or divisions than itself and the others, and if of measures, also of parts, of costs, and if of equal and more and less measures or divisions, it will be in number more or less than itself and the others, and likewise equal in number to itself and to the others. How is that? It will be of more measures than those things which it exceeds, and of as many parts as measures, and so with that to which it is equal, and that than which it is less. True. And being greater and less than itself, and equal to itself, it will be of equal measures with itself, and of more and fewer measures than itself. And if of measures then also of parts, it will, and being of equal parts with itself, it will be numerically equal to itself, and being of more parts more, and being of less than itself, certainly. And the same will hold of its relation to other things. Inasmuch as it is greater than them, it will be more in number than them. And inasmuch as it is smaller, it will be less in number. And inasmuch as it is equal in size to other things, it will be equal to them in number. Certainly. Once more then, as would appear, the one will be in number both equal to, and more and less than both itself and all other things. It will. Does the one also partake of time? And is it and does it become older and younger than itself and others? And again, neither younger nor older than itself and others by virtue of participation in time. How do you mean? If one is, being must be predicated of it. Yes, but to be epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota is only participation of being in present time, and to have been is the participation of being at a past time, and to be about to be is the participation of being at a future time. Very true. Then the one, since it partakes of being, partakes of time, certainly, and is not time always moving forward? Yes. Then the one is always becoming older than itself, since it moves forward in time, certainly. And do you remember that the older becomes older than that which becomes younger? I remember. Then since the one becomes older than itself, it becomes younger at the same time, certainly. Thus, then, the one becomes older as well as younger than itself. Yes. And it is older, is it not? When in becoming, it gets to the point of time between was and will be, which is now. For surely in going from the past to the future, it cannot skip the present. No. And when it arrives at the present, it stops from becoming older, and no longer becomes, but is older, for if it went on it would never be reached by the present, for it is the nature of that which goes on, to touch both the present and the future, letting go the present and seizing the future, while in process of becoming between them. True, but that which is becoming cannot skip the present. When it reaches the present, it ceases to become, and is then whatever it may happen to be becoming. Clearly. And so the one, when in becoming older it reaches the present, ceases to become, and is then older. Certainly. And it is older than that than which it was becoming older, and it was becoming older than itself. Yes, and that which is older than that which is younger. True. Then the one is younger than itself, when in becoming older it reaches the present. Certainly. But the present is always present with the one during all its being, for whenever it is always now. Certainly, then the one always both is and becomes older and younger than itself. Truly. And is it or does it become a longer time than itself, or an equal time with itself? An equal time. But if it becomes or is for an equal time with itself, it is of the same age with itself, of course, and that which is of the same age is neither older nor younger. No. The one then, becoming and being the same time with itself, neither is nor becomes older or younger than itself. I should say not. And what are its relations to other things? Is it or does it become older or younger than they? I cannot tell you. You can at least tell me that others than the one are more than the one. Other would have been one, but the others have multitude, and are more than one. They will have multitude, and a multitude implies a number larger than one, of course. And shall we say that the lesser or the greater is the first to come or to have come into existence? The lesser. Then the least is the first, and that is the one. Yes, then the one of all things that have number is the first to come into being, But all other things have also number, being plural and not singular. They have. And since it came into being first, it must be supposed to have come into being prior to the others and the others later. And the things which came into being later are younger than that which preceded them. And so the other things will be younger than the one, and the one older than other things. True. What would you say of another question? Can the one have come into being contrary to its own nature, or is that impossible? Impossible. And yet, surely, the one was shown to have parts, and if parts, then a beginning, middle, and end. Yes, and a beginning, both of the one itself and of all other things, comes into being first of all, and after the beginning the others follow until you reach the end, certainly. And all these others we shall affirm to be parts of the whole and of the one which, as soon as the end is reached, has become whole and one. Yes, that is what we shall say. But the end comes last, and the one is of such a nature as to come into being with the last, and since the one cannot come into being except in accordance with its own nature, its nature will require that it should come into being after the others simultaneously with the end. Clearly. Then the one is younger than the others, and the others older than the one. That also is clear in my judgment. Well, then must not a beginning or any other part of the one or of anything, if it be a part and not parts, being a part, be also of necessity one? Certainly. And will not the one come into being together with each part, together with the first part when that comes into being, and together with the second part and with all the rest, and will not be wanting to any part which is added to any other part until it has reached the last and become one whole? It will be wanting neither to the middle, nor to the first, nor to the last, nor to any of them, while the process of becoming is going on. True. Then the one is of the same age with all the others, so that if the one itself does not contradict its own nature, it will be neither prior nor posterior to the others, but simultaneous. And according to this argument, the one will be neither older nor younger than the others, nor the others than the one. But according to the previous argument, the one will be older and younger than the others and the others than the one. Certainly. After this manner, then the one is and has become. But as to its becoming older and younger than the others, and the others than the one, and neither older nor younger, what shall we say? Shall we say as of being so also of becoming, or otherwise? I cannot answer. But I can venture to say that even if one thing were older or younger than another, it could not become older or younger in a greater degree than it was at first, for equals added to unequals, whether to periods of time or to anything else, leave the difference between them the same as at first. Of course, then that which is cannot become older or younger than that which is, since the difference of age is always the same. The one is and has become older and the other younger, but they are no longer becoming so. True, and the one which is does not therefore become either older or younger than the others which are. No, but consider whether they may not become older and younger in another way. In what way? Just as the one was proven to be older than the others and the others than the one. And what of that? If the one is older than the others, has come into being a longer time than the others. Yes, but consider again, if we add equal time to a greater and a less time, will the greater differ from the less time by an equal or by a smaller portion than before? By a smaller portion. Then the difference between the age of the one and the age of the others will not be afterwards so great as at first. But if an equal time be added to both of them, they will differ less and less in age. Yes, and that which differs in age from some other less than formerly, from being older, will become younger in relation to that other than which it was older. Yes, younger. And if the one becomes younger, the others aforesaid will become older than they were before, in relation to the one. Certainly. Then that which had become younger becomes older relatively to that which previously had become and was older. It never really is older, but is always becoming, for the one is always growing on the side of youth and the other on the side of age. And in like manner, the older is always in process of becoming younger than the younger, for as they are always going in opposite directions, they become in ways the opposite to one another, the younger older than the older, and the older younger than the younger. They cannot, however, have become, for if they had already become, they would be and not merely become. But that is impossible, for they are always becoming both older and younger than one another. The one becomes younger than the others because it was seen to be older and prior, and the others become older than the one because they came into being later. And in the same way the others are in the same relation to the one, because they were seen to be older and prior to the one. That is clear. Inasmuch, then, one thing does not become older or younger than another, in that they always differ from each other by an equal number, the one cannot become older or younger than the others, nor the others than the one. But inasmuch as that which came into being earlier and that which came into being later must continually differ from each other by a different portion, in this point of view the others must become older and younger than the one, and the one than the others. Certainly. For all these reasons, then, the one is and becomes older and younger than itself and the others, and neither is nor becomes older or younger than itself or the others. Certainly. But since the one partakes of time and partakes of becoming older and younger, must it not also partake of the past, the present, and the future? Of course it must. Then the one was and will be, and was becoming and is becoming and will become. Certainly. And there is and was and will be something which is in relation to it and belongs to it. True. And since we have at this moment opinion and knowledge and perception of the one, there is opinion and knowledge and perception of it. Quite right. Then there is name and expression for it, and it is named and expressed, and everything of this kind which appertains to other things appertains to the one. Certainly that is true. Yet once more and for the third time, let us consider, if the one is both one and many, as we have described, and is neither one nor many, and participates in time, must it not, in as far as it is one, at times partake of being, and in as far as it is not one, at times not partake of being? Certainly. But can it partake of being when not partaking of being, or not partake of being when partaking of being? Impossible. Then the one partakes and does not partake of being at different times. For that is the only way in which it can partake and not partake of the same. True. And is there not also a time at which it assumes being and relinquishes being? For how can it have and not have the same thing unless it receives and also gives it up at some time? Impossible. And the assuming of being is what you would call becoming, I should, and the relinquishing of being you would call destruction, I should. The one then, as would appear, becomes and is destroyed by taking and giving up being. Certainly. And being one and many and in process of becoming and being destroyed, when it becomes one it ceases to be many, and when many, it ceases to be one. Certainly. And as it becomes one and many, must it not inevitably experience separation and aggregation? Inevitably. And whenever it becomes like and unlike, it must be assimilated and dissimilated. Yes. And when it becomes greater or less or equal, it must grow or diminish or be equalized. True. And when being in motion, it rests, and when being at rest, it changes to motion. It can surely be in no time at all. How can it? But that a thing which is previously at rest should be afterwards in motion, or previously in motion and afterwards at rest, without experiencing change, is impossible. Impossible. And surely there cannot be a time in which a thing can be at once neither in motion nor at rest. There cannot. But neither can it change without changing. True. When then does it change? For it cannot change either when at rest, or when in motion, or when in time. It cannot. And does this strange thing in which it is at the time of changing really exist? What thing? The moment. For the moment seems to imply a something out of which change takes place into either of two states, for the change is not from the state of rest as such, nor from the state of motion as such. But there is this curious nature which we call the moment lying between rest and motion, not being in any time, and into this and out of this what is in motion changes into rest, and what is at rest into motion. So it appears. And the one then, since it is at rest and also in motion, will change to either, for only in this way can it be in both. And in changing it changes in a moment, and when it is changing it will be in no time, and will not then be either in motion or at rest. It will not. And it will be in the same case in relation to the other changes, when it passes from being into cessation of being, or from not being into becoming, then it passes between certain states of motion and rest, and neither is nor is not, nor becomes nor is destroyed. Very true. And on the same principle, in the passage from one to many and from many to one, the one is neither one nor many, neither separated nor aggregated, and in the passage from like to unlike. And from unlike to like, it is neither like nor unlike, neither in a state of assimilation nor of dissimilation. And in the passage from small to great and equal and back again, it will be neither small nor great, nor equal, nor in a state of increase or diminution or equalization. True, all these then are the affections of the one if the one has being. Of course, but if one is, what will happen to the others? Is not that also to be considered? Yes. Let us show then, if one is, what will be the affections of the others than the one. Let us do so. Inasmuch as there are things other than the one, the others are not the one, for if they were they could not be other than the one. Very true. Nor are the others altogether without the one, but in a certain way they participate in the one. In what way? Because the others are other than the one inasmuch as they have parts, for if they had no parts they would be simply one. Right, and parts, as we affirm, have relation to a whole, so we say. And a whole must necessarily be one made up of many, and the parts will be parts of the one, for each of the parts is not a part of many, but of a whole. How do you mean? If anything were a part of many, being itself one of them, it will surely be a part of itself, which is impossible, and it will be a part of each one of the other parts, if of all. For if not a part of someone, it will be a part of all the others but this one, and thus will not be a part of each one. And if not a part of each one, it will not be a part of any one of the many, and not being a part of any one, it cannot be a part or anything else of all those things of none of which it is anything. Clearly not. Then the part is not a part of the many, nor of all, but is of a certain single form, which we call a whole, being one perfect unity framed out of all of this the part will be a part. Certainly. If then the others have parts, they will participate in the whole and in the one. True, then the others than the one must be one perfect whole, having parts. Certainly. And the same argument holds of each part, for the part must participate in the one. For if each of the parts is a part, this means, I suppose, that it is one separate from the rest and self-related, otherwise it is not each. True, but when we speak of the part participating in the one, it must clearly be other than one. For if not, it would not merely have participated, but would have been one, whereas only the itself can be one. Very true. Both the whole and the part must participate in the one, for the whole will be one whole, of which the parts will be parts, and each part will be one part of the whole, which is the whole of the part. True, and will not the things which participate in the one be other than it? Of course. And the things which are other than the one will be many. For if the things which are other than the one were neither one nor more than one, they would be nothing. True. But seeing that the things which participate in the one as a part, and in the one as a whole, are more than one, must not those very things which participate in the one be infinite in number? How so? Let us look at the matter thus. Is it not a fact that in partaking of the one they are not one, and do not partake of the one at the very time when they are partaking of it? Clearly. They do so then as multitudes in which the one is not present. Very true. And if we were to abstract from them in idea the very smallest fraction, must not that least fraction, if it does not partake of the one, be a multitude and not one? It must. And if we continue to look at the other side of their nature, regarded simply and in itself, will not they, as far as we see them, be unlimited in number? Certainly. And yet, when each several part becomes a part, then the parts have a limit in relation to the whole and to each other, and the whole in relation to the parts. Just so. The result to the others than the one is that the union of themselves and the one appears to create a new element in them which gives to them limitation in relation to one another, whereas in their own nature they have no limit. That is clear. Then the others than the one, both as whole and parts, are infinite and also partake of limit. Certainly. Then they are both like and unlike one another and themselves. How is that? inasmuch as they are unlimited in their own nature. They are all affected in the same way, true, and inasmuch as they all partake of limit, they are all affected in the same way, of course. But inasmuch as their state is both limited and unlimited, they are affected in opposite ways. Yes, and opposites are the most unlike of things, certainly. Considered then in regard to either one of their affections, they will be like themselves and one another. Considered in reference to both of them together, most opposed and most unlike. That appears to be true. Then the others are both like and unlike themselves and one another, true, and they are the same and also different from one another, and in motion and at rest, and experience every sort of opposite affection, as may be proved without difficulty of them, since they have been shown to have experienced the affections aforesaid. True. I.B.B. Suppose now that we leave the further discussion of these matters as evident, and consider again upon the hypothesis that the one is, whether opposite of all this is or is not equally true of the others, by all means. Then let us begin again and ask, if one is, what must be the affections of the others? Let us ask that question. Must not the one be distinct from the others and the others from the one? Why so? Why, because there is nothing else beside them which is distinct from both of them, for the expression one and the others includes all things. Yes, all things. Then we cannot suppose that there is anything different from them in which both the one and the others might exist. There is nothing. Then the one and the others are never in the same. True. Then they are separated from each other. Yes, and we surely cannot say that what is truly one has parts. Impossible. Then the one will not be in the others as a whole, nor as part, if it be separated from the others and has no parts. Impossible. Then there is no way in which the others can partake of the one, if they do not partake either in whole or in part, it would seem not. Then there is no way in which the others are one, or have in themselves any unity. There is not, nor are the others many, for if they were many, each part of them would be a part of the whole, but now the others, not partaking in any way of the one, are neither one nor many, nor whole nor part. True. Then the others neither are nor contain two or three if entirely deprived of the one. True. Then the others are neither like nor unlike the one, nor is likeness and unlikeness in them. For if they were like and unlike, or had in them likeness and unlikeness, they would have two natures in them opposite to one another. That is clear. But for that which partakes of nothing to partake of two things was held by us to be impossible. Impossible. Then the others are neither like nor unlike nor both, for if they were like or unlike, they would partake of one of those two natures, which would be one thing, and if they were both, they would partake of opposites, which would be two things, and this has been shown to be impossible. True. Therefore they are neither the same, nor other, nor in motion, nor at rest, nor in a state of becoming, nor of being destroyed, nor greater, nor less, nor equal. Nor have they experienced anything else of the sort, for if they are capable of experiencing any such affection, they will participate in 1 and 2 and 3, and odd and even, and in these, as has been proved, they do not participate, seeing that they are altogether and in every way devoid of the one. Very true. Therefore, if one is, the one is all things and also nothing, both in relation to itself and to other things. Certainly. Roman 2. Well, and ought we not to consider next what will be the consequence if the one is not? Yes, we ought. What is the meaning of the hypothesis if the one is not? Is there any difference between this and the hypothesis? If the not one is not, there is a difference, certainly. Is there a difference only, or rather are not the two expressions, if the one is not? And if the not one is not entirely opposed, they are entirely opposed. And suppose a person to say, if greatness is not, if smallness is not, or anything of that sort, does he not mean, whenever he uses such an expression, that what is not is other than other things, to be sure? And so when he says, if one is not, he clearly means that what is not is other than all others. We know what he means, do we not? Yes, we do. When he says one, he says something which is known, and secondly something which is other than all other things. It makes no difference whether he predicate of one being or not being, for that which is said not to be is known to be something all the same and is distinguished from other things. Certainly. Then I will begin again and ask, if one is not, what are the consequences? In the first place, as would appear, there is a knowledge of it, or the very meaning of the words, if one is not, would not be known, true. Secondly, the others differ from it, or it could not be described as different from the others. Certainly. Difference, then, belongs to it as well as knowledge, for in speaking of the one as different from the others, we do not speak of a difference in the others, but in the one. Clearly so. Moreover, the one that is not is something and partakes of relation to that, and this, and these, and the like, and is an attribute of this. For the one or the others than the one could not have been spoken of, nor could any attribute or relative of the one that is not have been or been spoken of, nor could it have been said to be anything if it did not partake of some, or of the other relations just now mentioned. True. Being, then, cannot be ascribed to the one, since it is not. But the one that is not may, or rather, must participate in many things, if it and nothing else is not. If, however, neither the one nor the one that is not is supposed not to be, and we are speaking of something of a different nature, we can predicate nothing of it. But supposing that the one that is not and nothing else is not, then it must participate in the predicate that, and in many others. Certainly. And it will have unlikeness in relation to the others, for the others being different from the one will be of a different kind. Certainly. And are not things of a different kind also other in kind of cause, and are not things other in kind unlike, they are unlike, and if they are unlike the one, that which they are unlike will clearly be unlike them, clearly so. Then the one will have unlikeness in respect of which the others are unlike it. That would seem to be true. And if unlikeness to other things is attributed to it, it must have likeness to itself. How so? If the one have unlikeness to one, something else must be meant, nor will the hypothesis relate to one, but it will relate to something other than one? Quite so. But that cannot be. No. Then the one must have likeness to itself. It must. Again, it is not equal to the others, for if it were equal, then it would at once be and be like them in virtue of the equality. But if one has no being, then it can neither be nor be like. It cannot. But since it is not equal to the others, neither can the others be equal to it. Certainly not. And things that are not equal are unequal. True. And they are unequal to an unequal, of course. Then the one partakes of inequality, and in respect of this the others are unequal to it. Very true, and inequality implies greatness and smallness. Yes, then the one, if of such a nature, has greatness and smallness. That appears to be true, and greatness and smallness always stand apart. True, then there is always something between them. There is. And can you think of anything else which is between them other than equality? No, it is equality which lies between them. Then that which has greatness and smallness also has equality, which lies between them. That is clear. Then the one which is not partakes, as would appear, of greatness and smallness and equality. Clearly. Further, it must surely in a sort partake of being. How so? It must be so, for if not, then we should not speak the truth in saying that the one is not. But if we speak the truth, clearly we must say what is. Am I not right? Yes. And since we affirm that we speak truly, we must also affirm that we say what is. Certainly. Then, as would appear, the one when it is not is. For if it were not to be when it is not, but 303 were to relinquish something of being, so as to become not being, it would at once be. Quite true. Then the one which is not, if it is to maintain itself, must have the being of not being as the bond of not being, just as being must have as a bond the not being of not being in order to perfect its own being. For the truest assertion of the being of being and of the not being of not being is when being partakes of the being of being, and not of the being of not being. That is, the perfection of being. And when not being does not partake of the not being of not being, but of the being of not being, that is the perfection of not being. Most true. Since then what is partakes of not being and what is not of being, must not the one also partake of being in order not to be? Certainly. Then the one, if it is not, clearly has being, clearly, and has not being also if it is not, of course. But can anything which is in a certain state not be in that state without changing? Impossible. Then everything which is and is not in a certain state implies change, certainly. And change is motion, we may say that. Yes, motion, and the one has been proved both to be and not to be. Yes, and therefore is and is not in the same state. Yes, thus the one that is not has been shown to have motion also, because it changes from being to not being. That appears to be true. But surely if it is nowhere among what is, as is the fact, since it is not, it cannot change from one place to another. Impossible. Then it cannot move by changing place. No. Nor can it turn on the same spot, for it nowhere touches the same, for the same is, and that which is not cannot be reckoned among things that are. It cannot. Then the one, if it is not, cannot turn in that in which it is not. No. Neither can the one, whether it is or is not, be altered into other than itself. For if it altered and became different from itself, then we could not be still speaking of the one, but of something else. True. But if the one neither suffers alteration, nor turns round in the same place, nor changes place, can it still be capable of motion? Impossible. Now that which is unmoved must surely be at rest, and that which is at rest must stand still. Certainly. Then the one that is not stands still and is also in motion. That seems to be true. But if it be in motion, it must necessarily undergo alteration, for anything which is moved, in so far as it is moved, is no longer in the same state, but in another. Yes, then the one being moved is altered. Yes, and further, if not moved in any way, it will not be altered in any way. No. Then, in so far as the one that is not is moved, it is altered, but in so far as it is not moved, it is not altered, right? Then the one that is not is altered and is not altered. That is clear. And must not that which is altered become other than it previously was, and lose its former state and be destroyed? But that which is not altered can neither come into being nor be destroyed. Very true. And the one that is not, being altered, becomes and is destroyed, and not being altered, neither becomes nor is destroyed. And so the one that is not becomes and is destroyed, and neither becomes nor is destroyed. True. Roman 2b. And now, let us go back once more to the beginning and see whether these or some other consequences will follow. Let us do as you say. If one is not, we ask what will happen in respect of one. That is the question. Yes. Do not the words is not signify absence of being in that to which we apply them? Just so. And when we say that a thing is not, do we mean that it is not in one way but is in another? Or do we mean absolutely that what is not has in no sort or way or kind participation of being? Quite absolutely. Then that which is not cannot be or in any way participate in being? It cannot. And did we not mean by becoming and being destroyed the assumption of being and the loss of being? Nothing else. And can that which has no participation in being either assume or lose being? Impossible. The one then, since it in no way is, cannot have or lose or assume being in any way. True. Then the one that is not, since it in no way partakes of being, neither perishes nor becomes. No. Then it is not altered at all, for if it were it would become and be destroyed. True, but if it be not altered, it cannot be moved. Certainly not. Nor can we say that it stands if it is nowhere. For that which stands must always be in one and the same spot, of course. Then we must say that the one which is not never stands still and never moves. Neither. Nor is there any existing thing which can be attributed to it, for if there had been, it would partake of being. That is clear. And therefore neither smallness nor greatness nor equality can be attributed to it, no, nor yet likeness nor difference, either in relation to itself or to others, clearly not. Well, and if nothing should be attributed to it, can other things be attributed to it? Certainly not, and therefore other things can neither be like or unlike, the same or different in relation to it. They cannot. Nor can what is not be anything, or be this thing, or be related to or the attribute of this or that or other, or be past, present, or future. Nor can knowledge or opinion or perception or expression or name or any other thing that is, have any concern with it? No. Then the one that is not has no condition of any kind. Such appears to be the conclusion. Roman 2. Yet once more, if one is not, what becomes of the others? Let us determine that. Yes, let us determine that. The others must surely be, for if they like the one were not, we could not be now speaking of them. True, but to speak of the others implies difference. The terms other and different are synonymous. True, other means other than other, and different, different from the different. Yes, then if there are to be others, there is something than which they will be other, certainly. And what can that be? For if the one is not, they will not be other than the one. They will not. Then they will be other than each other, for the only remaining alternative is that they are other than nothing. True, and they are each other than one another, as being plural and not singular. For if one is not, they cannot be singular, but every particle of them is infinite in number. And even if a person takes that which appears to be the smallest fraction, this, which seemed one, in a moment evanesces into many, as in a dream, and from being the smallest becomes very great, in comparison with the fractions into which it is split up. Very true. And in such particles the others will be other than one another, if others are and the one is not. Exactly. And will there not be many particles, each appearing to be one but not being one if one is not? True. And it would seem that number can be predicated of them if each of them appears to be one, though it is really many. It can. And there will seem to be odd and even among them, which will also have no reality. If one is not, yes. And there will appear to be a least among them, and even this will seem large and manifold in comparison with the many small fractions which are contained in it. Certainly. And each particle will be imagined to be equal to the many and little, for it could not have appeared to pass from the greater to the less without having appeared to arrive at the middle, and thus would arise the appearance of equality. Yes, and having neither beginning, middle, nor end. Each separate particle yet appears to have a limit in relation to itself and other. How so? Because when a person conceives of any one of these as such, prior to the beginning another beginning appears, and there is another end, remaining after the end, and in the middle truer middles within but smaller, because no unity can be conceived of any of them, since the one is not. Very true. And so all being, whatever we think of, must be broken up into fractions. For a particle will have to be conceived of without unity. Certainly. And such being when seen indistinctly and at a distance, appears to be one. But when seen near and with keen intellect, every single thing appears to be infinite, since it is deprived of the one which is not, nothing more certain. Then each of the others must appear to be infinite and finite, and one and many, if others than the one exist and not the one. They must. Then will they not appear to be like and unlike? In what way? Just as in a picture things appear to be all one to a person standing at a distance, and to be in the same state and alike. True, but when you approach them, they appear to be many and different, and because of the appearance of the difference, different in kind from and unlike themselves. True, and so must the particles appear to be like and unlike themselves and each other. Certainly, and must they not be the same and yet different from one another, and in contact with themselves, although they are separated, and having every sort of motion and every sort of rest, and becoming and being destroyed, and in neither state, and the like, all which things may be easily enumerated, if the one is not and the many are. Most true. Roman 2, bb. Once more, let us go back to the beginning, and ask if the one is not, and the others of the one are, what will follow. Let us ask that question. In the first place, the others will not be one. Impossible. Nor will they be many, for if they were many one would be contained in them. But if no one of them is one, all of them are not, and therefore they will not be many. True, if there be no one in the others are neither many nor one. They are not, nor do they appear either as one or many. Why not? Because the others have no sort or manner or way of communion with any sort of not being, nor can anything which is not be connected with any of the others. For that which is not has no parts. True, nor is there an opinion or any appearance of not being in connection with the others, nor is not being ever in any way attributed to the others. No, then if one is not, there is no conception of any of the others either as one or many, for you cannot conceive the many without the one. You cannot. Then if one is not, the others neither are, nor can be conceived to be either one or many. It would seem not, nor as like or unlike, no, nor as the same or different, nor in contact or separation, nor in any of those states which we enumerated as appearing to be. The others neither are nor appear to be any of these if one is not true. Then may we not sum up the argument in a word and say truly, if one is not, then nothing is, certainly. Let thus much be said, and further let us affirm what seems to be the truth, that whether one is or is not, one and the others in relation to themselves and one another, all of them in every way are and are not, and appear to be and appear not to be. Most true. Theaetetus Introduction and Analysis. Some dialogues of Plato are of so various a character that their relation to the other dialogues cannot be determined with any degree of certainty. The Theaetetus, like the Parmenides, has points of similarity both with his earlier and his later writings. The perfection of style, the humor, the dramatic interest, the complexity of structure, the fertility of illustration, the shifting of the points of view are characteristic of his best period of authorship. The vain search, the negative conclusion, the figure of the midwives, the constant profession of ignorance on the part of Socrates, also bear the stamp of the early dialogues, in which the original Socrates is not yet Platonized. Had we no other indications, we should be disposed to range the Theaetetus with the Apology and the Phaedrus, and perhaps even with the Protagoras and the Laches. But when we pass from the style to an examination of the subject, we trace a connection with the later rather than with the earlier dialogues. In the first place, there is the connection, indicated by Plato himself at the end of the dialogue, with the sophist, to which in many respects the Theaetetus is so little akin. 1. The same persons reappear, including the younger Socrates, whose name is just mentioned in the Theaetetus, 147c. 2. The theory of rest, which at 183d Socrates has declined to consider, is resumed by the Eleatic stranger. 3. There is a similar allusion in both dialogues to the meeting of Parmenides and Socrates. Theaetetus, 183e, Sophist, 217, and 4. The inquiry into not being in the Sophist supplements the question of false opinion which is raised in the Theaetetus. Compare also Theaetetus 168a 210 and Sophist 230b, Theaetetus 174d e and Sophist 227a, Theaetetus 188e and Sophist 237d, Theaetetus 179a and Sophist 233b, Theaetetus 172d, Sophist 253c, for parallel turns of thought. Secondly, the later date of the dialogue is confirmed by the absence of the doctrine of recollection and of any doctrine of ideas except that which derives them from generalization and from reflection of the mind upon itself. The general character of the Theaetetus is dialectical, and there are traces of the same Megarian influences which appear in the Parmenides, and which later writers, in their matter-of-fact way, have explained by the residence of Plato at Megara. Socrates disclaims the character of a professional eristic, 164c, and also, with a sort of ironical admiration, expresses his inability to attain the Megarian precision in the use of terms, 197a. Yet he too employs a similar sophistical skill in overturning every conceivable theory of knowledge. The direct indications of a date amount to no more than this. The conversation is said to have taken place when Theaetetus was a youth, and shortly before the death of Socrates. At the time of his own death, he is supposed to be a full-grown man. allowing 9 or 10 years for the interval between youth and manhood, the dialogue could not have been written earlier than 390, when Plato was about 39 years of age. No more definite date is indicated by the engagement in which Theaetetus is said to have fallen or to have been wounded, and which may have taken place any time during the Corinthian War, between the years 390–387. The later date, which has been suggested, 369, when the Athenians and Lacedaemonians disputed the isthmus with Epaminondas, would make the age of Theaetetus at his death 45 or 46. This a little impairs the beauty of Socrates' remark that he would be a great man if he lived. In this uncertainty about the place of the Theaetetus, it seemed better, as in the case of the Republic, Timaeus, Critias, to retain the order in which Plato himself has arranged this and the two companion dialogues. We cannot exclude the possibility, which has been already noticed in reference to other works of Plato, that the Theaetetus may not have been all written continuously, or the probability that the Sophist and Politicus, which differ greatly in style, were only appended after a long interval of time. The allusion to Parmenides at 183 compared with Sophist 217 would probably imply that the dialogue which is called by his name was already in existence, unless, indeed, we suppose the passage in which the allusion occurs to have been inserted afterwards. Again, the Theaetetus may be connected with the Gorgias, either dialogue from different points of view containing an analysis of the real and apparent Schleiermacher, and both may be brought into relation with the Apology as illustrating the personal life of Socrates. The Philebus, too, may with equal reason be placed either after or before what, in the language of Thrasyllus, may be called the second Platonic trilogy. Both the Parmenides and the Sophist, and still more the Theaetetus, have points of affinity with the Cratylus, in which the principles of rest and motion are again contrasted, and the sophistical or Protagorean theory of language is opposed to that which is attributed to the disciple of Heraclitus, not to speak of lesser resemblances in thought and language. The Parmenides, again, has been thought by some to hold an intermediate position between the Theaetetus and the Sophist. Upon this view, Sophist 250 following may be regarded as the answer to the problems about one and being which have been raised in the Parmenides. Any of these arrangements may suggest new views to the student of Plato. None of them can lay claim to an exclusive probability in its favor. The Theaetetus is one of the narrated dialogues of Plato, and is the only one which is supposed to have been written down. In a short introductory scene, Euclides and Terpsion are described as meeting before the door of Euclides' house in Megara. This may have been a spot familiar to Plato, for Megara was within a walk of Athens, but no importance can be attached to the accidental introduction of the founder of the Megarian philosophy. The real intention of the preface is to create an interest about the person of Theaetetus, who has just been carried up from the army at Corinth in a dying state. The expectation of his death recalls the promise of his youth, and especially the famous conversation which Socrates had with him when he was quite young, a few days before his own trial and death, as we are once more reminded at the end of the dialogue. Yet we may observe that Plato has himself forgotten this. When he represents Euclides as from time to time coming to Athens and correcting the copy from Socrates' own mouth, the narrative, having introduced Theaetetus and having guaranteed the authenticity of the dialogue, compare Symposium, Phaedo, Parmenides, is then dropped. No further use is made of the device, as Plato himself remarks, who in this as in some other minute points is imitated by Cicero der Amicitia, c. 1, the interlocutory words are omitted. Theaetetus, the hero of the Battle of Corinth and of the dialogue, is a disciple of Theodorus, the great geometrician, whose whose science is thus indicated to be the propedeutic to philosophy. An interest has been already excited about him by his approaching death, and now he is introduced to us anew by the praises of his master Theodorus. He is a youthful Socrates, and exhibits the same contrast of the fair soul and the ungainly face and frame, the Silenus mask and the god within, which are described in the Symposium. The picture which Theodorus gives of his courage and patience and intelligence and modesty is verified in the course of the dialogue. His courage is shown by his behavior in the battle, and his other qualities shine forth as the argument proceeds. Socrates takes an evident delight in the wise Theaetetus, who has more in him than many bearded men. He is quite inspired by his answers. At first the youth is lost in wonder, and is almost too modest to speak, 151e, but encouraged by Socrates, he rises to the occasion, and grows full of interest and enthusiasm about the great question. Like a youth, 162d, he has not finally made up his mind, and is very ready to follow the lead of Socrates, and to enter into each successive phase of the discussion which turns up. His great dialectical talent is shown in his power of drawing distinctions, 163e, and of foreseeing the consequences of his own answers, 154d. The inquiry about the nature of knowledge is not new to him. Long ago he has felt the pang of philosophy, and has experienced the youthful intoxication which is depicted in the Philebus, 15. But he has hitherto been unable to make the transition from mathematics to metaphysics. He can form a general conception of square and oblong numbers, 148, but he is unable to attain a similar expression of knowledge in the abstract. Yet at length, 185, he begins to recognize that there are universal conceptions of being, likeness, sameness, number, which the mind contemplates in herself, and with the help of Socrates is conducted from a theory of sense to a theory of ideas. There is no reason to doubt that Theaetetus was a real person, whose name survived in the next generation. But neither can any importance be attached to the notices of him in Suidas and Proclus, which are probably based on the mention of him in Plato. According to a confused statement in Suidas, who mentions him twice over, first as a pupil of Socrates, and then of Plato, he is said to have written the first work on the five solids. But no early authority cites the work, the invention of which may have been easily suggested by the division of roots, which Plato attributes to him, and the allusion to the backward state of solid geometry in the Republic, Romans 7, 528b. At any rate, there is no occasion to recall him to life again after the Battle of Corinth, in order that we may allow time for the completion of such a work, Mula. We may also remark that such a supposition entirely destroys the pathetic interest of the introduction. Theodorus, the geometrician, had once been the friend and disciple of Protagoras, but he is very reluctant to leave his retirement and defend his old master. He is too old to learn Socrates' game of question and answer, and prefers the digressions to the main argument, because he finds them easier to follow. The mathematician, as Socrates says in the Republic, is not capable of giving a reason in the same manner as the dialectician, Romans 7, 531d, e, and Theodorus could not therefore have been appropriately introduced as the chief respondent. But he may be fairly appealed to when the honor of his master is at stake. He is the guardian of his orphans, although this is a responsibility which he wishes to throw upon Callias, the friend and patron of all sophists, declaring that he himself had early run away from philosophy and was absorbed in mathematics. His extreme dislike to the Heraclitean fanatics, which may be compared with the dislike of Theaetetus, 155e, to the materialists, and his ready acceptance of the noble words of Socrates, 175, 176 are noticeable traits of character. The Socrates of the Theaetetus is the same as the Socrates of the earlier dialogues. He is the invincible disputant, now advanced in years. Of the Protagoras and Symposium, he is still pursuing his divine mission, his Herculean labors, of which he has described the origin in the Apology, and he still hears the voice of his oracle, bidding him receive or not receive the truant souls. There he is supposed to have a mission to convict men of self-conceit. In the Theaetetus, he has assigned to him by God the functions of a man-midwife, who delivers men of their thoughts. And under this character, he is present throughout the dialogue. He is the true prophet who has an insight into the natures of men and can divine their future, 142c, and he knows that sympathy is the secret power which unlocks their thoughts. The hit at Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who was specially committed to his charge in the lashes, may be remarked by the way. The attempt to discover the definition of knowledge is in accordance with the character of Socrates as he is described in the Memorabilia, asking what is justice, what is temperance, and the like, but there is no reason to suppose that he would have analyzed the nature of perception or traced the connection of Protagoras and Heraclitus, or have raised the difficulty respecting false opinion. The humorous illustrations, as well as the serious thoughts, run through the dialogue. The snub-nosedness of Theaetetus, a characteristic which he shares with Socrates, and the man-midwifery of Socrates are not forgotten in the closing words. At the end of the dialogue, as in the Euthyphro, he is expecting to meet Meletus at the porch of the king Archon, but with the same indifference to the result which is everywhere displayed by him, he proposes that they shall reassemble on the following day at the same spot. The day comes, and in the Sophist the three friends again meet, but no further allusion is made to the trial, and the principal share in the argument is assigned, not to Socrates, but to an eletic stranger. The youthful Theaetetus also plays a different and less independent part, and there is no allusion in the introduction to the second and third dialogues, which are afterwards appended. There seems, therefore, reason to think that there is a real change, both in the characters and in the design. The dialogue is an inquiry into the nature of knowledge, which is interrupted by two digressions. The first is the digression about the midwives, which is also a leading thought or continuous image, like the wave in the Republic, appearing and reappearing at intervals. Again and again, we are reminded that the successive conceptions of knowledge are extracted from Theaetetus, who in his turn truly declares that Socrates has got a great deal more out of him than ever was in him. Socrates is never weary of working out the image in humorous details, discerning the symptoms of labor, carrying the child round the hearth, fearing that Theaetetus will bite him, comparing his conceptions to wind eggs, asserting an hereditary right to the occupation. There is also a serious side to the image, which is an apt similitude of the Socratic theory of education. Compare Republic Roman 7 518d, Sophist 230, and accords with the ironical spirit in which the wisest of men delights to speak of himself. The other digression is the famous contrast of the lawyer and philosopher. This is a sort of landing place or break in the middle of the dialogue. At the commencement of a great discussion, the reflection naturally arises, how happy are they who, like the philosopher, have time for such discussions. Compare Republic v. 450. There is no reason for the introduction of such a digression, nor is a reason always needed, any more than for the introduction of an episode in a poem, or of a topic in conversation. That which is given by Socrates is quite sufficient, viz., that the philosopher may talk and write as he pleases, but though not very closely connected, neither is the digression out of keeping with the rest of the dialogue. The philosopher naturally desires to pour forth the thoughts which are always present to him, and to discourse of the higher life. The idea of knowledge, although hard to be defined, is realized in the life of philosophy. And the contrast is the favorite antithesis between the world, in the various characters of sophist, lawyer, statesman, speaker, and the philosopher, between opinion and knowledge, between the conventional and the true. The greater part of the dialogue is devoted to setting up and throwing down definitions of science and knowledge, proceeding from the lower to the higher by 3 stages, in which perception, opinion, reasoning are successively examined. We first get rid of the confusion of the idea of knowledge and specific kinds of knowledge, a confusion which has been already noticed in the Lyces, Lashes, Meno, and other dialogues. In the infancy of logic, a form of thought has to be invented before the content can be filled up. We cannot define knowledge until the nature of definition has been ascertained. Having succeeded in making his meaning plain, Socrates proceeds to analyze 1. The first definition which Theaetetus proposes. Knowledge is sensible perception. This is speedily identified with the Protagorean saying, "Man is the measure of all things." And of this again the foundation is discovered in the perpetual flux of Heraclitus. The relativeness of sensation is then developed at length, and for a moment the definition appears to be accepted. But soon the Protagorean thesis is pronounced to be suicidal, for the adversaries of Protagoras are as good a measure as he is, and they deny his doctrine. He is then supposed to reply that the perception may be true at any given instant, but the reply is in the end shown to be inconsistent with the Heraclitean foundation on which the doctrine has been affirmed to rest. For if the Heraclitean flux is extended to every sort of change in every instant of time, how can any thought or word be detained even for an instant? Sensible perception, like everything else, is tumbling to pieces. Nor can Protagoras himself maintain that one man is as good as another in his knowledge of the future, and the expedient, if not the just and true, belongs to the sphere of the future. And so we must ask again, what is knowledge? The comparison of sensations with one another implies a principle which is above sensation, and which resides in the mind itself. We are thus led to look for knowledge in a higher sphere, and accordingly Theaetetus, when again interrogated, replies too that knowledge is true opinion. But how is false opinion possible? The Megarian or eristic spirit within us revives the question, which has been already asked and indirectly answered in the Meno. How can a man be ignorant of that which he knows? No answer is given to this not unanswerable question. The comparison of the mind to a block of wax or to a decoy of birds is found wanting. But are we not inverting the natural order in looking for opinion before we have found knowledge? And knowledge is not true opinion, for the Athenian dicasts have true opinion but not knowledge. What then is knowledge? We answer 3. True opinion, with definition or explanation. But all the different ways in which this statement may be understood are set aside, like the definitions of courage in the Lashes, or of friendship in the Lyces, or of temperance in the Charmides. At length we arrive at the conclusion, in which nothing is concluded. There are 2 special difficulties which beset the student of the Theaetetus. 1. He is uncertain how far he can trust Plato's account of the theory of Protagoras, and he is also uncertain, 2. How far, and in what parts of the dialogue, Plato is expressing his own opinion. The dramatic character of the work renders the answer to both these questions difficult. 1. In reply to the first, we have only probabilities to offer. 3 main points have to be decided. A. Would Protagoras have identified his own thesis, man is the measure of all things, with the other, all knowledge is sensible perception? B. Would he have based the relativity of knowledge on the Heraclitean flux? C. Would he have asserted the absoluteness of sensation at each instant? Of the work of Protagoras on truth, we know nothing. With the exception of the 2 famous fragments which are cited in this dialogue, man is the measure of all things, and whether there are gods or not I cannot tell. nor have we any other trustworthy evidence of the tenets of Protagoras or of the sense in which his words are used. For later writers, including Aristotle in his Metaphysics, have mixed up the Protagoras of Plato, as they have the Socrates of Plato, with the real person. Returning then to the Theaetetus, as the only possible source from which an answer to these questions can be obtained, we may remark that Plato had the truth of Protagoras before him and frequently refers to the book. He seems to say expressly that in this work the doctrine of the Heraclitean flux was not to be found. He told the real truth, not in the book, which is so entitled, but privately to his disciples. Words which imply that the connection between the doctrines of Protagoras and Heraclitus was not generally recognized in Greece, but was really discovered or invented by Plato. On the other hand, the doctrine that man is the measure of all things is expressly identified by Socrates with the other statement, that what appears to each man is to him, and a reference is made to the books in which the statement occurs. This Theaetetus, who has often read the books, is supposed to acknowledge 152a, so Cratylus 385e, and Protagoras in the speech attributed to him never says that he has been misunderstood. At 166c, he rather seems to imply that the absoluteness of sensation at each instant was to be found in his words. Compare 158e. He is only indignant at the reductio ad absurdum devised by Socrates for his Homo Mensuara, which Theodorus also considers to be really too bad. The question may be raised, how far Plato in the Theaetetus could have misrepresented Protagoras without violating the laws of dramatic probability? Could he have pretended to cite from a well-known writing what was not to be found there? But such a shadowy inquiry is not worth pursuing further. We need only remember that in the criticism which follows of the thesis of Protagoras, we are criticizing the Protagoras of Plato, and not attempting to draw a precise line between his real sentiments and those which Plato has attributed to him. 2. The other difficulty is a more subtle, and also a more important one, because bearing on the general character of the Platonic dialogues. On a first reading of them, we are apt to imagine that the truth is only spoken by Socrates, who is never guilty of a fallacy himself, and is the great detector of the errors and fallacies of others, but this natural presumption is disturbed by the discovery that the sophists are sometimes in the right and Socrates in the wrong. Like the hero of a novel, he is not to be supposed always to represent the sentiments of the author. There are few modern readers who do not side with Protagoras, rather than with Socrates, in the dialogue which is called by his name. The Cratylus presents a similar difficulty. In his etymologies, as in the number of the state, we cannot tell how far Socrates is serious, for the Socratic irony will not allow him to distinguish between his real and his assumed wisdom. No one is the superior of the invincible Socrates in argument, except in the first part of the Parmenides, where he is introduced as a youth, but he is by no means supposed to be in possession of the whole truth. Arguments are often put into his mouth. Compare Introduction to the Gorgias, which must have seemed quite as untenable to Plato as to a modern writer. In this dialogue, a great part of the answer of Protagoras is just and sound. Remarks are made by him on verbal criticism, and on the importance of understanding an opponent's meaning, which are conceived in the true spirit of philosophy, and the distinction which he is supposed to draw between eristic and dialectic, 167, 168, is really a criticism of Plato on himself and his own criticism of Protagoras. The difficulty seems to arise from not attending to the dramatic character of the writings of Plato. There are two or more sides to questions, and these are parted among the different speakers. Sometimes one view or aspect of a question is made to predominate over the rest, as in the Gorgias or Sophist, but in other dialogues truth is divided, as in the Laches and Protagoras, and the interest of the piece consists in the contrast of opinions. The confusion caused by the irony of Socrates, who, if he is true to his character, cannot say anything of his own knowledge, is increased by the circumstance that in the Theaetetus and some other dialogues he is occasionally playing both parts himself, and even charging his own arguments with unfairness. In the Theaetetus, he is designedly held back from arriving at a conclusion, for we cannot suppose that Plato conceived a definition of knowledge to be impossible. But this is his manner of approaching and surrounding a question. The lights which he throws on his subject are indirect, but they are not the less real for that. He has no intention of proving a thesis by a cut-and-dried argument, nor does he imagine that a great philosophical problem can be tied up within the limits of a definition. If he has analyzed a proposition or notion, even with the severity of an impossible logic, if half-truths have been compared by him with other half-truths, if he has cleared up or advanced popular ideas or illustrated a new method, his aim has been sufficiently accomplished. The writings of Plato belong to an age in which the power of analysis had outrun the means of knowledge, and through a spurious use of dialectic, the distinctions which had been already won from the void and formless infinite seemed to be rapidly returning to their original chaos. The two great speculative philosophies, which a century earlier had so deeply impressed the mind of Hellas, were now degenerating into eristic. The contemporaries of Plato and Socrates were vainly trying to find new combinations of them, or to transfer them from the object to the subject. The Megarians, in their first attempts to attain a several logic, were making knowledge impossible. Compare Theaetetus 202. They were asserting the one good under many names, and like the Cynics, seemed to have denied predication, while the Cynics themselves were depriving virtue of all which made virtue desirable in the eyes of Socrates and Plato. And besides these, we find mention in the later writings of Plato, especially in the Theaetetus, Sophist, and Laws, of certain impenetrable godless persons who will not believe what they cannot hold in their hands, and cannot be approached in argument because they cannot argue. Theaetetus 155e, Sophist 246a. No school of Greek philosophers exactly answers to these persons, in whom Plato may perhaps have blended some features of the atomists with the vulgar materialistic tendencies of mankind in general. Compare Introduction to the Sophist. And not only was there a conflict of opinions, but the stage which the mind had reached presented other difficulties hardly intelligible to us, who live in a different cycle of human thought. All times of mental progress are times of confusion. We only see, or rather seem to see things clearly, when they have been long fixed and defined. In the age of Plato, the limits of the world of imagination and of pure abstraction, of the old world and the new, were not yet fixed. The Greeks in the 4th century before Christ had no words for subject and object and no distinct conception of them, yet they were always hovering about the question involved in them. The analysis of sense and the analysis of thought were equally difficult to them, and hopelessly confused by the attempt to solve them, not through an appeal to facts, but by the help of general theories respecting the nature of the universe. Plato, in his Theaetetus, gathers up the skeptical tendencies of his age and compares them, but he does not seek to reconstruct out of them a theory of knowledge. The time at which such a theory could be framed had not yet arrived, for there was no measure of experience with which the ideas swarming in men's minds could be compared. The meaning of the word science could scarcely be explained to them, except from the mathematical sciences, which alone offered the type of universality and certainty. philosophy was becoming more and more vacant and abstract, and not only the Platonic ideas and the elitic being, but all abstractions seemed to be at variance with sense and at war with one another. The want of the Greek mind in the 4th century before Christ was not another theory of rest or motion, or being or atoms, but rather a philosophy which could free the mind from the power of abstractions and alternatives, and show how far rest and how far motion, how far the universal principle of being and the multitudinous principle of atoms entered into the composition of the world, which could distinguish between the true and false analogy, and allow the negative as well as the positive a place in human thought. To such a philosophy, Plato, in the Theaetetus, offers many contributions. He has followed philosophy into the region of mythology and pointed out the similarities of opposing phases of thought. He has also shown that extreme abstractions are self-destructive and indeed hardly distinguishable from one another. But his intention is not to unravel the whole subject of knowledge, if this had been possible, and several times in the course of the dialogue he rejects explanations of knowledge which have germs of truth in them, as, for example, the resolution of the compound into the simple, or right opinion with a mark of difference. Terpsion, who has come to Megara from the country, is described as having looked in vain for Euclides in the Agora. The latter explains that he has been down to the harbor, and on his way thither had met Theaetetus, who was being carried up from the army to Athens. He was scarcely alive, for he had been badly wounded at the Battle of Corinth, and had taken the dysentery which prevailed in the camp. The mention of his condition suggests the reflection, what a loss he will be. Yes, indeed, replies Euclid. Only just now I was hearing of his noble conduct in the battle. That I should expect, but why did he not remain at Megara? I wanted him to remain, but he would not, so I went with him as far as Erineum, and as I parted from him, I remembered that Socrates had seen him when he was a youth and had a remarkable conversation with him not long before his own death, and he then prophesied of him that he would be a great man if he lived. How true that has been, how like all that Socrates said and could. You repeat the conversation, not from memory, but I took notes when I returned home, which I afterwards filled up at leisure, and got Socrates to correct them from time to time when I came to Athens. Terpsion had long intended to ask for a sight of this writing, of which he had already heard. They are both tired and agree to rest and have the conversation read to them by a servant. Here is the roll, Terpsion. I need only observe that I have omitted, for the sake of convenience, the interlocutory words, said I, said he, and that Theaetetus and Theodorus, the geometrician of Cyrene, are the persons with whom Socrates is conversing. Socrates begins by asking Theodorus whether, in his visit to Athens, he has found any Athenian youth likely to attain distinction in science. Yes, Socrates, there is one very remarkable youth with whom I have become acquainted. He is no beauty, and therefore you need not imagine that I am in love with him. And to say the truth, he is very like you, for he has a snub nose and projecting eyes, although these features are not so marked in him as in you. He combines the most various qualities, quickness, patience, courage, and he is gentle as well as wise, always silently flowing on like a river of oil. Look, he is the middle one of those who are entering the palaestra. Socrates, who does not know his name, recognizes him as the son of Euphronius, who was himself a good man and a rich. He is informed by Theodorus that the youth is named Theaetetus, but the property of his father has disappeared in the hands of trustees. This does not, however, prevent him from adding liberality to his other virtues. At the desire of Socrates, he invites Theaetetus to sit by them. Yes, says Socrates, that I may see in you, Theaetetus, the image of my ugly self, as Theodorus declares. Not that his remark is of any importance, for though he is a philosopher, he is not a painter, and therefore he is no judge of our faces, but as he is a man of science, he may be a judge of our intellects. And if he were to praise the mental endowments of either of us, in that case the hearer of the eulogy ought to examine into what he says, and the subject should not refuse to be examined. Theaetetus consents and is caught in a trap. Compare the similar trap which is laid for Theodorus at 166-168 D. Then, Theaetetus, you will have to be examined, for Theodorus has been praising you in a style of which I never heard the like. He was only jesting. Nay, that is not his way, and I cannot allow you on that pretense to retract the assent which you have already given, or I shall make Theodorus repeat your praises and swear to them. Theaetetus, in reply, professes that he is willing to be examined, and Socrates begins by asking him what he learns of Theodorus. He is himself anxious to learn anything of anybody, and now he has a little question to which he wants Theaetetus or Theodorus, or whichever of the company would not be donkey to the rest to find an answer. Without further preface, but at the same time apologizing for his eagerness, he asks, "What is knowledge?" Theodorus is too old to answer questions and begs him to interrogate Theaetetus, who has the advantage of youth. Theaetetus replies, "That knowledge is what he learns of Theodorus, i.e., geometry and arithmetic, and that there are other kinds of knowledge, shoemaking, carpentering, and the like." But Socrates rejoins that this answer contains too much and also too little. For although Theaetetus has enumerated several kinds of knowledge, he has not explained the common nature of them, as if he had been asked, "What is clay?" And instead of saying, "Clay is moistened earth," he had answered, "There is one clay of image makers, another of potters, another of oven makers." Theaetetus at once divines that Socrates means him to extend to all kinds of knowledge the same process of generalization which he has already learned to apply to arithmetic. For he has discovered a division of numbers into square numbers, 4, 9, 16, etc., which are composed of equal factors, and represent figures which have equal sides, and oblong numbers 3, 5, 6, 7, etc., which are composed of unequal factors, and represent figures which have unequal sides. But he has never succeeded in attaining a similar conception of knowledge, though he has often tried, and, when this and similar questions were brought to him from Socrates, has been sorely distressed by them. Socrates explains to him that he is in labor, for men as well as women have pangs of labor, and both at times require the assistance of midwives. And he, Socrates, is a midwife, although this is a secret. He has inherited the art from his mother Bold and Bluff, and he ushers into light not children but the thoughts of men. Like the midwives who are past bearing children, he too can have no offspring. The god will not allow him to bring anything into the world of his own. He also reminds Theaetetus that the midwives are or ought to be the only matchmakers. This is the preparation for a biting jest. 151b. For those who reap the fruit are most likely to know on what soil the plants will grow. But respectable midwives avoid this department of practice. They do not want to be called procuresses. There are some other differences between the two sorts of pregnancy. For women do not bring into the world at one time real children, and at another time idols which are with difficulty distinguished from them. At first, says Socrates in his character of the man-midwife, my patients are barren and stolid, but after a while they round apace if the gods are propitious to them, and this is due not to me but to themselves. I and the god only assist in bringing their ideas to the birth. Many of them have left me too soon, and the result has been that they have produced abortions, or when I have delivered them of children they have lost them by an ill bringing up, and have ended by seeing themselves, as others see them, to be great fools. Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, is one of these, and there have been others. The truants often return to me and beg to be taken back, and then if my familiar allows me, which is not always the case, I receive them. And they begin to grow again. There come to me also those who have nothing in them, and have no need of my art, and I am their matchmaker, see above, and marry them to Prodicus or some other inspired sage who is likely to suit them. I tell you this long story because I suspect that you are in labor. Come then to me, who am a midwife and the son of a midwife, and I will deliver you. And do not bite me as the women do if I abstract your firstborn, for I am acting out of goodwill towards you. The God who is within me is the friend of man, though he will not allow me to dissemble the truth. Once more then, Theaetetus, I repeat my old question. What is knowledge? Take courage, and by the help of God you will discover an answer. My answer is that knowledge is perception. That is the theory of Protagoras, who has another way of expressing the same thing when he says, man is the measure of all things. He was a very wise man, and we should try to understand him. In order to illustrate his meaning, let me suppose that there is the same wind blowing in our faces, and one of us may be hot and the other cold. How is this? Protagoras will reply that the wind is hot to him who is cold, cold to him who is hot. And his means appears, and when you say appears to him, that means he feels. Thus feeling, appearance, perception coincide with being. I suspect, however, that this was only a façon de parler by which he imposed on the common herd like you and me. He told the truth in allusion to the title of his book, which was called The Truth in Secret to his disciples. For he was really a votary of that famous philosophy in which all things are said to be relative. Nothing is great or small, or heavy or light, or one, but all is in motion and mixture and transition and flux and generation, not being, as we ignorantly affirm, but becoming. This has been the doctrine, not of Protagoras only, but of all philosophers, with the single exception of Parmenides, Empedocles, Heraclitus, and others, and all the poets, with Epicharmus, the king of comedy, and Homer, the king of tragedy, at their head, have said the same. The latter has these words, ocean, whence the gods sprang, and mother Tethys. And many arguments are used to show that motion is the source of life and rest of death. Fire and warmth are produced by friction, and living creatures owe their origin to a similar cause. The bodily frame is preserved by exercise and destroyed by indolence, and if the sun ceased to move, chaos would come again. Now apply this doctrine of all is motion to the senses, and first of all to the sense of sight. The color of white, or any other color, is neither in the eyes nor out of them, but ever in motion between the object and the eye, and varying in the case of every percipient. All is relative, and as the followers of Protagoras remark, endless contradictions arise when we deny this. E.g., here are 6 dice. They are more than 4 and less than 12. More and also less, would you not say? Yes, but Protagoras will retort, can anything be more or less without addition or subtraction? I should say no if I were not afraid of contradicting my former answer. And if you say yes, the tongue will escape conviction, but not the mind, as Euripides would say. True, the thoroughbred sophists, who know all that can be known, would have a sparring match over this, but you and I, who have no professional pride, want only to discover whether our ideas are clear and consistent. And we cannot be wrong in saying, first, that nothing can be greater or less while remaining equal. Secondly, that there can be no becoming greater or less without addition or subtraction. Thirdly, that what is and was not cannot be without having become. But then how is this reconcilable with the case of the dice and with similar examples? That is the question. I am often perplexed and amazed, Socrates, by these difficulties. That is because you are a philosopher, for philosophy begins in wonder, and Iris is the child of Thaumas. Do you know the original principle on which the doctrine of Protagoras is based? No. Then I will tell you, but we must not let the uninitiated hear, and by the uninitiated I mean the obstinate people who believe in nothing which they cannot hold in their hands. The brethren whose mysteries I am about to unfold to you are far more ingenious. They maintain that all is motion, and that motion has 2 forms, action and passion, out of which endless phenomena are created, also in 2 forms, sense and the object of sense, which come to the birth together. There are two kinds of motions, a slow and a fast. The motions of the agent and the patient are slower, because they move and create in and about themselves, but the things which are born of them have a swifter motion, and pass rapidly from place to place. The eye and the appropriate object come together, and give birth to whiteness and the sensation of whiteness. The eye is filled with seeing, and becomes not sight but a seeing eye, and the object is filled with whiteness, and becomes not whiteness but white, and no other compound of either with another would have produced the same effect. All sensation is to be resolved into a similar combination of an agent and patient. Of either, taken separately, no idea can be formed, and the agent may become a patient, and the patient an agent. Hence there arises a general reflection that nothing is, but all things become. No name can detain or fix them. Are not these speculations charming, Theaetetus, and very good for a person in your interesting situation? I am offering you specimens of other men's wisdom, because I have no wisdom of my own, and I want to deliver you of something, and presently we will see whether you have brought forth wind or not. Tell me then, what do you think of the notion that all things are becoming? When I hear your arguments, I am marvelously ready to assent. But I ought not to conceal from you that there is a serious objection which may be urged against this doctrine of Protagoras. For there are states, such as madness and dreaming, in which perception is false, and half our life is spent in dreaming, and who can say that at this instant we are not dreaming? Even the fancies of madmen are real at the time. But if knowledge is perception, how can we distinguish between the true and the false in such cases? Having stated the objection, I will now state the answer. Protagoras would deny the continuity of phenomena. He would say that what is different is entirely different, and whether active or passive has a different power. There are infinite agents and patients in the world, and these produce in every combination of them a different perception. Take myself as an instance. Socrates may be ill or he may be well, and remember that Socrates, with all his accidents, is spoken of. The wine which I drink when I am well is pleasant to me, but the same wine is unpleasant to me when I am ill, and there is nothing else from which I can receive the same impression, nor can another receive the same impression from the wine. Neither can I and the object of sense become separately what we become together, for the one in becoming is relative to the other, but they have no other relation, and the combination of them is absolute at each moment. In modern language, the act of sensation is really indivisible, though capable of a mental analysis into subject and object. My sensation alone is true, and true to me only, and therefore, as Protagoras says, to myself I am the judge of what is and what is not. Thus the flux of Homer and Heraclitus, the great Protagorean saying that man is the measure of all things, the doctrine of Theaetetus that knowledge is perception, have all the same meaning. And this is thy newborn child, which by my art I have brought to light, and you must not be angry if instead of rearing your infant we expose him. Theaetetus will not be angry, says Theodorus. He is very good-natured. But I should like to know, Socrates, whether you mean to say that all this is untrue, first reminding you that I am not the bag which contains the arguments, but that I extract them from Theaetetus. Shall I tell you what amazes me in your friend Protagoras? What may that be? I like his doctrine that what appears is, but I wonder that he did not begin his great work on truth with a declaration that a pig, or a dog-faced baboon, or any other monster which has sensation, is a measure of all things. Then, while we were reverencing him as a god, he might have produced a magnificent effect by expounding to us that he was no wiser than a tadpole. For if sensations are always true, and one man's discernment is as good as another's, and every man is his own judge, and everything that he judges is right and true, then what need of Protagoras to be our instructor at a high figure? And why should we be less knowing than he is, or have to go to him, if every man is the measure of all things? My own art of midwifery and all dialectic is an enormous folly if Protagoras' truth be indeed truth. And the philosopher is not merely amusing himself by giving oracles out of his book. Theodorus thinks that Socrates is unjust to his master, Protagoras, but he is too old and stiff to try a fall with him, and therefore refers him to Theaetetus, who is already driven out of his former opinion by the arguments of Socrates. Socrates then takes up the defense of Protagoras, who is supposed to reply in his own person. Good people, you sit and declaim about the gods, of whose existence or non-existence I have nothing to say. Or you discourse about man being reduced to the level of the brutes, but what proof have you of your statements? And yet surely you and Theodorus had better reflect whether probability is a safe guide. Theodorus would be a bad geometrician if he had nothing better to offer. Theaetetus is affected by the appeal to geometry, and Socrates is induced by him to put the question in a new form. He proceeds as follows: should we say that we know what we see and hear, e.g., the sound of words or the sight of letters in a foreign tongue, we should say that the figures of the letters and the pitch of the voice in uttering them were known to us, but not the meaning of them. Excellent. I want you to grow, and therefore I will leave that answer and ask another question. Is not seeing perceiving? Very true. And he who sees knows? Yes. And he who remembers that which he sees and knows? Very true. But if he closes his eyes, does he not remember? He does. Then he may remember and not see. And if seeing is knowing, he may remember and not know. Is not this a reductio ad absurdum of the hypothesis that knowledge is sensible perception? Yet perhaps we are crowing too soon, and if Protagoras, the father of the myth, had been alive, the result might have been very different. But he is dead, and Theodorus, whom he left guardian of his orphan, has not been very zealous in defending him. Theodorus objects that Callias is the true guardian, but he hopes that Socrates will come to the rescue. Socrates prefaces his defense by resuming the attack. He asks whether a man can know and not know at the same time. Impossible. Quite possible if you maintain that seeing is knowing. The confident adversary, suiting the action to the word, shuts one of your eyes. And now, says he, you see and do not see, but do you know and not know? And a fresh opponent darts from his ambush and transfers to knowledge the terms which are commonly applied to sight. He asks whether you can know near and not at a distance, whether you can have a sharp and also a dull knowledge. While you are wondering at his incomparable wisdom, he gets you into his power, and you will not escape until you have come to an understanding with him about the money which is to be paid for your release. But Protagoras has not yet made his defense, and already he may be heard contemptuously replying that he is not responsible for the admissions which were made by a boy who could not foresee the coming move, and therefore had answered in a manner which enabled Socrates to raise a laugh against himself. But I cannot be fairly charged, he will say, with an answer which I should not have given, for I never maintained that the memory of a feeling is the same as a feeling, or denied that a man might know and not know the same thing at the same time. Or, if you will have extreme precision, I say that man in different relations is many or rather infinite in number, and I challenge you either to show that his perceptions are not individual, or that if they are, what appears to him is not what is. As to your pigs and baboons, you are yourself a pig, and you make my writings a sport of other swine. But I still affirm that man is the measure of all things, although I admit that one man may be 1,000 times better than another, in proportion as he has better impressions. Neither do I deny the existence of wisdom or of the wise man, but I maintain that wisdom is a practical remedial power of turning evil into good, the bitterness of disease into the sweetness of health, and does not consist in any greater truth or superior knowledge. For the impressions of the sick are as true as the impressions of the healthy, and the sick are as wise as the healthy. Nor can any man be cured of a false opinion, for there is no such thing, but he may be cured of the evil habit which generates in him an evil opinion. This is effected in the body by the drugs of the physician, and in the soul by the words of the sophist. and the new state or opinion is not truer, but only better than the old. And philosophers are not tadpoles, but physicians and husbandmen, who till the soil and infuse health into animals and plants, and make the good take the place of the evil, both in individuals and states. Wise and good rhetoricians make the good to appear just in states, for that is just which appears just to a state, and in return they deserve to be well paid. And you, Socrates, whether you please or not, must continue to be a measure. This is my defense, and I must request you to meet me fairly. We are professing to reason, and not merely to dispute, and there is a great difference between reasoning and disputation. For the disputer is always seeking to trip up his opponent, and this is a mode of argument which disgusts men with philosophy as they grow older. But the reasoner is trying to understand him and to point out his errors to him, whether arising from his own or from his companion's fault. He does not argue from the customary use of names, which the vulgar pervert in all manner of ways. If you are gentle to an adversary, he will follow and love you, and if defeated, he will lay the blame on himself and seek to escape from his own prejudices into philosophy. I would recommend you, Socrates, to adopt this humane method, and to avoid captious and verbal criticisms. Such, Theodorus, is the very slight help which I am able to afford to your friend. Had he been alive, he would have helped himself in far better style. You have made a most valorous defense. Yes, but did you observe that Protagoras bade me be serious, and complained of our getting up a laugh against him with the aid of a boy? He meant to intimate that you must take the place of Theaetetus, who may be wiser than many bearded men, but not wiser than you, Theodorus. The rule of the Spartan Palaestra is strip or depart, but you are like the giant Antaeus, and will not let me depart unless I try a fall with you. Yes, that is the nature of my complaint. And many a Hercules, many a Theseus mighty in deeds and words has broken my head, but I am always at this rough game. Please then to favor me. On the condition of not exceeding a single fall, I consent. Socrates now resumes the argument. As he is very desirous of doing justice to Protagoras, he insists on citing his own words. What appears to each man is to him. And how, asks Socrates, are these words reconcilable with the fact that all mankind are agreed in thinking themselves wiser than others in some respects, and inferior to them in others? In the hour of danger, they are ready to fall down and worship anyone who is their superior in wisdom as if he were a god. And the world is full of men who are asking to be taught and willing to be ruled, and of other men who are willing to rule and teach them. All which implies that men do judge of one another's impressions, and think some wise and others foolish. How will Protagoras answer this argument? For he cannot say that no one deems another ignorant or mistaken. If you form a judgment, thousands and tens of thousands are ready to maintain the opposite. The multitude may not and do not agree in Protagoras' own thesis that man is the measure of all things. And then who is to decide? Upon his own showing must not his truth depend on the number of suffrages, and be more or less true in proportion as he has more or fewer of them? And he must acknowledge further that they speak truly who deny him to speak truly, which is a famous jest. And if he admits that they speak truly who deny him to speak truly, he must admit that he himself does not speak truly, but his opponents will refuse to admit this of themselves, and he must allow that they are right in their refusal. The conclusion is that all mankind, including Protagoras himself, will deny that he speaks truly, and his truth will be true neither to himself nor to anybody else. Theodorus is inclined to think that this is going too far. Socrates ironically replies that he is not going beyond the truth, but if the old Protagoras could only pop his head out of the world below, he would doubtless give them both a sound castigation and be off to the shades in an instant. Seeing that he is not within call, we must examine the question for ourselves. It is clear that there are great differences in the understandings of men. admitting, with Protagoras, that immediate sensations of hot, cold, and the like are to each one such as they appear, yet this hypothesis cannot be extended to judgments or opinions. And even if we were to admit further, and this is the view of some who are not thoroughgoing followers of Protagoras, that right and wrong, holy and unholy, are to each state or individual such as they appear, still Protagoras will not venture to maintain that every man is equally the measure of expediency, or that the thing which seems is expedient to everyone. But this begins a new question. Well, Socrates, we have plenty of leisure. Yes, we have, and after the manner of philosophers, we are digressing. I have often observed how ridiculous this habit of theirs makes them when they appear in court. What do you mean? I mean to say that a philosopher is a gentleman, but a lawyer is a servant. The one can have his talk out and wander at will from one subject to another, as the fancy takes him. Like ourselves, he may be long or short, as he pleases, but the lawyer is always in a hurry. There is the clepsydra limiting his time, and the brief limiting his topics, and his adversary is standing over him and exacting his rights. He is a servant disputing about a fellow servant before his master, who holds the cause in his hands. The path never diverges, and often the race is for his life. Such experiences render him keen and shrewd. He learns the arts of flattery and is perfect in the practice of crooked ways. Dangers have come upon him too soon, when the tenderness of youth was unable to meet them with truth and honesty, and he has resorted to counteracts of dishonesty and falsehood, and become warped and distorted. Without any health or freedom or sincerity in him, he has grown up to manhood, and is or esteems himself to be a master of cunning. Such are the lawyers. Will you have the companion picture of philosophers, or will this be too much of a digression? Nay, Socrates, the argument is our servant and not our master. Who is the judge or where is the spectator, having a right to control us? I will describe the leaders then, for the inferior sort are not worth the trouble. The lords of philosophy have not learned the way to the dicastery or ecclesia. They neither see nor hear the laws and votes of the state, written or recited. Societies, whether political or festive, clubs and singing maidens do not enter even into their dreams. And the scandals of persons or their ancestors, male and female, they know no more than they can tell the number of pints in the ocean. Neither are they conscious of their own ignorance, for they do not practice singularity in order to gain reputation, but the truth is that the outer form of them only is residing in the city. The inner man, as Pindar says, is going on a voyage of discovery, measuring as with line and rule the things which are under and in the earth, interrogating the whole of nature, only not condescending to notice what is near them. What do you mean, Socrates? I will illustrate my meaning by the jest of the witty maidservant, who saw Thales tumbling into a well and said of him that he was so eager to know what was going on in heaven that he could not see what was before his feet. This is applicable to all philosophers. The philosopher is unacquainted with the world. He hardly knows whether his neighbor is a man or an animal, for he is always searching into the essence of man, and inquiring what such a nature ought to do or suffer different from any other. Hence, on every occasion in private life and public, as I was saying, when he appears in a law court or anywhere, he is the joke, not only of maidservants, but of the general herd, falling into wells and every sort of disaster. He looks such an awkward, inexperienced creature, unable to say anything personal when he is abused in answer to his adversaries, for he knows no evil of anyone, and when he hears the praises of others, he cannot help laughing from the bottom of his soul at their pretensions, and this also gives him a ridiculous appearance. A king or tyrant appears to him to be a kind of swineherd or cowherd, milking away at an animal who is much more troublesome and dangerous than cows or sheep. Like the cowherd, he has no time to be educated, and the pen in which he keeps his flock in the mountains is surrounded by a wall. When he hears of large landed properties of 10,000 acres or more, he thinks of the whole earth. Or if he is told of the antiquity of a family, he remembers that everyone has had myriads of progenitors, rich and poor, Greeks and barbarians, kings and slaves. And he who boasts of his descent from Amphitryon in the 25th generation may, if he pleases, add as many more, and double that again, and our philosopher only laughs at his inability to do a larger sum. Such is the man at whom the vulgar scoff. He seems to them as if he could not mind his feet. That is very true, Socrates. But when he tries to draw the quick-witted lawyer out of his pleas and rejoinders to the contemplation of absolute justice or injustice in their own nature, or from the popular praises of wealthy kings to the view of happiness and misery in themselves, or to the reasons why a man should seek after the one and avoid the other, then the situation is reversed. The little wretch turns giddy and is ready to fall over the precipice. His utterance becomes thick, and he makes himself ridiculous, not to servant maids, but to every man of liberal education. Such are the two pictures, the one of the philosopher and gentleman, who may be excused for not having learned how to make a bed or cook up flatteries, the other, a serviceable knave who hardly knows how to wear his cloak, still less can he awaken harmonious thoughts or hymn virtue's praises. If the world, Socrates, were as ready to receive your words as I am, there would be greater peace and less evil among mankind. Evil Theodorus must ever remain in this world to be the antagonist of good, out of the way of the gods in heaven. Wherefore also we should fly away from ourselves to them, and to fly to them is to become like them, and to become like them is to become holy, just, and true. But many live in the old wives' fable of appearances. They think that you should follow virtue in order that you may seem to be good. And yet the truth is that God is righteous, and of men he is most like him who is most righteous. To know this is wisdom, and in comparison of this, the wisdom of the arts or the seeming wisdom of politicians is mean and common. The unrighteous man is apt to pride himself on his cunning. When others call him rogue, he says to himself, they only mean that I am one who deserves to live, and not a mere burden of the earth. But he should reflect that his ignorance makes his condition worse than if he knew. For the penalty of injustice is not death or stripes, but the fatal necessity of becoming more and more unjust. Two patterns of life are set before him, the one blessed and divine, the other godless and wretched, and he is growing more and more like the one and unlike the other. He does not see that if he continues in his cunning, the place of innocence will not receive him after death. And yet if such a man has the courage to hear the argument out, he often becomes dissatisfied with himself, and has no more strength in him than a child. But we have digressed enough. For my part, Socrates, I like the digressions better than the argument, because I understand them better. To return, when we left off, the Protagoreans and Heracliteans were maintaining that the ordinances of the state were just while they lasted, but no one would maintain that the laws of the state were always good or expedient, although this may be the intention of them. For the expedient has to do with the future, about which we are liable to mistake. Now, would Protagoras maintain that man is the measure not only of the present and past, but of the future, and that there is no difference in the judgments of men about the future? Would an untrained man, for example, be as likely to know when he is going to have a fever as the physician who attended him? And if they differ in opinion, which of them is likely to be right, or are they both right? Is not a vinegrower a better judge of a vintage which is not yet gathered, or a cook of a dinner which is in preparation, or Protagoras of the probable effect of a speech than an ordinary person? The last example speaks ad hominem. For Protagoras would never have amassed a fortune if every man could judge of the future for himself. He is, therefore, compelled to admit that he is a measure, but I, who know nothing, am not equally convinced that I am. This is one way of refuting him, and he is refuted also by the authority which he attributes to the opinions of others who deny his opinions. I am not equally sure that we can disprove the truth of immediate states of feeling. But this leads us to the doctrine of the universal flux, about which a battle royal is always going on in the cities of Ionia. Yes, the Ephesians are downright mad about the flux. They cannot stop to argue with you, but are in perpetual motion, obedient to their textbooks. Their restlessness is beyond expression, and if you ask any of them a question, they will not answer, but dart at you some unintelligible saying, and another, making no way either with themselves or with others. For nothing is fixed in them or their ideas, they are at war with fixed principles. I suppose, Theodorus, that you have never seen them in time of peace when they discourse at leisure to their disciples. Disciples, they have none. They are a set of uneducated fanatics, and each of them says of the other that they have no knowledge. We must trust to ourselves, and not to them for the solution of the problem. Well, the doctrine is old, being derived from the poets, who speak in a figure of Oceanus and Tethys. The truth was once concealed, but is now revealed by the superior wisdom of a later generation, and made intelligible to the cobbler, who, on hearing that all is in motion, and not some things only, as he ignorantly fancied, may be expected to fall down and worship his teachers. And the opposite doctrine must not be forgotten, alone being remains unmoved, which is the name for all, as Parmenides affirms. Thus we are in the midst of the fray, both parties are dragging us to their side, and we are not certain which of them are in the right, and if neither, then we shall be in a ridiculous position, having to set up our own opinion against ancient and famous men. Let us first approach the river gods or patrons of the flux. When they speak of motion, must they not include two kinds of motion, change of place and change of nature? And all things must be supposed to have both kinds of motion, for if not, the same things would be at rest and in motion, which is contrary to their theory. And did we not say that all sensations arise thus? They move about between the agent and patient together with a perception, and the patient ceases to be a perceiving power and becomes a percipient, and the agent a qual instead of a quality, but neither has any absolute existence. But now we make the further discovery that neither white or whiteness, nor any sense or sensation, can be predicated of anything, for they are in a perpetual flux. And therefore we must modify the doctrine of Theaetetus and Protagoras by asserting further that knowledge is and is not sensation, and of everything we must say equally that this is and is not, or becomes not. And still the word "this" is not quite correct, for language fails in the attempt to express their meaning. At the close of the discussion, Theodorus claims to be released from the argument, according to his agreement, but Theaetetus insists that they shall proceed to consider the doctrine of rest. This is declined by Socrates, who has too much reverence for the great Parmenides lightly to attack him. We shall find that he returns to the doctrine of rest in the Sophist. But at present he does not wish to be diverted from his main purpose, which is to deliver Theaetetus of his conception of knowledge. He proceeds to interrogate him further. When he says that knowledge is in perception, with what does he perceive? The first answer is that he perceives sights with the eye and sounds with the ear. This leads Socrates to make the reflection that nice distinctions of words are sometimes pedantic, but sometimes necessary, and he proposes in this case to substitute the word through for with. For the senses are not like the Trojan warriors in the horse, but have a common center of perception, in which they all meet. This common principle is able to compare them with one another, and must therefore be distinct from them. Compare Republic, Romans 7, 523, 524. And as there are facts of sense which are perceived through the organs of the body, there are also mathematical and other abstractions, such as sameness and difference, likeness and unlikeness, which the soul perceives by herself. Being is the most universal of these abstractions. The good and the beautiful are abstractions of another kind, which exist in relation, and which above all others the mind perceives in herself, comparing within her past, present, and future. For example, we know a thing to be hard or soft by the touch, of which the perception is given at birth to men and animals. But the essence of hardness or softness, or the fact that this hardness is, and is the opposite of softness, is slowly learned by reflection and experience. Mere perception does not reach being and therefore fails of truth, and therefore has no share in knowledge. But if so, knowledge is not perception. What then is knowledge? The mind, when occupied by herself with being, is said to have opinion. Shall we say that knowledge is true opinion? But still an old difficulty recurs. We ask ourselves, how is false opinion possible? This difficulty may be stated as follows. Either we know or do not know a thing, for the intermediate processes of learning and forgetting need not at present be considered. And in thinking or having an opinion, we must either know or not know that which we think, and we cannot know and be ignorant at the same time. We cannot confuse one thing which we do not know with another thing which we do not know, nor can we think that which we do not know to be that which we know, or that which we know to be that which we do not know. And what other case is conceivable, upon the supposition that we either know or do not know all things? Let us try another answer in the sphere of being, when a man thinks and thinks that which is not. But would this hold in any parallel case? Can a man see and see nothing, or hear and hear nothing, or touch and touch nothing? Must he not see, hear, or touch some one existing thing? For if he thinks about nothing he does not think, and not thinking he cannot think falsely. And so the path of being is closed against us, as well as the path of knowledge. But may there not be heterodoxy, or transference of opinion? I mean, may not one thing be supposed to be another? Theaetetus is confident that this must be the true falsehood, when a man puts good for evil or evil for good. Socrates will not discourage him by attacking the paradoxical expression true falsehood, but passes on. The new notion involves a process of thinking about two things, either together or alternately. And thinking is the conversing of the mind with herself, which is carried on in question and answer, until she no longer doubts, but determines and forms an opinion. And false opinion consists in saying to yourself, that one thing is another. But did you ever say to yourself, that good is evil or evil good? Even in sleep, did you ever imagine that odd was even? Or did any man in his senses ever fancy that an ox was a horse, or that two are one, so that we can never think one thing to be another? For you must not meet me with the verbal quibble that one, Leta 1 F15 tau epsilon rho omicron u, is other, Leta 1 F15 tau epsilon rho omicron u. Both one and other in Greek are called other, Leta 1 F15 tau epsilon rho omicron u. He who has both the two things in his mind cannot misplace them, and he who has only one of them in his mind cannot misplace them. On either supposition transplacement is inconceivable. But perhaps there may still be a sense in which we can think that which we do not know to be that which we know, e.g. Theaetetus may know Socrates, but at a distance he may mistake another person for him. This process may be conceived by the help of an image. Let us suppose that every man has in his mind a block of wax of various qualities, the gift of memory, the mother of the muses. And on this he receives the seal or stamp of those sensations and perceptions which he wishes to remember. That which he succeeds in stamping is remembered and known by him as long as the impression lasts. But that, of which the impression is rubbed out or imperfectly made, is forgotten and not known. No one can think one thing to be another when he has the memorial or seal of both of these in his soul, and a sensible impression of neither, or when he knows one and does not know the other, and has no memorial or seal of the other, or when he knows neither, or when he perceives both, or one and not the other, or neither, or when he perceives and knows both, and identifies what he perceives with what he knows. This is still more impossible. Or when he does not know one, and does not know and does not perceive the other, or does not perceive one, and does not know and does not perceive the other, or has no perception or knowledge of either, all these cases must be excluded. But he may err when he confuses what he knows or perceives, or what he perceives and does not know, with what he knows, or what he knows and perceives with what he knows and perceives. Theaetetus is unable to follow these distinctions, which Socrates proceeds to illustrate by examples, first of all remarking that knowledge may exist without perception, and perception without knowledge. I may know Theodorus and Theaetetus and not see them, I may see them and not know them, that I understand. But I could not mistake one for the other if I knew you both, and had no perception of either, or if I knew one only, and perceived neither, or if I knew and perceived neither, or in any other of the excluded cases. The only possibility of error is, first, when knowing you and Theodorus, and having the impression of both of you on the waxen block, I, seeing you both imperfectly and at a distance, put the foot in the wrong shoe, that is to say, put the seal or stamp on the wrong object, or 2ndly, when knowing both of you I only see one, or when, seeing and knowing you both, I fail to identify the impression and the object. But there could be no error when perception and knowledge correspond. The waxen block in the heart of a man's soul, as I may say in the words of Homer, who played upon the words kappa letta 1f c6 rho and kappa eta rho omicron sigma, may be smooth and deep and large enough, and then the signs are clearly marked and lasting and do not get confused. But in the hairy heart, as the all-wise poet sings, when the wax is muddy or hard or moist, there is a corresponding confusion and want of retentiveness. In the muddy and impure there is indistinctness, and still more in the hard, for there the impressions have no depth of wax, and in the moist they are too soon effaced. Yet greater is the indistinctness when they are all jolted together in a little soul, which is narrow and has no room. These are the sort of natures which have false opinion. From stupidity they see and hear and think amiss, and this is falsehood and ignorance. Error, then, is a confusion of thought and sense. Theaetetus is delighted with this explanation, but Socrates has no sooner found the new solution than he sinks into a fit of despondency. For an objection occurs to him, may there not be errors where there is no confusion of mind and sense, e.g., in numbers? No one can confuse the man whom he has in his thoughts with the horse which he has in his thoughts, but he may err in the addition of 5 and 7. And observe that these are purely mental conceptions. Thus we are involved once more in the dilemma of saying, either that there is no such thing as false opinion, or that a man knows what he does not know. We are at our wits' end, and may therefore be excused for making a bold diversion. All this time we have been repeating the words know, understand, yet we do not know what knowledge is. Why, Socrates, how can you argue at all without using them? Nay, but the true hero of dialectic would have forbidden me to use them until I had explained them, and I must explain them now. The verb to know has two senses, to have and to possess knowledge, and I distinguish having from possessing. A man may possess a garment which he does not wear, or he may have wild birds in an aviary. These in one sense he possesses, and in another he has none of them. Let this aviary be an image of the mind, as the waxen block was. When we are young, the aviary is empty. After a time, the birds are put in, for under this figure we may describe different forms of knowledge. There are some of them in groups, and some single, which are flying about everywhere. And let us suppose a hunt after the science of odd and even, or some other science. The possession of the birds is clearly not the same as the having them in the hand, and the original chase of them is not the same as taking them in the hand when they are already caged. This distinction between use and possession saves us from the absurdity of supposing that we do not know what we know, because we may know in one sense, i.e., possess what we do not know in another, i.e., use. But have we not escaped one difficulty only to encounter a greater? For how can the exchange of two kinds of knowledge ever become false opinion, As well might we suppose that ignorance could make a man know, or that blindness could make him see. Theaetetus suggests that in the aviary there may be flying about mock birds or forms of ignorance, and we put forth our hands and grasp ignorance, when we are intending to grasp knowledge. But how can he who knows the forms of knowledge and the forms of ignorance imagine one to be the other? Is there some other form of knowledge which distinguishes them, and another, and another? Thus we go round and round in a circle and make no progress. All this confusion arises out of our attempt to explain false opinion without having explained knowledge. What then is knowledge? Theaetetus repeats that knowledge is true opinion. But this seems to be refuted by the instance of orators and judges. For surely the orator cannot convey a true knowledge of crimes at which the judges were not present. He can only persuade them, and the judge may form a true opinion and truly judge. But if true opinion were knowledge, they could not have judged without knowledge. Once more, Theaetetus offers a definition which he has heard. Knowledge is true opinion accompanied by definition or explanation. Socrates has had a similar dream, and has further heard that the first elements are names only, and that definition or explanation begins when they are combined. The letters are unknown, the syllables or combinations are known. But this new hypothesis, when tested by the letters of the alphabet, is found to break down. The first syllable of Socrates' name is so. But what is so? Two letters, S and O, a sibilant and a vowel, of which no further explanation can be given. And how can anyone be ignorant of either of them, and yet know both of them? There is, however, another alternative. We may suppose that the syllable has a separate form or idea distinct from the letters or parts. The all of the parts may not be the whole. Theaetetus is very much inclined to adopt this suggestion, but when interrogated by Socrates, he is unable to draw any distinction between the whole and all the parts. And if the syllables have no parts, then they are those original elements of which there is no explanation. But how can the syllable be known if the letter remains unknown? In learning to read as children, we are first taught the letters and then the syllables. And in music, the notes, which are the letters, have a much more distinct meaning to us than the combination of them. Once more, then, we must ask the meaning of the statement that knowledge is right opinion, accompanied by explanation or definition. Explanation may mean 1. The reflection or expression of a man's thoughts, but every man who is not deaf and dumb is able to express his thoughts, or 2. The enumeration of the elements of which anything is composed. A man may have a true opinion about a wagon, but then, and then only, has he knowledge of a wagon when he is able to enumerate the 100 planks of Hesiod. Or he may know the syllables of the name Theaetetus, but not the letters. Yet not until he knows both can he be said to have knowledge as well as opinion. But on the other hand, he may know the syllable, in the name Theaetetus, yet he may be mistaken about the same syllable in the name Theodorus. And in learning to read, we often make such mistakes. And even if he could write out all the letters and syllables of your name in order, still he would only have right opinion. Yet there may be a third meaning of the definition, besides the image or expression of the mind, and the enumeration of the elements, viz. 3. Perception of difference. For example, I may see a man who has eyes, nose, and mouth. That will not distinguish him from any other man. Or he may have a snub nose and prominent eyes. That will not distinguish him from myself and you and others who are like me. But when I see a certain kind of snub-nosedness, then I recognize Theaetetus. And having this sign of difference, I have knowledge. But have I knowledge or opinion of this difference? If I have only opinion, I have not knowledge. If I have knowledge, we assume a disputed term, for knowledge will have to be defined as right opinion with knowledge of difference. And so, Theaetetus, knowledge is neither perception nor true opinion, nor yet definition accompanying true opinion. And I have shown that the children of your brain are not worth rearing. Are you still in labor, or have you brought all you have to say about knowledge to the birth? If you have any more thoughts, you will be the better for having got rid of these, or if you have none, you will be the better for not fancying that you know what you do not know. Observe the limits of my art, which, like my mother's, is an art of midwifery. I do not pretend to compare with the good and wise of this and other ages. And now I go to meet Meletus at the porch of the king Archon, but tomorrow I shall hope to see you again, Theodorus, at this place. The saying of Theaetetus, that knowledge is sensible perception, may be assumed to be a current philosophical opinion of the age. The ancients, as Aristotle, Der Anima Roman 3:3 says, citing a verse of Empedocles, affirmed knowledge to be the same as perception. We may now examine these words first with reference to their place in the history of philosophy, and secondly, in relation to modern speculations. In the age of Socrates, the mind was passing from the object to the subject. The same impulse which a century before had led men to form conceptions of the world, now led them to frame general notions of the human faculties and feelings, such as memory, opinion, and the like. The simplest of these is sensation, or sensible perception, by which Plato seems to mean the generalized notion of feelings and impressions of sense, without determining whether they are conscious or not. The theory that knowledge is sensible perception is the antithesis of that which derives knowledge from the mind, Theaetetus 185, or which assumes the existence of ideas independent of the mind, Parmenides 134. Yet from their extreme abstraction, these theories do not represent the opposite poles of thought in the same way that the corresponding differences would in modern philosophy. The most ideal and the most sensational have a tendency to pass into one another. Heraclitus, like his great successor Hegel, has both aspects. The elitic isolation of being and the Megarian or cynic isolation of individuals are placed in the same class by Plato, Sophist 251c. And the same principle which is the symbol of motion to one mind is the symbol of rest to another. The atomists, who are sometimes regarded as the materialists of Plato, denied the reality of sensation. And in the ancient as well as the modern world there were reactions from theory to experience, from ideas to sense. This is a point of view from which the philosophy of sensation presented great attraction to the ancient thinker. Amid the conflict of ideas and the variety of opinions, the impression of sense remained certain and uniform. Hardness, softness, cold, heat, etc. are not absolutely the same to different persons. Compare 171d, but the art of measuring could at any rate reduce them all to definite natures. Republic X 602d. Thus the doctrine that knowledge is perception supplies or seems to supply a firm standing ground. Like the other notions of the earlier Greek philosophy, it was held in a very simple way, without much basis of reasoning, and without suggesting the questions which naturally arise in our own minds on the same subject. The fixedness of impressions of sense furnishes a link of connection between ancient and modern philosophy. The modern thinker often repeats the parallel axiom, all knowledge is experience. He means to say that the outward and not the inward is both the original source and the final criterion of truth, because the outward can be observed and analyzed. The inward is only known by external results and is dimly perceived by each man for himself. In what does this differ from the saying of Theaetetus? Chiefly in this, that the modern term experience, while implying a point of departure in sense and a return to sense, also includes all the processes of reasoning and imagination which have intervened. The necessary connection between them by no means affords a measure of the relative degree of importance which is to be ascribed to either element. For the inductive portion of any science may be small, as in mathematics or ethics, compared with that which the mind has attained by reasoning and reflection on a very few facts. Roman 2. The saying that all knowledge is sensation is identified by Plato with the Protagorean thesis that man is the measure of all things. The interpretation which Protagoras himself is supposed to give of these latter words is, "Things are to me as they appear to me, and to you as they appear to you." But there remains still an ambiguity both in the text and in the explanation, which has to be cleared up. Did Protagoras merely mean to assert the relativity of knowledge to the human mind, or did he mean to deny that there is an objective standard of truth? These two questions have not been always clearly distinguished. The relativity of knowledge has been sometimes confounded with uncertainty. The untutored mind is apt to suppose that objects exist independently of the human faculties, because they really exist independently of the faculties of any individual. In the same way, knowledge appears to be a body of truth stored up in books, which when once ascertained are independent of the discoverer. Further consideration shows us that these truths are not really independent of the mind. There is an adaptation of one to the other, of the eye to the object of sense, of the mind to the conception. There would be no world if there neither were nor ever had been anyone to perceive the world. A slight effort of reflection enables us to understand this, but no effort of reflection will enable us to pass beyond the limits of our own faculties, or to imagine the relation or adaptation of objects to the mind to be different from that of which we have experience. There are certain laws of language and logic to which we are compelled to conform, and to which our ideas naturally adapt themselves, and we can no more get rid of them than we can cease to be ourselves. The absolute and infinite, whether explained as self-existence, or as the totality of human thought, or as the divine nature, if known to us at all, cannot escape from the category of relation. But because knowledge is subjective or relative to the mind, we are not to suppose that we are therefore deprived of any of the tests or criteria of truth. One man still remains wiser than another, a more accurate observer and relator of facts, a truer measure of the proportions of knowledge. The nature of testimony is not altered, nor the verification of causes by prescribed methods less certain. Again, the truth must often come to a man through others, according to the measure of his capacity and education. But neither does this affect the testimony, whether written or oral, which he knows by experience to be trustworthy. He cannot escape from the laws of his own mind, and he cannot escape from the further accident of being dependent for his knowledge on others. But still, this is no reason why he should always be in doubt. Of many personal, of many historical and scientific facts he may be absolutely assured. And having such a mass of acknowledged truth in the mathematical and physical, not to speak of the moral sciences, the moderns have certainly no reason to acquiesce in the statement that truth is appearance only, or that there is no difference between appearance and truth. The relativity of knowledge is a truism to us, but was a great psychological discovery in the 5th century before Christ. Of this discovery, the first distinct assertion is contained in the thesis of Protagoras. Probably he had no intention either of denying or affirming an objective standard of truth. He did not consider whether man in the higher or man in the lower sense was a measure of all things. Like other great thinkers, he was absorbed with one idea, and that idea was the absoluteness of perception. Like Socrates, he seemed to see that philosophy must be brought back from nature to truth, from the world to man. But he did not stop to analyze whether he meant man in the concrete or man in the abstract, any man or some men, quod semper quod ubique, or individual private judgment. Such an analysis lay beyond his sphere of thought. The age before Socrates had not arrived at these distinctions. Like the Cynics, again, he discarded knowledge in any higher sense than perception. For truer or wiser, he substituted the word better, and is not unwilling to admit that both states and individuals are capable of practical improvement. But this improvement does not arise from intellectual enlightenment, nor yet from the exertion of the will, but from a change of circumstances and impressions, and he who can effect this change in himself or others may be deemed a philosopher. In the mode of effecting it, while agreeing with Socrates and the Cynics in the importance which he attaches to practical life, he is at variance with both of them. To suppose that practice can be divorced from speculation, or that we may do good without caring about truth, is by no means singular, either in philosophy or life. The singularity of this, as of some other so-called sophistical doctrines, is the frankness with which they are avowed, instead of being veiled, as in modern times, under ambiguous and convenient phrases. Plato appears to treat Protagoras much as he himself is treated by Aristotle. That is to say, he does not attempt to understand him from his own point of view, but he entangles him in the meshes of a more advanced logic, to which Protagoras is supposed to reply by Megarian quibbles, which destroy logic, not only man, but each man, and each man at each moment. In the arguments about sight and memory, there is a palpable unfairness which is worthy of the great brainless brothers, Euthydemus and Dionysiodorus, and may be compared with the Letta 1 F10 gamma kappa epsilon kappa alpha lambda epsilon mu mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, obvulatus, of Eubulides. For he who sees with one eye only cannot be truly said both to see and not to see, nor is memory, which is liable to forget, the immediate knowledge to which Protagoras applies the term. Theodorus justly charges Socrates with going beyond the truth, and Protagoras has equally right on his side when he protests against Socrates arguing from the common use of words, which the vulgar pervert in all manner of ways. Roman 3. The theory of Protagoras is connected by Aristotle as well as Plato with the flux of Heraclitus. But Aristotle is only following Plato, and Plato, as we have already seen, did not mean to imply that such a connection was admitted by Protagoras himself. His metaphysical genius saw, or seemed to see, a common tendency in them, just as the modern historian of ancient philosophy might perceive a parallelism between two thinkers of which they were probably unconscious themselves. We must remember throughout that Plato is not speaking of Heraclitus, but of the Heracliteans who succeeded him, nor of the great original ideas of the master, but of the eristic into which they had degenerated 100 years later. There is nothing in the fragments of Heraclitus which at all justifies Plato's account of him. His philosophy may be resolved into two elements. First, change. Secondly, law or measure pervading the change. These he saw everywhere and often expressed in strange mythological symbols. But he has no analysis of sensible perception such as Plato attributes to him, nor is there any reason to suppose that he pushed his philosophy into that absolute negation in which Heracliteanism was sunk in the age of Plato. He never said that change means every sort of change, and he expressly distinguished between the general and particular understanding. Like a poet, he surveyed the elements of mythology, nature, thought, which lay before him, and sometimes by the light of genius he saw, or seemed to see, a mysterious principle working behind them. But as has been the case with other great philosophers, and with Plato and Aristotle themselves, what was really permanent and original could not be understood by the next generation, while a perverted logic carried out his chance expressions with an illogical consistency. His simple and noble thoughts, like those of the great Eleatic, soon degenerated into a mere strife of words, and when thus reduced to mere words, they seem to have exercised a far wider influence in the cities of Ionia, where the people were mad about them, than in the lifetime of Heraclitus, a phenomenon which, though at first sight singular, is not without a parallel in the history of philosophy and theology. It is this perverted form of the Heraclitean philosophy which is supposed to effect the final overthrow of Protagorean sensationalism. For if all things are changing at every moment, in all sorts of ways, then there is nothing fixed or defined at all, and therefore no sensible perception, nor any true word by which that or anything else can be described. Of course, Protagoras would not have admitted the justice of this argument any more than Heraclitus would have acknowledged the uneducated fanatics who appealed to his writings. He might have said, "The excellent Socrates has first confused me with Heraclitus, and Heraclitus with his Ephesian successors, and has then disproved the existence both of knowledge and sensation. But I am not responsible for what I never said. Nor will I admit that my common sense account of knowledge can be overthrown by unintelligible Heraclitean paradoxes." Roman 4. Still at the bottom of the arguments there remains a truth, that knowledge is something more than sensible perception. This alone would not distinguish man from a tadpole. The absoluteness of sensations at each moment destroys the very consciousness of sensations. Compare Philebus 21d, or the power of comparing them. The senses are not mere holes in a Trojan horse, but the organs of a presiding nature in which they meet. A great advance has been made in psychology when the senses are recognized as organs of sense, and we are admitted to see or feel through them and not by them. A distinction of words which, as Socrates observes, is by no means pedantic. A still further step has been made when the most abstract notions, such as being and not being, sameness and difference, unity and plurality, are acknowledged to be the creations of the mind herself, working upon the feelings or impressions of sense. In this manner, Plato describes the process of acquiring them. In the words 186d, knowledge consists not in the feelings or affections, pi alpha theta to mu alpha sigma iota, but in the process of reasoning about them, sigma upsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu leta 1 fa1. Here is in the Parmenides 132a. He means something not really different from generalization. As in the Sophist, he is laying the foundation of a rational psychology, which is to supersede the Platonic reminiscence of ideas as well as the elitic being, and the individualism of Megarians and Cynics. Having rejected the doctrine that knowledge is perception, we now proceed to look for definition of knowledge in the sphere of opinion. But here we are met by a singular difficulty. How is false opinion possible? For we must either know or not know that which is presented to the mind or to sense. We of course should answer at once, no, the alternative is not necessary, for there may be degrees of knowledge, and we may know and have forgotten, or we may be learning. Or we may have a general but not a particular knowledge, or we may know but not be able to explain, and many other ways may be imagined in which we know and do not know at the same time. But these answers belong to a later stage of metaphysical discussion, whereas the difficulty in question naturally arises owing to the childhood of the human mind, like the parallel difficulty respecting not being. Men had only recently arrived at the notion of opinion. They could not at once define the true and pass beyond into the false. The very word delta omicron psi alpha was full of ambiguity, being sometimes, as in the elitic philosophy, applied to the sensible world, and again used in the more ordinary sense of opinion. There is no connection between sensible appearance and probability, and yet both of them met in the word doxa, and could hardly be disengaged from one another in the mind of the Greek living in the 5th or 4th century BC. To this was often added, as at the end of the 5th book of the Republic, the idea of relation, which is equally distinct from either of them. Also a fourth notion, the conclusion of the dialectical process, the making up of the mind after she has been talking to herself. Theaetetus 190. We are not then surprised that the sphere of opinion and of not being should be a dusky, half-lighted place, Republic v. 478, belonging neither to the old world of sense and imagination, nor to the new world of reflection and reason. Plato attempts to clear up this darkness. In his accustomed manner, he passes from the lower to the higher, without omitting the intermediate stages. This appears to be the reason why he seeks for the definition of knowledge first in the sphere of opinion. Hereafter, we shall find that something more than opinion is required. False opinion is explained by Plato at first as a confusion of mind and sense, which arises when the impression on the mind does not correspond to the impression made on the senses. It is obvious that this explanation, supposing the distinction between impressions on the mind and impressions on the senses to be admitted, does not account for all forms of error, and Plato has excluded himself from the consideration of the greater number by designedly omitting the intermediate processes of learning and forgetting. Nor does he include fallacies in the use of language or erroneous inferences. But he is struck by one possibility of error, which is not covered by his theory, viz. Errors in arithmetic. For in numbers and calculation there is no combination of thought and sense, and yet errors may often happen. Hence he is led to discard the explanation which might nevertheless have been supposed to hold good for anything which he says to the contrary as a rationale of error in the case of facts derived from sense. Another attempt is made to explain false opinion by assigning to error a sort of positive existence. But error or ignorance is essentially negative, a not knowing. If we knew an error, we should be no longer in error. We may veil our difficulty under figures of speech, but these, although telling arguments with the multitude, can never be the real foundation of a system of psychology. Only they lead us to dwell upon mental phenomena, which if expressed in an abstract form would not be realized by us at all. The figure of the mind receiving impressions is one of those images which have rooted themselves forever in language. It may or may not be a gracious aid to thought, but it cannot be got rid of. The other figure of the enclosure is also remarkable as affording the first hint of universal all-pervading ideas, a notion further carried out in the sophist. This is implied in the birds, some in flocks, some solitary, which fly about anywhere and everywhere. Plato discards both figures, as not really solving the question which to us appears so simple. How do we make mistakes? The failure of the inquiry seems to show that we should return to knowledge and begin with that, and we may afterwards proceed with a better hope of success to the examination of opinion. But is true opinion really distinct from knowledge? The difference between these he seeks to establish by an argument, which to us appears singular and unsatisfactory. The existence of true opinion is proved by the rhetoric of the law courts, which cannot give knowledge, but may give true opinion. The rhetorician cannot put the judge or juror in possession of all the facts which prove an act of violence, but he may truly persuade them of the commission of such an act. Here the idea of true opinion seems to be a right conclusion from imperfect knowledge. But the correctness of such an opinion will be purely accidental, and is really the effect of one man, who has the means of knowing, persuading another who has not. Plato would have done better if he had said that true opinion was a contradiction in terms. Assuming the distinction between knowledge and opinion, Theaetetus, in answer to Socrates, proceeds to define knowledge as true opinion, with definite or rational explanation. This Socrates identifies with another and different theory. Of those who assert that knowledge first begins with a proposition, the elements may be perceived by sense, but they are names and cannot be defined. When we assign to them some predicate, they first begin to have a meaning. Let 1 f fa 0 nu omicron nu alpha tau omega nu sigma upsilon nu pi lambda omicron kappa let 1 f 7 fa lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon omicron let 1 f 5 0 sigma iota alpha. This seems equivalent to saying that the individuals of sense become the subject of knowledge when they are regarded as they are in nature in relation to other individuals. Yet we feel a difficulty in following this new hypothesis, for must not opinion be equally expressed in a proposition? The difference between true and false opinion is not the difference between the particular and the universal, but between the true universal and the false. Thought may be as much at fault as sight. When we place individuals under a class or assign to them attributes, this is not knowledge, but a very rudimentary process of thought. The first generalization of all, without which language would be impossible, and has Plato kept altogether clear of a confusion, which the analogous word lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma tends to create, of a proposition and a definition, and is not the confusion increased by the use of the analogous term elements or letters, for there is no real resemblance between the relation of letters to a syllable and of the terms to a proposition. Plato, in the spirit of the Megarian philosophy, soon discovers a flaw in the explanation. For how can we know a compound of which the simple elements are unknown to us? Can two unknowns make a known? Can a whole be something different from the parts? The answer of experience is that they can, for we may know a compound which we are unable to analyze into its elements, and all the parts, when united, may be more than all the parts separated, e.g., the number 4 or any other number is more than the units which are contained in it. Any chemical compound is more than and different from the simple elements. But ancient philosophy in this, as in many other instances, proceeding by the path of mental analysis, was perplexed by doubts which warred against the plainest facts. 3 attempts to explain the new definition of knowledge still remain to be considered. They all of them turn on the explanation of lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma. The first account of the meaning of the word is the reflection of thought in speech, a sort of nominalism, la science est une langue bien faite. But anybody who is not dumb can say what he thinks, therefore mere speech cannot be knowledge. And yet we may observe that there is in this explanation an element of truth which is not recognized by Plato, viz., that truth and thought are inseparable from language, although mere expression in words is not truth. The second explanation of lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma is the enumeration of the elementary parts of the complex whole. But this is only definition accompanied with right opinion, and does not yet attain to the certainty of knowledge. Plato does not mention the greater objection, which is that the enumeration of particulars is endless. Such a definition would be based on no principle, and would not help us at all in gaining a common idea. The third is the best explanation, the possession of a characteristic mark, which seems to answer to the logical definition by genus and difference. But this again is equally necessary for right opinion, and we have already determined, although not on very satisfactory grounds, that knowledge must be distinguished from opinion. A better distinction is drawn between them in the Timaeus, 51e. They might be opposed as philosophy and rhetoric, and as conversant respectively with necessary and contingent matter. But no true idea of the nature of either of them, or of their relation to one another, could be framed until science obtained a content. The ancient philosophers in the age of Plato thought of science only as pure abstraction, and to this opinion stood in no relation. Like Theaetetus, we have attained to no definite result, but an interesting phase of ancient philosophy has passed before us, and the negative result is not to be despised. For on certain subjects and in certain states of knowledge, the work of negation or clearing the ground must go on, perhaps for generation, before the new structure can begin to rise. Plato saw the necessity of combating the illogical logic of the Megarians and Eristics for the completion of the edifice. He makes preparation in the Theaetetus and crowns the work in the Sophist. Many 1 fine expressions, and 2 remarks full of wisdom, 3 also germs of a metaphysic of the future, are scattered up and down in the dialogue. Such, for example, as one the comparison of Theaetetus' progress in learning to the noiseless flow of a river of oil, the satirical touch, flavoring a sauce or fawning speech, or the remarkable expression, full of impure dialectic, or the lively images under which the argument is described, the flood of arguments pouring in, the fresh discussions bursting in like a band of revelers. Two, as illustrations of the second head, may be cited the remark of Socrates, that distinctions of words, although sometimes pedantic, are also necessary, or the fine touch in the character of the lawyer, that dangers came upon him when the tenderness of youth was unequal to them, or the description of the manner in which the spirit is broken in a wicked man who listens to reproof until he becomes like a child, or the punishment of the wicked, which is not physical suffering, but the perpetual companionship of evil. Compare Gorgias, or the saying, often repeated by Aristotle and others, that philosophy begins in wonder, for Iris is the child of Thaumas, or the superb contempt with which the philosopher takes down the pride of wealthy landed proprietors by comparison of the whole earth. Three important metaphysical ideas are a. The conception of thought as the mind talking to herself, b. The notion of a common sense, developed further by Aristotle, and the explicit declaration that the mind gains her conceptions of being, sameness, number, and the like from reflection on herself. C. The excellent distinction of Theaetetus, which Socrates, speaking with emphasis, leaves to grow, between seeing the forms or hearing the sounds of words in a foreign language and understanding the meaning of them, and D. The distinction of Socrates himself between having and possessing knowledge, in which the answer to the whole discussion appears to be contained. There is a difference between ancient and modern psychology, and we have a difficulty in explaining one in the terms of the other. To us, the inward and outward sense and the inward and outward worlds of which they are the organs are parted by a wall, and appear as if they could never be confounded. The mind is endued with faculties, habits, instincts, and a personality or consciousness in which they are bound together. Over against these are placed forms, colors, external bodies coming into contact with our own body. We speak of a subject which is ourselves, of an object which is all the rest. These are separable in thought, but united in any act of sensation, reflection, or volition. As there are various degrees in which the mind may enter into or be abstracted from the operations of sense, so there are various points at which this separation or union may be supposed to occur. And within the sphere of mind, the analogy of sense reappears, and we distinguish not only external objects, but objects of will and of knowledge which we contrast with them. These again are comprehended in a higher object, which reunites with the subject. A multitude of abstractions are created by the efforts of successive thinkers which become logical determinations, and they have to be arranged in order before the scheme of thought is complete. The framework of the human intellect is not the peculium of an individual, but the joint work of many who are of all ages and countries. What we are in mind is due, not merely to our physical, but to our mental antecedents which we trace in history, and more especially in the history of philosophy. Nor can mental phenomena be truly explained either by physiology or by the observation of consciousness apart from their history. They have a growth of their own. Like the growth of a flower, a tree, a human being, they may be conceived as of themselves constituting a common mind and having a sort of personal identity in which they coexist. So comprehensive is modern psychology, seeming to aim at constructing anew the entire world of thought, and prior to or simultaneously with this construction, a negative process has to be carried on, a clearing away of useless abstractions which we have inherited from the past. Many erroneous conceptions of the mind derived from former philosophies have found their way into language, and we with difficulty disengage ourselves from them. Mere figures of speech have unconsciously influenced the minds of great thinkers. Also, there are some distinctions, as, for example, that of the will and of the reason, and of the moral and intellectual faculties, which are carried further than is justified by experience. Any separation of things which we cannot see or exactly define, though it may be necessary, is a fertile source of error. The division of the mind into faculties or powers or virtues is too deeply rooted in language to be got rid of, but it gives a false impression. For if we reflect on ourselves, we see that all our faculties easily pass into one another and are bound together in a single mind or consciousness. But this mental unity is apt to be concealed from us by the distinctions of language. A profusion of words and ideas has obscured rather than enlightened mental science. It is hard to say how many fallacies have arisen from the representation of the mind as a box, as a tabula rasa, a book, a mirror, and the like. It is remarkable how Plato in the Theaetetus, after having indulged in the figure of the waxen tablet and the decoy, afterwards discards them. The mind is also represented by another class of images, as the spring of a watch, a motive power, a breath, a stream, a succession of points or moments. As Plato remarks in the Cratylus, words expressive of motion as well as of rest are employed to describe the faculties and operations of the mind, and in these there is contained another store of fallacies. Some shadow or reflection of the body seems always to adhere to our thoughts about ourselves, and mental processes are hardly distinguished in language from bodily ones. To see or perceive are used indifferently of both. The words intuition, moral sense, common sense, the mind's eye, are figures of speech transferred from one to the other, and many other words used in early poetry or in sacred writings to express the works of mind have a materialistic sound, for old mythology was allied to sense, and the distinction of matter and mind had not as yet arisen. Thus materialism receives an elusive aid from language, and both in philosophy and religion the imaginary figure or association easily takes the place of real knowledge. Again, there is the illusion of looking into our own minds as if our thoughts or feelings were written down in a book. This is another figure of speech, which might be appropriately termed the fallacy of the looking glass. We cannot look at the mind unless we have the eye which sees, and we can only look, not into, but out of the mind at the thoughts, words, actions of ourselves and others. What we dimly recognize within us is not experience, but rather the suggestion of an experience, which we may gather, if we will, from the observation of the world. The memory has but a feeble recollection of what we were saying or doing a few weeks or a few months ago, and still less of what we were thinking or feeling. This is one among many reasons why there is so little self-knowledge among mankind. They do not carry with them the thought of what they are or have been. The so-called facts of consciousness are equally evanescent. They are facts which nobody ever saw and which can neither be defined nor described. Of the three laws of thought, the first, all equals A, is an identical proposition, that is to say, a mere word or symbol claiming to be a proposition. The two others, nothing can be a nota, and everything is either a or notter, are untrue, because they exclude degrees, and also the mixed modes and double aspects under which truth is so often presented to us. To assert that man is unmeaning. To say that he is free or necessary, and cannot be both, is a half-truth only. These are a few of the entanglements which impede the natural course of human thought. Lastly, there is the fallacy which lies still deeper, of regarding the individual mind apart from the universal, or either, as a self-existent entity apart from the ideas which are contained in them. In ancient philosophies, the analysis of the mind is still rudimentary and imperfect. It naturally began with an effort to disengage the universal from sense. This was the first lifting up of the mist. It wavered between object and subject, passing imperceptibly from one being to mind and thought. Appearance in the outward object was for time indistinguishable from opinion in the subject. At length, mankind spoke of knowing as well as of opining or perceiving. But when the word knowledge was found, how was it to be explained or defined? It was not an error, it was a step in the right direction, when Protagoras said that man is the measure of all things, and that all knowledge is perception. This was the subjective which corresponded to the objective all is flux. But the thoughts of men deepened, and soon they began to be aware that knowledge was neither sense, nor yet opinion, with or without explanation, nor the expression of thought, nor the enumeration of parts, nor the addition of characteristic marks. Motion and rest were equally ill adapted to express its nature, although both must in some sense be attributed to it. It might be described more truly as the mind conversing with herself, the discourse of reason, the hymn of dialectic, the science of relations, of ideas, of the so-called arts and sciences, of the one, of the good, of the all. This is the way along which Plato is leading us in his later dialogues. In its higher signification, it was the knowledge, not of men, but of gods, perfect and all-sufficing, like other ideals always passing out of sight, and nevertheless present to the mind of Aristotle as well as Plato, and the reality to which they were both tending. For Aristotle as well as Plato would in modern phraseology have been termed a mystic, and like him would have defined the higher philosophy to be knowledge of being or essence, words to which in our own day we have a difficulty in attaching a meaning. Yet, in spite of Plato and his followers, mankind have again and again returned to a sensational philosophy. As to some of the early thinkers, amid the fleetings of sensible objects, ideas alone seem to be fixed. So to a later generation, amid the fluctuation of philosophical opinions, the only fixed points appeared to be outward objects. Any pretense of knowledge which went beyond them implied logical processes, of the correctness of which they had no assurance and which at best were only probable. The mind, tired of wandering, sought to rest on firm ground. When the idols of philosophy and language were stripped off, the perception of outward objects alone remained. The ancient Epicureans never asked whether the comparison of these with one another did not involve principles of another kind which were above and beyond them. In like manner, the modern inductive philosophy forgot to inquire into the meaning of experience, and did not attempt to form a conception of outward objects apart from the mind, or of the mind apart from them. Soon objects of sense were merged in sensations and feelings, but feelings and sensations were still unanalyzed. At last we return to the doctrine attributed by Plato to Protagoras, that the mind is only a succession of momentary perceptions. At this point, the modern philosophy of experience forms an alliance with ancient skepticism. The higher truths of philosophy and religion are very far removed from sense, admitting that, like all other knowledge, they are derived from experience, and that experience is ultimately resolvable into facts which come to us through the eye and ear. Still, their origin is a mere accident which has nothing to do with their true nature. They are universal and unseen. They belong to all times, past, present, and future. Any worthy notion of mind or reason includes them. The proof of them is, first, their comprehensiveness and consistency with one another, 2 ndly, their agreement with history and experience. But sensation is of the present only, is isolated, is and is not in successive moments. It takes the passing hour as it comes, following the lead of the eye or ear instead of the command of reason. It is a faculty which man has in common with the animals, and in which he is inferior to many of them. The importance of the senses in us is that they are the apertures of the mind, doors and windows through which we take in and make our own the materials of knowledge. Regarded in any other point of view, sensation is of all mental acts the most trivial and superficial. Hence the term sensational is rightly used to express what is shallow in thought and feeling. We propose in what follows, first of all, like Plato in the Theaetetus, to analyze sensation, and secondly, to trace the connection between theories of sensation and a sensational or Epicurean philosophy. Section I. We, as well as the ancients, speak of the five senses and of a sense or common sense which is the abstraction of them. The term sense is also used metaphorically, both in ancient and modern philosophy, to express the operations of the mind which are immediate or intuitive. Of the five senses, two, the sight and the hearing, are of a more subtle and complex nature, while two others, the smell and the taste, seem to be only more refined varieties of touch. All of them are passive, and by this are distinguished from the active faculty of speech. They receive impressions, but do not produce them, except in so far as they are objects of sense themselves. Physiology speaks to us of the wonderful apparatus of nerves, muscles, tissues, by which the senses are enabled to fulfill their functions. It traces the connection, though imperfectly, of the bodily organs with the operations of the mind. Of these latter, it seems rather to know the conditions than the causes. It can prove to us that without the brain we cannot think, and that without the eye we cannot see, and yet there is far more in thinking and seeing than is given by the brain and the eye. It observes the concomitant variations of body and mind. Psychology, on the other hand, treats of the same subject regarded from another point of view. It speaks of the relation of the senses to one another. It shows how they meet the mind. It analyzes the transition from sense to thought. The one describes their nature as apparent to the outward eye. By the other, they are regarded only as the instruments of the mind. It is in this latter point of view that we propose to consider them. The simplest sensation involves an unconscious or nascent operation of the mind. It implies objects of sense, and objects of sense have differences of form, number, color. But the conception of an object without us, or the power of discriminating numbers, forms, colors, is not given by the sense, but by the mind. A mere sensation does not attain to distinctness. It is a confused impression, sigma epsilon gamma kappa epsilon chi epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu tau iota. As Plato says, Republic Romans 7 524b, until number introduces light and order into the confusion. At what point confusion becomes distinctness is a question of degree which cannot be precisely determined. The distant object, the undefined notion, come out into relief as we approach them or attend to them. Or we may assist the analysis by attempting to imagine the world first dawning upon the eye of the infant or of a person newly restored to sight. Yet even with them, the mind as well as the eye opens or enlarges. For all three are inseparably bound together. The object would be nowhere and nothing if not perceived by the sense, and the sense would have no power of distinguishing without the mind. But prior to objects of sense, there is a third nature in which they are contained, that is to say, space, which may be explained in various ways. It is the element which surrounds them. It is the vacuum or void which they leave or occupy when passing from one portion of space to another. It might be described in the language of ancient philosophy as the not being of objects. It is a negative idea which in the course of ages has become positive. It is originally derived from the contemplation of the world without us, the boundless earth or sea, the vacant heaven, and is therefore acquired chiefly through the sense of sight. To the blind, the conception of space is feeble and inadequate, derived for the most part from touch or from the descriptions of others. At first it appears to be continuous. Afterwards, we perceive it to be capable of division by lines or points, real or imaginary. By the help of mathematics, we form another idea of space, which is altogether independent of experience. Geometry teaches us that the innumerable lines and figures by which space is, or may be intersected, are absolutely true in all their combinations and consequences. New and unchangeable properties of space are thus developed, which are proved to us in 1,000 ways by mathematical reasoning as well as by common experience. Through quantity and measure, we are conducted to our simplest and purest notion of matter, which is to the cube or solid what space is to the square or surface. And all our applications of mathematics are applications of our ideas of space to matter. No wonder then that they seem to have a necessary existence to us, being the simplest of our ideas. Space is also the one of which we have the most difficulty in ridding ourselves. Neither can we set a limit to it, for wherever we fix a limit, space is springing up beyond. Neither can we conceive a smallest or indivisible portion of it, for within the smallest there is a smaller still, and even these inconceivable qualities of space, whether the infinite or the infinitesimal, may be made the subject of reasoning and have a certain truth to us. Whether space exists in the mind or out of it is a question which has no meaning. We should rather say that without it the mind is incapable of conceiving the body, and therefore of conceiving itself. The mind may be indeed imagined to contain the body, in the same way that Aristotle, partly following Plato, supposes God to be the outer heaven or circle of the universe. But how can the individual mind carry about the universe of space packed up within? Or how can separate minds have either a universe of their own or a common universe? In such conceptions, there seems to be a confusion of the individual and the universal. To say that we can only have a true idea of ourselves when we deny the reality of that by which we have any idea of ourselves is an absurdity. The earth, which is our habitation, and the starry heaven above, and we ourselves are equally an illusion. If space is only a quality or condition of our minds, again, we may compare the truths of space with other truths derived from experience, which seem to have a necessity to us in proportion to the frequency of their recurrence or the truth of the consequences which may be inferred from them. We are thus led to remark that the necessity in our ideas of space on which much stress has been laid differs in a slight degree only from the necessity which appears to belong to other of our ideas, e.g. weight, motion, and the like. And there is another way in which this necessity may be explained. We have been taught it, and the truth which we were taught or which we inherited has never been contradicted in all our experience, and is therefore confirmed by it. Who can resist an idea which is presented to him in a general form in every moment of his life, and of which he finds no instance to the contrary? The greater part of what is sometimes regarded as the a priori intuition of space is really the conception of the various geometrical figures of which the properties have been revealed by mathematical analysis. And the certainty of these properties is immeasurably increased to us by our finding that they hold good not only in every instance, but in all the consequences which are supposed to flow from them. Neither must we forget that our idea of space, like our other ideas, has a history. The Homeric poems contain no word for it. Even the later Greek philosophy has not the Kantian notion of space, but only the definite place or the infinite. To Plato, in the Timaeus, it is known only as the nurse of generation. When therefore we speak of the necessity of our ideas of space, we must remember that this is a necessity which has grown up with the growth of the human mind, and has been made by ourselves. We can free ourselves from the perplexities which are involved in it by ascending to a time in which they did not as yet exist. And when space or time are described as a priori forms or intuitions added to the matter given in sensation, we should consider that such expressions belong really to the prehistoric study of philosophy, i.e., to the 18th century, when men sought to explain the human mind without regard to history or language or the social nature of man. In every active sense there is a latent perception of space, of which we only become conscious when objects are withdrawn from it. There are various ways in which we may trace the connection between them. We may think of space as unresisting matter, and of matter as divided into objects, or of objects again as formed by abstraction into a collective notion of matter, and of matter as rarefied into space. And motion may be conceived as the union of there and not there in space, and force as the materializing or solidification of motion. Space, again, is the individual and universal in one, or, in other words, a perception and also a conception. So easily do what are sometimes called our simple ideas pass into one another, and differences of kind resolve themselves into differences of degree. Within or behind space, there is another abstraction in many respects similar to it: time, the form of the inward, as space is the form of the outward. As we cannot think of outward objects of sense or of outward sensations without space, so neither can we think of a succession of sensations without time. It is the vacancy of thoughts or sensations, as space is the void of outward objects, and we can no more imagine the mind without the one than the world without the other. It is to arithmetic what space is to geometry, or more strictly, arithmetic may be said to be equally applicable to both. It is defined in our minds, partly by the analogy of space and partly by the recollection of events which have happened to us, or the consciousness of feelings which we are experiencing. Like space, it is without limit, for whatever beginning or end of time we fix, there is a beginning and end before them, and so on without end. We speak of a past, present, and future, and again the analogy of space assists us in conceiving of them as coexistent. When the limit of time is removed, there arises in our minds the idea of eternity, which at first, like time itself, is only negative, but gradually, when connected with the world and the divine nature, like the other negative infinity of space, becomes positive. Whether time is prior to the mind and to experience, or coeval with them, is like the parallel question about space, unmeaning. Like space, it has been realized gradually. In the Homeric poems, or even in the Hesiodic cosmogony, there is no more notion of time than of space. The conception of being is more general than either, and might therefore with greater plausibility be affirmed to be a condition or quality of the mind. The a priori intuitions of Kant would have been as unintelligible to Plato as his a priori synthetical propositions to Aristotle. The philosopher of Königsberg supposed himself to be analyzing a necessary mode of thought. He was not aware that he was dealing with a mere abstraction. But now that we are able to trace the gradual development of ideas through religion, through language, through abstractions, why should we interpose the fiction of time between ourselves and realities? Why should we single out one of these abstractions to be the a priori condition of all the others? It comes last and not first in the order of our thoughts, and is not the condition precedent of them, but the last generalization of them. Nor can any principle be imagined more suicidal to philosophy than to assume that all the truth which we are capable of attaining is seen only through an unreal medium. If all that exists in time is illusion, we may well ask with Plato, what becomes of the mind? Leaving the a priori conditions of sensation, we may proceed to consider acts of sense. These admit of various degrees of duration or intensity. They admit also of a greater or less extension from one object, which is perceived directly, to many which are perceived indirectly or in a less degree, and to the various associations of the object which are latent in the mind. In general, the greater the intention, the less the extension of them. The simplest sensation implies some relation of objects to one another, some position in space, some relation to a previous or subsequent sensation. The acts of seeing and hearing may be almost unconscious and may pass away unnoted. They may also leave an impression behind them or power of recalling them. If after seeing an object we shut our eyes, the object remains dimly seen in the same or about the same place, but with form and lineaments half filled up. This is the simplest act of memory. And as we cannot see one thing without at the same time seeing another, different objects hang together in recollection, and when we call for one the other quickly follows. To think of the place in which we have last seen a thing is often the best way of recalling it to the mind. Hence, memory is dependent on association. The act of recollection may be compared to the sight of an object at a great distance which we have previously seen near and seek to bring near to us in thought. Memory is to sense as dreaming is to waking, and like dreaming has a wayward and uncertain power of recalling impressions from the past. Thus begins the passage from the outward to the inward sense, but as yet there is no conception of a universal. The mind only remembers the individual object or objects, and is always attaching to them some color or association of sense. The power of recollection seems to depend on the intensity or largeness of the perception, or on the strength of some emotion with which it is inseparably connected. This is the natural memory which is allied to sense, such as children appear to have in barbarians and animals. It is necessarily limited